finding 6 dead guards. His expression darkened. Not good. They've already entered Xianxia. Quickly, wake everyone and prepare for battle. Leave a dozen here to guard the entrance. He dashed toward Tatiana's courtyard. They must be after her or Xianxia. We must reach them quickly. Xianxia erupted into activity. Everyone felt like they were facing a formidable foe. No one dared to walk alone, forming groups of 5 or 6 for mutual support. End of chapter 155. Chapter 156. Could it be Gervais again? The commotion from the front gate had already roused all the guards stationed around Alyssa's courtyard. They gathered in the center, drawing their weapons as the sounds startled Alyssa and Yates awake. The two of them quickly got out of bed, grabbing their weapons and rushing outside. As they stepped out the door, dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, their eyes fixed intently on the duo. Of course, Alyssa and Yates couldn't see their faces, let alone their eyes. They seemed like individuals with special identities, not ordinary people. If mishandled, both would likely end up injured. Who are these people? Alyssa moved to Yates' side immediately, back to back. Not sure yet. We haven't seen them during our stay at Duanjue Peak. Yates thought for a moment before adding, it could be another scheme by Gervais, but it might not be. Alyssa looked at him with some confusion. What should we do next? Fight them off and wait until Senior Joe arrives. Then we'll be saved. Just us? Can we really manage? Alyssa had no confidence in herself. She knew her limits well. Yates smiled. There are still guards over there. You can join them. As for me, I'll handle it alone. All right, you. Are you really sure about handling it alone? Don't you trust me? Of course not. Alyssa didn't explain further and immediately left his side to join the guards. Are you Gervais's people? Yates asked calmly. You'll know when you're dead. That person replied and instructed his companions. I want to test Yates. You deal with Alyssa. Once the objective is achieved, withdraw immediately. Don't stay here. Everyone understood that staying behind meant certain death. They had been briefed before the mission. Complete the plan and leave immediately without hesitation to survive. Yes. Facing Yates, the person took out 2 short knives. Assassins excel at assassination tasks. Your life has already been reserved by Asher, and now it's time for me to collect it. So which one are you from the black and white impermanence? Yates countered. The person hesitated for a moment. I am Asher. Not bad for boasting. Let's see if your strength matches even half of your talk. Yates used the sword he obtained from Justino. No one had ever bested him with a sword in front of enemies. Except for the D, whose unique strength surpassed Yates' abilities, leading to unexpected outcomes. Die. The attacker lunged fiercely at Yates, quickly closing in and continuously locking onto him. Yates couldn't pull away. If this situation persisted, he'd be at a disadvantage, confined in space where his sword wouldn't have much advantage. Just as he managed to pull away slightly, the attacker pounced again. Yates felt too constrained and decided to put away his sword, pulling out his broken Hansenshu G to wield as dual knives. Only then did he withstand the enemy's fierce attack, fighting evenly, though he was already slightly injured but not fatally. I didn't expect you to have some skills, but taking money means fulfilling the task. Yates, tonight you will surely die. The person attacked again, several swift cuts striking Yates, leaving him heavily wounded, with a final thrust piercing his abdomen. In agony, Yates retreated against the wall to steady himself. Damn, you still got me. Asher has come to claim you, so naturally, I must finish the job properly or face consequences. Kieran laughed. For the last blow, to kill you directly. He charged forward. This time, Yates couldn't evade. If the strike remained accurate, he was dead. At the critical moment, spiritual energy surged within Yates, and a burst of golden light shot out, repelling the attacker. What's happening? He was furious and confused that a sure victory had slipped away. He was supposed to die, but unexpectedly something happened. Is Yates truly as rumored, impossible to kill by ordinary means? He recalled a conversation with Gervais. Yates was puzzled too, but believed he'd understand soon. Could it be the effect of the XuanHuan divine pill? This was the only explanation that made sense. At crucial moments, the XuanHuan divine pill works wonders. Being able to escape death this time is fortunate. Struggling to rise, Yates faced the enemy. Surprised? Wanting to kill Yates isn't so easy with just you. Lucky you. But next time, you won't have such an opportunity. The person departed immediately. Surprisingly, as he left, others also withdrew without lingering. They killed all guards near Alyssa but didn't harm her, leaving entirely. When everyone was gone, Senior Joe arrived. Seeing the corpses, he immediately instructed nearby personnel, carry these brothers away and assign more guards. Ensure twice as many as before. I understand, Quentin. Zoe, are you alright? Junior, I'm fine. He gently stroked her head, asking with concern. After some time, he remembered something and turned to Zoe. Zoe, I almost forgot to ask. Where is young friend Yates? Alyssa looked towards the room. Junior, he was detained earlier. I don't know his condition. Joe ordered the others, clean up the scene and increase manpower everywhere in Ishan residence. Tell everyone to be cautious. Then, following Alyssa, they approached the room. Upon reaching where they had separated, they found blood stains. Junior, what is this? The sight alarmed Alyssa, fearing it was Yates's blood. There's movement inside the room. Both rushed in to find Yates naked, applying medicine to his wounds at the table. He paused briefly upon seeing them, then continued. Yates. Alyssa blushed and covered her eyes but peeked through. Sorry, I'll clean up the blood later. Joe smiled. It's fine. Let them handle it. How severe are your injuries? Not serious. Yates had already bandaged his most severe abdominal wound. Now only surface wounds remained. Why are you standing there? Go help Yates with his medicine. Facing this request, both were taken aback. Junior, this? Senior Joe, it's inappropriate. You can't reach her back. Let her help, it's okay, Joe said, smiling as if enjoying the spectacle. Reluctantly, Alyssa helped, and despite wanting to refuse, Yates allowed her. Her touch lingered over the more severe back wounds. What are you doing? No, nothing. Do you know who those people were? Joe asked. Yates pondered. Could it be Gervais again? It's possible, Joe replied. Chapter 157. Seeking more assistance. After tending to his injuries, Haywood and Tatiana bid farewell to Xianxia and left the room, leaving him sitting alone. Because his father was present earlier, Tatiana couldn't stay behind. Once Haywood had left the courtyard and she confirmed no one was around, she returned and sat before Xianxia. By now, Xianxia had already dressed in a white shirt that accentuated his fair and delicate features, making him look very refined. Smiling, Tatiana quickly took out a bracelet and placed it before him. This is a gift for you. Though it's not expensive, it holds sentimental value. Please accept it. Xianxia picked up the bracelet and immediately tried to return it. This gift is too precious. You should. Before he could finish, Tatiana stood up, giving him no chance to refuse. I'm tired. I'll rest first. We can talk about this tomorrow. She then left, closing the door behind her, chuckling to herself outside before returning to her room to rest. Holding the bracelet, Xianxia thought, this item looks far from simple. I'd better find a chance to return it. Keeping it would make me uneasy. After all, I can't accept this bracelet. He retrieved a large chest from under his bed, took out a small empty box, and carefully stored the bracelet inside, ensuring it wouldn't be lost. This chest contained Xianxia's possessions. Unless someone specifically wanted his treasures, nothing in it would ever be misplaced. Just as he was about to sleep, Haywood sent him an urgent message, asking him to go to the hall immediately. Without hesitation, Xianxia grabbed his discarded clothes, put them on, and left the room. I wonder what has happened. In the hall, there weren't many people. Only two. Actually, Haywood's guards were absent, leaving the hall eerily empty. Senior Jew, what has happened? Xianxia asked. Haywood cleared his throat and said, after multiple battles with Gervais and the secret exterminations of many people, to be honest, I have very few troops left. If we don't gather more manpower before the next battle, our situation will become even more precarious. Just one battle, Xianxia paused. I didn't expect Gervais to start killing so many people before I even descended the mountain. Did he really kill that many? Xianxia had his doubts. As the Josue of the desolate peak, how could he be down to nearly no followers after just a few battles? This isn't surprising. If you visit the slopes now, you'll see numerous graves. Go take a look if you want. You might still find some. Haywood seemed impatient and sipped his tea. But by the time you return, it will likely be dawn. Xianxia smiled. Don't worry, Senior Jew. I'm just curious. Since they're already dead, let's not disturb them further. What did you call me here for? Tell me what needs to be done. Xianxia found a seat, understanding why Haywood treated him this way but not minding it. I've explained the issue. It's a lack of manpower. I believe this matter should be handled by you. Do you agree, fellow Taoist Xianxia? No problem. Xianxia agreed heartily. But please assign me some help. I can't do it alone. Of course. Haywood pondered for a few seconds before saying, however, I can only send 10 men and Tatiana. There's no one else available. Xianxia smiled, thinking, this Haywood is quite clever. Knowing Tatiana will be in danger following me, he directly assigned her to me. Clever move. Alright, better than nothing. Xianxia decided to return the bracelet to Tatiana the next day. Now that you've agreed, I'll give you enough time to handle this. And Tatiana must not come to any harm, Haywood added proudly. In fact, you're quite like Senior Ishan. Indeed. Xianxia stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Haywood remained silent until Xianxia left, then muttered, fellow Taoist Ishan. Whether or not he has the strength, I'll personally test him. Back in his room, Xianxia didn't rest but instead went to the window, looking towards the half-summer blossom brothel. He suddenly remembered what Ria had said. Please help check. Since I can't sleep anyway, might as well go check. Wait till dawn there and observe the situation, Xianxia said, preparing to leave. Wait, I should leave a message for her, or I might have trouble finding her later. He wrote a note and placed it on Tatiana's desk before leaving Mountain Lodge alone without telling anyone. The night streets were deserted, devoid of human figures. Ghosts might appear, but Xianxia wasn't destined to meet any. His strong young energy kept ghosts at bay. Unbelievable that after the Hope Holy Hall incident, not even the sounds of drinking and revelry can be heard at night. What have you done, Gervais? At the half-summer blossom brothel, the doors were tightly shut, dark inside while the streetlights provided some illumination. The silence here feels unnatural. Any noise might draw attention. Best to remain discreet. Xianxia found a triangular wall corner, fetched a chair, and sat there, wondering if any lights were still on inside. Entering rashly could lead to misunderstandings. Hours passed with no dawn yet in sight, and Xianxia nearly fell asleep, clumsily landing on the ground. Regardless, I'll enter and see. I'll stay on the roof to avoid problems. He leaped onto the roof, remembering the layout and heading towards Jillian's residence. Luckily, my lightness skills are good, or I would have been caught by sleeping people. Upon arrival, Jillian's room still had a light on. Delighted, Xianxia thought. She's still awake at this hour? What could she be doing? As he prepared to sneak in, he realized Jillian wasn't alone. Someone else was there. They were discussing something in hushed tones, careful and secretive. Someone's awake this late, and it's Jillian with another Savannah. How others perceive this, who knows? Creeping closer, Xianxia listened intently, hoping to understand what Jillian had been doing since Ria disappeared. He risked almost being discovered, but positioned himself where he could hear clearly. Sister Ria, I hope you haven't misjudged him. Otherwise, I'll make him pay no matter the cost. Though he didn't voice this aloud, Xianxia listened intently, controlling his breathing. Translation completed with adherence to the guidelines provided. The paragraph structure and tone have been preserved, ensuring the narrative flows naturally in English. Chapter 158. Outsiders on Desolate Peak. Did no one discover you came here? Aiden asked Aaron. After a long pause, Aaron finally spoke. Don't worry. No one in this world can track me. The Savannah continued. Have you thought it over? What my parents mentioned. Aiden was supposed to marry her, but her parents' conditions were too high for him to meet. It had been dragging on with no resolution. Blythe, these are not things I can decide, Aiden said, before Blythe interrupted him mid-sentence. It's just money, right? If worst comes to worst, I'll provide it for you. Based on your income alone in this poor place, how could you ever save up 100 taels of gold? I shouldn't depend on you either, Aiden looked at her. To get that 100 taels, I accidentally killed a family. Now, I'm hiding my identity and barely surviving on Desolate Peak. I'm not worthy of you anymore. Not worthy? Humph. Blythe chuckled. If you didn't care about me anymore, why would you come find me now? The money should be almost ready, right? Aiden smiled. 300 taels are also manageable now, but you need to help me with something first. Once it's done, I'll go back with you and fulfill all your parents' demands. Blythe questioned suspiciously. Just for this task, you're willing to give everything up. What happened? Don't ask too many questions. Just tell me if you'll do it or not. Aiden shook his head. Once this is completed, I will be yours. You weren't like this before. This must be serious, but I can try. If the task is completed, remember today's promise and come back with me to my clan. Aiden nodded and handed her a painting. Help me find this person in the picture. I need to know where she is. I'm staying at Half Summer Flower House. Come inform me once you have news. Nice. This girl is quite pretty. Is she someone you know? Blythe teased. She's my daughter. If we were truly destined, you wouldn't be here talking to me so casually, Aiden replied, slightly angry. Daughter? Blythe was puzzled. She hadn't known this man she yearned for had a daughter. How did she miss this? Aiden quickly explained. She's an unfortunate child I found on the street. Upon understanding, Blythe realized this pretty girl wasn't his biological child. Therefore, Aiden, like herself, remained unmarried and childless. Sorry, Aiden said expressionlessly. I await your good news. All right. As she prepared to act, Crew moved outside the door. Who would have thought it'd be now? Despite the low voice, they still heard it. Who's there? Blythe immediately struck out. Crew attempted to leave but found Blythe behind him in the blink of an eye, grabbing him tightly. Don't even think about running. Listening to our conversation and then trying to leave? Impossible. After dragging Crew back inside, he looked awkwardly at Aiden, who was equally surprised. Aiden quickly told Blythe, let him go. He's on our side. Though puzzled, Blythe complied. Crew, why were you outside my room? Crew stalled, just passing by. Heh. Blythe shot him a look. I don't believe you. Do you have any news of Lean? Before Crew could respond, Blythe whisked him away. I'll tell you later. Aiden sighed but didn't chase after them. After all, they were comrades, and without the strict conditions set by her parents, they would have been together already. Outside, Blythe whispered, now tell me about the girl named Lean. Hurry. Crew hesitated. Can't I tell Aiden directly? No, Blythe urged, pulling him closer. Come on, spill it. Crew shrugged. Indeed, I know, but I can only tell you she's safe. Tell Aiden if she wants to return. It's up to her. The sky was gradually brightening, and Crew took a deep breath. Senior, I have other matters. I'll be going now. Blythe hurriedly stopped him. How will I explain this? Just tell him Lean is with me and very safe. Without waiting for a reply, Crew left and flew into the sky. That kid. Good thing I didn't say it in front of him. Blythe smiled and returned to the room. There, Taoist fellow Crew just informed me. The girl is safe with him. Whether she wants to return is her choice. Does this suffice? Suffices, definitely. Aiden agreed. Once this matter concludes, I'll go back with you immediately. There was nowhere else to hide. Desolate Peak was his last refuge. Since she had found him, whatever the outcome, he wouldn't leave her. Now we're getting somewhere. Blythe glanced around the room. Arrange a place for me to stay. From now on, I'll live here, my dear Aiden. Right next door. Aiden said flatly. Oh. As Blythe prepared to leave, Aiden added, if you could follow Crew, it would be better. He knew she would indeed follow. Sure enough, Blythe headed straight toward Crew. So you knew I'd follow. Despite some reluctance, Blythe muttered, but this time, I won't let you run. He's surely heading for the city gates. Why so early? Curious, she went to the city gates but couldn't find Crew. So, she waited outside for him to appear. Where did that rascal run off to? At another quiet spot near the city gates, Crew met up with Janae and others. Everyone gathered, unsure of what Crew planned. They had no choice but to ask him upon arrival. Crew, you called us so early. What's going on? Janae still looked groggy, as did the others, all seeming lethargic. Seeing them, Crew decided to speak. Wake up first. As for the city gate, I'll go myself later. Everyone suddenly woke up, some slapping their faces awake. Even Janae opened her eyes wide. We're awake. Great, let's go. Crew explained. Keep an eye on any outsiders arriving on Desolate Peak. Also, avoid conflicts with Chinleo people, don't make eye contact. Yes. But what exactly are we doing? Janae persisted. You'll see soon enough. Crew led the way toward the city gates. It appeared they were leaving. Blythe had been waiting nearby for a long time. Seeing Crew, regardless of the crowd around him, she rushed forward immediately. Hashtag chapter 159. Join us, a bright Zenture awaits. Taoist brother Xianxia, it's been a while. Meryl said, causing everyone to be shocked. This person was clearly a stranger, and none of them had heard Senior Darren explain anything about him, nor had anyone mentioned him. Tatiana immediately looked puzzled. Who is this? Xianxia glanced at Meryl. Senior, why are you here? No choice. Someone asked me to come over and ensure your safety. She took out some candies and gave one each to Xianxia and Tatiana. Hurry up with your business. I need to report back once you're done. Besides, since coming to Disconnection Peak, I haven't had a proper rest. After thinking for a moment, Xianxia said, it's Auntie Hoover who asked Senior Meryl to come here. He didn't understand why Rhea wasn't by his side, and yet she had made this arrangement. Senior, why don't you go back and rest? We can handle things here. Xianxia did not want her accompanying them as it would draw too much attention, and her presence would make it difficult for him to maintain control. Anyone could tell that having someone more powerful in the group could shift the dynamics. Delegating Josueship to another person might create imbalance among the followers. Listening to Xianxia, Meryl didn't leave but replied, "Don't worry, I'll stay nearby. It wouldn't be good to follow you constantly, so just call me if there's any trouble." "All right." Xianxia looked at her and gave her some money. "Rest well. Everything is fine here." Xianxia now felt assured, especially since this task was relatively risk-free, and it already reflected Senior Darren's special care for him. His own daughter, Tatiana, was also following him, which added to his confidence. The key concern now was preventing Chilin from discovering their plans and sending people to cause trouble. Only that. Meryl accepted the money without hesitation. "Don't worry, no one will lay a hand on you with me around." She turned and entered a newly opened store, sitting down to eat. "Xianxia, where are we going now?" Looking towards the city gate, he replied, "We'll find the city guard first. The guard posted at the city gate is Lord Sylvester, who has a close relationship with your father. He will definitely help us." But Tatiana was worried. Now that disconnection peak is under Chilin's control, what if he has already? Her concerns were valid. The situation was different now that control of disconnection peak had shifted to someone else. It was best not to seek help unless absolutely necessary, or unless they knew the true intentions of the person involved. Finding Senior Sylvester to ask for help certainly carried risks, especially under these circumstances, unless Xianxia had already considered the consequences. Tatiana. Dawa's sister. What's going on? Nothing. The guard withdrew his gaze, but Xianxia noticed and chose not to speak further. He stepped closer to Tatiana, whispering, "This person seems suspicious." Tatiana shrugged. "Just because he looked at me a bit longer, does that matter?" Xianxia quickly covered, "Shanib, I misjudged." He didn't want to reveal too much information. After all, there were likely Chilin's spies around Commander Sylvester. Sylvester was essential to Chilin. Failing to approach him directly, they must have placed people around him for observation, making Sylvester's position unsafe. But their main goal was to leave the city and gather reinforcements. These matters need to be discussed with Senior Ju. If our allies die, then Disconnection Peak will truly belong to Chilin. Shortly after, the messenger returned. "Elira Zoe, you may enter." Xianxia glanced at the other guard, smiling as he entered. There were few residences here, mostly occupied by Commander Sylvester and the guards. Finding his room was easy. Xianxia led the group to the door. "This is Xianxia, requesting an audience with Senior Sylvester." A low, heavy voice came from inside. "Only you come in. Others wait outside." "All right, I'll be quick." Xianxia waved to Tatiana before entering. Inside, there was a table. Chapter 160. "I didn't get in your way, did I?" After the brother led them out, he arranged several rooms for everyone to stay in. Chavez had already informed him of the specific arrangements. This man must be someone he trusts quite a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Xianxia and others around the residential area. Even when others saw them, they didn't dare to look directly at the person accompanying Xianxia. One glance from him was enough to make anyone turn away. Upon arriving at the room, Kieran said, "Among the people we can currently find in this residential area, about 10 belong to Xianxia. I'll give you their list. As for how you handle it, that's your business. After completing the mission, go straight to General Chavez. He'll inform you further." "Got it," Xianxia replied, taking the paper and glancing over the names listed. He already had a plan forming in his mind. One of the guards at the entrance should be from Xianxia, right? The man nodded. "Indeed there is one, but you've probably already met him. Due to certain reasons, we can't act personally. We can only assist you from the shadows." "I understand. Rest up for now. Our plan starts tomorrow," he continued. "And don't wander around unnecessarily. It could raise suspicion. Observing is fine, but avoid being noticed." With that, he left. Corina came in cautiously, closing the door behind her. Are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xianxia asked her, "This Chavez wants our help. Do you think this whole thing is genuine?" Corina, who had just sat down, immediately became unhappy at these words. "How would I know? Who am I supposed to ask?" "Forget it. We'll take it one step at a time." Xianxia took out Darren's identity token. "I hope this identity still works. If Xianxia has really turned him, we might run into trouble tonight." By telling them to rest, it seems Chavez wanted them to lower their guard before making his move. In fact, Junior has been losing confidence in him lately. If this is possible, we need a backup plan, Corina worried. She wasn't sure what would happen, or if they'd fall into a trap. Xianxia stood up. "I'll handle tomorrow's operation alone. You and the other 10 prepare the backup plan, understood?" "All right," Corina replied, concerned about his safety. "Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?" "Don't worry," Xianxia smiled reassuringly. "You forgot I'm quite capable, didn't you? If not for the overwhelming numbers, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Besides, you were the one I rescued. Even if you don't trust others, trust me." "Fine," she reluctantly agreed. "Go back and get ready. I'll go upstairs to observe the residential area," Xianxia said, and immediately headed upstairs. Because they were planning to kill people, General Chavez had arranged a room with an attic for Xianxia, from where he could observe everything within the residential area, including identifying Xianxia members and their activities. Corina didn't rush to leave, but followed him to the attic. Concealed inside, they watched without being seen by outsiders. "Do you see any of the people on the list?" Xianxia asked, flipping through pictures on the list and then looking outside. "So far, I've identified 4 people at the entrance, horse feeding area, pavilion, and dining room." Corina began to doubt. "Are you sure they all belong to Xianxia?" Xianxia shook his head. "These are based on the information provided by Chavez. We can't be entirely sure." They kept observing until nightfall, nothing happened, which made them reconsider their hypothesis. But Xianxia didn't discard his thoughts yet. "All right, you go back and rest. I need to do my job." After sending Corina away, Xianxia turned off the light and didn't leave via the front door. Moments ago, he had noticed several people suddenly appearing outside his door, matching the Xianxia personnel list. The show is just beginning. Smiling, he slipped out of the room. "If you haven't noticed anything, stay put." Don't give me a reason to take your lives. Outside, these people gathered together. One said, Xianxia is with the Haywood clan. Lord Xianxia told us to watch him closely. If he makes any moves, report back immediately. Another chimed in, Lord Xianxia truly foresaw everything, even predicting Xianxia's arrival at the city gate. We could seize this opportunity to eliminate him and earn special rewards from Lord Xianxia. Let's not be hasty. This isn't our territory yet, and besides, Chavez hasn't agreed to collaborate. No need to cause unnecessary trouble. Once his family is under control, he won't dare disobey. They laughed nervously, unaware that Xianxia was right behind them. Whatever you plan, I, Xianxia, will send you to meet Xianxia tonight to remind you that defenders of Duanjue Peak aren't easy targets. Drawing his sword, he quickly struck the last man in the group, slitting his throat silently and killing him instantly. Dragging the body aside and donning his clothes, Xianxia squatted there. Seeing no immediate action, he urged them, why aren't you moving? He's probably fast asleep. Rush in now, and you can kill him easily. That's a good idea, Kieran glanced at everyone. Everyone, let's go and kill Xianxia. Unbeknownst to them, they had initially come to observe Xianxia's actions, but ended up following orders given by him disguised as one of their own. In their carelessness, another brother likely died. Rushing into the room, they found no trace of Xianxia, searching thoroughly but finding nothing. Now they realized several brothers were missing, leaving only 3 or 4 behind. Where are the others? The man grew suspicious, looking around. There's a mole among us. Upon hearing this, everyone distanced themselves from each other. Xianxia chuckled. What? Didn't I get in your way? You're Xianxia. Realizing his presence, the remaining men grouped together, leaving Xianxia standing alone. Right here, Xianxia revealed himself. You won't stand a chance against me. Tonight, none of you will escape. Blades clashed as Xianxia attacked swiftly, killing them all almost effortlessly. They barely got to fight back before dying. Hurry, inform Lord Xianxia that Xianxia is still alive and needs to be killed. Before Kieran could finish speaking, Xianxia appeared and killed him. Too talkative. Save your breath for the next life. Chapter 161. Unforeseen entrapment. A dozen people died in a single night, and this happened under Senior Sylvester's hostwayship. It must be said that if he hadn't truly turned a blind eye, such an incident wouldn't have occurred. Right now, however, he remained in his room, covered by a blanket with his eyes tightly shut, occasionally snoring loudly. It was all quite peaceful. The polite man who had earlier escorted Xianxia and the others knocked on the door. General Sylvester. Xianxia has already taken action. By the end of this night, 7 or 8 people will be dead. Should we? The snoring stopped, and inside the room, sounds of General Sylvester turning over could be heard. He acted as if he didn't care, mumbled drowsily. Let them carry on. Do not disturb me until dawn. Guard the city gates well, and do not let anyone suspicious get through. Yes. Ever since the law enforcement hall learned of the existence of Duanjue Peak, they would occasionally send some people disguised to sneak in and attempt to arrest criminals on the peak. This had happened several times. Even with General Sylvester himself at the city gate, he couldn't guarantee that none of the visitors were from the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall ranked 4th after the war among the 10 great sects. No one could escape their scrutiny once a crime was committed, either captured or killed on the spot. Inside the room, Sylvester sat up and took out a family portrait. Sorry, Taoist fellow Xianxia. My family is now in Tommy's hands, so I have no choice but to follow his orders. Then he changed into a dark outfit and headed out toward the people Xianxia was targeting. Apart from those already killed by Xianxia, most on the list were not Tommy's subordinates anymore but targets he set. These were members of the Absolute Ghost Clan, whose identities Tommy had already confirmed. This was part of his extermination plan. Sylvester did not rush to act because Xianxia had yet to eliminate Tommy's intended targets, making it premature for him to intervene. If I weren't too honorable to attack these brothers with whom I've spent many days, why would I have let you live this long, Xianxia? You really should not have angered such a person. Unfortunately, I cannot help you. He expanded his divine awareness to encompass the surrounding houses, watching every move of Xianxia as he waited for his prey to gradually become ensnared. Only if I kill you will he release my family. Though I'm as close to the Absolute Ghost Clan as brothers, nothing compares to my family. Watching the direction he was heading, Sylvester knew clearly. Is he going to find the remaining people? However, there are formidable ones among them. Xianxia, I hope you use up all your energy soon. That way, when I strike, it will be much easier. Xianxia quietly approached the houses in the darkness. Because of their duty to guard the city the next day, they were fast asleep without staying up late. He stood outside a house, listening to the snoring inside. This will be your last night. Perhaps tomorrow's sun will never greet you again. With Sylvester's strength, Xianxia had no way of detecting his presence nearby. As long as he stayed hidden, Xianxia wouldn't know he was there. The young man is indeed too rash. If he acts now, there might be commotion. Sylvester shook his head helplessly. Well, let's collaborate one last time before you die. A snap echoed, and the snoring abruptly stopped. The room became silent. Even the breathing was inaudible. This unsettling feeling made Xianxia frown deeply. What happened? He cautiously pushed open the door and entered. The sleeping people lay extremely still. Xianxia found it strange that not even a stirring sound came from them. Overcoming his fear, he approached one sleeper, putting his hand near their nostrils but detected no breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 20 seconds. By the 20th second, the sleeper still showed no signs of breathing or exhaling, giving no indication of life. Could this person be dead? As Xianxia wondered, he found it hard to believe. He quickly checked the others using the same method, finding no difference. They all lacked any sign of breathing. In normal circumstances, these people are all dead. But who could have done this? Attempting such a feat under General Sylvester's jurisdiction would be suicide. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and he blurted out, General Sylvester. If it wasn't him, no one in the residential area of Duanjue Peak City Gate could openly commit such murders. But could it be him? What was his motive? Since they were all dead, Shane X saw no need to remain cautious. He deliberately created noise, but none of the bodies moved or responded. Shane X exhaled deeply. Who could have killed everyone silently, leaving no trace? In Duanjue Peak, only General Sylvester or the Absolute Ghost Clan could accomplish this. But the Absolute Ghost Clan elders show no interest in such activities. Suddenly, the door opened, and a figure entered. Despite the darkness, Shane X instantly recognized him but hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. Senior Sylvester, why are you here? Sylvester revealed himself, calmly stating, I only asked you to kill those sent by Tommy. Why did you also target others, Shane X? How do you explain this? With a wave of his hand, the room lit up brightly. His loud voice drew many spectators, including Chana and her group. Everyone stared at Shane X and then looked at the unmoving figures, realizing they were indeed dead. Somebody quickly checked each body. They were all dead, without visible injuries or signs of poisoning. The examiner approached Sylvester. General, all these brothers are dead? Sylvester immediately became enraged, unaware of what transpired. Taoist fellow Shane X, how could you act like this? You have greatly disappointed me. Guards, seize him and imprison him in the dungeon. 4 men rushed forward and forcibly detained him. Chana grew frantic. Senior Sylvester, we're all junior subordinates. We had no evil intentions. You can't take Shane X away. Ignoring her plea, Sylvester said sternly, in your father's honor, I'll overlook this if you leave now. If you stay, you'll be treated as accomplices. You will doom him. You asked us for help, yet you turn around and blame us. You, leave now, or face my displeasure. Don't think my patience is endless. Sylvester glanced at his guards. Give them 1 minute. If they don't leave, arrest them all as accomplices. Chana wanted to rush forward to save him, but Shane X shook his head and remained silent. Then he looked at General Sylvester. I'll go with you, but you must let them leave. Take him away. Chapter 162. Predecessor Mitzi's Strength. Reluctantly, Tatiana had no choice but to lead everyone away from the residential area of the city gate guards and return to Ishan residence. With General Fintan now holding Shane X captive, their plans had to be delayed. They needed to go back and discuss with her father how to rescue Shane X. Otherwise, with their limited capabilities, they would never achieve what Ju's father had assigned them to do. Outside the dungeon door, one of Predecessor Fintan's guards spoke up. Teacher, doing this, what will the ghost people of Ju think? If they became enraged, the ghost people would not leave them in peace. Moreover, being allowed to guard the city gates was a chance given by the ghost people of Ju. Suddenly turning against them would spell trouble if they found out. They wouldn't have it easy. The guard continued, letting Tatiana escape. Might this be a mistake? Perhaps I should follow them. Who is this person? Mitzi didn't explain, just nodded and hurried towards where Tatiana and her group had come from. We're leaving. Let's return and find a way with Junior. They all left without considering leaving anyone behind to observe Predecessor Fintan's movements. Everyone left, not a single person stayed. By now, Mitzi had followed the trail she had left on Shane X, reaching the prison area. However, she hesitated to enter, as there were too many guards around the cells. That Fintan isn't an easy opponent. It's best not to get too close. I'll wait until nightfall to find a way in, Mitzi muttered. I just needed to recruit some help outside the city gates. But why did it become so complicated? What does Fintan intend by moving against Shane X? Are they enemies? A guard approached with food for Shane X, and Mitzi quickly hid. This person isn't weak either. Better hide. If discovered, it would be troublesome. The guard slid the food through the gap in the iron bars. Eat well. After 2 more meals, you'll be preparing for hell. Turning to leave, Shane X spoke from the iron bars. From what I understand, aren't you all trusted by the ghost people of Ju? Yet, during Duanjue Peak's crisis, you chose to betray your master and commit such treacherous acts. Seems being good isn't easy. The guard turned to face him. Stop overthinking. Wanting to die isn't hard. If General Fintan hadn't hesitated, you wouldn't have survived this long. We've been feeding you, showing mercy. Don't think too much about it. He glanced at the cell. Once inside here, death or disfigurement awaits. Since its inception, few have walked out alive. You won't be one of them. Shane X looked at the unappetizing food and smiled. These dishes belong in a pig's sty. They might eat it, but prisoners should be treated better, right? Annoyed, the guard retorted, eat it or don't. If you starve tonight, we save meals. Humph. Without hesitation, Shane X began eating ravenously. The guard, who hadn't gone far, returned upon seeing this but dared not say more. His family, like predecessor Fintan's, was held by Jaden. If they disobeyed, they could die. There were many of Jaden's people around, even eavesdropping. You're finally eating obediently. You must really fear starving to death. No worries, after today, you'll die soon. These words were meant for the person listening. As he spoke, he slipped the note into the cell. Shane X swiftly picked it up and hid it. Today's session ends here. Prepare for tomorrow. You might see the sunset one last time, but it's your final chance. He left. Shane X finished his meal, moved to the dark corner, and opened the note under the dim light from the window. My family and Fintan teachers are in Jaden's hands. To survive, find a way out by tomorrow's sunset. Shane X understood immediately. He crumpled the note and swallowed it. Everyone here belongs to Jaden, except those already dead. The guards might also be Jaden's men. Controlling Duanjue Peak, he started with the city gate. When did this happen? Why no news from Ju's side? Shane X lay down to sleep. Silence filled the room. Suddenly, noise erupted outside, and all the guards rushed out. A breeze blew in, and the 4 guards returned, eyeing Shane X on the bed. Let's go. Once they were back at the door, Shane X sensed someone nearby and woke up. Since you're here, show yourself. It's me, fellow Taoist Shane X, came Mitzi's voice. Shane X sat up. Predecessor Mitzi, you're incredible, getting in despite heavy guarding. Truly impressive. Prepare. I'll get you out. She started making a dummy from straw, but stopped when Shane X shook his head. Predecessor, I must stay. I can't leave yet. Mitzi put down the straw. looking puzzled. Why? Xianxia's decision puzzled her, and she stared at him intently. Why? #####. Chapter 163. General Sylvester defects. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, this matter is too complicated to explain right now, but in short, I can't leave for now. Moreover, I need to trouble you, senior, to go to Yishan residence and convey my instructions. Without waiting for Meryl's puzzled reaction, Xianxia immediately told her everything that was happening here, then asked her to relay the message to Darren or Tatiana. Xianxia believed they would surely send someone over, and anything that happened here, Darren would definitely know about. According to his personality, he wouldn't rest until he came personally to see for himself. Senior Sylvester had previously sworn an oath to Darren that no matter what happened, he would guard the city gates strictly, ensuring no one of ill intent entered Broken Peak. These outlaws faced certain death if caught by the enforcement officials outside, or at the very least, lifelong imprisonment without hope of release. This was why General Sylvester guarded this place so rigorously, checking everyone who passed. They didn't want any outsiders coming in to arrest everyone. This matter I entrust to Senior Meryl. Don't worry, I'll be fine here in the dungeon for now. Knowing when they planned to make their move, Xianxia was ready. Even if it meant destruction, he would fight. Meryl looked at him. Before tomorrow night, I will return. No matter what, I'll ensure your safety. Thank you, Senior Meryl. Xianxia nodded, letting her leave the dungeon. It wasn't good for a savannah to stay in such a place for too long. Now that Aunt Sheen has agreed to help me, it's a good thing. As for his Dao companion, I naturally need to take care of her as well. You women should not linger in this dungeon. Meryl merely made a commotion and easily slipped out of the dungeon. The guards outside didn't even realize what happened. When they inspected outside and checked back on Xianxia inside the dungeon, they found nothing amiss. Everyone, be careful. This Xianxia isn't some minor figure. Someone might try to rescue him when we're not paying attention. Another voice added, send 2 people to keep watch behind us. If anything happens, we'll immediately dispatch forces to deal with it. Yes. These voices were loud enough for Xianxia to hear from within the dungeon, but he didn't care. He had already conveyed his intentions. You people should calm down. If reinforcements do come, you won't stand a chance. Xianxia's voice echoed from the dungeon cell. The leading man, unable to contain his pride, walked in with 2 others and snapped. What tricks are you trying to play? Listen, even if the heavens came to save you, you're still going to die before them. He meant that no matter what Xianxia did, he wouldn't succeed and couldn't leave the dungeon, let alone live. Xianxia chuckled. I've done my part. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Want me to give up? Wait till next life. Don't you dare talk back. That man glanced behind him, and his men immediately attacked Xianxia. Since Xianxia neither dodged nor defended, every blow hit precisely. None of their skills missed. I thought the little brat that even Lord Xianxia treated seriously was something. Don't worry, Sylvester will handle it. But Junior, General Sylvester has defected, Tatiana said anxiously. If we don't address this properly, it could cause more trouble later. Darren summoned a guard. Go tell that boy Sylvester to ensure Xianxia doesn't die. Otherwise, I'll have bigger problems, and I can't bear that senior's wrath. Teacher Ju, rest assured, it will be done. Then, Darren looked at Tatiana's anxious face. My darling daughter, put your heart at ease. After tomorrow, hurry back to the city gate. Xianxia needs your help. At that moment, the guard returned with a savannah. Tatiana immediately recognized her. Senior Meryl. Hello. Meryl greeted the few around her. Remember, we've met before. Darren motioned for the others to leave. Now, Elira, what news do you bring? Of course, Darren knew Meryl had seen Xianxia. Otherwise, why would she be here? Xianxia sent me to inform you that Sylvester and his guards haven't betrayed him. Their families were controlled by someone named Xianxia, forcing them to temporarily obey. Having conveyed Xianxia's instructions, Meryl felt comfortable eating and drinking without reserve. So that's it. Then I can't go, Darren pondered. This is Xianxia's trick. If I leave Yishan residence, we'll be trapped at the city gates. Yishan residence would no longer be ours. No need to inform him. Sylvester will tell Xianxia everything. As for Elira Meryl, please return to assist Xianxia. He likely has a plan. Looking outside, he concluded, General Sylvester has only feigned defection. The real plan is still unfolding here at Yishan residence. Hearing Meryl's words, he immediately grasped everything. Despite his cunning, Xianxia was still young and couldn't match their experience. Chapter 164. The Night Chaos at Duanjue Peak City Gate. Watching as Senior Meryl immediately left, it was Tatiana who had been silent beside her that now stepped forward and said to Darren, Junior, I will go with Senior Meryl. Darren did not refuse but nodded in agreement. As soon as the two left, he leaned back to sleep. Since events have unfolded as they are, this mess would indeed happen. However, he did not wish to be embroiled in this calamity. Brother Xianxia, you will surely be fine. Meryl and Tatiana returned to the city gate area, daring not to head towards the residential quarters. They found a place to sit outside, their gazes fixed on the entrance of Sylvester's residential area. Tatiana asked in confusion, Senior Meryl, aren't we going inside? Meryl quickly halted her concerns, saying, Elira Zoe, rest assured. Although it's daytime now, until the sun sets, Xianxia will be safe. Do we have to wait until evening to go in? Tatiana worried that every second of delay might worsen Xianxia's situation. She wanted to enter early and at least see his current state. There's no need for your worry. Meryl looked at the entrance of the residential area. Inside there are mostly people from Tadeo right now. If we barged in recklessly, we'd only suffer losses. There's no need to rush. Seeing how calm and composed the senior was, Tatiana's anxiety eased up as she sat quietly. Suddenly, Meryl handed her a mask, explaining, don't misunderstand. After all, in their eyes, and in the eyes of the people of Duanjue Peak, you are a very noticeable presence. I don't want us to be recognized and jeopardize important matters. Tatiana took it and put it on without hesitation. It fits perfectly. Senior, shall we just stay here? While sipping tea, Meryl smiled slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, we indeed should stay here. If you can't hold out, you you can return to your father. Tatiana gritted her teeth. Senior Meryl, rest assured, I can endure and keep an eye on Sylvester. Good. At the residence within the city gate, General Sylvester's room. Senior Sylvester, our master wants you to reconsider the matter, and now is the time. The speaker dressed like an ordinary soldier, yet his tone implied that his status here wasn't inferior to General Sylvester's. Putting down his teacup and acting nonchalant, Sylvester replied, rest assured, after tonight, I will have completed my pledge. At that time, please ensure my family is released unharmed. Let's maintain our mutual trust. The man smirked strangely. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate fully, the master won't treat you poorly. Sylvester nodded, smiling awkwardly while drinking tea, pondering something else entirely. In the great hall under Tadeo's control, Aaron entered and reported the situation. The city gate is now completely under our control, and Xianxia has fallen into our trap. He is currently imprisoned in the dungeon of the residential area. According to the plan, he will die tonight. Tadeo didn't even look up, directly asking, did he resist at all during the process? Aaron shook his head. No. Hearing this, Tadeo put down his brush and walked down with the painting, saying, we need to pull Sylvester over to our side. But his relationship with Darren is special. We must be cautious to prevent him from turning against us. Aaron was puzzled. Didn't we already take control of their families? For the sake of their families, nothing untoward should happen before they resolve matters. No. Tadeo explained. I told you before, Sylvester's relationship with Darren isn't simple. Even if we have their families, we might not fully control them. So what should we do? Aaron gestured across his neck with his thumb. Not yet. With their families still in our hands, we'll devise more plans to ensure he cooperates fully first. Got it. By the way, should we get involved at the city gate? Aaron worried they might not suppress Xianxia, leading to his escape. Don't rush. Let them handle it at the city gate. Tadeo smiled. We need to focus on dealing with Darren. This old fox isn't easy. Should we send more people? Tadeo shook his head. There's no need. Whether he ultimately dies or not is uncertain. Don't waste resources on these trivial matters. Understood. Time passed swiftly. The day seemed to transition into night almost instantaneously, with lights illuminating homes and streets bustling with activity. Life had resumed as usual after the initial turmoil. Meryl and Tatiana remained seated where they were, waiting for news. Senior Meryl, we've waited all day, and Sylvester hasn't returned since he left. Where could he have gone? Tatiana broke her silence, noticing no one nearby to overhear. I tracked him with divine senses. Apart from visiting Half-Summer Blossom Brothel for pleasure, there was nothing unusual. Meryl thought for a moment and continued. He hasn't come out yet, but he's coming out now. Where did he go? He's heading towards the city gate. Upon Meryl's words, Tatiana hurriedly put back on the mask she had temporarily removed, fearing to be seen. At the city gate, we should take advantage of the confusion and quickly go in to meet Xianxia and assist him. Before Tatiana could place the money on the table, Meryl had already pulled her up and flew through the wall, arriving inside in an instant. Amidst the chaos, their arrival went unnoticed as everyone's attention was elsewhere. We will go straight to the dungeon to see Xianxia. Chapter 165. What scheme does Sylvester have? They simply hid their identities, and as long as they weren't too conspicuous, no one would discover their presence. Under Senior Meryl's lead, Tatiana's group proceeded smoothly and quickly arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Even with significant commotion outside the dungeon, the guards stationed there did not leave. They only kept looking around cautiously. The warden said sternly, "What are you all doing? Don't concern yourselves with other matters. Focus on guarding this place to complete the task assigned by Lord Gervais." "Yes," the guards replied in unison. "Again, it's this Gervais. Why is he everywhere?" Tatiana complained impatiently. "Senior Meryl, let's take them down and go inside." Meryl nodded, preparing to act, but unexpectedly, someone rushed in from outside the dungeon, breathless. "You don't need to stay here anymore. Something happened over at General Sylvester's side. If we don't hurry over, our brothers might not be able to handle it." The old warden glanced at him. "Leave 2 people here to guard, and the rest come with me." After this disruption, only 2 guards remained at the dungeon entrance. Meryl smiled slightly. "Just follow me closely. We need to get inside quickly and hide their bodies." "Okay." The 2 moved swiftly. With just a wave of Senior Meryl's hand, the 2 guards were killed before they could react, felled by an unknown skill. This was the power of Senior Meryl, her most mysterious ability, which would prove valuable in the future. "Hide their bodies, then come inside. I'll guide you into the dungeon." Tatiana carefully hid the 2 bodies, then approached the dungeon entrance. Meryl pulled her hand and entered the dungeon without damaging the door. Seeing the untouched food on the ground, Tatiana moved closer, but Meryl immediately stopped her. Daoist Xianxia said tonight's meal was prepared for his departure. "Hold on, it's poisoned," Tatiana exclaimed. Looking at Xianxia still lying on the bed, Meryl said, "Prepare yourself. We're going to rescue you." Xianxia, calm and collected, glanced at the food on the floor. "No rush. Soon someone will come to save us." "What do you mean?" Tatiana asked, having no idea what was happening. Xianxia looked towards the door. "You should wait outside. I can't leave. General Sylvester will come here shortly. You should appear then." Tatiana was about to ask another question when Meryl pulled her out. "Be careful." Xianxia sat on the bed, staring at the untouched food. "This must be poisoned. Senior Sylvester, if you do this, it won't bode well for my family." His family was still under Gervais's control. A single word from him, and they could be dead. In front of these people, human lives meant nothing. They could be killed at will. "Gervais, will you come to the city gate to see me die?" Yet after so much time had passed, there was still no sign of him. "What game are you playing, Gervais?" "Gervais. Gervais, what do you want?" Atop a tower outside the Holy Hall, Gervais and Aaron were leisurely watching everything unfold, enjoying tea and snacks, with guards surrounding them. "Shouldn't we go take a look?" Aaron, sipping his tea, looked at the chaotic scene at the city gate. That Sylvester indeed won't stand by us. No one but he could stir up such a commotion in his own residential area. This old man, we've already controlled his entire family, yet he dares to disobey. He looked at one of the guards beside him. Go kill his family. Gervais smiled. There's no need. Now that Sylvester refuses to cooperate, let's enjoy the show first, and then take his family to the city gate. You mean, if even taking his family doesn't work, then killing them is fine. Gervais started eating a snack. Whatever he plans, Xianxia won't be harmed this time. Just watch the show. No need to take it too seriously. Aaron watched him. Good move, leaving them at the city gate. Is that really wise? After the Break Peak incident, Benji's followers are few and far between. They now seek to recruit more members and strengthen themselves before coming for us again. Gervais had already guessed Xianxia's actions and understood the situation perfectly. Why don't you go prepare then? Not blocking them now could cause trouble later. Don't worry, I've made arrangements. For now, let's not interfere with the city gate events. Our manpower is limited. Besides, Sylvester is an elder from Break Peak. If we kill him outright, it will affect us. Gervais explained the situation. Sylvester cannot die. What should we do? Tomorrow, bring his family to the city gate and see if he'll sacrifice Xianxia for them. He turned to the guards. Make sure you send more men to watch them closely tonight. If a single hostage is missing tomorrow, your lives will pay the price. I didn't expect Sylvester to be so cunning, feigning allegiance to us while secretly aiding Benji. We shouldn't try to recruit him. It could backfire. Understood. At Sylvester's military residential area, quickly gather the remaining. Chapter 166. Xianxia is released. The battle at the city gates had ceased by morning. Fintan Camelog's remaining brothers spent some time cleaning up and restoring the residential area to its original state. Meanwhile, Xianxia found a place to stay near Fintan's residence. Senior Meryl and Tatiana had successfully joined him. Now there were 4 people in the room, with the additional person being Senior Fintan. Dom was just wondering where the guards had gone, but it turns out you acted. Not bad, said Senior Fintan after seeing Elira Meryl's action. General, please, I am merely doing as someone asked me to assist Xianxia. I may leave any time, replied Elira Meryl. That's fine. Xianxia interjected. Please thank him on my behalf. Tatiana then addressed Senior Fintan. We need to recruit outside the city. Senior Fintan, please ensure our safety. Her concerns were valid. Her father only provided 10 men for this mission. If anything happened, she worried about their safety. Rest assured, Elira Zoe. As long as I'm here, any help we can offer will be given. Recruitment is up to you, reassured Fintan. You don't have to be so formal, Senior Fintan. We're grateful for your assistance. We'll take care of the rest. Everyone nodded awkwardly before Fintan asked, when do you plan to depart? Seeing it was still early, Xianxia responded, Senior Fintan, we should go now. If anyone enters, we can screen them first to avoid missing anyone. All right. Elira Meryl grabbed some snacks from the table. I'm curious too. Let me follow. If it gets boring, I'll leave. Just call if you need me. A dozen people quickly arrived at the city gate. Thanks to Senior Fintan's arrangements, there was now a table, chair, and even a sunshade tent set up. We'll watch from the side while the others handle things. Although we only have 10 men, I hope Junior doesn't get too extreme, said Fintan. Tatiana ignored his comment, feeling it necessary to defend her father publicly. Sorry. Xianxia immediately sensed Tatiana's displeasure upon realizing what he said. Next time, please avoid making such comments around me, she said coldly. As she turned away, she began directing the 10 men. Prepare yourselves. Whoever arrives, ask them first. Yes, Elira Zoe. They started working while Xianxia watched each new arrival without revealing himself. What good does this watching do? Elira Meryl asked sleepily before suddenly laughing at Xianxia's serious face. I have to ensure no one from Jaden slips through. If they do, they could cause trouble. Recruiting like this is complicated. Meryl shared her thoughts. At home, we pay people enough money, and they'll do anything. That's different. This is a serious matter. If handled poorly, more people will die. Humph. Xianxia turned, noticing the enforcement hall didn't send a strong Josue, so we can't make a move. Outside the gate, we can act, but once inside, it's off limits. So they're enforcement hall members, thought Xianxia, unnoticed. Looks like they're lucky. Too bad that man atop the wall won't back down. Their Josue pondered. Hope Sanctuary has been quite active recently. Wonder what's happening. Tell everyone to leave Disconnection Peak and report everything accurately. Xianxia always causes trouble. Who knows where he went? Senior Fintan chuckled. He's visiting old friends. No worries, he can handle himself. Fintan's divine sense followed Xianxia, ensuring he was safe. Chapter 167. An unusual outsider. Those around felt puzzled. How did Taoist brother Xianxia suddenly disappear, and in Senior Sylvester's presence, he was simply going to meet an old friend without any worry? While his capabilities were great, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive under the enforcement hall. If Xianxia truly went to see them, and if discovered, that offense would not be minor. Everyone in the enforcement hall was a tough character. None of them were soft. Someone kindly came to remind him, General, if the enforcement hall creates trouble, their wrath is something we cannot bear. Don't worry, as long as he isn't found. After all, Senior Sylvester had been using his divine sense to follow Xianxia all along to prevent any accidents. But now it seemed his concerns were somewhat unnecessary. If one didn't pay attention, they really couldn't notice Xianxia's movements. Seeing the work below still proceeding, Sylvester roughly understood what was happening from Xianxia's side. Everyone should help keep a close eye out. If there are any unusual outsiders down there, report it immediately. Yes. Sitting there, Sylvester suddenly frowned. This appearance by the enforcement hall might mean some extremely dangerous person has come to Desolate Peak. I wonder if those few have already agreed to join us? Enforcement hall. Ranked 4th among the 10 Changer sects of the 9 provinces continent, with numerous disciples scattered across the continent, numerous branches exist, and once someone catches their eye, it's nearly impossible to stay safe outside Desolate Peak. Suddenly, a man dressed in rags walked toward the gates of Desolate Peak. His appearance instantly drew the attention of all present, including the enforcement hall personnel hiding in the shadows. Quentin, the target has appeared. Everyone prepare. Even General Sylvester standing on the city wall rose up. I thought their target was among those people earlier, but I didn't expect it to be this one. He exudes overwhelming killing intent, clearly not an ordinary offender. Who exactly is this person? As he was about to step into Desolate Peak's recruitment range, he stopped calmly. The dogs of the enforcement hall, if you don't act soon, you'll miss your chance. Just as he finished speaking, a group emerged from the grass, all dressed as members of the enforcement hall. Their appearance made everyone queuing up to enter Desolate Peak huddle in fear, not daring to lift their heads. Anderson, didn't think you'd dare appear before me. Afraid of death? The voice of the enforcement hall official was stern, looking at Anderson with enmity. You're all that came? Anderson seemed unafraid. Just the few of you aren't my match, but I'll give you a chance. Whether you can leave alive or not depends on your abilities. Bragging, your power is almost depleted. Don't think we don't know you're coming here to Desolate Peak. We've been waiting for you. He suddenly looked at Sylvester on the city wall. Old thing, keep your hands off this. If you make a move, you'll be fighting the entire enforcement hall. Sylvester dared not move, rest assured. As long as you don't cross the line, I won't interfere. Handle your business yourselves. Anderson glanced around. Killing you lot is like crushing ants. In an instant, everyone moved to attack Anderson. With agile evasion, he quickly felled 2 enforcement hall members within moments. Can't use real skill names. I'll just make something up later. Anderson, you're out of tricks, said the enforcement hall members surrounding him, noting his bleeding body. Follow us back quietly, and perhaps we'll let you live a bit longer. I said, whether alive or dead, you will never get me unless you kill me. Seeking death. Everyone, form the formation. The enforcement hall members pointed their swords at the sky. Trapping death formation, activate. The trapping death formation triggered instantly and formed immediately. Hidden Xianxia was shocked. Befitting the 4th-ranked sect in the whole continent, they can set up an array in mere moments. How strong must they be? Yet, Xianxia wasn't ready to give up. He waited for the right opportunity. Within the formation, Anderson had no weapons or spiritual energy, but his physical prowess remained formidable, seemingly inexhaustible. Using sheer physical force against so many enforcement hall members, this kid is monstrous. But, he doesn't have Xianxia's resources. Senior Sylvester sighed. If not for Desolate Peak, I would really want to save him. Inside the trapping death formation, the enforcement hall members merged, creating many avatars within the array, their true strength unchanged. The damned ants are a bother, but with these fists, I can crush you. He fought fiercely, destroying avatar after avatar. But the enforcement hall members weren't simple either. As the battle continued, Anderson suffered more damage. Had they seen his face clearly when he first appeared? Now he was covered in blood, injured everywhere, both minor and severe. Since we've activated this trapping death formation, there's no way you can escape, Anderson. Prepare to die. He can't delay much longer. I need to act quickly or he's in danger. Xianxia prepared to charge in and break through the formation to save him. Suddenly, within the trapping death formation, Anderson grabbed hold of a real member of the enforcement hall and nearly beat him to death. You will all die. Even attacking their avatars, he used full strength, showing no mercy. Under such circumstances, he was deemed irretrievably insane, beyond saving. Since you refuse to cooperate, there's no need to spare your life. Everyone, completely eliminate Anderson. Yes. Hashtag chapter 168. You are Raymond's person. The law enforcement hall intensified its attack, and gradually, Lucian began to lose his earlier bravado, now at a disadvantage. In his mind, reflecting on his life, it didn't seem as good as he had thought. It seems I will be staying here today for good. With the final punch, even the attacks from his clones could not withstand it, and he was instantly knocked down. Your last stubbornness has disappeared. Shani, I ask your honorable surname? What? For the report back. Xianxia had already seen through everything. Yes. Wooming. Leaving those words behind, Xianxia led him away from the Duanjue Peak area. He couldn't boldly enter Duanjue Peak like that. Anyone would suspect something was wrong. What should we do, sir? Facing such a person, if they are crazy, our law enforcement hall cannot deal with them. Well, the official looked at Sylvester. Farewell. Farewell. The law enforcement hall members stormed off, leaving the remaining people to queue up in the rain, passing by Tatiana and her group to inquire if they wished to join the ghostly organization of Duanjue Peak, then headed to the city gates. Tatiana looked around. Xianxia, where are you? He had been gone for too long, and even Senior Mitzi was worried. They all hoped Xianxia would return soon. In the uninhabited area of Duanjue Peak, there was a cave. Bringing Lucian here, he had already fainted halfway through the journey. He hadn't woken up yet. Xianxia did not remove his black robe. Using branches he found, he started a fire but remained silent throughout the process. After some time, he took out a small bottle from his robes, opened it, and gave Lucian a healing pill to swallow. Who would have thought he was this crazy? What is this all for? One thing was clear. Lucian must have killed Minelf. Sylvester immediately sensed him. This boy, where did he go? Just as he stepped out of the forest, Lucian was already in line, with several people ahead of him. Xianxia smiled and approached him. Follow me. Lucian asked in confusion, fellow Taoist, who are you? Xianxia. Xianxia replied directly. Lucian gasped, nearly speechless. The senior wanted him to come to this young man named Xianxia. Oh, all right. Due to most people having witnessed his terrifying side, no one dared to say no when Xianxia called him forward. Zoe, Lucian will be joining us from now on. Tatiana, still taken aback, politely welcomed him. Lucian, though suspicious, thought the black-robed elder must be associated with Xianxia. Since Xianxia had received news beforehand, it wasn't strange. Thank you. On the city wall, Sylvester summoned Xianxia's name. Senior Sylvester. Sylvester looked at him doubtfully. Your aura vanished earlier. Where did you go? Xianxia awkwardly laughed. When they were fighting, I was afraid I'd accidentally intrude, fearing they would misunderstand. So I stayed far away. You fool. Next time just watch from the city wall with me. No need to run so far for safety. Yes, Senior. Sylvester calmly said. Could you be that black-robed person who saved Lucian? I know my limits, Senior. I don't have the ability to oppose the law enforcement hall. Seeing Xianxia's composed response, Sylvester began to suspect. Lowering his voice, he said, Are you Raymond's person from the Hope Saint Hall? Senior, how can that be possible? Anything is possible. Xianxia refused to look at him. If I were the black-robed person, I wouldn't have left those law enforcement hall members alive. As one gets older, one becomes more cautious. How could I be that mysterious person? You must have made a mistake, Senior. Physically, it matched him, but Xianxia denied it. Could I really be mistaken? Xianxia naturally wouldn't expose his identity. Too many secrets weighed heavily since crossing over. Mishandling them could cost his life. Sylvester General actually investigating his identity was unexpected. Could he have discovered something? Xianxia felt his responses had revealed much. Now he awaited his mistakes to find trouble. Please help us welcome our new member. It's a great thing. Indeed it is. Xianxia found an excuse to leave the city wall, avoiding further conversation with Sylvester. Chapter 169. The organization expands. Xianxia's behavior and actions had already demonstrated a connection with the person who suddenly appeared and saved Donald. However, his approach was for the better. Egbert, you've indeed picked out quite a remarkable lad. I didn't expect him to give me such a huge surprise just a few days after meeting him. His strength is uniquely formidable, Sylvester said, sipping tea while looking at the personnel below. There isn't anyone else like Donald anymore. Donald's injuries were almost fully healed, and now that he had joined the Egbert organization of Duanju at Peak, it was natural to issue him a uniform. Otherwise, he would look somewhat like a hooligan in his previous attire. Thinking of this, Sylvester couldn't help but smile. Even if Xianxia noticed from below, it wouldn't affect his greetings. Xianxia didn't respond. He simply approached Donald and asked, Can you tell me your story? Looking at this person who wasn't even as strong as himself, Donald didn't want to bother. If not for the mysterious senior's instruction, he would never have come to be a subordinate to this person. None of your business. As expected, he didn't intend to waste words on Xianxia, not even glancing over or showing any change in demeanor. It's fine, Xianxia responded calmly. Whenever you feel like talking, you can find me. There's no rush. At this moment, a fellow cultivator walked up. Lord Xianxia, Senior Egbert has requested your return. It seems to be regarding the incident at the city gate. Upon hearing this, Sylvester jumped down without hesitation when they reached the city gate. When he landed beside Xianxia, Donald looked at him wide-eyed, as if he were an idol. Senior Egbert called you back to brief you on matters here. Looking at Xianxia, Sylvester immediately grew anxious. Clearly, Egbert didn't know about these events yet. Even if he did, there must be other reasons for his urgency. Xianxia replied with confusion, Senior, I'm also unaware of this matter. Shall we wait for me to return and check? If there's anything, I'll report back to you immediately. Sylvester shook his head. Can you take me there? Facing this question, Xianxia felt slightly bewildered. If Senior is willing, I have no problem. He called over the guards at the city gate and instructed them, Stay here, and don't let anyone get close until I return. Yes, the guard replied, turning to Donald. Do you really dare say it out loud? Sylvester looked at Xianxia and said, Should anything happen, it will be attributed to Daoist Xianxia. You only need to do your best. The guard nodded and returned to his post. Let's go. They waited a short while before calling for a carriage from the residential area. They set off, knowing that there wasn't a strict schedule, so arriving late wouldn't be an issue. At Xianxian residence where Egbert lived, the guards hadn't even finished checking or speaking when the messenger raced back to inform Egbert of Sylvester's arrival. Once they arrived at the gate, Xianxia appeared from the carriage. Everyone come inside. While the guards allowed Xianxia's entry, they blocked Sylvester's followers. What are you doing? The guard replied, I apologize, Daoist Xianxia, but our Xianxister Egbert only invited you. As for them, I'm not sure if they can enter. Though Xianxia was upset, he didn't physically assault them. Did you sense Sylvester has betrayed me? Xianxia was taken aback. No, General Sylvester is loyal. He risked his life to save me, abandoning his family in the process. Now, they're in Jaden's hands, likely in danger. Egbert rubbed his forehead. That's his nature. He could have considered his family. As for you, I'm confident you won't die anytime soon. Well said, Xianxia felt embarrassed. If there's nothing else, perhaps you should meet him. I'll return to guard the city gate. Egbert nodded approvingly. I've already learned of the specifics. You may return. On my way out, remember to inform him he can enter. Without much thought, Xianxia approached the gate of Xianxian residence. Senior, you may enter. Thank you. The guards, though not receiving specific instructions, knew Xianxia had met Xianxister Devil and believed the message. They had no reason to deny him entry. Leaving Xianxian residence, Xianxia hurried back to the city gate. Inside Xianxian residence, Egbert remarked, I haven't been here in a long time. Everything is just as it was decades ago, unchanged. Old friend, you were reckless this time, Egbert chuckled. Even if you hadn't acted, Xianxia would be fine. Xianxister, with Daoist Xianxia, our group will surely grow. Compared to my family, their safety is vital. If the city gate falls to Jaden, we'd lose all resistance. Sylvester spoke passionately. As for my family, I'll personally seek revenge for them, sparing you the trouble. You're still the same, Egbert remarked. Despite family issues, you never involve yourself in trivial matters. Quite commendable. Looking at him, you've grown old. Don't I look the same? Time passes swiftly, and we're both older now. Egbert, I'll find a way to rescue your family. Chapter 170. Black Shinertial Art. Hand of the Firmament. Returning to the city gate, Xianxia immediately went to Tatiana's side to understand the situation. Nothing bad happened, right? Tatiana glanced at Abel and replied, with him around, no one dares to act rashly. That's good, Xianxia told her. You keep an eye on things here. I'll go back to my room. What are you going to do? Tatiana asked. Practice martial arts. Xianxia knew that with the current situation becoming increasingly dangerous, he needed to learn some martial arts skills to protect those around him. Seeing she had nothing more to say, Xianxia left the city gate and returned to his residential area, entering his room. He took out the black martial art technique called Hand of the Firmament, a gift from XuanHuan, and began examining it. After a short while, he started practicing. Around him swirled spiritual energy, and 3 bottles of medicine sat nearby. However, he hadn't taken any pills. The bottle caps were still open. Looking inside, the pills were nearly full, untouched. To practice Hand of the Firmament, the main focus is on the hands. Hands are incredibly important for practitioners when using this type of martial art, Xianxia mused. Black martial arts are very challenging for geniuses across the continent. Without ample experience, it's hard to break through this barrier. That's why practitioners lacking strength can't easily master high-level martial arts. Xianxia smiled. But I'm different. In my previous life, I practiced divine techniques. Even after rebirth, I can avoid these troubles. The complexity of understanding Hand of the Firmament was clearly greater than that of Hansenging Shadow Steps, but this posed no significant challenge to Xianxia. He quickly recovered and delved into practice, seeking the feeling instinctively, though it wasn't easy. What is the firmament? Xianxia looked up at the sky without blinking. Could it be heaven? His guess was naturally superficial and not the true essence. Yet this was precisely what Xianxia sought. He approached it from simple to complex, rather than attempting the hardest parts directly. Following Kirantra, he tried using his partial understanding. Unsuccessful. Increasing the difficulty, Xianxia changed his approach. Still unsuccessful. Surely it won't be like last time, but such martial arts aren't guaranteed in front of an enemy either. I might be down before I even learn it. No way. Xianxia picked up the black martial art technique again to examine it. Why is this explanation so convoluted? Disgusted by the content, he tossed the technique aside. It's almost similar to what I expected. Fortunately, I didn't take it seriously just now, or I would have been disappointed. Repeatedly falling from the sky, palms pointing towards the ground. Could this be the heaven-descending palm technique? How is that possible? In Xianxia's knowledge, this was the most powerful palm technique ever. It couldn't simply appear here, baffling him. Is everything I need just appearing before me because of my rebirth, allowing me to experiment thoroughly? Shaking off this thought, he reflected for a moment. If that were the case, people like XuanHuan would be incomparably powerful. Putting these thoughts aside, he stood up, looking at the sky. Whether in the spirit realm or the outside world, it shouldn't make much difference. Let's try. The worst that could happen is a fall. Using the power of the XuanHuan spirit pill within him, he ascended swiftly. At a certain height, he let go, letting his body free fall, palms wide open. This will decide it. Who knows what's happening out there? If something goes wrong while I'm inside, it could be problematic. First attempt, failure. Despite the failure, small palm imprints appeared on the ground from the impact, clearly caused by his force rather than the power of Hand of the Firmament. Forget it. There's plenty of time later. It would be better to focus on cultivation. Once matters at Broken Peak stabilize, trying again won't be too late. Suddenly, he thought of XuanHuan, shaking his head. I can't ask him about it. Deciding to return to the real world, he heard a knock at the door. Xianxia stopped and asked, who is it? It's me. Without needing to see, Xianxia recognized Aaron's voice, familiar to him. It belonged to Tatiana. He opened the door, and before it was fully open, Tatiana rushed in, grabbing the teapot on the table and gulping the tea. What happened to you? When Tatiana paused, Xianxia questioned her. Oh, right, she said. Abel seems to want to talk to you. Since he couldn't find you, he asked me for help. She sighed, continuing, if not for his earlier appearance, I wouldn't have rushed over like this. I got it. Tatiana looked at him. Have you finished practicing martial arts? Not yet. Xianxia didn't hide his intention. He planned to wait for her to rest briefly before heading out. Why are you in a hurry? Waiting for you. Hearing this, Tatiana was speechless. Do you think I can't close the door or steal your stuff? No. Xianxia grimaced. Sorry, I'll go first. After this long, his stamina should be nearly restored. I'll ask him about an aerial battle. There might be unexpected gains. Noticing Tatiana was still in the room, he safely hid the bracelet. Returning to the spirit realm, he examined Hand of the Firmament once more before approaching Abel confidently. Upon reaching him, Xianxia proposed, Abel, let's have a duel. Without opening his eyes, Abel replied indifferently, no interest. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Come on, what's the point of just standing around? A good fight makes it interesting and serves the organization. Xianxia drew his sword and charged forward. Hashtag chapter 171. Is he angry? The moment Xianxia rushed over, Neil's eyes tightened, and he dodged without retaliating. Brother Daoist Xianxia, I'm not retaliating because I'm afraid of you. Neil tried to reason with a gentle tone. Right now, I don't have the time to play with you. The grinning Xianxia remained silent, continuously launching attacks. This finally roused Neil's fighting spirit. I didn't want to fight, but if you insist on playing, then I'll accompany you to the end. Exactly my intention. Just waiting for that reply, Xianxia immediately became excited, drawing 2 wooden swords from his ring and tossing one to him. Brother Daoist Xianxia, let's stop at this point. Of course. The two started their sparring match right outside the city gate, as the other guards who were not working quickly formed a protective barrier around Tatiana, separating her from them like an aisle. You handle the sword quite well. I didn't expect someone so young to have such skill. Neil smiled. That old man didn't lie to me. At least in coming here with Xianxia, he isn't someone I, Neil, cannot handle. One day in the future, perhaps I might truly admit to being inferior to him. The smile on his face was the best proof. You're also impressive, stronger than anyone of the same realm I've encountered. However, deep down, Xianxia knew there was an exceptional person within Desolate Peak. As long as Juliusing was around, apart from the Divine Radiance Sex Glen, the second best was him. So be careful. Don't worry. Neither of them would yield, and anyone unaware might think someone was causing trouble. The soldiers on the city wall watched multiple times, confirming they weren't enemies before relaxing. Tatiana watched intently. Such a demonstration might not happen again for a long time. It was extremely rare. Even those lining up to enter the recruitment station stopped in their tracks, captivated by the thrilling display. What no one expected was that the two combatants grew even more spirited, now battling in the air. People moved closer involuntarily, only stepping back when reminded by Tatiana's attendants. Who are these two? Fighting so brilliantly. If it weren't for the martial arts competition held at some grand events, we wouldn't have such a treat. Their father had provided limited funds, so they could only find specific numbers of true talents. Only this way could they avoid wasting spots. Tell them to be alert, and report to me as soon as possible. Yes. Xianxia's battle hadn't concluded, but now the two hovered in midair, not descending. How about it? Even without any trouble, I can still spar with you. This way, you won't be bored, right? Neil hadn't expected Xianxia's actions to be due to his boredom, which sparked this impromptu idea. Thank you. Neil said simply, just thanking him. Seeing him quiet, Xianxia naturally refrained from saying anything more, avoiding further irritation. Let's go first. Realizing something might be amiss, Neil followed obediently without another word. By the time they reached the ground, Tatiana had approached Xianxia. Our recruitment is almost complete. A few more and this mission can be considered done. The silent Xianxia walked over, picking up the list to review. All right, recruit the remaining few, pack up, and return to Desolate Peak City. Yes, Lord Xianxia. Glancing at the cute individuals, Xianxia didn't feel any special ones among them, though there were a few promising candidates. But what they needed now weren't promising recruits, but fighters ready for battle. Undoubtedly, these people were excluded. After seeing the best, the rest pale in comparison. He glanced at Neil behind him, shaking his head. Unaware, Neil joined Tatiana, muttering but unable to speak. Thinking he had something important, Tatiana, puzzled, wondered. What's going on with him? She stood up and approached Xianxia, carefully keeping a distance from Neil to ensure privacy. Xianxia, what kind of person did you recruit? He came over here, didn't say a word, and left. Xianxia frowned in confusion. Not likely. From his understanding of Neil, while he appeared rough and large, he was generally decent. Now, with Tatiana bringing this up, he was deeply puzzled. Could I have misjudged him? Why not? Tatiana seemed annoyed. If he didn't act this way, why would I come to find you? Xianxia realized it must be true. But why did he do this? I'll check. Xianxia walked over to Neil. Soon, Tatiana saw the two chatting and returning to her side. Xianxia grinned. Explain yourself? Confused, Tatiana asked. What? After our battle, I treated him coldly. Was Brother Daoist Xianxia angry? Neil, rather introverted, admitted. Facing a beautiful girl, I couldn't ask. Sorry. Tatiana froze, glancing at Xianxia who couldn't stop laughing. No problem. Next time, just speak up. Tatiana was taken aback, never expecting it was just this minor issue. Being extroverted herself, she hadn't comprehended the introvert. He must have been plotting something behind the scenes. Since entering the city, Xianxia and Senior Mitzi had felt someone trailing them, but they were cautious, so neither exposed nor engaged the followers. Upon entering Xianxia, Mitzi approached Xianxia. Who do you think has been tracking us all this time? Most likely sent by Jaden, Xianxia speculated. If it's not him, I can hardly think of anyone else on XuanHuan Peak. It can't be anyone else. I never thought they would dare to send people in broad daylight. These people are truly audacious. Mitzi's comments seemed somewhat unfair. If I catch them again, don't blame me for being ruthless and eliminating them. You don't need to worry, he won't dare to act recklessly. Xianxia almost laughed. After multiple encounters with Jaden, he wasn't afraid anymore. Even with someone secretly following, he didn't immediately arrange a capture. In a certain sense, we are both enemies and friends. True adversaries indeed, but not friendly ones. Ha 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 ha. Back at Xianxia's room, Alfred followed and stood at the door, remaining outside when asked to come in. By evening, Xianxia had briefed Senior Mitzi on XuanHuan Peak and its current situation. I didn't expect Jaden to be so ambitious. Now you're probably completely at odds with him. There might be someone keeping an eye on you outside Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia agreed, feeling powerless as he was merely assisting in the city. Just then, Tatiana called from outside. Xianxia, open the door quickly. What is it? Opening the door, Tatiana appeared anxious, as if something serious had happened. You, go down and see, someone is looking for you. She pointed to the courtyard. A mysterious person insists on waiting for you. Do you want me to come along? Hearing about the important visitor, Senior Mitzi was even more excited than Xianxia. That's not necessary, Senior Mitzi. Stay here, everyone. He turned to Alfred. Stay inside and don't come out. Understood. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Xianxia slowly descended the stairs and opened the door. A figure with the bearing of a sage stood before him, unmasked and unveiled. Patrolling guards who had been around had disappeared. Xianxia didn't rush forward but made a respectful bow. Shani, I ask which senior this is? Putting down his teacup, surprisingly good tea here in this ghost place. Taoist friend Xianxia, it's good to meet again. As the elder turned around, Xianxia recognized him, though he hadn't seen him before, asking, Shani, I ask who the senior is? I am Heston. I had the fortune to witness your battle above XuanHuan Peak. Xianxia grew serious, but Heston reassured him quickly, no need to be tense. I have no ill intentions. Please, take a seat. Xianxia approached silently. Like our young miss, I'm from the Joshi sect on the continent. Do you have a particular matter, Senior Heston? If Xianxia's guess was correct, they should be in XuanHuan. They usually wouldn't visit such a remote place. We admired your impressive performance at the alchemy conference. Entrusted by our young miss, I've come to inform you that Luoyang Mountains will soon open. If you haven't decided on your next move, consider joining us instead of struggling alone among scattered cultivators. Following Edison Alliance's rules, scattered cultivators forming a faction would only lead to chaos. Once inside Luoyang Mountains, they would be in disarray, fighting alone without proper support. Thank you, Senior, for your offer. However, I still have duties here. Please don't let my affairs trouble you. Heston smiled. Rest assured, the true opening of Luoyang Mountains is in 2 months. Time is sufficient, Taoist friend Xianxia. Our young miss admires few. Please don't hesitate to join us for safety. Of course, following such a Edison Realm powerhouse guaranteed safety. How about this, Senior Heston? Xianxia proposed. If I can spare time by then, I'll find Yushi Sek's location. If not, please enter first and don't wait for me. Ha ha ha, perfect, Heston said. Old man has been away from Hansensheng for quite some time. Since the message is delivered, I must leave. He stood up, flying into the sky. Hope to see you, Taoist friend Xianxia. Reassure you, as promised. Xianxia bowed respectfully towards him. If the opportunity arises, I certainly will. After Heston left, everyone hiding, Tatiana, Senior Mitzi, Lanhao, and others, came out. They all looked at Xianxia curiously, having stayed hidden due to Heston's strength surpassing theirs. Xianxia smiled. Don't worry. Senior Heston means no harm. Translation continues with subsequent chapters, maintaining the style and structure as provided. ####Chapter 173. Another battle begins. Who was that person who just arrived? His strength is astonishing, Joe said, admiration in his eyes. A true powerhouse. It's usually hard to encounter such a strong figure within the seclusion peak. Even if you do, there's no guarantee you can have a conversation with them. If you manage to talk to one, and learn some cultivation techniques, it could greatly aid your future advancement. Forrest also chimed in jokingly. Are you interested in introducing him to me? Xianxia hesitated. You two should focus on what's next. As for Eve, you don't need to know about him. Oh? They both looked puzzled. The elder senior is from the is now regarded as a godlike youth by everyone, acquainted with countless powerhouses. Some might never experience such good fortune in their lives. Since nothing much has happened, why don't we listen to my suggestion on dealing with Hooverphone? Joe proposed. Xianxia explained. Before Hooverphone turned against us, he worked under Senior Joe for many years. I know quite a bit about him. I see, Forrest realized. I almost forgot about that. They left Tatiana's courtyard and returned to the main hall of Xianxia, never expecting that Xianxia's joining would attract so many strong figures. Inside the Hope Sanctuary, someone rushed in, trembling as they approached Hooverphone. Lord, a powerful aura has appeared again at Xianxia, stronger than before. Ganon jumped up from his seat, alarmed. What the hell is Joe up to? Don't forget, we still have his people in our hands. Once things turn violent, no one will be spared. Hooverphone calmly replied, don't think it's that simple. This Xianxia must have someone protecting him in the shadows to continuously disrupt our plans. Do you mean these people aren't Joe's but Xianxia's? Hooverphone chuckled. We did send 2 brothers over. Once they return, the truth will be revealed. Ganon smiled, turned to the messenger, and said, go back. They waited for nearly 10 minutes before another urgent voice sounded outside the door. They opened the doors. But if there's a chance, we'll consider it. After Xianxia finished, Joe slammed the table, standing up. Compassion will cost more lives. Hancock, sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose. We need to be prepared. Humph. Hancock got up and left the hall. Senior Joe, do you think we went too far this time? There's no choice, Joe replied. Too many people knowing about this benefits us little. The area is full of Hooverphone spies. Rescuing them must appear indifferent. I'll explain to Hancock later, rest assured. As they sat, sudden fighting sounds and bright flames illuminated half the sky. They came faster than expected. Both disappeared from the hall, arriving outside Xianxia to see several guards lying defeated. They rushed forward. Who injured you? The Hope Sanctuary. The guard passed out after speaking. It's really them. Stay here and tend to the injured. The rest, follow me. Joe led most of the people away. Shortly after, Tatiana arrived with her group, including Hancock, who seemed upset. Chapter 174, join forces with me. This time, Hooverching took the initiative to lead people in a search, catching everyone off guard. The Amador faction was not mentally prepared when they arrived. When the 2 groups made eye contact, Hooverching smiled. Lord Zhu, it's been a while since we last met. I hope you've been well. Joe spat on the ground. What treacherous scoundrel. Your words stink. Old man, clean your mouth. If you keep babbling like this, don't blame us for not giving you face. Ganon stepped forward to speak up for Hooverching. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. It was just a matter of time before something would explode, lacking only a trigger. Let's fight if you want. Whether in the past or now, I, Joe, have never feared anyone. We'll see if you dare. This place was Xianxia. If a real battle broke out here, no one would benefit from it, especially not Joe's side. Facing such provocation, Hooverching remained silent, and then let those people come forward. Once they arrive, I won't believe Lord Zhu can still act as fearlessly as now. After a moment, Hooverching's men brought up the previously captured Justino and others, along with their relatives and family members who were all associates of Justino. Justino! Tatiana rushed over, shouting loudly. If Xianxia hadn't held her back, she might have already charged forward. Don't move recklessly. If you get caught, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Senior Mitzi walked over and stood beside Joe, saying sarcastically, your approach seems quite straightforward. Why not just order them to kill everyone? Everyone was shocked, not understanding who this mysterious Savannah was or why she would say such things about him, especially from Hooverching's side. They had no clue what happened between them, were placed on everyone's necks. Any movement by Joe's side would result in immediate death. Joe's people stopped, looking to him. Don't think this can intimidate me. Rest assured, if I blink today, I'm unworthy of leading Duanjue Peak. Senior Ju clenched his teeth, speaking untruthfully. Senior Mitzi couldn't understand. What madness has gripped him? Senior Mitzi, Lord Ju must have his reasons. Let's watch and see. Maybe. I always thought you, Xianxia, were reliable. I didn't expect you to hide things from me. Mitzi turned away, facing Xianxia. Xianxia's words were unfinished. Given the presence of strong figures near Huverching, revealing the plan could be disastrous. He couldn't disclose it. Apologies, Senior Mitzi. We have our reasons for acting this way. Xianxia went to Joe's side. Huverching, don't think this will scare us. Joe isn't as simple as you imagine. If you're unafraid of death, try us. A few slaves dying won't impact us. You're doomed coming here with so few. Xianxia frowned. Everyone prepare. The sudden change forced Huverching to reconsider. Knowing Joe, even with Xianxia's involvement, they needed to reassess if their forces were enough. By some time, reinforcements will return soon. When they do, we won't fear them. Huverching looked at Ganon, knowing this was part of his strategy. It's useless. Huverching shook his head. They won't give us that chance. Facing Joe, he felt enraged. Are you afraid of death? Justino hesitated, unsure but responded promptly. Quentin, our deaths won't matter. As long as Hope Holy Hall can be reclaimed, our sacrifices won't be in vain. Hearing this, Huverching instantly stabbed him in the thigh with a small dagger. Who asked you, worm? Tatiana rushed forward, and Xianxia also moved a step, but withdrew immediately. Just this small step exposed their intentions. Given Tatiana's character, she wouldn't stand idly by. Taught by Joe, she maintained her principles, signaling the complexity of their actions. Huverching would follow his instincts, rescuing even household servants by any means necessary. Lord Ju, stop playing games. This is a battlefield at Duanjue Peak, not a playhouse. Pointing at Joe and Xianxia, he chuckled. Enough acting. It's time to end this. Knowing Joe's anger, Huverching realized this was merely a tactic, not to be feared. I know many of you are new. If any wish to follow me instead of being fools at Xianxia, we offer double their conditions. How does that sound? Voices emerged from the crowd, swayed by the better offer. Since they were all Duanjue Peak members, the outcome would not greatly affect them. Someone immediately stepped forward. This translation captures the original tone and style while maintaining. Xianxia stepped forward, not knowing what Joe's plan was, but intending to buy some time. Don't give them a chance to catch their breath. Attack now. With these words, Ishan Residence's servants were slaughtered. Joe gritted his teeth and ordered, attack. Just as a soldier raised his sword to strike, he was halted and instantly pushed back by Alyssa and her companions, who untied the prisoners and handed out weapons. Are you still able to fight? No problem. Capture Gervais alive. Don't let him escape. Though Alyssa wasn't privy to the plan, she firmly believed in every decision her father made. Xianxia, wielding a large sword, charged alongside Joe. When the four clashed, Xianxia faced Gervais while Joe took on Ganon. The scene became chaotic. Meryl joined in, easily dealing with their subordinates. Little Lou, there's a savannah over there attacking our men. If we don't stop her soon, we might lose here. Recognizing Meryl's prowess, Gervais exclaimed, she's one of the mainland's strongest fighters. Everyone, retreat. Thinking of running? It's not that easy. Xianxia rushed forward, thrusting his sword at Gervais. Gervais roared, get lost. He struck Xianxia back and immediately covered his men as they retreated. When the battle ended, some who hadn't left earlier were the same ones who had just departed Ishan Residence. They looked at Joe hesitantly. Before Joe could speak, Xianxia interjected, since you've already left Ishan Residence, it's best not to return. They had no choice but to leave, understanding that betrayers wouldn't be welcomed. Alyssa felt a bit regretful, but Meryl consoled her. Don't underestimate this change. If they returned, such incidents might repeat themselves. It's better they leave early. Meryl then joined Joe and Xianxia, apologizing. I almost messed things up. Forgive me. Joe replied, no need to say that. I didn't intend to tell you. I'm sorry, Senior Meryl. I couldn't explain the situation due to lack of time. Let's not talk about it. We should discuss Ishan Residence's sudden changes inside the hall. Both nodded and headed to the door. Deal with matters here quickly, or you won't get any rest. Understood? Yes. On the road to the Hall of Hope, Gervais walked with his men, both visibly unhappy. I didn't expect a powerful savannah like her to be among them. Are you okay, little Lou? That damned Xianxia, if he doesn't die, we won't be able to control Broken Peak fully. Too many strong allies support him. Gervais was bitter. If the twin brothers from the Jin family weren't sent elsewhere on important business, they wouldn't be so cocky. Ganon asked, where did you send those to? Broken Peak. Ganon was shocked, having heard of Gervais's interest in Broken Peak, but not expecting action so soon. From what I understand, the men we sent before barely returned. Can these two handle it? There's no other way, Gervais admitted. If we don't speed up, we'll miss our chance when we leave. Hope you're right. They must gather intelligence. Otherwise, they won't get another chance. Failure by the Jin twins would mean Gervais wouldn't spare them. Good. We'll deliberate and devise a strategy against Joe and company. Next time, we can't be so careless. This setback was partly due to Gervais's miscalculation. Would he take responsibility? Why deliberate? Waste no more time. Just act. Gervais retorted, we must attack sooner while they're disorganized. Give them no chance to breathe. Isn't that too fast? Ganon worried. Not too fast. He turned to his followers. Tell everyone to assemble. Follow orders. Once alone, Gervais said to Ganon, I'm tired. Go rest. We'll discuss tomorrow. In reality, Gervais knew their chances were slim, thus the urgency. Ganon left, instructing guards, prepare a meal for him. He shouldn't go hungry. Understood, sir. After the day's events, Ganon wasn't sleepy. He went to the observation deck, gazing at Broken Peak, feeling disheartened. You always knew he was no ordinary opponent. Acting rashly endangers us all. What do you do when you neither wish to lose nor win? Chapter 176, The Breakthrough Peak's Mystery. On the Breakthrough Peak, Jin brothers led their group and had already fought off the attacking beasts multiple times. Their progress speed and distance were much faster and farther than the previous visitors. If there were no significant troubles, they would reach the waist of the mountain. It was now rest time. They were not far from the residence of Elder XuanHuan, which was located in the upper middle part of the breakthrough peak. How did your investigation go? Huxley approached the two who just returned, eagerly asking. Lord Jin, there is a small path over there. It looks like it has been frequently used by someone. Besides the thickets on both sides, there's only that small path. You need to be sure about this. You know what happens if you deceive us, Kent said sternly, making the disciple immediately kneel down. Please, Lord, we can recognize any signs of human activity, even a small path. Did you cause any disturbances by going over there? No. If there were really traces of someone living here on the breakthrough peak, then it certainly wasn't an ordinary person. The higher up the mountain, the safer it became. Kent couldn't help but laugh. Once we advance further and leave this area where demons are rampant, there will be no more danger. Everyone cheered happily, waving their weapons but not daring to make too much noise, fearing to attract more powerful beasts, complicating their situation. You did well this time. When we return, we'll report your performance to Lord Cal. Remember, everything here must be kept confidential. This mission is classified. Do you understand? It wasn't that Kent was trying to scare them. It was a fact. As Cal said, anyone who disobeys will be killed outright. Any loose lips will also be silenced without exception. Kent didn't previously know that such a paradise-like place existed within the breakthrough peak. Everything here was very ancient, as if from prehistoric times. However, when viewed from below, the scenery seemed quite normal with nothing special about it. Fortunately, we came up during the day. If it were at night, things could have gone wrong much more easily. Brother, what exactly is Cal looking for? Huxley wondered why Cal would hide such a secret about a place like this while leaving behind Hope Cathedral and the entire breakthrough peak. Don't ask about what you don't know. Once we finish everything here and return to him, I will explain it to you. I understand. After resting for a moment, Kent stood up and told everyone on the ground, let's hurry up the mountain. We'll rest properly once we reach a safe place, then we can handle official business. They set out again. #### Elder XuanHuan's residence. Jonah rushed in from outside, holding his chest wound, struggling towards where Elder XuanHuan was sitting in a daze. Elder XuanHuan, someone is intruding on the mountain and will arrive here soon. Please leave quickly. Hearing this, Elder XuanHuan was startled. Without wasting time, he informed the two elders on the mountain to intervene. Good disciple, I didn't expect even you to get caught off guard. The people coming this time are truly extraordinary. Elder XuanHuan then carried Jonah into the room, diligently treating him. He applied medicinal liquids all over his body and used his power to guide the medicine into his system gradually. If pure power is used to treat him, it won't address the root problem and might lead to issues later. Elder XuanHuan always treated his disciples well. Unless there was no other choice, he wouldn't use such treatments on his students, including Xianxia and Rhea. Rhea seemed to have heard something and realized someone was injured. She hurriedly brought a basin of water over. Elder XuanHuan, here's some water for you. I'll leave it here. Seeing the treatment process, Rhea covered her eyes with both hands, apologizing, I'm sorry. Elder XuanHuan gradually withdrew his powers and smiled at her. It's all right. There's nothing to hide here. If you're willing, I can teach you in the future. She opened her eyes, slightly bewildered but also delighted. Really? Of course. Elder XuanHuan joked, you're much better than those demons. If you're willing, it's the best choice. Saving lives is a noble mission. Can I ask, Elder, if Xianxia can learn together? Elder XuanHuan laughed happily at Rhea's question. That guy doesn't need teaching. He's stronger than I was at his age. If the future holds long days ahead, there may be some questions where even I need to seek advice from him. Rhea assured him immediately, Elder XuanHuan, I'll definitely help you. Although she didn't know how highly regarded Xianxia was by Elder XuanHuan, she understood that his intelligence far exceeded her imagination. After spending so much time with him, she still felt like she didn't truly know him. Suddenly, Elder XuanHuan's energy surged, causing Jonah to contort in pain. Teacher, please be gentle. Realizing he had overpowered, Elder XuanHuan quickly retracted his power, prematurely ending the drug fusion process. Jonah finally relaxed, no longer showing signs of agony. Elder XuanHuan, isn't it dangerous for outsiders to come up the mountain? Shouldn't you do something? Rhea asked after laughing. Don't worry, little girl. Even if the sky falls, there's nothing to fear with me around. Only if all 10 sect elders from the continent decided to come might I feel threatened. No one else has such qualifications. Opportunities. Rhea smiled awkwardly, knowing she would eventually leave with him. Chapter 177. A mountain that can never be ascended. Seeing their destination right before them, Rudy and the others immediately began to relax, though not completely lowering their guard. Meanwhile, Aaron and Beckham appeared beside them. However, with Rudy's group's current strength, they couldn't even detect their presence, let alone react to it. Beckham glanced at them and remarked, these guys are just like the ones who came last time, the same bunch. Only this time, they're a lot stronger. Indeed, Fred and the others can't handle these people. Those two over there have quite decent power. Aaron smiled and said, what? Are you interested in them? Forget it. Even if I'm interested, I can't just bring them back. Elder Akil arranged personally, and our usual habit is never to leave any survivors. Unless they have the strength to leave the desolate peak range. True. Beckham said, there's no need to waste too much time. Let's resolve this quickly. Suddenly, Aaron had an idea. I thought of something fun. No need for killing, but it will make these brats break down and cry. How about it? Beckham pondered for a moment. You mean the teleportation technique? Yes, exactly. Set it up, and we can just sit here watching the show. Aaron's idea was sound. Since we've been bored for so long, might as well play along with you. Just hope Elder Akil doesn't interrupt us. The reason Beckham agreed was because these people hadn't yet reached Elder Akil's doorstep. In the worst case, they could always kill those two, and no one would believe this wasn't true. But once someone is killed, they'll notice. Creating an accidental death scenario isn't hard for us. After a brief discussion, they swiftly split up to set up the formation. As soon as the formation was complete, just as Rudy took a step forward, everyone was instantly teleported back to the base of Desolate Peak. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Looking at the familiar traces and scenery at the foot of the mountain, they were all confused. What's going on? How did we suddenly end up at the base of Desolate Peak again? Isn't this ridiculous? We should be on the mountain, right? Rudy, being a master of formations, was at a loss for once. Could it be a formation? Brother, could it be due to a formation? Dayon asked immediately. That's possible. Aside from some high-level formations, almost no one has such power. If it really exists, how terrifying would that be? Hearing his brother's words, Dayon hesitated. Brother, should we go up and check again? Certainly, we must try. Peak. Like this, we'll never get up. And we'll probably die halfway up from the beasts, Rudy observed. Through multiple observations, I realize it's a formation causing this. It might be those living atop the peak. With our limited strength, we're bound to fail. Do we just return without seeing the top? We won't be able to explain this, Dayon worried. This time, because of the Jin brothers, they survived the beast attacks. Otherwise, most would have perished. I have a plan. Rudy led everyone downhill, noticing 2 missing members, the ones who found signs of humans. Brother, where are the other 2? Dayon replied, I don't know either. Looking towards Desolate Peak, he added, seems they perished. Let's return. Yes. They all rushed down the mountain to return to Hope Sanctum, leaving the Desolate Peak region due to its perilous nature. Aaron and Beckham appeared together. Nice move. You didn't let us kill indiscriminately but still taught them a lesson. This way, we can report back properly. Aaron remarked, I had fun this time. Next time they come, if they're weak, use this method and observe in secret. Agreed. The duo quickly flew back to Elder Achilles' residence. Meeting Akil, Fred bowed. Greetings, elders. Akil elder, we've dealt with them. Rest assured. Holding a teacup, Akil said, if they come within that distance next time, don't leave any alive. Old man doesn't want to see the same faces. Yes, Akil elder. Go now. Teacher, enjoy your tea. He glanced towards his disciple's room. Is Linlin asleep? Not yet. Ever since Crew left, she hasn't been truly happy. Who knows how that young man is doing now? Fred reassured, teacher, don't worry. Crew is fine. Even though he often gets caught, he manages to escape at crucial moments. Even Xianxia can't do anything. Akil asked, how's the situation below? Superficially, with Xianxia's methods, it won't be long before Desolate Peak falls into his hands. Fred expressed concern. Should we stay out of this, teacher? This Boilu, if he doesn't implement the plan soon, Desolate Peak may really be lost. Go down and deliver my message. Tell Jagairan to listen to Crew. His plan is too slow. I can't wait. Understood, teacher. Here's the token. Don't lose it. Akil handed over a simple wooden board. Don't worry, teacher. Even if I lose my life, I won't lose it. After Fred left, the courtyard became silent. Though unsure what Linlin was doing, he still rose to check on her. Hashtag chapter 178. Up the mountain. Not yet. The Ishan residence welcomed its first change. The appearance of Megan forced everyone to stay inside, except for Joe and Xianxia, who were exempt from this rule. I came down the mountain this time specifically to convey Teacher Fernand's intentions. Are you prepared? Both men nodded their heads low, awaiting the outcome of the notification. Curiously, this time Elder Fernand had directly shown concern for the situation at the Duanjua Peak, which was indeed unexpected for both of them. Megan said, Teacher Fernand has sent me here to inform you that starting today, all personnel at the Ishan residence on Duanjua Peak. Remember, all personnel must follow Xianxia's orders. Those who do not comply will be eliminated. Both men were stunned, unable to comprehend why Elder Fernand made such arrangements. Brother Megan, did you make a mistake? Xianxia didn't want to take on this hostwayship role. Ever since he entered the Ishan residence, Joe hadn't let him idle either, constantly assigning tasks to him. Yes. Joe felt uneasy. If I don't perform well, it can be understood if they personally call me up to discuss it. Isn't it? Megan seemed helpless. This is teacher's arrangement. It has nothing to do with me. He was about to leave when Xianxia hurriedly stopped him. What's gotten into you? This peak belongs to Elder Joe. How can you just switch things around like this? Besides, what could I possibly do? He couldn't handle certain people. How could I? Xianxia didn't want to offend him, as Joe was an idol in everyone's heart. If he suddenly replaced him, wouldn't that put Xianxia in a difficult position? So, how do you think we should arrange this? Xianxia looked at Joe and smiled, pulling Megan aside. Whatever Elder wants to play, I won't agree to this. If you really consider me a brother, don't replace him. Megan glanced at Joe. This old man doesn't seem so great. Why are you considering this? Xianxia explained further. I don't want to be the hostway. I'm already second in command at the Ishan residence. If I am higher, people might start talking. But he must obey your orders. Elder Fernand said that all matters will be arranged and executed by you. Megan threw a letter at him, urging him to open it. It detailed the current situation at the Ishan residence beyond mere consolation. After reading the letter, Xianxia simply returned it. Tell Elder Fernand that besides changing the roles, everything else is fine. Big brother, aren't you making things difficult for me? Megan began complaining. He was merely delivering a message, and whether the plan succeeded or failed wasn't his concern. Or how about this? Xianxia thought of a solution and quickly shared it with Megan. After they finished discussing, Megan went back to Joe. Considering your performance over the years and what Xianxia observed, you've done quite well. Megan paused. So, you shall continue leading, but all decisions and plans must go through Xianxia's approval. Otherwise I can't explain it to the teacher. Hearing he wouldn't be replaced, Joe almost burst into laughter, immediately agreeing. Since my thoughts align with Daoist Xianxia's, there should be no problem. Good, then it's settled. As Megan left, Joe hastily asked, Kid, what did you tell him? Xianxia smiled. I just told him I dislike being a hostway. If Elder Fernand asks later, I'll say it straightforwardly. Anyway, I won't be staying here long. I might leave once the time comes. Zhou was puzzled. Then your purpose for coming to Duanjue Peak is accomplished? Yes, Xianxia didn't hide it. After meeting Elder Fernand, I learned of the opportunity at Duanjue Peak. Once this matter concludes, I'll leave immediately. So soon? The sunsetting range will soon open. After handling these matters, I naturally need to leave. Xianxia looked at him. Elder Zhu, Duanjue Peak grew under your influence. I'm just an outsider and understand the implications fully. If I became the Hosui, who knows how others would see me? Zhou pondered for a moment and said, since Elder gave you the decision-making power, use it wisely. Figuring out what to do next is up to you now. As Zhou left, Xianxia was astonished. What was going on? He looked around the hall and hurried after him. However, Braden appeared and blocked his way, while another person, Joshua, also stepped forward. Seeing the two approaching with many other members may rest now. No tasks will be assigned for the next couple of days. Thank you, Quentin. Among them, many were injured and walked slowly. Cal reflected, Duanjue Peak truly isn't ordinary. Sending too many people recklessly would likely result in heavy losses. Quentin Cal, our expedition up the mountain wasn't entirely fruitless. Augustus stepped forward, asking Flynn to rest while he reported alone. Really? Cal listened intently. Tell me exactly what happened during your climb. Don't miss any details, or this arrangement will be futile. Yes, Quentin. Augustus recounted their encounter with monster attacks, high-level arrays, and several incidents leading to unexplained deaths. He mentioned over 20 to 30 occurrences. The most mysterious aspect of Duanjue Peak is the array. Whenever we reached the halfway point, we were teleported back to the foot of the mountain. With insufficient manpower, our attempts kept failing, waking up back at the base. Cal smiled. Interesting. Chapter 179. Next time will be more interesting. When Senior Ganon entered, seeing the appearance of the Jin's brothers, he seemed to have already guessed the result. Despite their great efforts, they still did not meet Hoversilo's expectations. Where did you two manage to reach? Upon this question, the brothers were not surprised. It was possible that Senior Ganon had attempted many times before with similar results. Senior, my brother and I went all out, but only managed to reach halfway up Duanjue Peak. To go further, we would need a master of array formations to lead. Unbelievable. After so many years, the restrictions on Duanjue Peak have only increased, and even both of you together are halted at the midway point. You probably didn't see the courtyard inside, right? Augustus hadn't realized there was a courtyard halfway up the mountain. No wonder we were stopped when we tried to climb. It seems there's a powerful person up there who didn't bother to kill us, but toyed with us instead. Ha 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 ha. Senior Ganon laughed heartily, walking beside Hoversilo. Let them return first. I need to speak with you privately. Go back and rest for now. Hoversilo said calmly. Once they left, Ganon immediately set up an isolation formation and took out a yellowed paper. After so many years, someone is still guarding it. This suggests what is written here is true. To be able to trap a divine beast capable of flipping the entire continent of 9 states, the Taotai. It's likely someone in the mountains is a hidden super-strong individual. Hoversilo gazed toward the door. Otherwise, the Jin family brothers wouldn't have returned in such a state. We need enough strong support to succeed. So what do we do now? The dream of controlling the entire continent of 9 states can no longer be achieved. Hoversilo replied, we should sell this information to the continent's top genius, the greatest talent of Xianxia sect. He might be more interested than we are. You mean Ellis? But how is that possible? He's about to inherit the position of sect Hosui in Xianxia sect. Why would he be interested? Ganon knew well about Ellis. A once-in-a-century prodigy of Xianxia sect, Ellis possessed an extremely rare supreme sword martial spirit from tens of thousands of years ago. Upon joining the sect, he quickly gained favor from the sect Hosui, rising rapidly to become the head disciple. His supreme sword martial spirit was unique throughout the entire continent of 9 states, and belonged to the lineage of Liu clan Shan'ershal gods. If he succeeded in inheritance, his future achievements would surely make him a dominant figure on the continent. What others didn't know was that Ellis also practiced a dark cultivation method. As a child, people often mistook him for a monster or a demon child. No matter what, we must exchange this for maximum benefit. Hoversilo thought, only he can possibly release the Taotai. Once free, the entire continent will be ours. Ganon agreed despite his concerns. We should stop worrying about Duanjue Peak and focus on other tasks for now. No. Hoversilo replied. If we get the chance, we'll release the Taotai. According to legend, owning it means any wish can come true, including ruling the entire continent of 9 states in mere moments. Hoversilo's ambitions had grown far greater than before. So when will we enter Duanjue Peak next time? Ganon wanted to prepare properly since the situation could be unpredictable. We'll wait for the right moment. But next time we enter Duanjue Peak, it will definitely be more interesting. I'll start working on it right away. As Hoversilo, I don't care about disasters or troubles. Only by gaining more is what I truly desire. Anyone who stands in my way will die. At this moment, there was frequent activity outside Xianxia. Why? Previously, those who had been incited by Saint Hall of Hope, led by Hoversilo, now wanted to return after being abandoned. They were causing a commotion at the entrance. The ghost-killing person had already dealt with it. This situation did not disturb Xianxia and company, who were currently in the main hall. You've already left our Xianxia. Returning now won't be easy, the ghost-killing person sternly told them without a smile. They argued stubbornly, so you're not letting us in then? Yes. The ghost-killing person replied, generally, repeat guests are never accepted back into Xianxia. If you want to survive, find another place. Although Duanjue Wind is small, every industry needs talent. It depends on whether they want you. They were mentally prepared for this response. However, if someone who had left Xianxia was found to have betrayed, their career prospects would undoubtedly suffer. Perhaps they were either can they afford to sit idle. Xianxia pulled off a branch while standing next to a large tree. This time, The Jin family brothers weren't involved. Send someone to investigate where they were when we clashed. Xianxia looked up at XuanHuan peak, feeling increasingly uneasy. Tyron's sister is still up there. The ghost-killing person left. Back in his room, Xianxia fetched a carrier pigeon and hastily wrote a letter before releasing it into the night. Tyron's sister, please be safe. No matter what happens, I must protect you. The pigeon flew swiftly, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 180. Taking action against Sylvester. Early in the morning, Xianxia felt something was off. Shani people at Ishan residence had vanished. When he reached the kitchen and saw the chef preparing breakfast, he felt very puzzled. Leighton, what's going on? Where are all the people this early morning? Among those missing were many who usually accompanied Assad. Today, not a single one of them was to be seen. Leighton smiled and said, Lord Shur is leading the new recruits in training. He left early in the morning and will probably return by nightfall if nothing happens. What about Tatiana and Shepard? Xianxia continued to ask. He couldn't imagine being alone in such a vast place like Ishan residence. It would be too boring. Shepard went with him, while Elira Tatiana took a few maids out shopping. They'll be back soon. Xianxia picked up a pastry from the prepared tray on the table. You continue cooking. Take your time to bring some more over, okay? Got it. Walking outside, Xianxia thought for a moment and decided to visit the study. Perhaps it was even more appealing than the hall, with plenty of books to read. Senior Assad mentioned that there are many valuable records here, like continental histories, Jinpingmai, development chronicles of the continent, and so on. Shanibai can learn more. As for conversation, let's wait until Tatiana returns. Xianxia entered the room and casually picked up a book titled The 10 Changer Sects. Sitting at the desk, he began to read with great interest, completely engrossed and oblivious to the world outside. It's said that during the zenith of the continent, the 9 provinces were filled with countless powerful individuals. Xianxia couldn't help but read aloud. Due to the flourishing of the demonic race, they invaded human settlements en masse, causing profound impacts. Even those at the peak of Xianxia saint power, who could be considered semi-deities, were slaughtered by the demons without exception. After centuries of change, the continent faced a major disaster originating from the demon lands. This calamity severely weakened the demons, and humans suffered as well. Ultimately, humans leveraged their intelligence and wisdom to defeat the demons and reclaim the 9 provinces. To help him. Meanwhile, Ellis had been recruited by the sect and thrived within Xianxia sect. There had to be some mystery behind it all. Perhaps my current state is thanks to him, including the issue with my fiancée. Thinking about this, Xianxia felt intense injustice and anger, determined to challenge them both once he advanced in cultivation. What I have lost, I, Xianxia, will reclaim from you. Suddenly, a soldier burst in, shouting, reporting to Lord Xianxia, something serious has happened. Anxious, Xianxia mounted his horse. The soldier had informed him that Jaden had surrounded the residential area of the city gate soldiers. Everyone, including the D, was involved. Xianxia felt uneasy. With only the remaining forces from Ishan residents following him, they headed towards the city gate. Unfortunately, such a small number of people might not be enough. Hunting down so many, we've gathered only a few dozen. I hope Senior Sylvester's side isn't in too dire a situation, otherwise, what should I do? Yeehaw! Seeing the thick smoke rising from the direction of the city gate residential area, Xianxia urged his followers on. If anything happened to Senior Sylvester, the entire XuanHuan peak situation would drastically change, turning into Jaden's territory. Upon arriving near the city gate, Xianxia and his group dismounted and approached stealthily. They found that the battle had already ceased. Senior Sylvester, as your devoted junior, Jaden urges you to surrender immediately. Follow Assad and face certain defeat. If you resist, your fate will be sealed. Jaden yelled triumphantly, his confidence bolstered by the large number of supporters. XuanHuan added, if you don't comply, Old Xianxia and the D will charge forward and finish this quickly. We have other plans to execute. Agreed. Jaden laughed. Since Assad isn't at XuanHuan peak now, we must seize this opportunity to capture the city gate before he returns. Yes, sir. Senior Sylvester stood defiantly behind multiple soldiers, struggling fiercely. I never imagined you'd turn into an ingrate. After all the cultivation given by this old man and Lord Shur, you've turned your sword against us. How despicable. The situation is clear, and I advise you to reconsider. Continuing resistance means you'll share the same fate as these corpses. It will not end well for you. Pointing to the dead bodies beside him and seeing the high morale of the troops, he believed he had already won. Am I some cowardly rat? No matter where you are, you remain a junior. Yielding some ground to you is only appropriate. Senior Sylvester remained steadfast, a true hero. Xianxia silently applauded soldiers who had little strength was something only Gervais would do. They knew too well that among these soldiers were those who had once shared drinks and laughter with them. Killing them was the last thing they wanted to do. But with Gervais watching them closely, even a moment's hesitation meant death for them. After killing someone, Augustus would whisper an apology and then seek out the next target. Just the 2 of them wiped out over 100 men. Those who tried to flee didn't escape either. Exiting, Flynn looked at his brother. I feel terrible. Among those we killed were the ones who once told us jokes. But as the elder brother, Augustus wouldn't let emotions get in the way. He immediately said, let's return early. We'll visit them afterward, bringing some good wine and food. AI, sighed Flynn. Despite his helplessness, he adjusted his state and left with his brother, returning to Gervais. We have eliminated all the people inside, Lord Gervais. You've done well. If there are any more opportunities to earn merit, I will reward you. Rest well. Seeing them return covered in wounds, Senior Sylvester truly felt despair. The sacrifice of hundreds of soldiers had already happened because he acted too late, leading him to burst into tears. Gervais, I will never forgive you. Suddenly, Senior Sylvester exerted immense power, summoning the aura of a war god. Compared to this, Senior Ganon seemed less significant. In his frenzied state, Sylvester could attack anyone, so Ganon wisely won everyone immediately. Leave this place and return to the Duanjifeng city gate. Hurry. Though Xianxia was clever, Kiran power from Xianxia was insufficient. I didn't expect that by choosing to depart at night, Gervais would still know our whereabouts. Brother Sylvester, I apologize for this. He then asked, how was the situation at the city gate when you left? Temporarily halted. The person worriedly replied, but after so much time, it's likely they resumed fighting. Seeing everyone assembled, Amador didn't waste time. Everyone, accelerate. We must return to save them. Don't lag behind. In just a minute, the riverbank turned quiet, with some water flasks left untouched. Their sole purpose now was to rush back to Duanjifeng and relieve the crisis at the city gate, which was hanging by a thread. Several hours passed. Under Gervais and Xianxia's watchful eyes, Senior Sylvester began showing signs of fatigue. Senior Ganon seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword towards Sylvester. Xianxia couldn't contain himself, shouting, General Sylvester. Who? Gervais furrowed his brows, turning around to see several figures emerge from behind trees and land before General Sylvester. Upon seeing this, Senior Ganon naturally stopped attacking, returning to Gervais's side. This battle was already won, regardless of reinforcements. Having taken control of the city gate after dealing with General Sylvester's soldiers, no matter how many come today, I, Gervais, will deal with them all. As for you, haha, I will protect General Sylvester. You have no right to harm him. Facing death yet still defiant, D. The D stepped forward, and Xianxia ordered, fall back. He escaped once, surviving by sheer luck. Heaven gave us this chance today. Xianxia, you truly deserve to die. Augustus said, failing to kill you the first time. This time there won't be such luck. You, dogs without masters, I, Xianxia, am too precious for death to claim. In his past life as a divine emperor, he even helped death on occasion, familiarizing him with hell multiple times. Let's see if you have that luck today. Our skills have advanced. Attack. Xianxia showed no fear and charged forward with them. All three said in unison, die. Chapter 182. The Useless Soul-Severing Needle. The increase in the D strength put considerable pressure on Xianxia. Compared to their improvement, his own minor advancements seemed insignificant. Facing such formidable enemies now still felt overwhelming. However, having grown accustomed to using the Lean Soji, Hansen Beast Spear, recently, Xianxia, wielding dual weapons, did not give them a chance to close in. It's only been a few days, yet he has already mastered the use of these weapons. He truly is an exceptional person. Brother, we need to be careful, said one of the brothers. Don't worry, brother. Even if he has mastered it, what can he do? Besides, if you don't want to die, stay sharp to prevent them from ambushing us. Yes, sir. Floating above the middle of the city gate, chairs were provided for him to rest. He lay down, closed his eyes, and hummed a tune, feeling at ease. Knowing Xianxia wouldn't die easily, Augustus still decided to attack with the soul-severing needle. His movements were secretive, similar to the last time he used the soul-severing needle. Xianxia saw through it immediately and laughed. Trying to use the soul-severing needle again? I don't think you'll get what you wish this time. Augustus said, don't think I can't deal with you. Since you didn't die last time, maybe you will this time. Who knows? The battle continued. He had to launch an attack whenever he had the opportunity. Otherwise, given the rarity of the soul-severing needle, he wouldn't have many chances to use it recklessly. An opportunity. Just a moment of distraction from Xianxia, and Augustus would send him on his way. Now's the time. Soul-severing needle attack. Ding. Miraculously, the soul-severing needle hit the tip of the Hansen Beast Spear and was deflected. How is this possible? Augustus and Flynn couldn't believe it. Such a perfect opportunity had been lost. The soul-severing needle, being a tiny steel needle, would be nearly impossible to find once it hit the ground, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Brother, this is probably our last soul-severing needle. Augustus nodded, and now it's on the ground. Our most lethal weapon is gone. This Xianxia is truly despicable. Flynn struck with a palm, hitting Xianxia, who let out a scream and spat blood. Without any protection, this blow almost killed him. Take advantage of his injury and finish him off. Attack together. Forced to flee, Xianxia jumped away into the residential area, flying in another direction. The D wouldn't let him escape easily and pursued relentlessly, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Watching from the side, Ganon cursed. These D aren't as powerful as rumored. Dealing with one Xianxia takes so long without resolving anything. They're useless. But Xianxia isn't bad. He managed to hold on against two stronger opponents for quite a while. If it weren't for our differing allegiances, I'd take him as a disciple. He'd be excellent. Pausing, he realized even the crafty Senior Ganon missed something during the battle. The sound of the soul-severing needle was mistaken for weapon clashes. The D didn't leave anyone behind to search, wanting to secretly retrieve it later to maintain secrecy. Otherwise, if Xianxia gift had lost its value without being fully utilized, the previous strike, though effective, didn't kill Xianxia. Now he was alive and well, ready to recruits lack combat experience, so? Ghost-cutting Xianxia instructed, you take more skilled members. Leave some for me. The new recruits stay here. Understood, sir. The Soul Guard took a small group, knowing their task, draw enemy fire and cover the main force. However, having grown accustomed to using the Hansen Beast Spear recently, Xianxia did not give them any opportunity to close in while wielding two weapons. It's only been a few days, yet he's already proficient with segmented weapons. He truly is an extraordinary person. Brother, we must be cautious, said Flynn. Don't worry, brother. Even if he is proficient, what can he do? Besides, we've already successfully taken control of the city gate. Their efforts are futile. Gervais turned his horse and said to Senior Ganon, I'll go check out the city gate. Please take charge here. I believe the ghost-cutting Xianxia will arrive soon. Do we have enough people? Asked Ganon, somewhat concerned. Yes. Whether they could truly obtain control over the city gate depended on whether the ghost-cutting Xianxia would grant them this favor, allowing them to achieve their goal for once. The battle between the D and Xianxia is merely a delaying tactic. My true plan involves controlling both the city gate and the ghost-cutting Xianxia. it won't be easy to reclaim. Upon reaching the top of the city wall and observing the queue below, he thought, more people seem to be causing trouble on the mainland lately. Perhaps in a short time, Cut-Off Peak will need to expand its territory. Looking at the crowd behind him, ding, miraculously, the needle hit the Lin Soji's tip and was deflected. Note, Lin Soji seems to be a mistranslation or typo in the original text. The correct term should be Lin Soji, based on previous context. I made this correction to maintain consistency and accuracy. How is this possible? Augustus and Flynn couldn't believe it. Such a perfect opportunity had vanished. The soul-severing needle was a tiny steel needle. Once dropped, finding it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Impossible within a day. This must be our last soul-severing needle, Augustus nodded, and now it's lost. Our most potent weapon gone. This Xianxia is despicable. Flynn struck him. Xianxia screamed and spat blood, nearly dying without any protection. Take advantage of his injury, attack together. Forced, Xianxia fled, heading into residential areas. The D pursued relentlessly, giving him no breathing room. Watching from the side, Senior Ganon muttered, these D aren't as formidable as rumored. Fighting one person for so long without resolving it, they're worthless. But that Xianxia isn't bad. Holding off two stronger opponents for so long. If it weren't for differing allegiances, I'd consider taking him as a disciple. Stopping there, it seemed even cunning Senior Ganon missed the sound of the soul-severing needle, mistaking it for weapon clashing. The D, to avoid discovery, left no one behind to search. They planned to return later and try their luck. Otherwise, the item Clay gave them would lose its value. Although the last attack clearly wounded Xianxia, it didn't kill him. Now alive and well, he fought energetically, able to run and jump. Get someone. Senior Ganon shouted. A figure responded, Quentin, send someone to follow Xianxia. Keep your eyes open, and make sure he dies. Yes, sir. Shani were summoned, but those guarding Xianxia couldn't hold against overwhelming numbers and soon perished. With just you few dozen, how can you match the Holy Hall's hundreds of thousands? You'll never cause chaos again. Not now, not ever. If he escapes, what then? Fool, then chase and kill him. The soldier got no useful information. Asking wasn't about inability to chase, but fear of catching Xianxia, who was notoriously elusive. Returning meant facing wrath. Seeking clarity first, he received no chance, only insults, making him feel wronged. To think such incompetence exists in my army, do these questions need asking? Senior Ganon looked at the city gate, seeing no sign of Gervais. Leave most here to guard. Others, follow me and hunt Xianxia. He must die today. Senior Ganon grew impatient. He viewed the D as playing house, and prolonging the fight risked Xianxia escaping. Better to kill him now, reducing troubles and controlling Cut-Off Peak. This Xianxia has ruined many plans. If he lives, we cannot rest easy. This time, he mustn't escape. Meanwhile, outside the city, the ghost-cutting Shannon's forces waited in the forest, watching. Didn't expect them to succeed so quickly. Most of our new recruits lack combat experience. Here's the plan, said the ghost-cutting Shannon. You lead the skilled members, leave some for me, and the newcomers stay behind. Understood, sir. The lone guard took a few others, knowing his task. Draw enemy fire and protect the main force. Chapter 183 Break. Observing the personnel moving back and forth on the city gates and hearing no sounds of battle within the city, this had only been minutes ago. I wonder how their forces are. Is Raymond here? He then thought about the other two. How are they doing? If he launched a general attack and Raymond's army was here, such a move would undoubtedly be suicidal. What were these people compared to his vast forces? Haywood kept warning himself, don't people left. We need to find him. Justino, with reluctance, replied, all right. Hurry. Yes. Seeing his hesitation, Tatiana stood up and pushed him down. You stay here and wait for my father. I'll find him personally. Before Justino could react, she had already walked far off. At this critical moment, where could he be? Just as she pondered, someone mentioned a fight on the front street. She thought, that should be Xianxia. But why did they go there? Without guessing further, she rushed over. Meanwhile, on the city gate, someone approached Raymond, saying, Lord Raymond, we've spotted Justino and others below. Should we take action? Without opening his eyes, he asked, is there any sign of Tatiana? Tatiana is nowhere to be found. Then leave them alone. Send someone to monitor them closely. If anything unusual happens, kill them all immediately. Yes. This matter, from the start, he didn't want to deal with it. The disturbance he just heard likely came from them. They're ruining my nap. So annoying. The sudden interruption made him lose his sleepiness. He sat up and looked down the street according to the report. Though nothing significant was discovered, all spectators frowned. Such overwhelming power? Xianxia struggled to rise, unleashing multiple explosive fireballs toward Xianxia Ganon. He laughed wickedly, pointing at the fireballs, calmly declaring, break. Under his arrogant gesture, the fireballs fizzled out midair, extinguishing one by one before reaching Xianxia Ganon. Sawyer, if that's all you've got, go home and drink your milk. This battlefield isn't for you. Your presence will only hinder true power. In an instant, you'll be obliterated. Do you understand? Xianxia glared fiercely. Are you letting me go? Sawyer, don't stare at me like that. Xianxia Ganon seemed uneasy. Impolite brat, do you know respect? Xianxia responded boldly. Why should I respect someone who doesn't care for the younger generation and strikes with brute force? Tooth-sharp-tongued boy, you'll regret your words. Xianxia Ganon chuckled. Old age makes one cautious. I held back earlier, but now, since you don't want mercy, I'll show no restraint. With a gentle wave, darkness enveloped the world once more. Xianxia's heart tightened, hiding his fear lest it be detected. We're alone now. If you accept my conditions, you may live. Otherwise, death awaits. Interested? What do you want? Faced with Xianxia Ganon's eerie domain, Xianxia couldn't escape. Such skill-based domains were always a novice cultivator's greatest trouble. Especially with such a formidable opponent, one thought could wipe him out completely. Such a powerful adversary had targeted him again. Xianxia. ##### Chapter 184. Bow down and become my Eileen. Within the enigmatic realm, this was the domain of Ganon. Once this realm was activated, he became the sovereign here. Whoever disobeyed him could be arranged to die mysteriously with just a thought. In the darkness, a tea setup suddenly appeared. Ganon was already seated there, drinking tea, and he nonchalantly gestured towards the opposite seat at Xianxia. Sit. Forget it. Xianxia turned away, refusing to face him directly. Ganon, with a flick of his hand, immediately dragged Xianxia from several dozen meters away, forcing him to sit right in front of him. No matter how hard Xianxia tried, he couldn't move to leave. You. Don't worry, young man. I have no ill intentions. I moved you because I admire you. Ganon poured tea into 2 bowls as he spoke. This tea is extraordinary, just like you. A beacon of glory in people's eyes. I know you won't believe me easily, so try it. Relax, I wouldn't stoop so low as to poison you. With that, he lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. Xianxia didn't know what the other man intended. Being brought here alone, with no unexpected events occurring, his death seemed inevitable. He picked up the tea bowl and drank it, but did not swallow it. Instead, he held the tea in his mouth using a special technique that allowed for normal conversation without raising suspicion. This was something others had taught him to do in dangerous situations when an enemy might not let him off easily. When in peril, one must assume any food or drink offered is part of a trap. To consume it would mean falling into their plan. Trusting at this moment would mean defeat. Ha ha ha. Ganon laughed heartily. Young man, since you've already drunk the tea, I naturally won't harm you. If you agree to my next request, you can leave safely. What do you say? Speak. Xianxia's expression remained serious, sensing nothing amiss. Go on. I still need to get back? Unbeknownst to him, except for the 2 people General Fintan took away, all others from Xianxia's were already dead, killed by his hands and now ghosts. And General Fintan's current situation was far from safe. While they were rushing towards Xianxia's, they detected someone tracking them, and there were quite a few. The 3 of them hid behind a residential area, inside an abandoned privy. The more dangerous a place, the safer it becomes. Let's stay here until those people leave, then we'll go to Xianxia's. General Fintan, still bleeding from his wounds, continued holding his large spear tightly. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. I wonder how Lord Xianxia and the brothers are doing. If they stayed where they were, these people probably wouldn't have come searching for us here. How infuriating. General Fintan listened to their words, knowing deep down what it meant. Fearfully, Xianxia and the others may already be dead. As you said, normally, Xianxia and your brothers would never leave. But the fact that these Hope St. Hall members are here says it all. General Fintan, what should we do now? He didn't rush to answer but instead pondered, while the other 2 kept watch outside, ready to strike if anyone approached. We heard fighting nearby earlier. I don't believe Xianxia could die so easily. General Fintan made up his mind. We'll head in that direction after leaving here. If they're alive, we'll fight for them. I'm not dying easily. We rescue who we can. Are you ready? General Fintan, rescuing our brothers is what we should do. Otherwise, we'd have spent years following Lord Cain for nothing. Good. As they planned, someone from the Hope St. Hall noticed their hideout. Even in a privy, they searched cautiously. While one brother tended to General Fintan's wound, another saw Hope St. Hall members approaching, likely having noticed something. Stay still, someone's coming, General Fintan whispered. How many are there? The brother raised a finger. Another grabbed his sword and positioned himself by the door, ready to kill. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone held their breath as the footsteps grew closer, staring intently at the newcomer. Why would there be noise in such a filthy place? The Hope St. Hall member pinched his nose, clearly disliking the smell. He would have avoided this place if not for the recent commotion drawing attention. Just terrible. I should leave. But if Fintan and the others are hiding here, missing this chance would cost me a promotion. Well, the reward will be sweet later. The 3 knew he was about to open the door and prepared to strike swiftly. Anyone in there? Come out now. General Fintan couldn't wait and hurled his spear through the privy wall, piercing Kieran. They stepped out calmly as the Hope St. Hall member sputtered. You. General Fintan pulled out his spear mercilessly. Carry the body inside. We need to hurry and rescue the others. Xianxia came to rescue General Fintan, only to find himself needing rescue from General Fintan. Right now, he sat drinking tea with Xianxia Ganon, under the command of Alfonso. Xianxia, I want you to bow down and become my disciple. Your entire life from now on will be controlled by me. After my ascension to immortality, you shall be set free. How does that sound? Xianxia frowned. Imprison me? No. Ganon shook his head with a smile. Becoming my disciple is something you should celebrate. Following me will be beneficial for you. Why talk of imprisonment? Humph. Xianxia had seen through his facade long ago and wouldn't believe him. Do you wish to become my disciple? Indeed. You're going to be disappointed. Xianxia stood up, the pressure that had restrained him vanishing instantly. I love freedom. Serving you and doing dark deeds isn't something I can handle. Forget it. Ganon remained calm. That choice isn't wise. In my endless dark realm, you won't leave without my permission. You'd walk forever and still be trapped here. I have all the time in the world. Think it over. Otherwise, this place will be your final resting place. The realm trembled, and Ganon vanished. His last words lingered. Think it over, and when you decide, I'll appear. Bow down and become my disciple. Xianxia spat out the tea onto his clothes, careful not to raise suspicion. What a damned old ghost. Chapter 185. Are you afraid of death? Sylvester had already arrived with his 3 companions long before, but they hadn't rushed out to fight due to the overwhelming number of people arranged by Alfonso and others. Moreover, they didn't know Xianxia's whereabouts. What if they made a mistake during the brawl? Wouldn't it be worse if they fell back into their hands and awaited judgment? I wonder where he is now? Sylvester was puzzled. Besides Alfonso's personnel, no one else was found here, let alone Xianxia. At this moment, a brother who had gone back to check returned, hesitant to speak. What is it? Speak up. Senior Sylvester, when I went back to check, I saw the bodies of our other brothers on the ground. They were all dead. Another person listening immediately lowered his head, feeling gloomy. Did you see Xianxia? The man shook his head. No. At least we're relieved, Sylvester sighed in relief. It seems the appearance of the D and Mike here is not coincidental. But where did that kid Xianxia go? When Xianxia exited his own domain, the D had already been waiting for him. Seeing Senior Mike appear, everyone gathered around him. How is Xianxia now? Augustus asked curiously. Hilary seemed very anxious. Is Xianxia already dead? Mike shook his head. I spared him for now. Once I get the answers I want, I'll hand him over to you. He wasn't foolish. The looks on the D faces suggested they had already clashed with Xianxia before the incident at peak discontinuity. Joining forces with Alfonso wouldn't hurt them. One must remember, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Thank you. Augustus glanced at his younger brother and told him, take a large part of our troops back immediately to prevent any incidents at the city gates. Then, Lord Alfonso will be troubled. But brother, will it really be fine here? He was worried. Xianxia wasn't easy to kill. At least leaving him here wouldn't give Xianxia a chance. Last time, seeing that Senior Mike was still listening, Augustus quickly shut his mouth and pushed his younger brother away. Remember to assist Lord Alfonso well. We are here to do business. Understood. Why did Senior Mike leave Xianxia alive? Augustus was confused. They had already succeeded. Yet Mike appeared out of nowhere and disrupted his plans, preventing him from killing Xianxia. Anyone would be displeased with this situation. I have my reasons. If you can't wait, you can leave along with your brother. I can handle things here myself. Senior Mike said confidently. To him, keeping Xianxia alive was more important than killing him. Augustus dared not leave and merely instructed his troops to rest. Meanwhile, Senior Mike, with a smug look on his face, entertained himself. Since he drank my tea, he'll obediently serve me. Young men are young men. They're no match for us old folks. A little deception and they fall right into the trap. Hiding in the bushes, Senior Sylvester clenched his fists upon seeing him, as if ready to rush out and fight. That old fool. From the look of him, he probably has Xianxia hidden somewhere. Perhaps only he knows Xianxia's whereabouts now. What should we do? Wait. Senior Sylvester said seriously. We don't know where he took Xianxia. All we can do is wait. Once Xianxia appears, we can rescue him. Yes. Small movements did not escape the notice of smart people. When there was movement in the bushes, Senior Mike watched carefully, though he couldn't act while controlling the domain. And that Augustus, he just hid something from him openly. It wouldn't be wise to call him out now. Forget it. Let's see what happens once they come out. After disappearing, he entered the domain. Xianxia was lying on the ground, and Mike approached quietly. Old man, release me quickly. You might still be saved. Oh. Mike was startled. Though he walked silently, Xianxia knew he was coming. Impressed, he wondered if the young man had understood his situation. All that talk about saving my life? Son, it seems you haven't grasped the current situation or realized where you are. My meaning is simple. If you don't want Senior Absolute Ghost to kill you, release me now. Once Alfonso fails, you'll be spared. Ha 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 ha. Mike laughed loudly. Young men being too confident isn't a good thing. Let me tell you, you've already fallen into my trap. Xianxia felt a chill. Indeed, he had tampered with the tea, waiting for him to take the bait. Pretending to be clueless, he said, I don't understand what you mean, Senior. The tea you just drank had a drug in it. If you disobey, a mere gesture from me can make your life worse than death. Mike produced a small vial. This is called heart death powder. Once someone is affected, they can do nothing without the command of the one who poisoned them. If they disobey, a mere thought from the poisoner can end their life. Is it really that powerful? Xianxia asked, though he had already vomited out most of the tea. Still, understanding such dangerous substances was important for survival. After all, you don't want to die without knowing why or leave behind unfinished matters. Of course. Mike then asked, are you afraid of death? A bit. Mike knew Xianxia was starting to feel fear, a normal reaction. If you don't want to die, you'd better follow my instructions. Even if I release you, you won't survive otherwise. Don't do that. Xianxia objected. I've barely grown up and haven't even found a wife. Then you'd best obey me. Mike's face turned cold. Don't use that tone again, or I'll make your life miserable. All right, Xianxia conceded. Regardless, his main goal was to make Mike lift this cursed domain. Do you wish to become my disciple? I'd rather. Xianxia quickly changed his expression. Eileen greets Xianxia. Ha ha ha, good disciple. Follow me from now on. No matter how formidable Absolute Ghost is, with us owning peak discontinuity, we can do anything. Smiling, Mike continued, good disciple, since you want a wife, once this is over, I'll personally arrange a marriage for you with any girl you fancy. You're quite despicable, old man. Underestimated you. Thank you, Xianxia. Very well. Since you've agreed, I'll lift the domain. Ha 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 ha. Mike waved happily, and the domain vanished. Xianxia immediately ran off. Mike caught him, asking in confusion, where are you going, disciple? This shocked everyone present, especially Sylvester and his group, who were considering whether to intervene. How did he turn traitor so quickly? In this situation, they couldn't act now. Xianxia, disciple needs to relieve himself. The sincere reply defused Mike's anger. My good disciple, are you afraid of death? Xianxia wanted to curse, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Chapter 186, The Betrayal of Xianxia. No matter how much Aaron tried to persuade him, Xianxia's answer always remained the same. He needed to relieve himself. Frustrated by this, Aaron could do nothing about it. Remember, you still have something for me inside your body. If you don't want to die in an ugly way, you'd better behave. Otherwise, even if you perish, I won't let you off. Relax. I'm just going to pee. If you're afraid of that, it shows you don't trust me. After some pleading, Senior Aaron eventually agreed to let him go. Augustus was puzzled. How did Xianxia become one of us? Senior Aaron, what's really going on? Aaron smiled. From today onward, I am Xianxia's master, so naturally, he is also a member of the Hope Holy Hall. He mustn't act recklessly. Is that reliable? Although Augustus didn't know what had been done, based on his understanding of Xianxia, it didn't seem that simple. You're not sending anyone to follow him? If he runs, we'll miss a great chance to kill him. Don't worry. That boy's life is in my hands. Do you think he has any choice but to obey? Aaron was confident and sensed that Xianxia was nearby, motionless, presumably peeing. So now, Aaron said, you can leave now and head to the city gate. The show might already be starting. Understood. The General Sylvester, hiding nearby, was utterly bewildered. They never expected that Xianxia, who was so highly regarded by the ghostly people, would betray them. Is Lord Xianxia a traitor? Don't talk nonsense. Sylvester couldn't believe he had betrayed them. Let's get to the city gate first. If Lord Zhu wants to enter the city, someone must be there to assist. We'll deal with Xianxia later. Agreed. They moved quickly, heading toward the city gate as soon as they left their guards behind, for fear that others might not recognize them as allies. Meanwhile, the people sent by Tatiana witnessed this scene but weren't sure whether it was real or not. There was no way to confirm or deny it. Elira, did you see that? Although full of disbelief and anger, he remained rational and didn't reveal his identity. After leaving, Xianxia thought to himself, since we can't fight openly, let's infiltrate their ranks. Perhaps one day, what Xianxia did today will prove to be correct. Clearly, this move by Aaron was the riskiest. He shouldn't have been so confident that Xianxia had swallowed all the tea without hiding or spitting it out later. This Aaron seems to understand me quite well. I didn't expect him to casually take me as a disciple. In this way, Xianxia roughly guessed that his talents displayed earlier in the Barren River had satisfied him. Using Xianxia would bring many benefits. After all, Xianxia was a master weaponsmith. Weapons were not only crucial for soldiers' survival but also essential for winning battles. Both were indispensable. I wonder how Gervais will test me when I return. How should I respond then? Returning to Senior Aaron, Xianxia respectfully greeted, Xianxia, good disciple. Let's head back immediately. The ghostly people are coming. Soon, I'll give them a big surprise. Ha ha ha. With a wave of his hand, he brought Xianxia along and flew towards the city gate. Did you check if it was Xianxia? What's the result? Gervais became alert and rushed to the wall to look down. Ghostly guards led a group, fighting with the gatekeepers below. There were quite a few of them. Finally, you couldn't hold back. I've been waiting all day for you. Order Akash to engage. Have those prepared people rush down and swiftly eliminate them. Yes. They've begun. Hearing the commotion, Tatiana and General Sylvester joined in, leaping out in the city and engaging with Akash and his forces. Trouble, Lord Gervais. Gervais watched the battle below with interest. What's the matter? General Akash inside the city can't approach the gate. They're blocked by Tatiana and Sylvester. He frowned. Quickly, send half the men from the gate to support them. Ignore Tatiana for now. Yes. On the other side, Akash's battle was chaotic. Wait outside. As soon as Augustus and Aaron return, have them join the fight immediately. Yes. Outside the city gate, the situation had deteriorated. Seeing the opportunity, the ghostly people emerged from the forest. Gervais rushed to the outer wall, frowning. Ghostly person, you finally showed up. Bring me my weapon. Special unit members, jump down with me. Leaping off the wall without any safety measures, they landed outside the city gate. Haha. About 10 meters away, the ghostly person halted everyone and moved backward. Xianxia, we meet again. Truly coincidental. Everywhere you go. Gervais laughed. Elsewhere, Tatiana and General Sylvester successfully united. General Sylvester, Xianxia has betrayed. Without hesitation, Sylvester replied, that traitorous Xianxia is controlled by Aaron and forced to betray. We need to find a way to save him. Chapter 187. Just a bit stupid, that's all. On the way back, Xianxia closely followed Ganon, without showing any hint of suspicion or asking unnecessary questions. During their flight, they encountered Augustus and his group who had just left not long ago. Their marching speed had slowed down significantly, so Xianxia and Ganon only needed to fly a bit faster to catch up. We should land first. The two descended from the sky. Upon seeing Senior Ganon, Augustus ordered his men to lower their weapons and approached with a smile. Everything okay on your side? Brother Augustus, we need to get back quickly. On our way here, I heard sounds of battle at the city gates. The Joe must have already begun attacking the city. I understand. Both turned to look at Xianxia. Don't look at me like that. If you want to survive, you should listen to your master. Brother Augustus, rest assured, this Xianxia is no threat to us. Alright, it's our rookies. The damage must be mutual, but you have more men. You're only slightly better off. That's not just a slight difference. Senior Ganon didn't teach you this. Joe believed he hadn't suffered much loss and continued talking casually. Why bother? It's none of your business. They clashed again. Facing a formidable opponent like Joe, Gervais had to give it his all to avoid being outmatched, which caused significant spiritual energy depletion. To be able to fight this many rounds with me, you've made quite an effort. Unfortunately, you've strayed from the right path, and your cultivation has deviated. Gervais sneered. Like my brother, becoming a mother serving men? Or like me, possessing strength and power, yet still just a minor official after all these years. I can't accept it. As he attacked, he said, with my strength and power, why would I submit to you? I want to claim Duanju Peak, XuanHuan, and rule the world. You can't stop me. Driven by greed, you'll lose your mind and meet your doom. Joe said, you could have had a bright future. Why choose this path? This is my choice, and you cannot decide for me. Old coot. Only by slaying you today can I complete my ambition to conquer the entire continent.
Yeah.
With a single strike, Joe was forced back. Suddenly, two figures descended. It was Ganon and Xianxia. Ganon arrived beside Gervais, saying, "The D have regrouped. I'm here to help. Are you alright?" Gervais shook his head silently, his gaze fixed on Joe. "This is your responsibility now. Alright." Then he looked at Xianxia. "Why is he here?" "I subdued him." Gervais remained calm. "Understood." Xianxia put on a serious face. "Lord Gervais, stay close to me, nowhere else." Joe frowned. "Xianxia, why are you with them?" "I'm Senior Ganon's disciple, naturally standing here." "Old man, today is your end. No point struggling." Amidst confusion, they both attacked together. Joe never imagined that someone he trusted would betray him at such a crucial moment and stand next to the villainous Gervais. What was happening? Just as it seemed Dishanju Joe had no chance of turning things around, Gervais suddenly turned and fiercely attacked Xianxia. After blocking the attack, Xianxia was puzzled. Lord Gervais, I'm on your side." "Why?" Gervais saw through everything, coldly huffing. "You may fool others, but not me. Someone like you wouldn't willingly join us. Do you think I'm a fool?" "You knew?" From a distance, Ganon still couldn't believe it. "Good disciple. He deceived you," Gervais roared, sending Xianxia flying to the ground.
"What?"
Ganon came forward to ask. "Did you not fall for my trap?" Xianxia smirked. "No one can stop me. Joe, your path of cultivation is dangerously skewed." The four stood in a square formation, attacking crosswise, continuously shifting formations. The battle raged on from the very start. At the city gate, both inside and outside the city were in chaos. Commoners dared not approach. Even those curious to watch from afar had to find places where they wouldn't be seen. They feared being captured unnecessarily, ruining their chances of returning home to their wives. That would be impossible. Senior Fernan, this battle is grander and more spectacular than before. Whether we can turn things around depends on this. Chapter 188, Cruel Combat Methods. From the very beginning, Senior Ishan had been observing everything from atop Duanjue Peak. No matter what happened below, he would know. Jonah poured him a drink and said, "Teacher, are we really not going to intervene or go down and see?" Senior Ishan gave him a sideways glance. "We need to have faith in them. Can you still be worried about Haywood and that Xianxia boy?" Revealing their identity over such a minor matter was unnecessary. Even when the divine founder of Xinyao sect came personally, the Taodai on the mountain could not make much noise. "I think they might lose Duanjue Peak at this rate." Although Gervais isn't powerful, the forces around him are vast and hard to handle. The situation at Duanjue Peak is critical. "Yes," Senior Ishan chuckled. "It's rare to see you have such insight. Go clean up. As for whatever happens at Duanjue Peak, no one is allowed to go down and help. Violators will clean up." Jonas set down the wine jar and picked up his specialized broom to sweep the already spotless ground, his expression filled with frustration. Senior Ishan continued watching the scene before him, sipping his wine leisurely, then drifted off to sleep, but the view remained unchanged. Jonah, seeing his friends in danger, was extremely anxious and wanted to help. They cooperate well, but due to certain special circumstances, St. Hall's Gervais clearly has greater strength than Xianxia, and the two of Haywood and his companion are about equal. He tightened his grip on the broom, somewhat worried. Strength disparity may not be countered by clever tactics. Seeing that Teacher Ishan was fast asleep, Jonah thought, "I should go down to check. If he's truly in mortal danger, I'll intervene. Otherwise, I'll leave it be." Quietly placing the broom back, he slowly walked to the courtyard gate and flew down the mountain. Senior Ishan opened his eyes calmly. "This kid, restless as always. I truly hope you don't interfere, or else revealing Duanjue Peak's secret will prompt me to personally execute you." He had noticed Jonah's intentions earlier on Gervais, showing he was ready, even for sacrifice. If it were up to Xianxia, he would never agree. Having an elder cover their retreat in battle amounted to being a deserter, a mistake warranting military court punishment. Xianxia shook his head. "If we must leave, we'll all go together. Xianxia, will never do this. Leading first means you want me to be a deserter." Haywood was speechless. "Xianxia, relax. No one here can escape, so you don't need to leave first." Gervais ordered his special army to step back. With confidence, he proposed, "How about a game? You win, you leave. You lose, you stay here forever. How does that sound?" Aaron disagreed, approaching hastily. "Gavin, this seems improper. Letting them go now might cause future trouble, which our men won't accept." Gervais nonchalantly explained, "We've broken so many rules anyway. Have we ever kept our word?" Aaron smiled faintly. "Indeed." Unexpectedly, Gervais was more cunning than expected. Aaron had been concerned about a disadvantage, preparing to object. Now, it seemed unnecessary. Haywood frowned. "What are you planning?" "Meaning the fight will be solely between us four. Whichever side wins decides the outcome, including life and death." Gervais shook his head. "But if you lose, everyone dies. If you win, you can leave." "Return to Duanjue Peak?" "Not. Leave Duanjue Peak forever. From now on, its ruler is Gervais, not Haywood. Deal?" Gervais's proposal essentially wagered everything, deciding the final ruler of Duanjue Peak. Though unwilling to save others, this seemed the only way. "You'd better decide quickly. Inside the city, Tatiana can't hold on long." "That's where the battle sounds came from," Haywood exclaimed, feeling touched thinking of his daughter leading reinforcements. "She has grown up?" Xianxia interrupted urgently. "Elder, this isn't the time for sentiment. Shall we agree?" "Agree, definitely," Haywood firmly replied. "Your game, I accept." Aaron coughed as the battle within ceased. Gervais loudly announced, "During the fight, no one moves or escapes. Fight ends, win, let them go. Lose, kill them." Hearing clearly, Elder. Xianxia pointed his spear. "Enough chatter, can we start?" "Of course." As both sides charged, Gervais yelled, "Cage." Instantly, several force chains shot out, binding Xianxia. He struggled and broke many. Heavenly Hand. This black martial skill Xianxia had just learned, despite his current lesser strength, was still formidable. This level of power isn't something ordinary cultivators can wield, commented Aaron, startled. You're merely at the Shantan Wusur realm, yet you can wield such terrifying skills. That seems unreasonable, Gervais continued. Such powerful skills can rival high-level red-grade techniques. If I could obtain this method, taking over Duanju at peak would be effortless, and I might even consider going after XuanHuan. For clarity and fluency in English, it's better to translate Shantan Wusur as natal warrior or born warrior, depending on the context of your story. However, if this term has been consistently translated differently in your manuscript, please ensure consistency with that translation. Here, I've kept it as natal warrior for this example. You're merely a natal warrior, yet you can wield such terrifying skills. That seems unreasonable, Gervais continued. Such powerful skills can rival high-level red-grade techniques. If I could obtain this method, taking over Duanju at peak would be effortless, and I might even consider going after XuanHuan. Grand ambitions may cost you your life. Now, both could only face the brutal combat method. To the death. ##### Chapter 189. Why not fight until the last breath? Tatiana and the others were inside the city, with Gervais's people guarding the entrance. Naturally, they could not come over. Through the door, they could see that it was her father and Xianxia outside. It seemed as if they had made a bet with Gervais's group. If they could win, they would be allowed to leave Juedui Peak safely, but if they lost, they must die there. This game was clearly unfair. AI. The battle outside had been ongoing for a long time without any pause. Gervais's strength was very strange, sometimes powerful and sometimes calm, like unpredictable weather. He could easily deal with Xianxia and even put up a fight against Darren. You're quite arrogant. Learning such sinister techniques has allowed you to challenge an old man like me. You've become quite capable, Darren said sarcastically. Gervais retorted. If it works against a strong enemy, then it's a good technique. Even if it involves unorthodox methods, it's fine. Xianxia interjected. No wonder you wanted to play games. With such special powers, I suspected this power might belong to you, but I'm not sure if it's part of the mainland martial arts. Don't try to frame my master. These are indeed martial techniques. Don't speak nonsense here, Gervais snapped. Gervais used his special martial arts and instantly heavily wounded Darren. No one knew how he did it except Court Senior, who understood that Gervais had struck him with a palm blow in an instant, causing the severe injury. Didn't you say you could use high-level martial arts? Come, let's see whose skill is stronger, Gervais challenged. Xianxia went to Darren's side to support him, asking, Senior, are you okay? I won't die, Darren grunted. Xianxia unleashed a half-move of Dragon Fist, unnamed and unique, targeting Gervais when he was distracted. He yelled, Hand of the Firmament. In an instant, both were pushed back. The spectators were shocked. Today, Xianxia had shown immense strength and astonishing martial arts skills, some of which were unknown advanced techniques. Brother, today has been eye-opening. This Xianxia is so capable. How could he possibly die easily? What do you know? Augustus hit him. Little brother, if we don't kill him soon, we might never get another chance. Given time, I guarantee Xianxia's realm will advance rapidly. But, Flynn hesitated. Brother, every time we have a chance, something unexpected happens. Sigh, we must speed things up. Lord Clay is far more formidable than Lord Gervais. The abilities of the world's top organization aren't simple. Zai launching Lord Clay made Flynn want to cry. What had they done to end up in such an organization, protecting and wanting to take him as a disciple? Their heads were spinning. Senior Court is smart, yet even he suffers at Xianxia's hands. He's not what we usually see. Hearing Flynn's complaints, as the elder brother, Augustus had to step in. Don't badmouth them. We're still working under them. Save your thoughts for later. Be obedient outside. But brother. Hush. Augustus shouted angrily. Rest assured, if we fail, I'll protect you and make sure you escape. No matter what happens. Just don't be childish and refuse to leave. Flynn fell silent, standing obediently beside his brother, observing the people behind them, who didn't seem to be eavesdropping deliberately. AI, those special forces are truly formidable. Compared to us, each of them is extremely powerful. Without status limitations, we wouldn't be much weaker. Outside, the four had been fighting for a long time, clearly growing exhausted. If you can't hold on, just admit defeat immediately. I allow you to rest, Gervais said, already preparing to deliver a fatal blow. With his special powers surrounding him, he didn't know what fatigue was. A short rest was enough for him to last much longer. Don't tell me you want to give up? After Darren was ambushed, he claimed it didn't affect him, but Xianxia never believed it. Now, his flaws were gradually showing. Dealing with Senior Court had caused him more harm, clearly weakening him. Yet he hadn't admitted it. Xianxia sensed that continuing this way was no good. He knew about Darren's secret condition. If it flared up again, they would lose any chance of turning things around. Senior Jew, why don't you lead everyone away while I stay behind? When I have enough resources, I'll come back to reclaim Juedui Peak. It's impossible, Darren explained. Gervais never intended to let us go. Leaving now would only be reckless with your life? Bar indeed felt sorry for General Fintan. After all, he had previously bestowed kindness upon him. Now that both sides had become enemies, how could he not feel regretful? General Fintan endured the intense pain, but remained formidable. His aura was unyielding as he said, Bar, since the day you betrayed Duanju Peak, you have nothing more to do with this old man. Whatever path you choose has no connection with me. Do you understand? Senior, you should be more careful. If your wounds reopen, I can't guarantee your safety. Seeing the senior angry at first, it filled Xianxia's heart with sorrow, so he quickly expressed his concern, hoping to ease the tension. However, after hearing his words, Senior Fintan did not show any sign of anger. Instead, he laughed out loud, saying, Young man, rest assured. This old man is quite sturdy. It's hard for me to be at peace until I deal with the opponent. So let's move together. Senior Ganon, how are you? Bar looked to the side. When Amador was present, the two of them had exerted considerable effort. Without rest, if they were affected, it would be even harder to win. Senior Ganon took out a pill and swallowed it whole. Taking a pill will suffice. You young man should take one too. No need. Bar gathered strength around his body, forcing himself to recover. I don't believe I've not succeeded. Not a single drop of blood has flowed from my body. Do you think you're too proud? When Bar looked again, he was indeed surprised. Xianxia, although threatened by slashes, was only wearing tattered clothes without a single drop of blood visible. Zenroing his brow, he muttered, Indeed, I underestimated you. Let's see if my other blade techniques can kill you. Essence Blood Zenshin, Blood Chi Blade Technique. It seems this time I must display some capabilities to handle you. Xianxia closed his eyes, various cultivation methods flashing through his mind. Feeling two staves combined makes one invincible. Even if ordinary people know the cultivation method, they cannot master it within 10 or 15 years. Opening his eyes, he thought, but who am I? I am the Amato. Such cultivation methods pose no difficulty. Under Bar's relentless attacks, Xianxia handled everything effortlessly. Hundreds of rounds passed, yet he remained unscathed. So, let's intensify it. A horizontal slash towards Xianxia's shoulder turned into flowing blood, staining his left arm red. His clothes changed from yellow to purplish red as blood dripped down his arm. Xianxia pressed the pressure point to stop the bleeding instantly, not a single drop escaping. The sensation of blood flowing is quite strange. To tell the truth, I've gradually adapted to this feeling. After all, for a long time, my body wouldn't bleed. Just let it flow more. I'll satisfy you. Bar's attacks continued. Xianxia put away his left hand broken war spear and relied solely on his right hand, wielding only the spearhead. Putting away your weapons, do you look down on me? Not at all. My left hand is injured, unable to hold weapons, it's none of your business. Suddenly, Xianxia also put away the spearhead part of the Rinpoche, leaving him weaponless with both hands. As Bar rushed over, he paused, I won't let you off. Just as they were about to clash, Xianxia calmly wielded his sword, easily blocking the attack. Then, in a miraculous turn, he disarmed Bar's blade. How is that possible? In Bar's astonished gaze, the sword tip pointed directly at him. Why hide? Xianxia pursued relentlessly. This is troublesome. Bar began fleeing around the arena. Xianxia wouldn't let him breathe, chasing relentlessly. To force him into such a corner, this old man doesn't need to hold back anymore. Ganon looked at General Fintan. Old fellow, seeing your spiritual energy is severely depleted. Let's end this. Since I appreciate both you and Bar, I won't let you die. Eccentric realm. Darkness enveloped the area, where General Fintan stood, unsure of what it was. What kind of cultivator is he? Is he from the demon clan? General Fintan wondered, but there's no trace of demon energy. Rihanna saw the urgency and hurriedly shouted, This is bullying. Xianxia is alone. Isn't this dishonorable? Augustus walked out and said, This is a battlefield, not a fair arena match. You should know that winning is the only result that matters. You are truly shameless. Since you won't spare my father or Xianxia, there's no stopping now. Tatiana addressed everyone left. All of you, charge forward with me. If we die, let it be in defiance, not letting these cowards prevail. These people were all old employees and naturally wouldn't suddenly betray Tatiana and leave Xianxia. They would fight until their last breath. Everyone, stop them. If they break through, Lord Gervais will not forgive you. In just a short while, chaos erupted inside the city once more. Without Gervais's approval, the battle had resumed. Outside the city, the three were confused. Why was the fighting starting again? It seems like another problem. Should we send reinforcements? All special troops will assist. As for Haywood, ignore him for now. We must first join forces to kill Xianxia. That's what matters most. Agreed. A single glance, and the special troops rushed toward the city. Haywood wanted to act, but his strength hadn't fully recovered. However, he quickly rose and charged forward despite his injuries. Given his current state, he couldn't assist Xianxia against the two of them. If you can't defeat them, run. I don't mind losing Duan Peak. After all, Xianxia was someone important to Senior Ishan. If anything happened to him on the mountain, it would be hard to explain. Losing Duan Peak was one thing, but losing Xianxia would cause much greater trouble. No, Xianxia said firmly. I won't let Duan Peak fall into their hands. Once this is resolved, I still plan to venture out. I won't waste time helping you. Before Haywood could react, Gervais and Aaron attacked again, striking Xianxia down and then fiercely pursuing him. Senior, I need to continue the fight. I'll help Elira Zoe. He started to speak but stopped, afraid of distracting Xianxia, and instead hurried towards the city. However, at the entrance, the special troops blocked his path, engaging him immediately. Without peak strength, he could still use basic techniques effectively against Gervais's special troops. Seeing this, Augustus urgently told his brother, You hold this position here. I'll go to the city gate. Got it. Seeing Haywood wreak havoc, Flynn naturally agreed. Bro, don't worry. Dealing with Tatiana is easy. She won't get arrogant unless she agrees to be my wife. Zenrius, Tatiana charged over, shouting, You're asking for death. Augustus had already left successfully. Even if she wanted to stop him, she couldn't change the outcome. If Junior came to help, wouldn't that mean Xianxia would be facing the two powerful fighters alone outside the city? This thought weighed heavily on her. If no one helped soon, Xianxia might really lose. She wanted to end the battle quickly and rush to help. At least with one more person, Xianxia would have an easier time breathing. Otherwise, with Gervais and Senior Aaron attacking relentlessly, how long could he hold on? While speaking, she kept glancing outside, knowing that under the combined attack of two strong opponents, it was hard for Xianxia to defend himself. If he were so powerful, he wouldn't have needed to come to this place to suffer. As for her father, as long as someone of his same level didn't appear, he wouldn't be easily injured. With Augustus already engaging him, it left one less enemy. Defeating Flynn, the remaining enemies wouldn't matter much. She would rush out to relieve Xianxia's pressure. If you let me through, we can help you. Flynn was puzzled. What are you trying to do in the middle of a fight? I'm not stupid. Whatever brother instructed must be done properly. Tatiana seethed. Then you leave me no choice but to defeat you. Unfortunately, their strengths were nearly equal. Beating each other without strategy would be tough. Outside the city, Xianxia's wounds grew worse, mainly from Senior Aaron's attacks. Didn't expect you to still unleash your full power after using the domain's secret technique. Admittedly, I can't beat you. Gervais laughed. Are you conceding now? Not so fast. Others might agree, but old Shane and Xianxia won't. Aaron was enraged, understandable given that Xianxia had previously pretended to be his disciple. Your imagination runs wild. What does that have to do with me? Xianxia rested while they spoke. After such prolonged fighting, even Gervais was tired. Tricking others, especially an elder like me, is wrong. If you don't die, I will reconsider taking any future disciples. Aaron's anger didn't lessen. It's not about my considerations but theirs. Xianxia ignored him. Gervais said, today, he won't escape. Even if he tries, his injuries will prevent him from getting far. You make a good point. But if I decide to leave, who knows what my backers might do? Xianxia seemed indifferent. If you continue, by the time my allies strike, you might not have a chance. Xianxia regretted. Too bad Senior Ishan doesn't want to intervene. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Inviting help came at a cost. Had minor foes appeared, Senior Ishan could have determined their fate with a word. Let's see. If he has a plan, we might miss our chance if we don't persist. From a shaded tree, Jonah watched with interest. He felt indifferent about Xianxia's fate. My teacher warned me not to interfere unless Xianxia truly faces death. Otherwise, when Haywood was forced out, I would have rushed in already. A new old man arrived, seemingly missing my chance. But now, it's still possible. Suddenly, Gervais sneaked an attack, impaling Xianxia through the heart. Xianxia fell to the ground. Jonah's eyes widened, and he charged out. As Gervais and the others were about to imprison Xianxia, a large hammer descended from the sky, landing before Xianxia. Jonah appeared. He's under my protection. Leave now. His teacher had also advised him not to kill recklessly, to avoid breaking rules. Chapter 192. My name is Emma, from Duanjue Peak. The appearance of Emma on Duanjue Peak nearly made Xianxia cry out in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. How could there be someone else now when it was already such a dire situation? At first, it was General Inigo, and now this stranger popped up unexpectedly. What was going on? Could Crew really be a member of an ancient family of powerhouses? So many people are vying to protect him. What a detestable fellow. Xianxia gritted his teeth with hatred. What more could he say about such an unexpected turn of events? It only meant that he couldn't kill Crew for now, and would have to find another chance. This time if we let them go, the next opportunity will be hard to come by, said Xianxia Elliot, looking at him. We won't have another chance. I know, Xianxia replied as he glanced at the newcomer who had just arrived. Quentin, this person, and I have a grudge. If you leave now, I, Xianxia, will surely be your friend. Emma smiled but unhappily said, if you were willing to join Crew, I wouldn't mind making friends with you. How does that sound? Xianxia, angered, retorted. If you don't care about honor, then don't blame us for not being polite. I'd like to see just how impolite you can be. With that, Emma unleashed a powerful force from within, spreading it around. Xianxia Elliot leaned close to his ear and whispered, Little Leo, this newcomer is quite strong. We might have trouble dealing with him, but I won't die easily. Let's get ready for battle. There's no avoiding it. In other words, Crew's fate now rested in Xianxia's hands. Why did you come? Crew asked in surprise. After all, Senior Akil hadn't intervened because revealing the secret seal on Duanjue Peak housing the Taotia beast wasn't worth it. Emma chuckled. I snuck down here without my master noticing, so rest assured. Crew was worried. Given Senior Achilles' capabilities, how could he allow Emma to descend the mountain at will? He paused, thinking for a moment. When we return, I'll explain for you. Whether he listens or not is uncertain. No problem. Worst case, I'll follow you and travel the continent with you. That sounds like fun. Crew almost cried. Traveling with a demon, Bethu confidently replied, given your current state, I could finish you off in one move. So let's try. To Crew's surprise, Xianxia Elliot indeed had the prowess to single-handedly combat Emma, making him feel inadequate. Suddenly, he noticed the fighting outside the city gate had stopped. Xianxia's men remained standing, but Chana and Jueguren had disappeared. Soon, they were brought out under restraint by Jianjiao brothers, who held weapons and grinned maliciously. Crew, before you make a move, check what I've got here. If you don't want these people to die, kill yourself right now, shouted Daeon triumphantly, disregarding Jueguren and forbidding him from speaking. Meanwhile, all those without resistance were captured, tightly controlled. Every slight movement needing careful thought lest it result in death. These tactics were familiar to Xianxia and his men. If they're coerced into negotiating, what should I do? Crew became torn, unsure of the right course of action. Jinlei approached Xianxia and said, they've all been caught. Should we execute them now? Bring them back and imprison them. Seeing the situation, Emma quickly flew to Crew's side, lifted him, and left, leaving behind a message. My name is Emma, from Duanjue Peak. Remember that. Crew felt Emma was a bit off. Are you bragging? Aren't you scared? Just a gentle breeze. Crew sighed. You're leaving like this. Will they spare us? He turned and laughed. After fighting for so long, I'm tired. Ah, so reckless. Hey bro, I saved you. You should thank me, not call me reckless. If I hadn't come, you'd be dead. Crew understood. Let's find a cave up the mountain to hide in for now. You're too talkative. At the gate of Duanjue Peak, Xianxia and Xianxia Elliot slowly descended. Senior, after we imprison Inigo Senior, place him with Jueguren. Arrange their imprisonment, and keep them separately watched. Don't worry Leo, I'll take care of it. He touched his left waist where blood seeped through. Seems Crew is indeed troublesome, but with such serious injuries, you won't cause much trouble for a few days. I'll let you go for now. Quentin, you're bleeding. Jianlei hurried over, concerned. You and your brother follow Shannister Elliot to bring the prisoners to Hope Sanctuary's jail. Now that Duanjua Peak is ours, station a general nearby. Go back. Have a doctor treat your wound first, then we'll go back. Shanathu nodded as a Savannah rushed over, opening a medical kit to attend to him. Emma, from Duanjua Peak? Shanathu was surprised. I've spent years in Hope Sanctuary and never heard of him. Could there have been a missed detail? Treat him in the carriage. Someone will pay you later. Yes, Lord Shanathu. The doctor, aware of recent events, carefully treated him. To single-handedly change the whole Duanjua Peak scenario, he wasn't just any ordinary person. The two climbed into the carriage and left. On the way, they saw Chana and others in handcuffs, but didn't react, heading straight to Hope Sanctuary. As for Ishan House, the remaining useless individuals packed up and went home, taking whatever they could. This is humanity, Crew remarked. Hashtag chapter 193, the rebellious demon's recovery. Not far from the outer perimeter of Duanjua Peak lies a mountain range notorious for its desolation. Few demonic beasts inhabit it, but it teems with deadly toxins. Any living being who stumbles into this place by accident, even if bitten lightly by a tiny insect, would face certain death. Jonah chose this location because he was acquainted with the demonic beast that ruled over this mountain. They had shared drinks and were considered brothers. Additionally, the spot where Shanex and his companions had landed was also found with help from Jonah's connections. Looks like you have some hidden talents, Jonah. I must admit, my judgment was poor in the past. Sorry about offending you. Shanex sat on a flat stone, having stripped off all his clothes, examining his injuries through the water. Don't give me that. Jonah glanced at. I'll use the Guation technique to heal it first, then apply the herbs later. Putting down the herbs, Shanex immediately began circulating the XuanHuan divine technique. As he healed himself, visions of using the Hansong Beiji came to mind. Although Shanex was curious, now wasn't the time to practice spear techniques. He focused entirely on his recovery. With the assistance of the XuanHuan divine technique, the minor wounds on his body were fully healed. Only the severe puncture wound remained. After several hours, the wound started recovering, but a few small cuts still lingered. Rather than continuing, he picked up the herbs and applied them to his body. This damn tingling sensation is intense. Hang in there. Once the herbs dissolved completely, Shanex dressed and began circulating the XuanHuan divine technique again, recalling what he had seen earlier. The spear techniques that appeared just now are much stronger than what I currently use. That's legitimate spear technique. If I could learn it, my strength would certainly improve. The thought excited Shanex. Anyway, I have a few days left. I can forge a new Hansong Beiji. Then, I won't have to fear fighting against Gervais anymore. Stepping outside the cave, he was surprised to find it was already dark. I wonder where Jonah went. Did it really take that long? He didn't forget about me, did he? Speak of the devil, Jonah appeared in the sky with another person and soon arrived at the cave entrance. This is Shanex, whom I told you about. Shanex, this is Zen, my good brother and ruler of the venomous insects around here. With him, dying isn't an option. Hello. The two exchanged polite glances before Zen said, come to my place and have something to eat. We can discuss matters afterward. This wouldn't be appropriate. Considering they were on someone else's territory, Shanex worried about causing trouble. Jonah reassured him, don't be shy. I didn't prepare any food. You'll starve if you don't come. Zen's hospitality left Shanex no choice, especially with Jonah assisting, making it harder to refuse. They led Shanex to another mountain, entering a cave infested with venomous insects, making Shanex uneasy. Don't worry, esteemed guest. They won't harm friends, Zen assured him. Okay. Despite this, Shanex kept his distance. These bugs are shy. Don't mind them, Jonah told his brother. No problem. Inside, they all enjoyed some fruits together. Don't be shy, Taoist friend. As they ate, Jonah suddenly noticed something and pulled aside Shanex's clothes to inspect his body. Shanex jumped up and hurriedly put his clothes back on. What are you doing? He asked. Zen also seemed puzzled. What is this about? Jonah looked quizzically at him. Did you recover all your injuries in just one day? That's something only true powerhouses can achieve. Well, I used the herbs well. It's none of your business. Shanex almost revealed his abilities, but managed to explain it away. Both believed him. Amazing. After the commotion, Zen suddenly said, Brother Tian Jonah mentioned you're a forging master, Taoist friend? Jonah replied, a top-tier forging master. Approach him directly for anything. We're brothers. Shanex shot Jonah a glance. What does this have to do with me? But he smiled, yes, I am a forging master. I participated in the forging competition in Huangchuan Hansen City. Jonah added, he's the champion. Upon hearing this, everyone in the cave, including the insects, stared in awe and astonishment, some with murderous intent, others in shock. I have a request, Taoist friend. Please grant us your assistance. Zen got up and knelt beside Shanex, bowing deeply. You, what are you doing? Rise quickly. Speak freely. Shanex couldn't bear such reverence. Without the help of these insects, he might not have survived. It's like this. Recently, we bet with people from another mountain range. Each side had to forge a weapon, with the quality determining the winner. Unfortunately, our venomous insect army lacks a forging master, and even if we had one, they wouldn't match the other side's skills. Hearing from Brother Jonah about your exceptional forging skills, I boldly ask for your help. Our insect army will forever regard you as a friend if you assist us. Shanex was puzzled. Why are you so sure I can succeed? When your clothes fell off earlier, I saw most of your injuries had healed except for one area. This impressed me. Zen continued, your recovery ability is extraordinary. Coupled with the genuine trust of a friend, I'm confident you'll succeed. Shanex looked at Jonah. So you betrayed me. With brother's recommendation and the impressive sight just now, Zen humbly requests your help. This great favor will never be forgotten by our insect clan. What happens if we lose? Shanex suddenly asked. If we lose, we must serve them, handing over our territory and paying heavy protection fees like humans. If we win, nothing changes. That's unfair. In the 9 continents, power reigns supreme. Our forging rank is lower, so we're at a disadvantage. However, the quality of weapons greatly influences the outcome of battles. Xianxia picked up a few fruits and moved to the side, looking at the wall. Give me time to think. Sure, take your time. Translation provided while maintaining the original paragraph structure and line breaks. All character names are preserved as accurately as possible in pinyin format. Chapter 194. Agreeing to help the insect clan. The banquet had not yet ended, and the insect clan Josue was still waiting for Xianxia's final answer. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at them, resolved. Leader Zen, I think I can agree to your request. I only hope that after this matter, you can help us with something in return. Jonah instantly understood and spoke beside Zen. That's right. Zen immediately responded. Agreed. Thank you. Xianxia then asked, when will it be? Tomorrow. I suppose you have what you call a forging room here, right? Yes. He picked up a basket-like woven vine from the side, removed some of the food from the table and said to him, I need to familiarize myself with your competition rules and how the forging room on site is prepared. Of course, no problem. Subsequently, Jonah followed Xianxia, grabbing some food and walking out. At this moment, everyone was following them, eager to see if Xianxia the blacksmith level was as impressive as claimed. If he truly was talented, having some fruits wouldn't hurt. Inside the cave here was an unexpected world. Leader Zen didn't take the 2 out of the cave, but led them to a wall. He did something, and suddenly a door opened. This is our current forging room. All items used during the competition can be reflected here. There's no need to worry about other things tomorrow. As they walked inside, Xianxia could even see insect guards inside the cave, looking extremely strict. It seemed that ordinary members usually found it difficult to enter. Xianxia's arrival this time gave some low-ranking insects a rare opportunity to widen their horizons. The corridor was narrow. Xianxia couldn't walk upright or go straight ahead. He needed to move sideways like a crab. Jonah was different. He could change his shape anytime, but Xianxia couldn't. Sorry, fellow Taoist, this place is designed according to our insect clan standards, and we didn't consider this aspect. Leader Zen admitted his mistake and apologized politely to Xianxia. Xianxia told him, just call me Xianxia like he does. Okay, fellow Taoist Xianxia. Once inside, the space gradually became more open, unrestricted by height or body size, exactly like a human blacksmith workshop. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, don't misunderstand. We sent people to observe the human standard forging rooms and set everything up accordingly. What intrigued Xianxia was that these poisonous insect clans had built their caves in a form similar to an ant nest. Though it looked intricate and complicated, it was very hidden. There were numerous guards here. Outsiders attempting a forced entry would not succeed. They might die halfway due to the toxins before reaching their destination. Very well, Xianxia examined it carefully. It's just like the forging room in Lianshan City's forging guild. This is quite good. I've been there before, so I'm familiar with it. For the sake of tomorrow's competition, Xianxia's fellow Taoist should practice well. Take a rest when tired. Don't overwork yourself. Zen patiently advised, prepare for tomorrow's match. I hope you can pay attention to your sleep and not affect the competition. I know what to do. Afterward, Jonah stayed behind, ready to accompany him until dawn, confident in himself. However, Xianxia noticed his exhaustion. The insect clan members who found the wait boring had mostly left. Those remaining were curious to see his true abilities, including Jonah. Unfortunately, Xianxia was still preparing, and he fell asleep nearby. Xianxia brought a blanket and covered him, then took up a convenient hammer, went to the forging station, and started working. His actions caught the immediate attention of Leader Zen, who watched intently, filled with anticipation. If this Xianxia can win the championship, that would be amazing. Even if his strength wasn't top-notch, he could defeat many others. The continent Jiuzhou was vast, and there were few blacksmiths. Winning the championship would make him a coveted figure among major organizations. With his assistance, our poisonous insect clan has hope for prosperity. Xianxia removed the red-hot iron block from the furnace and began hammering steadily, calmly, without haste. To forge properly, one must adhere to the most basic and strictest requirements, building up steadily and meticulously. Clang, clang, clang. Rhythmic strikes echoed through the forging room, audible to everyone who watched attentively. Why is fellow Taoist Xianxia using such rudimentary forging techniques? Isn't he wasting time? Wasn't he supposed to be the champion? Looking at Jonah, he was sound asleep, slumped over the table. Wanting to wake him up was easier said than done. He never lied to me. Maybe I'm overthinking it? An insect blacksmith approached, wielding a hammer at his waist. His body was robust and strong. If we let him compete tomorrow, who knows if he can win? Chief, why don't we just send a few of us instead? To lose a rightful spot like this to someone made him unwilling to admit his inferiority. Seeing Xianxia's method now, he felt the Josue might have misjudged, choosing a subpar blacksmith, rather than benefiting them. Don't rush. My good brother recommended him, so he must have exceptional qualities. Please stop saying that. Zen continued, perhaps this is how some experts behave. If I dismissed him directly, missing the competition, neither you nor I can bear the responsibility. At least he's a human, not from our insect clan. Relax. A few insect blacksmiths watched from the side, determined to witness Xianxia's failure. During the forging process, Xianxia repeated his motions steadily and meticulously, showing no signs of floundering. Soon, a weapon began to take shape. A common, simple sword, basic forging techniques producing the most ordinary sword. What does he intend to do? Some might think these are enough to win, but Xianxia is overly bold. Competitions aren't that simple. Perhaps such a sword could decide the winner. Let's go inside and see. Immersed in water, pulled out, polished, and buffed, a simple yet elegant sword was completed within half a night. Not too slow a pace for Zen to accept. Just as he emerged, Zen encountered them and said, fellow Taoist Xianxia, it's done. Yeah, Xianxia nodded, preparing to hand it over, but an insect blacksmith appeared with a differently shaped sword. I heard the Josue brought back an excellent blacksmith, so I came to see. Xianxia frowned. How do you want to see? Compare with the sword in my hand. It might not withstand much. Both drew their swords. The insect blacksmith remarked, arrogant boy. This old blacksmith is stronger than some human ones. Xianxia quickly struck. The insect blacksmith's sword shattered into pieces. Xianxia calmly said, if there's nothing else, I'll get some rest. There's a competition tomorrow, so I'd better sleep. Then he handed the sword to Xin, embarrassing the other blacksmiths on the spot. You underestimated him, Xin said. Do you still have objections to tomorrow's competition? The insect blacksmiths shook their heads. Clearly, the result was already evident. Hashtag chapter 195. The downfall of the Zhou family. The next day, Xianxia woke up early, so he wasn't in a hurry. In the venomous insect mountain range, there were always venomous insect personnel on guard duty, making sure no one approached to annihilate their species. Xianxia set off toward the mountain's outer edge early in the morning. Sitting around in the cave isn't a solution either. The air outside is always fresher, he thought. Outside, the venomous insects had not taken human form, so the vast mountain range was almost deserted except for Xianxia. On another side of the massive mountains lay today's alchemy competition venue. Early in the morning, noises could already be heard coming from that direction. Although curious, Xianxia wasn't foolish enough to head straight into danger and needed to wait for others. He squatted down and asked a small insect, Spider, is your Hosui awake yet? Unfortunately, while the insect understood human speech, it couldn't respond and merely spun around in place, causing Xianxia some distress. Forget it, I'll just wait over there. Xianxia found a huge tree trunk and leaped onto it. Sitting on the relatively flat part of the tree, he hummed a tune as he gazed curiously at the mountain range where the competition would take place. After this competition ends, perhaps I can use their alchemy workshop to remake my divine beast spear and practice the halberd techniques. Cause trouble, those corpses carried out 2 days ago will be an example. He then moved to Darren's cell, speaking with a condescending tone. Darren, right? You used to think you were tough, arresting me all the time, but now you're just a prisoner. Don't act high and mighty. He pulled out an apple. Dance for me, and I'll reward you with this apple. Inside the cell, Darren sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, seemingly lost in thought. TCH, how boring, completely uninteresting. Old man, don't push your luck. Our boss giving you a chance to dance is showing you respect. Someone nearby chimed in angrily, using extremely offensive language. In the neighboring cell, Tatiana stood up by the bars upon seeing her father being insulted. You bunch of scoundrels, if it weren't for my father, you would have died 100 deaths already. Now you mock us in our downfall. The thug was about to lunge at her, but the boss stopped him, leisurely eyeing Darren before biting into the apple and tossing it into the cell. I, the magnanimous one, bestow this upon you. Then, with a sinister smile, he approached her and said, we meet again, Elira Zoe. We're really fated. We met again tomorrow. Previously, waiting at your gate for half a day without seeing you and getting beaten up really left a mark. Ugh, you scumbag. Wiping off the spit, he replied, I'm a gentleman now, much more cultured than you. I even rewarded your father with an apple. What a good person I am. You scumbags' offerings aren't fit for dogs. Too dirty. Tatiana held her ground firmly. How about this? Why don't we take turns treating Elira Zoe properly in her cell, so others won't say we were inhospitable? With that remark, everyone's attention turned towards them. Darren and others rushed over, voicing their protests. This honorable sir, she doesn't know better. Please ignore her. You boys shouldn't go too far. We old ones haven't died yet. Don't bully us. Step away. Don't bully our young mistress. Darren quickly retrieved the apple, eating it hastily without wiping it clean. See, I ate the apple. I've already eaten it. Afterward, Darren finished the entire apple, core and all. The man shook his head, slightly disappointed, and pulled out another apple from his pocket, placing it on the ground gracefully. Aside from being my former crush, I wouldn't stoop to this level. It's up to you whether you accept it or not. Shanik, sure they get their meals on time. Don't let them starve. Yes, sir. Once they left, Tatiana hurried over. Junior. Darren taught her, for now, our survival and protecting your honor mean more than my face. Eat the apple quickly. You haven't eaten. They couldn't chat freely. Hashtag chapter 196. Impressive alchemy techniques. Goshan. After Zen and Jonah emerged, Xianxia followed them to the competition venue, which was called Goshan. Upon arrival, it wasn't a bustling crowd that couldn't fit on the mountain, as rumored. However, the place was teeming with fierce and dangerous beasts, insects, and a few humans like Xianxia. From what we found out, their alchemist is also a human, apparently quite renowned. Brother Xianxia, are you prepared? Zen kept his eyes on Xianxia, watching for any signs of unease, as he explained. Xianxia smiled. Don't worry. Regardless of who the opponent is, we're determined to win. When they arrived at the venue, it was swarming with insects, making every step cautious. Misunderstandings here could lead to serious trouble. Before the competition, there were rules requiring both parties to meet first before ascending the platform to compete. This allowed them to get acquainted and assess each other's strength, a sign of capability in itself. Under such circumstances, the victor would truly be a skilled alchemist. In the center of the competition area, the two factions met. Beside the opposing human was a giant bear beast. Zen immediately introduced them to Xianxia. This is Hansong Tian, the Hosui of the Beast Clan, and next to him is the one they've sent to compete today. We don't know his name yet. I am a disciple of the Baihuang alchemy sect, and my master is an elder. Currently, I hold the title of Sinister Alchemist, respected by many prestigious clans. After boasting so much, he emphasized his strength. Xianxia chuckled. Just a nobody, not worth boasting about. Only once have I won an alchemy championship. Buddy burst into laughter. Leader Hansong Tian, rest assured. Old man here will ensure victory. Young Xianxia will surely lose to me. Hansong Tian happily agreed. Great. If you win, you'll be treated as our honored guest, enjoying many privileges, even assistance with certain matters. Zen nearly exploded in anger. Clearly, These two thought they'd easily defeat Xianxia. Reluctantly, he led Xianxia away, aware that Tian held higher status and power. They couldn't afford to become enemies yet. He needed to consider the safety of his insect clan members. Brother Xianxia, can you handle him? Zen asked, referring to Buddy, fearing Xianxia's youth might put him at a disadvantage. Jonah interjected, don't underestimate my brother. Since I recommended him, he's capable. Before Xianxia, I heard about his outstanding performance. How many participated in that contest? Zen shook his head. I don't know. Jonah made a 6 gesture. 600 participants, all somewhat renowned. How did iron disappear? Meanwhile, Buddy mocked him. Where did you learn such impressive alchemy techniques? Burning away the iron entirely. Xianxia ignored him. Camelot, your own business. He approached the table with the last iron block. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. He recalled reading about this type of iron, very rare. If mishandled during forging, it would dissolve like water in flames. I was careless. Xianxia watched Buddy, who had just retrieved his iron from the furnace and started forging. How fast? Xianxia wondered, suspecting Buddy used intense heat to expedite the process. Xianxia decided to adopt this technique too. Hashtag chapter 197. Time to show off. Placing the special iron block into the furnace and discreetly manipulating it, Xianxia had to admit that he was now someone with flame. If he didn't use this opportunity, others would indeed see him as a fool. The pale gray flame was also known as Death Divine Flame, which Xianxia alternatively called Heart Spirit Flame. This was his crucial secret weapon in the path of forging. It would be his ultimate trump card in the future. Even without these usual tools, he could forge any weapon effortlessly, which was quite terrifying. At this moment, the pale gray flame merged seamlessly with the yellow flames. Outsiders with weaker skills, or who did not observe, causing laughter and chaos. Only the insect clan members looked grim, unable to laugh. Zen sighed loudly. Is our insect clan's fate coming to an end? Jonah comforted him. Relax. It's not over yet. Who knows who will win? Don't stress over something pointless. If not for you, why would I let fellow Taoist Xianxia participate? If I knew his techniques were like this, I'd have brought in my own alchemist instead. One of the insect clan alchemists smirked. We are more reliable than humans sometimes. Stick with your own people. Jonah remained unperturbed. Enough talk. Soon you'll see how wrong this idea is. I trust Xianxia, and he isn't as incapable as you think. Despite this, Zen still looked worried, barely believing it. Jonah suddenly stood up and shouted, show them what you've got. Don't make me lose face. Give us something impressive. Xianxia continued hammering, ignoring him. This kid, Jonah muttered. Looking at Zen, he started doubting himself. If he loses, I'll get someone to work for him for free. Surprised, Zen asked, you don't have faith in fellow Taoist Xianxia either? Jonah quickly explained, of course I do. Why else would I introduce him to help you? Clearly, Zen didn't believe him. Our clan Josue doesn't pressure friends. Winning would be appreciated by the entire insect clan. If he loses, then perhaps it's best not to come here anymore. It wasn't that Zen wanted to sever ties, but the clan's pressure was immense, and not holding him accountable was already the best outcome. Don't worry. If Xianxia doesn't win, I'll make sure he pays the price. Thanks. Jonah walked away, leaving the scene. An elder alchemist stepped forward. Leader, it's best not to associate with such people. We should be more like Leader Tian. Zen glared at him. Don't speak ill of my friends behind their backs. This time, he helped us despite everything. No matter the outcome, that already means something. If I find out you did anything behind my back, I won't hesitate to step down. Hearing this, the alchemist quickly changed his expression. I apologize, leader. Ignore what I said. Brother Jonah is loyal, and we won't do anything to him. He thought to himself, if I can't harm him, I can still target Xianxia. Shanking us lose like this, I won't let you off easily. Time passed, and Buddy completed his work. A long spear which he displayed spectacularly, hyping up the crowd. Xianxia calmly announced, it's time to show off. He retrieved his weapon from the water. Though not as flashy as Buddy's, it exuded a chilling aura. Just approaching it sent shivers down one's spine. Everyone stood up in awe, including Leader Tian. What has Xianxia created? The spear gives me an uneasy feeling. Using it might be dangerous, Zen murmured, realizing his earlier judgment might have been wrong. Suddenly, Xianxia casually threw the weapon onto the stone table, splitting it in two. The force was so effortless that no spiritual energy could be detected. How? How did he do that? How is this possible? In the midst of shocked screams, everyone realized they were witnessing an incredible weapon. Buddy felt indignant. How could his creation possibly be inferior? Fellow Taoist Xianxia, why don't we test our weapons right now? A trial will reveal who's superior. Hearing Buddy's words, the inspectors who were about to check the results immediately retreated, standing awkwardly aside. Xianxia shook his head. I won't fight with you. Buddy laughed. What? Weren't you confident just now? Afraid now? Xianxia responded. If you lose, you'll lose face. Let's choose a deserted place. Otherwise, if you suddenly change your mind, I won't have time for games. Not daring is not daring. Do you think saying such nonsense will win against me? Buddy continued. Admitting you're inferior is that hard? Sighing softly, Xianxia said, then let me show you. Taking the long spear, he looked at Buddy. Come on. Finish this soon so we can go eat. Don't delay everyone. To prove his prowess, Buddy rushed forward without hesitation, spear in hand. Xianxia swung lightly, slicing through what Buddy considered the hardest part of the spearhead like cutting through tofu. Next, a swift kick sent Buddy flying backward. In just one move, Xianxia utterly defeated Buddy and his prized weapon, turning the once splendid long spear into a broken blade. Hashtag chapter 198. Victory in the Insect Clan's weapon forging competition. This match had already reached its conclusion. It was beyond doubt that Xianxia had won. Tian, their Josue, wouldn't renege on his word, considering his status and identity. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Approaching Leader Zen with his weapon, Xianxia tossed it to him and said promptly, I didn't fail my mission. As promised, Xianxia has secured this victory for you. Zin smiled and replied, whatever happens next, I will do everything I can to protect both of you. Anyway, by custom, leader Tian won't let this go easily. It seemed like Zin had foreseen what would happen. From the start of the competition, all events seemed preordained. Zin wanted to win, but also didn't want to win. His inner turmoil was palpable. Xianxia glanced at leader Tian's side, where they were eyeing them menacingly. They were already sizing up the long halberd in Zin's hand, as if making plans. Where is Jonah right now? He had barely finished speaking when Jonah appeared behind him, saying, these guys will make a move sooner or later. No need to be too nervous. Jonah looked at leader Zin and said, are you fully prepared this time? When the fighting starts, don't let us down. Also, only we two will be fighting, so you shouldn't expect more support, right? No problem, it's enough. Leader Zin responded without pressure. I've known they would act recklessly, so I couldn't have come unprepared. With that, he tossed the halberd back to Xianxia and added seriously, since this weapon was forged by you, I think it will be more effective in your hands. Xianxia smiled and returned the halberd. I've grown accustomed to another type of weapon. This spear serves as proof of my victory. It should remain with you, so everyone acknowledges it. Xianxia then took out a regular sword. This will suffice. At least for now, using a sword is far better than using a spear. Alright. On the side of leader Tian, he was secretly plotting something. Ardell, the alchemist, produced a better weapon, though it still couldn't compare to what Xianxia had crafted. It was certainly much better than what he usually made. Leader Tian, when do we make our move? Asked Ardell. Now that they've won, if we don't react, it'll seem like we're giving them an inch. Tian replied, we can't just leave it at that. Let them enjoy this moment briefly before we strike. No one should drag their feet. Understood. Ardell stared at the dropped weapon on the ground, furious. I will make you pay double for this humiliation. Those who underestimate me won't live past the day. Tian knew his temper. After working together for so long, your temper hasn't changed. You might suffer if you meet a formidable enemy. A brat who isn't even fully grown yet. Do you think I'd fear him? Ardell retorted confidently. Even with the insect clan's protection, he can't escape death. Let's see how it plays out. When the time is almost up, we'll burst out. Either we completely control the insect clan, or lose the benefits accumulated over the years. This is a battle of life and death. The forging competition has concluded successfully. The victors belong to the poisonous insect clan. According to previous rules, they are not to be attacked by other beasts on their territory. The host spoke with authority. As long as he was there, no one, including Tian, dared to act rashly. I hope this weapon brings you luck. The scent of war is in the air. Jonah remarked, this time, we can fight together again. It feels great. Compared to the old days, what we did was too boring. Staying safe and sound inside, yet always wanting to come out. It's only people like you who do that. Xianxia continued watching the opposing side. Their intense gaze was irritating, suggesting they couldn't wait to start. In the end, half of their territory is now yours, the host reminded, somewhat worried. Can you hold it safely? That depends on your abilities. With that, the host disappeared. Leader Zin seemed calm, preparing to leave. Meanwhile, Tian brandished his weapon, drawing everyone's attention. At this moment, all were waiting for the inevitable war to begin. Leader Zin nodded, looking at Tian and said, thank you, Leader Tian, for giving such valuable territories to our poisonous insect clan. We can finally expand. Tian couldn't be happy about it. Just listen to the host and hold these territories well. Don't blame us if you lose them. You mustn't. Zin smiled. You're a renowned clan. If things escalate here, it will change how the rest of the 9 provinces view the situation. The authoritative figure had left, sensing the heavy tension. He didn't wish to stay amidst such hostility. Tian remarked, it doesn't matter. If your poisonous insect clan disappears, the result will be the same. Does that mean leader Tian wants to attack us directly? Suddenly, every member of the poisonous insect clan took out their weapons, glaring fiercely, ready to charge. So what? Tian looked at his companions and ordered, kill the poisonous insect clan, and we will dominate this city. Everyone, attack. Leader Zin shouted, if we don't want to be prey, yell back to hell with it, fight hard, and don't show mercy. In an instant, chaos erupted as the two clans clashed. Xianxia and Jonah fought together against the enemies. Naturally, the two hostways faced off. Ardell immediately sought out Xianxia. Finding him with Jonah, he summoned another beast clan member and rushed over. Xianxia, the humiliation today, I, Ardell, have taken to heart. If you die today, I'll give you a break and won't pursue you further. Xianxia sighed helplessly. Honestly, I find those troubles you speak of quite annoying. To honor today's champions, I must live. Tough luck for you. Ardell instructed the other two, face this waste of space. Any problems? He referred to Jonah. How can you pit 2 against 1? It's fine. I trust you can handle it. They responded confidently, don't worry. Being from the same realm, we aren't afraid of anyone. Jonah proudly declared, coincidentally, I'm one of the most powerful beasts in my territory. Although not the best, I've defeated a dozen attackers. Xianxia found this boastful statement hard to believe. He thought, you've only been training with senior ice for a few days, yet you claim such rapid progress? Hearing this from Jonah, Xianxia remained skeptical. Attack. At Ardell's command, they charged forward. Neither Xianxia nor Jonah hesitated. Knowing their chosen opponents, Jonah especially needed to put in effort since he faced 2 adversaries. We are the victors, he roared. ####Chapter 199. The Regretful Great Monster. At the sacred ground of the inter-tribal competition, a major battle is currently raging here. On one side are the comparatively weaker poison insect tribe, and on the other, the powerful demon race. The Jarrett's faction was dissatisfied with the results of this forging competition and finally decided to take action against the poison insect tribe led by Zen. Do you think we can win today? Who knows? Zen dared not speak carelessly even though he felt deep down that the poison insects were no match for them. If he expressed doubt now, who would still follow him? Whatever the outcome, neither side wants to lose. What do you think? Don't think that just because you found a great alchemist, you can act recklessly. If you want our territory, you must trade something precious from your tribe. I might spare your life. Even during the ceasefire, their mouths didn't rest. But inevitably, some people spoke rudely, sabotaging otherwise good plans. Why should our Josue submit to you? Go dream somewhere else. Though the demon race had advantages, they still feared the full stridley. The poison insects took control of the situation. Their skill in using poisons gave them a continuous edge as they switched targets after poisoning one victim. They felt regret at not having discovered their potential sooner. Thanks to this battle, they realized their insect poison was potent enough to easily dispatch enemies. Heaven blesses our poison insect tribe. Heaven blesses our poison insect tribe. Shouts filled the air, emboldened and unafraid. With the poison insects advancing, many demon soldiers began retreating in fear. You losers, actually allowing these pests to emerge. Work harder, or none of us will survive. The Jareth's cry spurred on the demons, who attacked relentlessly. Despite this, each clash resulted in significant losses for both sides. Poison insects, use the terrain to your advantage and counterattack. Not only fighting but also managing the army shows how weak my intimidation tactics have been, said Zen in shock. What is this? On Xianxia's side, despite the ongoing battle, Buddy demonstrated his adeptness, swiftly identifying and exploiting weaknesses. Finally, Buddy proposed, how about this? Give me the forging technique, and I'll let your tribe live. Deal? Xianxia replied directly, sure. Just pay me 1,000,000 taels, or it's off the table. Opening with 1,000,000 taels was a classic bluff. Buddy wasn't foolish enough to believe he could gather so much money quickly. Are you the regretful great monster and Hansong Tian ruler will fall for it? Under the poison insect's efforts, they successfully turned the tide. Now, the demons no longer exuded their earlier menacing presence. Instead, their eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 200, the fatal war trident on the battlefield. The Zen clan Josue used the weapon forged by Xianxia to face off against the Hansong Tian Josue. For some reason, he grew increasingly emboldened as the battle progressed, showing no sign of holding back. Furthermore, under his immense confidence, he was not at all worried about his weapon being destroyed. He remembered very clearly how Xianxia had once snapped the weapon of an opposing alchemist right in front of everyone. This Xianxia is indeed a champion. Using this weapon feels perfectly suited to me, and I don't need to worry about it breaking. It's just as powerful as my old trident that I've wielded for over a decade. Good. Observing the Hansong Tian Josue taking a loss, the Zen clan Josue couldn't help but feel triumphant, yet his vigilance remained intact as always. With this trident, defeating you won't be any trouble at all. Do you understand? Hansong Tian glanced at the trident in his hand. Who wins or loses is still uncertain. Don't celebrate too early. It doesn't do you any good. You don't have to act so tough. The outcome is already decided. Look around. Our insect clan has pushed back the demon race. If you can let us off the hook, the demon race won't be exterminated. The Zen clan Josue tried to persuade him, making the greatest concession possible. The insect clan didn't want to be enemies with him, knowing they couldn't bear the consequences. If you return the territory, we can discuss this further. Otherwise, there will be no end until one side perishes. These places were one fair and square. Why should we give them back to you? The Zen clan Josue knew they wouldn't budge, so he stopped wasting words and effort. So what if we are aggressive? We came from the mainland. Do you think someone will back you up if you offend us? The Hansong Tian Josue's spear tightened as he charged again, each strike aiming for a fatal blow, hoping to finish off the Zen clan Josue in one move. However, the spear in his hand was personally crafted by Xianxia, a divine emperor-level master alchemist. Even a casual forge would surpass ordinary weapons. Defeating him wouldn't be easy. No matter how strong the Hansong Tian Josue was, he couldn't beat the Zen clan Josue quickly. We anticipated your actions and have made preparations. We can destroy you now. Once the insect clan makes a decision, we never backtrack. Despite the Hansong Tian Josue's strength, the Zen clan Josue had never feared him. Then there's matters within our demon race. I see. Eldon looked at Xianxia. This kid isn't simple. He's skilled in forging and swordsmanship, comparable to me. Understand? Hansong Tian knew the reasons. If you want to leave, you're welcome to. But our cooperation ends here. Think carefully. Faced with this threat, Eldon needed to make a choice without damaging either side's interests. You're trying to drag me down. Having accepted so many favors, leaving now would seem unreliable. You can think that way. Of course, you can turn around and leave. What will you choose? I'll stay. Eldon had no choice. The demon clan gave him more benefits. Losing this income stream would lower his status in the sect drastically. Good, worthy of my trust. If our demon race survives this, we will thank you properly. Seeing his plan work, Hansong Tian smiled broadly. Eldon glared at him. If we win, you must prepare what I need, or the cooperation stops. Agreed. At least Eldon stayed, and Hansong Tian was delighted. Brothers, don't panic. After we defeat the venomous insect clan, everyone will receive substantial rewards. We must eliminate them. The Zen clan Josue approached Xianxia. The fog area's battles had also ceased, and it was evident the venomous insect clan had gained the upper hand. How's it going? Are you hurt? Amidst the struggle with Hansong Tian, he occasionally concerned himself with Xianxia's condition. Though he saw no immediate danger, hidden threats remained worrisome. Xianxia shook his head. Relax, Zen clan Josue. I'm fine. Their mental defenses are shattered. Winning is just a matter of time. Jonas said, the current situation feels wrong. You should monitor closely. If anything changes, retreat immediately. Don't be reckless. Understand the situation? Relax. Even if Hansong Tian has a backup plan, how much damage can it cause? Xianxia looked at the opposition. They are weakened now, but they may still have formidable tactics. Better to prevent problems beforehand. Don't worry, I'll arrange the necessary manpower. Both sides eyed each other. If you feel it's insufficient, we can continue the battle. This was Xianxia's first proactive comment. Upon hearing this, the Hansong Tian Hosui became irritated. When did the little lackey beside Xin Clan Hosui start speaking? Xin Clan Hosui responded forcefully. Stop pretending, Hansong Tian. If you fear death, flee with your people. My trident won't tolerate your antics. Jonah added. You lot who don't give anything back. No matter how strong you are, you broke your promise and now seek to retake what you lost. Not everyone would stoop so low, or just anything off initially. Everyone's attention was on the alchemy competition, not on them. Xianxia prepared to fly over and stop them, but there were many people intercepting around Ardell. From an outsider's perspective, his skill in laying formations was far above average. I never expected to encounter someone skilled in both alchemy and formations here. According to the history of Jiuzhou continent, such individuals are rare. I didn't expect to meet one here. Xianxia unleashed his strength, dashing forward. Facing those who posed little threat to him, he felt no fear. Moreover, Xianxia now bore the title of Sword God Amato. Before his rebirth, he was a supreme swordsman. Such a figure in Jiuzhou could obliterate the land with a wave of his hand. That sensation, as a god emperor, I had experienced it before, yet it feels distant now, mused Xianxia. I am no longer the aloof god emperor, but an ordinary inhabitant of the continent, Xianxia. Now, he felt incredibly insignificant, realizing that anyone could easily end his life, much like how he used to take lives effortlessly. He had never imagined someone could just as easily destroy him one day. Xianxia, I must admit, your strength is indeed formidable. It's a pity that I couldn't take your life this time, nor will I let you leave unscathed. I don't mind, but what a pity for the members of the venomous insect clan. As for this formation, if I can break through before it's completed, your plan will fail. Seeing more demon race members coming to defend, Xianxia glanced at leader Xin Yi and sought his approval before commanding the remaining venomous insect members. Everyone, come quickly. We need to break this formation. If they complete it, things will only get worse. Hurry. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at leader Xin Yi, and upon seeing his nod, they rushed over. Xianxia helplessly nodded. Still don't trust me, huh? A few alchemy masters charged over, standing beside Xianxia with apologetic smiles, leaving him puzzled. What are you doing here? Why aren't you helping? The head alchemy master said, don't ruin our plans, Taoist Xianxia. Xianxia furrowed his brow, sensing something was wrong. Just as he wanted to speak, the sound of blades came from behind, and soon a sharp blade was pressed against his back, immobilizing him. Aren't you afraid of leader Xin Yi's punishment for betraying? The alchemy master replied, relax, once you're dead, no one will know. Besides, if our clan hadn't submitted, we'd have been wiped out by the demon race long ago. Do you think the safety of the venomous insects has been due to the demon race's leniency? The alchemy master leaned close to his ear. Remember, it's because of us few alchemy masters they've shown mercy. Otherwise, we'd all be dead. Did you turn every member of the venomous insect clan? Xianxia observed the crowd, none showing any intention to act. They seem to be in league with these traitors. Yes, you are indeed clever. Such people cannot be allowed to remain and cause trouble. Alchemy masters had surrounded Xianxia, making it difficult for leader Xin Yi to notice the situation even if he wanted to. Now thoroughly controlled, Xianxia could only issue occasional commands. Though they were fighting, it was like a playful scuffle, with no one using full force. What did they offer you to make you betray your own people? You aren't human. Alchemy master retorted, Xin Yi, you mentioned that. We aren't human. We are venomous insects. Originally, during the alchemy competition, if leader Xin Yi assigned us, we were doomed to lose. The demon race would then take control of the entire venomous insect clan, becoming the dominant force here. Your appearance ruined everything. You must die, Taoist Xianxia. I never realized the depth of this betrayal. Truly sorry about this. Who knew the opposing alchemy masters were so incompetent, using simple errors known to all to gain your trust? Looking at the venomous insect members playing along, Xianxia felt guilty for failing leader Xin Yi's trust. I need to escape and inform the other venomous insect members. After thinking, he devised a plan. If I charge forward, their was taken aback by the sudden development. Quickly follow me. Jonah anxiously caught up with Xianxia, asking uneasily, what happened? Did those elders really defect? Xianxia glanced back. Look for yourself. In an instant, those alchemists were leading a group of venomous insects directly toward them. The two couldn't afford any delay, rushing swiftly towards leader Xin. Facing such a powerful enemy, they felt no fear at all. Attack. We must get leader Xin out of here. All right. Jonah transformed into a giant bird and charged straight ahead. Fellow leader Xin, run. Your alchemists have defected. If you don't leave soon, we will suffer heavy losses, which isn't worth it. Leader Xin initially thought it was a joke until he saw several elders and demon race members furiously chasing after Xianxia. I can't leave. Hearing this, Jonah was infuriated. Brother, what else do you have to think about at this moment? Leader Xin pointed to the battling members of the venomous insect clan. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't bear leaving them behind. If I abandon so many and escape alone, I'll truly have nothing left. Jonah observed them, hesitating in his heart. In the short moment of consideration, the opponent's formation had already been completed, covering hundreds of miles. He looked at Xianxia, who asked perplexedly, why aren't you leaving? Don't wonder Zen's eyes. Do you really intend to betray me? The senior-most elder replied without answering directly. Our venomous insect clan has never been strong enough to oppose the demon race. Only by cooperating with them can we ensure a brighter future. Moreover, the conditions they offer are beyond anything I dared imagine before. Joining them now ensures a better future. You don't understand anything and yet fancy yourself as worthy of respect? Leader Zen lowered his head. I never thought I wasn't considered a truly competent Josue in your eyes. I cannot stop you from leaving. But let me tell you this, don't assume that turning to them means safety. Even if it goes wrong today, remember this, you will regret it. Our choices are our own. Anyone who tries to stop us, dies. An alchemist elder pointed at him. You won't be exempt either. Jonah pulled him close. They were once teachers and students. Yet in such a short time, everything has changed. They are not the kind-hearted predecessors I once knew. Enough chatter. Let's stabilize the troops and figure things out later. Everything will be fine. Pointing at Xianxia, Jonah continued. Believe me, everything will be alright. Alright. Impressed by Xianxia's performance earlier, Leader Zen decided to trust him. Soon, he and Jonah reached the cluster of the venomous insect clan. All of you, stay where you are and defend yourselves. We'll figure out how to break the formation. Everything will be alright. One remaining alchemist stepped forward. I'm sorry, leader. I didn't know the Grand Elder had planned this. I tried but failed to persuade them. This isn't your fault. Leader Zen said, looking at him. We still need you to forge weapons for our clan, don't we? Yes, I understand. He asked, Leader, may I apprentice myself under Taoist Xianxia? That's up to him. Whether he wants to accept you depends on him. I see. Then, Leader Zen asked, Brother Jonah, who exactly is this Taoist Xianxia? Why is he so formidable? Jonah smiled. He's quite the remarkable person. Despite being young and promising, many strong figures recognize him. When we went down Duanju at peak last time, I met some of the continent's superpowers. You mean he's really that impressive? I originally wanted to make friends with him. Now it seems it will be hard. Don't be silly. I'm here, remember? As long as you meet the requirements, I believe he'd be willing to be your friend. Jonah gazed at the large formation. Wait until he locates the core of the array. It'll be fine. So easy? Given his knowledge of human arrays, they usually weren't easy to handle once deployed. It will be easy for him, though very difficult for others, Jonah explained. Find some capable brothers now. If he comes over later, they can step up immediately to help break the array. Okay. Leader Zen began organizing among the crowd. Soon, a group of warriors ready to risk their lives gathered around, skilled in using venomous poisons. None dared approach lightly. We're ready. Jonah gave a nod, signaling it was good to go. Hashtag chapter 203. The true ultimate skill of the venomous insect clan. Xianxia kept his eyes on his surroundings while running, searching for anything unusual or potential locations that could be the array's focal point. Prepare yourselves. As soon as I find the array's eye, we'll launch an attack immediately. He was using a secret voice transmission technique to speak with Jonah. Right, send another squad over for protection. There are too many of them. It's making things difficult. Alright, hold on. Having relayed this matter to Zen Shi, Josue of their group, he quickly arranged it. Half of the people chosen earlier were sent right away to assist. Xianxia was about to be struck when members of the venomous insect clan appeared and easily deflected the attack. After all, among their own kind, mutual understanding was never in short supply. You have the skill, just move aside and spare your lives, understand? The former Grand Elder of the Alchemy Guild roared angrily. These were once companions who lived together. He least wanted to kill these people. Apologies, Senior. Due to certain reasons, we must ensure his safety. Don't linger, keep following. Xianxia said and ran downwards. Everyone moved together. The former Alchemy Grand Elder stopped as Hansong Tian approached Buddy's side. Can you figure out what this boy is up to? He might be breaking the formation. Buddy replied calmly. Breaking a formation isn't easy, let alone for someone who's not an array master. We shouldn't worry too much. What are you doing? Can't get a shot at him? The former alchemist elder hastily replied, Lord, it's not that we dare not act, but this guy is really troublesome. If you're going to make excuses, at least come up with a better one. Truly useless. Quickly kill or capture him. Don't let them ruin our plans. With no choice, the former alchemist elder had everyone charge again. It was like kin fighting kin. Nobody could bring themselves to fight viciously. Thus, despite several rounds of combat, neither side suffered injuries. Jonah thought to himself, hope he doesn't stop. Otherwise, it will definitely be a bitter battle for my brothers behind. Just as he finished thinking, Xianxia indeed stopped. He stared at a small area in the corner, and finally, both sides started battling. Since these demon clansmen are charging recklessly, we can't be polite either. With our clan facing extermination, what else are you considering? Giving it everything we've got. Xianxia attacked the corner, causing the enclosing array to shake violently, confirming the array's eye was nearby. They were close to the solution. Zen Shi, now's the time. Hansong Tian rushed in, and Xianxia faced them alone. His weapon seemed ravenous, eager to spill blood. Attack here. Zen Shi arrived beside him. Xianxia Taoist, are you alright? Just fine. The remaining half joined Xianxia. We must buy time for our Josue. Everyone, hold them off. They all charged forward. Jonah stayed with the rest. They couldn't act arbitrarily. Only after breaking the array would it be their turn. There was no rush. Directly used the ultimate skill. Zen Shi trembled, a thick toxic aura enveloping him. The opposing elders immediately fled the formation. Hansong Tian, please leave quickly. This is our clan's ultimate technique. Anyone not from our clan dies instantly upon inhaling the toxins. As he spoke, demon clan members and the venomous insect clan traders fell dead instantly. Hansong Tian and a few others hurriedly left but still saw several of their own killed by Xianxia. What is this? A technique that breaks everything. One with kills outsiders. It's a family secret only the clan Josue possesses. So, what do we do now? The elder said, we best leave here. No matter how advanced the formation, it cannot withstand these poisons. Better safe than sorry. It won't be that deadly. Leader, wait outside. Just a little poison won't harm me. It seems you lack understanding. No need for Portia, Buddy assured, but they were bound to suffer consequences. Upon seeing the venomous insect clan elders retreat far away, I don't know what's happening, but let's stay further back. Continue maintaining the formation here. If there's no trouble, we'll return immediately. Without waiting for Buddy's reply, Hansong Tian already left. Immediately, a dense cloud of poisonous mist filled the formation, affecting even those outside, causing confusion and leading to their downfall. Realizing something was wrong, Buddy promptly left, but those leaving with him inhaled the toxins and died on the spot. Of those maintaining the formation, nearly 99% were already dead, sparing only Buddy who safely escaped. Xianxia secured control of the area, handing everything to Xianxia. We must leave immediately. Prolonged battles are disadvantageous, especially after today's betrayal incident, which was very severe. Your people are almost gone. Plus, you just used the ultimate skill. Staying longer offers no benefits. Cease unnecessary resistance. Listen to us. Return first. All, go back to regroup and prepare for future retaliation. There's no rush. Let's retreat now. Finally, everyone followed orders and left Go Mountain, where the toxic mist provided sufficient cover. Chapter 204, Guidance Through the Fog. The rest depends on you. By the time all the poison in the formation had dissipated and the situation inside gradually became visible, they had already damaged one corner of the formation and escaped. Leader Hansong Tian was furious. That damn leader Zin really messed up. Where did he find such a formidable newcomer? Not only is his artifact refining top-notch, but he can also break our formation, truly infuriating. Buddy approached him. Leader Hansong Tian, now that control of the area has been seized by them, should we think of other methods? The elder alchemist who had betrayed came over. Leader Hansong Tian, should we chase after them? Honestly speaking, no matter where these people hid or went back to, as elders, they knew. If the demon race wanted, he could easily lead them back there. That's too much trouble. Let's return this time. Once we come up with a plan, we will make them hand over their territory without even giving them a chance to fight. Hansong Tian's move was aimed at catching them unawares once the preparations were complete, allowing them to reclaim everything. Call everyone to clean. Zin can agree to assist us. Of course, that's not a problem. Leader Zin directly said, I sent people to observe Xuanhua Peak. It said many changes have occurred there. Previous Hosuis are caught, losing power, making it very dangerous. I think you two must have played a key role. Whether Xuanhua Peak returns to its former glory depends on Daoist Xianxia, correct? Leader Zin's insight is truly admirable. Leader Zin smiled. Tell us how you want to proceed. Although we of the venomous insect clan aren't tall, dealing with humans is easy, changing their internal conditions with potent toxins. I know that, Xianxia thought for a moment. I need to borrow your clan's forging room. The weapon used in battle was destroyed, leaving me without a suitable weapon. Can Leader Zin agree? He looked at Jonah. Certainly, no problem. Whenever needed, our insect clan will try our best. Great. Xianxia now possessed 4 or 5 odd stones. Reforging the Hansen Beast Halberd could be arranged. With the new Hansen Beast Halberd and unique halberd techniques, he would take people back to Xuanhua Peak. Xianxia, will definitely succeed. Xianxia looked up at the sky, thinking of Haywood, Tatiana, and General Sylvester. Everyone, please wait for me to return. During their journey, Leader Zin brought a young man to him, Daoist Xianxia. I have another issue I'd like to ask you. Xianxia responded kindly, feel free to speak, Leader Zin. He pushed forward a young man, smiling. This is my younger brother, named Zin Zilai. He has always loved artifact refinement since childhood, but the clan elders, no matter how they taught him, deemed him untalented and eventually gave up. Xianxia listened attentively. Leader Zin continued, seeing Daoist Xianxia's prowess, he wants to try again. Could you give some guidance? So that's it. Xianxia looked at him. Take something you've crafted back later, along with the forging hammer, for me to see. Thank you, Xianxia. Thank you, Xianxia. Xianxia sighed. Leader Zin's brother seems quite nervous. They mounted horses and sped up. Zin Zilai followed suit. Jonah stayed behind while Xianxia returned home first, having the younger brother lead a small group away. Do you think Daoist Xianxia will teach someone? Jonah replied, don't worry too much. My teacher once said, as long as Xianxia is willing, even fools can be cultivated into top-tier experts. What? Leader Zin was stunned. Such an exceptional person. Whose disciple is he? My teacher, a super strong being on the continent, doesn't have the qualifications to be his master. In short, behind him stands a formidable, incomprehensible powerhouse who could obliterate an area with a wave. Xianxia, everything is here. He took out the hammer from his waist and placed it down. This is my forging hammer. Xianxia picked up a short knife, glanced at it, then threw it aside. Overhyped garbage. Zin Zilai dared not breathe, listening intently. After examining this trash, I'll give you some pointers. Practice more. Mostly depends on you. Remember, Xianxia. Hashtag chapter 205. Cannot let them bully. Xianxia. Xianxia actually didn't like this term. Recalling the past, it was because of his most trusted disciple's betrayal and scheming that he suffered a lot. He remembered it clearly. Now, if someone wanted him to take on a new disciple again, he wouldn't agree easily. Guiding was no problem, but taking on disciples would not be considered too soon. Xianxia stared at him as the process of forging was also important. After watching so many of Zin Zilai's shoddy attempts, Xianxia felt embarrassed. You are quite serious when forging, but why is there still an issue? Looking around, he saw Zin Zilai staring at him and immediately became strict. If you keep staring at me, you'll produce another subpar result. Zin Zilai hurriedly resumed working, following Xianxia's instructions. Earlier, he had repeatedly memorized the steps until he could recall them all before attempting to forge. However, in Xianxia's eyes, there were still issues. Even Xianxia couldn't pinpoint the exact problem right away. As a beginner, it was normal for him to know nothing. Deciding to sit down nearby and observe, he worried about affecting Zin Zilai, so he moved a chair to the back and continued watching. Could it be related to his usual forging habits, or does he simply need a different technique? While guessing idly, Xianxia struggled. Without a doubt, This attempt turned out just like the previous ones, even with Xianxia's guidance. Surprisingly, this young man managed to create a weapon that somewhat resembled Xianxia's style. Xianxia rubbed his eyes and asked, "Don't you feel something is off?" Zhen Zilai shook his head. "Do you think the different forging techniques might affect the outcome?" Zhen Zilai shook his head again. Is this kid afraid of saying something unpleasant, fearing I'll ignore him? He had already briefly questioned Leader Zhen about Zhen Zilai's situation, gaining some understanding. If this was the case, he needed to try a different approach. Since you don't like talking much, follow what I taught you earlier using your preferred method. Remember, any means are fine, as long as you end up with high-quality weapons. Then you'll be fine. After some thought, Zhen Zilai chose to trust him. Soon, he began forging under Xianxia's intense scrutiny, willing to listen to Xianxia's advice and use his preferred methods. This time, there shouldn't be any problems. Suddenly, someone walked in cautiously, afraid to make any noise that might disturb their master's forging. They approached Xianxia. "Leader asks you to step outside for a moment. There are matters to discuss. Let our master try here. Everything will be fine." "I understand." That person left first. Xianxia stood up. "I'll go out for a bit. You finish forging and wait for me to return. I'll help you evaluate the results. Don't worry." "Thank you, Xianxia." Sometimes, Xianxia felt quite helpless. If he didn't assist now, asking for help later might be difficult. Exiting the forging room, Leader Zhen and Jonah stood at the door. "We agreed I'd visit you guys, yet you came here, not planning to go in and check." "It's precisely when Brother Xianxia needs to work that I can't go in. We can celebrate after his success." Leader Zhen understood his brother's capabilities, but firmly believed Xianxia could help him overcome difficulties and become an exceptional forger among the Poison Bug clan. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about traitors returning. At least during Leader Zhen's reign, such betrayals wouldn't happen again. "I don't know what's happening inside. Can you tell us? At least there should be some improvement. First, we need to find the problem to solve it. Your brother's case is tricky. Please give me more time, and I will resolve it." "I believe you." Jonah added, "We'll wait outside for good news. Rest assured, food will be sent over immediately. Probably won't get much rest these next few days. If he keeps failing, let him rest. Continually producing garbage isn't useful." "Leader Zhen, did I overstep?" "Not at all." Leader Zhen knew his brother's condition well. Xianxia only spoke bluntly, without offending anyone. "All right, I'll go in. You two head back." Xianxia entered, and Jonah commented, "No idea what's wrong with your brother. If Xianxia can't solve it, we're in trouble." Leader Zhen smiled. "It was my brother's request. Whether he succeeds or fails, it's not your concern. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed. Quickly inform the bugs below about preparing for our journey to the cutoff peak, once he finishes forging the weapons." Jonah looked at him, always remembering this task. "Don't worry. I've made arrangements, and we should have results soon," Leader Zhen said. "If this mission gains support from the bigwigs at Cutoff Peak, the future of our toxic bug clan looks bright. We won't fear Hansong Tian anymore. Rest assured, I'll be there too." Jonah said, "Let's finish our game. No dodging allowed. You won't miss out. Let's go." "Is it finished?" Upon entering, Xianxia immediately asked upon seeing Zhen Zilai resting. "Xianxia, this is the short sword I forged. Take a look." Zhen Zilai presented the sword. Xianxia inspected it. Not bad, but the technique is still lacking. With this, them on the table. The door was now securely locked. No one inside wanted to open it, and unless outsiders wished to forcibly break in, there was no way they could enter. Moreover, Xianxia had already explained to the guards outside what he intended to do, assuring them that everything would be fine. He only needed to prepare everything quietly before beginning the forging of the weapon, an ancient long halberd known as the Hansen Beast halberd, which was the progenitor of all halberd weapons. In the 9 continents continent, the earliest users of halberds were not humans but an ancient divine beast. Even at his level as a divine Amato, Lu Chan did not initially know the name of this creature's weapon, only its identity, the Hansen Beast. So Lu Chan named it after the creature, calling it the Hansen Beast halberd. Its origins remain unknown. According to the information I found, the Hansen Beast wasn't just any ordinary divine beast. Standing 9 feet tall and 8 feet wide, can you imagine what it must have looked like? The records in ancient texts can't be wrong, nor overly exaggerated. Whether I can recreate this divine beast's legendary halberd depends on whether I can find the 5 elemental mystic stones. Only these 5 might allow me to forge a true Hansen Beast halberd. Let me be the first to do so. Currently, the table was already set with a sufficient number of mystic stones, shining brilliantly in the secluded space, illuminating the entire room. If these were piles of silver, many would be tempted, but luckily for me, my seasoned status ensures that won't happen. Mystic stones cannot reach their full potential under ordinary flames. I must use a special flame. Taking out a pale white flame, he thought, this is Heartfire, one of the highest ranked strange flames. I must use it throughout the process. However, it will also drain my spiritual energy greatly, possibly more than I can bear before completion. I can't worry about that now. At worst, I'll completely exhaust myself and sleep for days, no fear of not waking up. By then, if they break in, I must ensure everything here remains hidden from Leader Zhen and the others. Putting the flame away, he fetched a large crucible and placed all the mystic stones inside. Wearing protective goggles, he began the smelting process. This process must be done with utmost care. There can't be any mistakes. Whether I can turn things around and complete this plan hinges on this attempt. Smelting begins. As the flames roared to life, within just a minute, Lu Chan's internal spiritual energy had already been drained by more than half, yet the mystic stones in the crucible hadn't even started reacting. The consumption rate was truly alarming. Damn, this energy depletion is too fast. I can barely keep up. How am I supposed to manage this? Lu Chan grew concerned. It seemed this time he might only achieve a partial reaction before running out of energy. Even so, I must proceed. Without delay, he retrieved his cultivation technique, absorbing natural spiritual energy while simultaneously forging the mystic stones. Though this method would exhaust him further, it was his only option. Most people wouldn't dare try such a risky method, fearing severe backlash or death. No one would risk their life this way. I must finish smelting the mystic stones before collapsing. Even if a second forging affects the overall quality, I can't worry about that now. While keeping the flames supplied, he replenished his own spiritual energy to the maximum extent. Gradually, the mystic stones began to change. A sudden idea flashed in Lu Chan's mind. Why not forge and shape simultaneously? It won't affect the initial forging process. Without hesitation, he summoned a hammer into his hand, increasing the smelting speed while enhancing his forging techniques. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. With the memory and skills of a divine Amato, I won't believe I can't forge this weapon successfully. Shani people awaited his return at Desolate Peak. If he failed too many times, they might not survive to see him again. I must not fail. It's consistent and precise. The furnace flames burned steadily as he shaped the mystic stones into his desired form. Though only a divine Amato could possibly achieve this, I have no other options now. Thinking of those he knew at Desolate Peak, Lu Chan couldn't help but wonder how they would fare if he didn't succeed. So be it. Using the forging technique of a divine Amato, I refuse to believe I won't succeed. They're just ordinary stones. I can do this. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous striking noises made the guards wish to leave their posts, but they couldn't. If this turned out to be their alchemist forging something extraordinary, would they dare abandon their posts? Definitely not. I wonder how fellow Taoist Lu is doing inside. So much time has passed. I've never seen such a long forging period. Another guard replied, I've heard that some alchemists on the continent spin just as long, but who knows what the outcome will be? Hopefully he creates an amazing weapon. Otherwise, he's wasted our time. Let's be quiet. This is a friend of the Josue. Ryland Beast. In this context, it seems like a proper noun or name, hence it's translated as Ryland Beast. Note that Hansen is spelled as Ryland to maintain consistency and natural fluency in English. If Hansen should remain as is based on prior context or character names, then it would be Hansen Beast. This would depend on the consistency of how names or terms have been handled in previous parts of the text. Thus, Xianxia named the weapon after it, the Hansen Beast halberd. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery. Based on the information I found, this divine beast Hansen Beast was no simple creature. Standing 9 feet tall and 8 feet wide, just imagine what that would look like. The records can't be wrong, nor can they be exaggerated. Whether I can recreate this divine beast weapon depends on whether I can obtain the 5 elements marvelous stones. Only with these 5 might I forge a true Hansen Beast halberd. Let me be the first to achieve this. To ensure the translation reads naturally and maintains consistency, I have made slight adjustments. 1. Changed Hansen So halberd to Hansen Beast halberd for better readability. 2. Simplified might allow me to forge to might I forge to enhance fluency. 3. Ensured consistent terminology and style throughout the sentence. At present, enough marvelous stones, 5 of them, lay dazzlingly on the table, illuminating the entire room. If these were silver coins, many would drool over them. Fortunately, I have enough experience to handle this without causing any fuss. The marvelous stones won't function optimally under ordinary flames. I must use special flames. He retrieved a pale white flame. This heartfire flame is supreme among heterodox fires. It will be necessary throughout the process, but it will also consume my spirit energy greatly, possibly leaving me unable to complete the forging. I can't worry about that now. At worst, I'll go into complete debt, sleeping for days or nights until I wake up. If necessary, I need to tidy up before they break in, ensuring Xianxia and the others don't learn what happened here. Putting the flame away momentarily, he brought a large smelting iron plate and placed all the marvelous stones inside, then put on his protective goggles to begin the smelting process. This process must be carried out with utmost caution. Any mistake could mean failure. This time, it could determine whether we turn things around. Smelting begins. The flame started, and within a minute, more than half of Xianxia's internal spirit energy was depleted. The marvelous stones showed no reaction, consuming resources at an alarming rate. Damn, this is too fast. There's no time to react. What should I do? Xianxia began to worry. The forging might only reach a point where the stones show some reaction, then fail. Even so, I must continue. Xianxia quickly fetched his cultivation techniques, absorbing natural spirit energy while continuing to forge the stones. Though exhausting, it was the only viable option. Ordinarily, no one dared try such a method, risking backlash and even death. But Xianxia wasn't afraid to push boundaries. I must finish refining the marvelous stones before collapsing. Even if secondary forging affects the overall result, I can't care about that now. Maintaining the flame supply while replenishing his internal spirit energy to its maximum capacity, the stones gradually began to change. A thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. I'll try this. Forge while smelting. This shouldn't interfere with the initial forging. I can do this. With that thought, he summoned the hammer into his hand, increasing the smelting speed and enhancing his forging skills simultaneously. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he gritted his teeth. With my divine Amato abilities, I must succeed. Xianxia awaited him at the cutoff peak, relying on his success. Failure could cost their lives. I cannot fail. Day and night, the sound of hammering echoed nonstop from the forging room, disrupting the guards' sleep each time they nodded off. Xianxia and the others came by, noting the noise inside. They asked the guards why he hadn't come out to eat, or let anyone bring food in. Xianxia asked Megan Xiong, brother Megan, is he alright doing this? Megan laughed. True forging masters are like this. Before the finished product comes out, anyone entering is seen as an enemy. You'll get used to it. Ah, I see. Xianxia admired his acknowledged master's dedication. I must work hard. To everyone, make sure all preparations are made. If Auric needs anything, fulfill his requests. He's a true master and shouldn't be kept waiting. Yes, leader. After they left, Xianxia stood at the door and asked, Did Xianxia mention anything about me? No, Yuan. Auric has been very busy lately, even we can't see him. Understood. Sha, make sure to save the best food for Xianxia and give it to him immediately when he emerges. Don't worry, young Xianxia. We will do so. Walking away, Zhen Zilai glanced back, heading to the informal practice area. Despite not being a formal setup, it could suffice for practice. Xianxia's eyes remained unwavering. Each hammer strike held consistent power, and the furnace's flames burned brightly. He aimed to shape these marvelous stones directly into his desired form. Though this possibility exists only for a divine Amato, I have no other options now. Thinking of those awaiting him at the cutoff peak, Xianxia couldn't imagine their fate if he failed. So be it. Using the divine Amato forging technique, I refuse to believe I won't succeed. They're just some common stones. I can do this. Ding, ding, ding. The continuous hammering sounds prompted the guarding insects to consider leaving, but they couldn't. If it were their own master crafting something extraordinary later, could they leave just as easily? The answer was a definite no. Wonder how Auric is doing inside. So much time has passed. This forging duration feels unusual. Another guard replied, some say continent forging masters take this long, but we don't know the specifics. Hope he crafts something amazing. Otherwise, all this disturbance would be for nothing. Less talk. Remember, he's the Josue's friend. ##### Chapter 207. The hardness is not enough, it's going to break. After 2 days and 2 nights, the sound of hammering finally stopped in the forging room. It was hard to imagine how difficult those outside had been during this time. Although they didn't know how his forging was progressing, they were all speculating fervently. Most people believed he had successfully crafted a fine weapon, while a minority worried that something might have gone wrong. Each side held their ground, leading to heated debates. The atmosphere was lively. Inside the forging room, Xianxia stared at the weapon prototype before him, lost in thought. Despite his earlier preparations, he still felt incredulous as it differed greatly from what he had envisioned. How different could it be? He doubted if he had made a mistake, constantly comparing it to the image of the Hansen beast spear he had in mind. Eventually, he confirmed that this was indeed the shape of the Hansen beast spear, albeit altered due to the peculiar stones. Just as he was about to reach out for it, he noticed something odd. There's a problem with this spear. If I take it out now, it will definitely ruin everything. He leaned over the table, bringing his face close to the weapon to inspect it more carefully. He sensed that something was amiss. After several rounds of inspection, he finally found the issue. It was with the spear's body. The Hansen beast spear lacks hardness. If I had taken it out just now, it would have fallen apart. But why? What went wrong? Asking himself and others, Xianxia knew that if it were a human or external factor, he should have known. Yet, he did not. He took out all the material books from the table and started searching for relevant content. Along the way, he briefly stepped out to grab some food but quickly returned, losing himself in the task again. Nothing seemed more important than perfecting the Hansen beast spear. Tired of reading, he tried recalling his past forging experiences to find an answer, but there were no records related to this issue. This frustrated him. Looks like I need to delve deeper into the history of the 9 continents to find the answer. He picked up a thick book, wishing for an index to make things easier. Unfortunately, there's no index. How annoying. Xianxia nearly fainted. If I can't resolve the hardness issue, this forging attempt will be considered a failure. As a divine Amato level forge master, Xianxia couldn't let such a thing happen. After grabbing more food, he resumed his focused efforts, though he wasn't sure if FA's had been diligently working on other forges. He had to fully concentrate on the Hansen beast spear. Any mishap would render his efforts futile, costing him 5 precious stones. What else can I do? Zeniled by frustration, Xianxia flipped through the books faster, but progress remained slow. Half a day passed, and he hadn't even reached the halfway point of the book. Fixing hardness issues during forging mostly stems from the materials themselves. Though my current strength is limited, as a divine Amato level forge master, I should find the solution. Hardness, hardness. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He hurriedly approached the Hansen beast spear with the book in hand. If it's a hardness issue, direct inspection would suffice without needing to search through books. With this realization, he set the book aside and inspected the Hansen beast spear meticulously, as if admiring a beautiful savanna. Perhaps closer inspection will reveal the solution. Experience tells me so. From its appearance, the Hansen beast spear seemed complete, with no extra cracks, ready for unveiling. Previously, weapons used ordinary materials, but now, with the addition of peculiar stones, the transformation is significant. Xianxia paused to think, I should try blending another ordinary material. Otherwise, a true failure would be embarrassing. He fetched some ordinary iron and melted it, combining it with the Hansen beast spear. Over time, this person. He understood that using 5 peculiar stones simultaneously in forging made this spear unique. No need, Jonah explained. I came to inform you that Zhen Josue has prepared the army. Once you give the order, we'll be ready to retake Broken Peak. Xianxia stroked the Hansen beast spear and replied, let's wait a bit longer. We'll depart when the timing is right. Considering the remaining time, it wouldn't be long until the month was over. Think it over. If we succeed, I can return to the mountain sooner. Xianxia has been nagging me enough already. Xianxia smiled, since we're out, don't worry too much. Regardless of returning early or late, Senior Ice will still scold us. Might as well enjoy ourselves first. Your mindset will get me killed. Jonah sat down and asked, how long do you estimate? A few days, Xianxia said, putting away the weapon. He cleaned up the mess of scattered books and stowed them in his storage ring. The forging was complete. Chapter 208. Merging with the Broken Lance. Well, I'll be on my way then. Jonah glanced at Hansen Shuji as he walked past it. Last time, Hansen Shuji was made of iron, right? Why is this one different? Xianxia suddenly felt enlightened. He hadn't thought that Hansen Shuji, now broken, was still made of high-quality iron and could be used for fusion to enhance its hardness. I have things to do today. Go out and play with Xianxia and the others. I need to continue forging. Kid, said Jonah as Xianxia pushed him out of the smithy room. He couldn't believe he had forgotten about the broken lance. Without further ado, he took it out eagerly. This must succeed. After retrieving Hansen Shuji from the water, whether it would easily break again depended entirely on this attempt. While the design remained the same, the materials used in forging differed, hence their performance under unexpected situations also varied. He hadn't previously asked Senior Iceblade about insufficient hardness issues. What puzzled him further was that there seemed to be no standard hardness value when forging weapons using odd stones. This baffled him. After this, I need to understand how these strange stones function. When gathering the 5-element stones in the future, I hope forged weapons won't face similar hardness issues. Adding these materials not only increases density but also adds considerable weight. It's too heavy. I need to adapt. Ideally, it shouldn't be heavier than the profound weight ruler. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. It'd be hard to wield. So what else could he do? Limited strength means greater difficulty controlling a weapon's power. With my current abilities, wielding it freely will indeed be tough. Xianxia understood his present condition well. His body had only gradually improved after gaining strength. To control even heavier objects, he needed sufficient power. Forget all that for now. Let's just merge first. When the broken pieces of Hansen Shuji fully melted into molten iron and fused with the new Hansen Shuji, the color shifted from bright white to pure black, a direct result of the fusion. After some time, once the broken blade fully merged with the new one, a completely black Hansen Shuji appeared. As it was truly forged, the sky dramatically changed with dark clouds covering it, although nobody knew why. Most powerful beings who had arrived at XuanHuan sensed this sudden change in the sky. The closer ones flew up immediately, but found nothing other than the anomaly in the sky. Everyone felt extremely excited, believing this was the sign of a great treasure being forged, though they didn't know if it was man-made or natural. No one knew. Xianxia, happy in the smithy, held the newly forged lance, feeling it was better than before. Its weight had indeed increased, yet he still managed to hold it steadily. Adapting to this Hansen Shuji is my next task. Before returning to Zhuanjue Peak, I must master the spear techniques. This way, dealing with Jujua Gairen will be more effective. Raymond, you will regret your actions today. Jonah added, you're indeed impressive, surpassing all expectations. Teacher never lied to me. Regrettably, Xianxia preferred staying low profile. Leader Zin will eventually find out. But I don't know about the phenomena you mentioned. It wasn't caused by me. Thus, everyone in the insect clan believed the occurrence was unrelated to Xianxia, assuring their trust. Jonah agreed. I can't believe it. However mighty a cultivator, none could alter nature. Zenhan Sangxiu whispered, then spoke to Xianxia. Fine. Whatever the weapon, everyone acknowledges your contribution. Zen came forward. Xianxia, I feel I've improved. Could you take a look? Shani and the insect clan didn't know their young lord had a human master, finding this astonishing. A human master certainly meant something. Xianxia felt like crying, wanting to leave and deal with matters later. Have someone escort Xianxia Lu, ensuring his safety. Despite Zen's arrangements, Xianxia, disliking attention, explained, Leader, no need for an escort. I prefer walking alone. All right, said Zenhan Sangxiu. Walking through the crowd to the cave entrance, looking up, Xianxia was curious about what they had described. Yet, the sky showed no signs of any phenomena, just a normal day. I was merely forging in the room. It shouldn't have caused a commotion. Let's focus on walking first. Recalling his successful forging, Xianxia was confident, eager to return home. Once things stabilize here, tomorrow we can take the toxic insects back to Zhuanjue Peak or beasts flew overhead. Where am I? As he spoke, Xianxia began to feel uneasy. He didn't want to find himself in a strange place because of mere curiosity, which would be counterproductive. This place feels the same as the outside world, but there's no aura here. How strange. Reaching the mountaintop, he looked down, and everything seemed unchanged. We haven't caused any disturbances. There doesn't seem to be a problem here. But why do I feel so odd? Suddenly, a small Riker appeared from the ground, dressed in ancient attire. He asked, You insolent child, what are you doing here? Xianxia casually bowed. Excuse me, fellow Taoist. May I ask what place is this? The small Riker replied, This place has a name you won't like. The land of certain death. Once someone enters from the outside, they can never leave. Why is that? Xianxia felt that since this Riker could come out to see him, there must be a way to escape, and perhaps he could act as a guide. This is the land of certain death. Anyone who enters will surely die. Actually, this entire mountain is part of a giant formation array, creating a space like reincarnation inside. If you try to go down, they'll know. You cannot. Real problem. Walking along without any trouble, Xianxia took out a common short knife instead of his spirit beast lance, proceeding cautiously. Ilias, if you can hear me, remember this. If I get out, I won't spare your life. Hearing this, the Riker almost died of anger. This guy suspects I set up this formation. Even though I live here and know how to leave, his being an outsider entering should have piqued my interest, given that the land of certain death does not allow living beings to exit. It was his own rule. The Riker was simple yet cruel. If my guess is right, that gem-like object on the mountain is the array core. After all, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Setting up this formation seems meaningless. You little brat, you're the one who's meaningless. Knowing everything, what else is there for me to play with? Zimming underground. The Riker wanted to rush out and kill him immediately to assuage his anger. Watching him get closer to the mountaintop, the Riker frowned. He shouldn't know where the array core is. Clearly, he was wrong. Xianxia came up the mountain targeting the bait. He believed that anyone who entered before and didn't come out alive likely didn't reach this place. Even if the bait were truly valuable, it wasn't something just anyone could determine. To retrieve the array core, I'll summon the spirit beast lance. Then let's see what you've got. Xianxia knew the entire mountain was under the Riker's control. If he hadn't come in, the Riker would still appear, as some people might want to meet those about to die. Arriving at the top, this was the center of the formation and the location of the array core. On this mountain, a season changed every minute, completing 4 seasons in 4 minutes. Unless it's magic, this formation is indeed powerful. Approaching the bait, the Riker reappeared. Not beside but directly in front of him. Why did you come up here instead of finding the array core? Are you interested in the bait? Xianxia nodded. I think this thing has some value. I've never seen it before. I want to see and touch it before I die. How about you? I'm here to tell you there's no array core here. Go elsewhere. Xianxia became genuinely angry. This formation is clearly yours, and the core is right here. Did I guess right? The Riker was shocked. You know this? Are you an array Xianxia? No, Xianxia shook his head. I'm just an artisan of artifact forging. Formations aren't my specialty, but trying to toy with me seems like you picked the wrong person. The Riker instantly drew his weapon, a small hammer. Sawyer, entering my domain. Being too smart isn't a good thing. The Riker warned. If you don't want to die now, best leave the mountaintop. Under any circumstances, do not come in, and I'll spare your life. I don't like following orders. If you can beat me, you may leave. Otherwise, don't expect to live. With that, he summoned the spirit beast lance, unleashing its power. The Riker staggered in fear, surprised that this young man, Xianxia, possessed such formidable strength. How do you have such a weapon? What kind of weapon is it? Xianxia joked, a divine weapon. With a slight tremor, the spirit beast lance emitted immense pressure, causing the entire mountain to shake as if it were about to collapse. The Xianxia stone reveals the power of the spirit lance. Hashtag chapter 210. I will admit defeat. The Earl trembled, utterly dumbfounded. It was his first time using his powers in years, and he had run into a brat with a weapon nearly as powerful as an artifact. A stroke of truly bad luck. Stop boasting. Your weapon may be of higher grade, but it's far from being an artifact. Don't think I haven't seen artifacts. Your weapon isn't even close. Xianxia glanced at the frost beast halberd, which indeed did not yet have the power of an artifact. Otherwise its presence would have been far more overwhelming. I didn't expect you to have such keen eyesight. To recognize that this is not an artifact is quite interesting. XuanHuan was only a small part of the 9 continents, and someone who could identify that the frost beast halberd, after enhancement, was still not a true artifact must not be an ordinary person. Who exactly are you? The Earl became haughty, his eyes showing disdain. Sawyer, it's natural you wouldn't know me. After all, I'm just a fallen god. Fallen god. According to legends, once someone in the upper divine realm violated the heavenly laws, they would be demoted to the mortal world. Those who accepted their punishment willingly would be reincarnated, while what form they took afterward depended entirely on their fortune. You're no ordinary individual either, so you should understand what I mean. The Earl said with some embarrassment. Seeing life and death with equanimity, those who come here without sufficient strength often end up dying in this mountain. For hundreds of years, you're the first one to confirm the bait and not give up. If you can let me out, I will naturally fulfill your request. How about that? Xianxia was puzzled. So, this array wasn't set by you? It was set by a god from the upper divine realm. The Earl looked up at the sky, anger in his eyes. He also had a hidden past, something unsuitable for outsiders to hear. Inside, Xianxia was excited. After so long, he finally met another reincarnate from the upper divine realm. Despite their differing modes of transmigration, the memories remained intact within them, allowing him to understand the situation. If I can release you, will you become my subordinate and not betray me? What do you say? Become your subordinate. The Earl was incredulous. I am still a god, even if my divine power has diminished. I can kill you anytime if I want. Aren't you afraid? Xianxia pointed at the bait. Ultimately, you need me to get out. And you don't even know if the location of the array you know is real, right? Yes, the Earl admitted, puzzled. How did you know? Knocking over the bait, Xianxia said, this is not the true focal point of the array. It's where you assumed it was. I lured you here for this purpose. If you cannot help me escape, there's no need for you to go out. Seeing his bait, which he had used for hundreds of years, destroyed, the Earl was not happy. He suspected this young man was merely putting on a show. Since I dare to say it, I can definitely save you. But if you dare not agree to my request, there's no point in saving you. This is a divine array. Breaking it won't be easy. If you can't meet my demands, we might as well both die. No one benefits then. Xianxia urgently needed a strong aid. If he couldn't control the Riker, it wouldn't be worth taking such a risk. All right, I agree to your request. When I want freedom, it will be your last day. The Earl boldly stated, completely unconcerned about any precautions Xianxia might have. In front of a god, everything else was irrelevant. Xianxia had anticipated this move and was confident he could prevent the Riker from acting rashly and control him thoroughly. Don't worry. Once you agree, you absolutely won't dare misbehave unless I release you myself. The Earl was puzzled. Xianxia recalled his experiences in the upper divine realm, where he had never encountered someone like this, someone who had fallen from the upper realm to the mortal world. Moreover, this person was certainly not from his region, or he would have heard news of him, even if just in passing. Really? I feel like you're tricking me, but I have no evidence. What can a kid like you possibly do? Xianxia smiled, having already made up his mind. Don't worry. Once you agree, we'll sign a contract. Letting you out is no problem. The Earl said, I've been trapped here for centuries. Spending 100 years as your subordinate before freeing me on your deathbed is fine. I agree to your demand. Good. Xianxia wanted this answer. He wasn't foolish enough to believe blindly. Happily, he continued, once the contract is signed properly, I can share some secrets with you. Secrets that aren't big ones for me. The Earl nodded. What will you use to control me? Have you heard of the heart-binding chain? At this question, the Earl immediately grew wary. What kind of person are you? Have you heard of the heart-binding chain? Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, damn, you're a top-ranking figure from the XuanHuan divine realm, the highest level place in all the upper realms, where even ordinary divine amatos might not be able to enter. You're actually one of them? What do you mean? Xianxia asked. Stop pretending. Only the top figures in the XuanHuan divine realm know the heart-binding chain method. Ordinary divine amatos have no clue. Knowing you are from there, even if you gave me 100 reasons, I wouldn't dare betray you. Xianxia sighed. Regardless of whether you're telling the truth or not, I need to maintain control until my full power is unleashed. The heart-binding chain will remain in your heart. The Earl said fearlessly, no worries. Perhaps the XuanHuan divine realm will eventually recognize my name. I'm willing to explore this continent with you. Xianxia smiled. Regardless of whether the Earl sincerely followed, this was the best outcome now. Rescuing hostages required their help. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Welcome aboard. Before deciding to use the heart-binding chain, Xianxia kindly warned him. The process is somewhat challenging. Be mentally prepared. If anything goes wrong, it's your responsibility. Okay, the Earl agreed outwardly, but inwardly he was sincere. I didn't expect using a heart-binding chain wouldn't be smooth sailing. If something unexpected happens, I'll take him down with me. A truly side-effect-free heart-binding chain requires complete trust from the recipient, with no resistance, thus ensuring genuine compliance without adverse effects. Xianxia was ready. As soon as the Riker agreed, the procedure could begin. He knew the application of the heart-binding chain intimately. Having contributed to its creation, it would be problematic if he didn't fully understand it. The Earl had agreed verbally but was still worried, fearing the person before him might not be truthful and could mishandle the procedure, leading to disaster. Instant regret washed over the Earl. Why did all these misfortunes find him? Are you sure? Xianxia loudly asked, noticing his unease, reiterating the question for confirmation. The Earl nodded, smiling. I've already agreed. Make sure I'm safe, or there will be consequences. Rest assured, even if I had the thought, I'd need your agreement too. Otherwise, your death would drag me down with you. The translation aims to retain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 211. I need your help. The heart-locking chain. The match has begun. A pink strand of energy, neither too long nor too short, shot straight into the Riker's body. Immediately afterward, a net gradually formed around his powerful, pulsating heart, ultimately enveloping it entirely without causing any harm. This was the formidable aspect of the heart-locking chain. As long as he did not resist, the contract could be concluded effortlessly. Struggling would only lead to mutual destruction and death. Fortunately, he was intelligent and did not act when the heart-locking chain approached. Everyone was fine now. You see, this is how it's done. Let me proceed. It's all good. Because he had exerted much effort in creating the heart-locking chain, it later underwent a transformation, becoming entirely different from the original one. At the moment the Riker relaxed, he feared he might suddenly die. He couldn't do anything about this young man in front of him. He had made a big mistake. Still, he finally agreed. Well, we are now together. What would you like to do first? Chat. Yeah, Yates nodded, looking at him. Ilias shouldn't be your real name. What's your true name? Feeling that staring at Yates for so long was impolite, he quickly added, I'm Yates. Bjorn. Forget it, I'll still call you Ilias. Yates found the name unappealing and wanted a better one. Almost thought the story of the 7 Rikers would unfold, and I was going to ask where your other 6 brothers were. Ilias replied, I'm the only one in my family. I don't have any other brothers. You come from the divine realm, so there's no problem with your background. My apologies for asking. The Riker got slightly upset. Let's not waste time. We need to find a way to break through the formation quickly, or I will kill you. Take it easy. Yates glanced around and said, based on my observation, the exit of the formation should be here, but it's well hidden, and we haven't found it yet. Thinking of backing out? Ilias retorted, I can take you with me before I die. Yates simply remained silent, making him close his mouth too, and began searching, which somewhat calmed the Riker down. Then, as he was puzzled and about to give up on the mountaintop area, he looked up at the sky. Naturally, he observed the formation cover above him and seemed to spot something unusual. Did you find something? The Riker also leaned over to look but saw nothing, and he confidently said, I've studied every part of this formation meticulously. You can test it if you don't believe me. Shane, if I can find what you missed, then you'd really lose. Hee hee. Yates smiled, equally smug. This turn of events left the Riker momentarily speechless. He began to believe Yates. You didn't really find the formation's core, did you? And you're just joking with me? Yates hastily shook his head. Yes, I found something, but not the core. It's a breakthrough point. I can disable its effect for a short while, enough for us to leave. All right. The Riker asked skeptically, what's your plan? Yates explained. This is a special formation from the divine realm. To break it, even a friend's abilities would likely take 1,000 years. So, situation? Then he heard Yates's voice calling him. Time is limited. Let's hurry out before it resets. The Riker immediately flew towards the mountaintop. When he arrived, there was a hole in the formation above them, just large enough for 2 people to leave. Yates told him, it's getting late. Let's leave quickly. Once it reacts again, we'll be trapped here forever. The Riker leaped up immediately, followed by Yates who flew out. Once outside, the Riker was elated, waving his arms around. Trapped for centuries, I'm finally free. Ha ha ha. The Riker looked up to the sky, seemingly crazed, with tears streaming down his face. Since everything is okay, let's head back. Excited, he stood up and asked, where are we heading? Poisonous Bug Mountain. Yates replied, that's no good place. I've heard many people never returned after entering Poisonous Bug Mountain. Though trapped, the 2 mountains were neighbors, so the Riker knew a bit about Poisonous Bug Mountain, having witnessed some events firsthand. Don't worry, I have some standing there now. They won't make it difficult for us. Shani, tomorrow, we'll do something big. Upon hearing something big, the Riker immediately got excited. A battle? I've been bored out of my mind after being trapped for centuries. The boss is impressive indeed. Relax, the opponent isn't small either. Be cautious, don't let your confidence get the better of you. Yates feared he'd suffer losses if he went overconfidently. That warrior wouldn't exist anymore. The Riker excitedly said, rest assured, I'll put in my full effort. Once I know their bottom line, I can play with them a bit. No way. Yates sternly said, I have friends with them. If you don't do well, I won't reward you needlessly. Understand? Got it. On the road, Yates, seeing they hadn't gone far, hurriedly asked, do you have any weapons? Sterling, I don't have any weapons. After being cast down from the divine realm, I've been living in the mountains. Where would I get any weapons? The Riker looked pitiful and wretched. Yates shook his head. Forget it. I'll forge one for you myself. What weapon suits you? A long halberd. Coincidentally, Yates smiled. I need your help. Please let me know if you need any further assistance or changes. Hashtag chapter 212, Bug Warfare. The moment they returned to the poisonous insect mountain, it immediately drew a crowd of buzzing insects, all murmuring and discussing. Fellow Taoist Yates had only been away for a short while. Why was there now an unfamiliar person by his side? This puzzled them. Fellow Taoist Yates, may I ask who this Tao brother is? Honor, he's one of us. Don't worry, Yates casually replied, walking aside to a secluded spot where he sat down and lay back. The Honor didn't dare to leave his side and stood nearby motionless, as if guarding him. Leaders then entered his cave and looked at his brother Emma with a bitter feeling in his heart. Now that fellow Taoist Yates has brought back someone from outside, this person is even more capable than me. Emma acted as if it were nothing. Relax, this person is only here to save lives. After all, you insect clan might not be able to handle it alone. Understand that anyone who can bring you these people wouldn't betray you. If he wanted to, your poisonous insect clan would have already lost in the alchemy contest. But, Emma continued explaining, you've been the Josue for too long, unable to tolerate others doing well. The person I personally brought here isn't weak, but you've seen how he behaves. Why should you fear him? Currently, the best weapon in Leader Zen's hands was still made and given by Yates. Indeed, Zen became suspicious, but he couldn't admit his mistake in front of the clan members. He would think about it privately later. After so many years, brother, if you don't trust me, we can just leave right now. We don't need the help of your insect clan to accomplish everything. Emma, don't be angry, that's not what I meant. Leader Zen hurriedly stopped him, then ordered everyone in the hall to leave and withdraw. Only then did he calm down, no longer acting like before. In fact, I knew long ago that being a Josue wasn't suitable for me. Leader Zen looked at Emma enviously and said, sometimes I really envy you, old friend, truly. Not becoming a Josue at my age allows me to live freely and meet friends like you. I envy you. I'm sorry. Emma suddenly felt guilty. My attitude just now wasn't good either. Please don't take it to heart. It's okay. Leader Zen was glad. Thanks to fellow Taoist Yates and you otherwise, we wouldn't know what fate would befall our poisonous insect clan. Grasping Emma's hand, Leader Zen whispered, let's not tell fellow Taoist Yates about this. I'm afraid he'll overthink it. Just between us two brothers, I'm not foolish, Emma reassured him. Good. Unnoticed, a figure walked in from outside. Leader, fellow Taoist Yates wishes to see you. He says there's an important matter to discuss. Perhaps the plan should begin. Upon hearing this, Leader Zen quickly instructed, bring him in quickly. Don't delay him. Just as that person left, Yates and his formidable subordinate came in. But at the door, Yates said, Honor, wait here. I'll go in briefly. It's fine. The Honor nodded politely and remained standing, watching as Yates approached Leader Zen to speak. Leader Zen, no news from afar is bad news. Hearing some remarks at the door, I believe we should be upfront with each other to avoid misunderstandings. Leader Zen hastily in display, though the Honor, having seen grander scenes, wasn't surprised. Choose a weapon from here. Fighting without one would make the enemy too happy. Finally, under duress, he couldn't resist selecting a handsome spear. It belonged to Yates from another source. This spear seems to have come from Xianxia. It must be excellent for you to use, quite a bargain for you. Originally reluctant, the Honor handled it and grew fond of it instantly, exclaiming, great. This spear will be mine unless something unexpected happens. Never thought such good things exist in this low plane. Thanks to the Great One for granting me such a divine weapon. Yates had feared he might not like it. Since you do, let's finalize it. Looking at the weapons strewn across the ground like scraps of metal, Yates wouldn't disdain them. After all, who refuses freebies? He collected and stored them all. Sterling, after descending the mountain, ensure the most formidable person is left for me. Sure. Selection was completed. Leader Zen awkwardly explained, a small group refused to join and will stay behind to guard the base. The Honor showed disdain, believing it was irresponsible. At least our boss helped you, yet you dare harbor hostility. Truly ungrateful. Yates intervened, Leader Zen, please forgive him. My little brother is straightforward and unintentionally offended. Understanding his fault and not wanting discord, the Honor grumbled internally. No worries, no worries. Finally, upon Yates's insistence, the Honor had to apologize, sorry, it was uncalled for. No problem, no problem. Leader Zen was amazed that this formidable person treated fellow Taoist Yates so respectfully. Your brother Yates is extraordinary. His capabilities surpass my imagination. Perhaps his true identity isn't just a simple cultivator. Rest assured, we won't become his enemies. Following his character, you might even become friends. If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Despite jealousy, Leader Zen considered his clan and the future, thinking deeply, set out for Desolate Peak. Note asterisk names like Yates, Zen, and Emma are kept in pinyin as requested. Hashtag chapter 213, The Excited Honor. Desolation Peak. It was daytime, and there were many people entering and exiting the city gates. At this moment, a general, dressed identically to General Weston, stood at the entrance of the city. He would usually come up here almost every day at this time. Everyone knew that this wasn't the first time he had done so. Usually, passers-by would refrain from causing trouble either openly or secretly when they saw him. Recently, Desolation Peak had been peaceful and stable, with no unexpected or adverse incidents, allowing its residents to live in peace and prosperity. In the dense forest beyond the city's outskirts, an army suddenly appeared. They had peculiar appearances, resembling insects, except for two individuals who looked normal, while the rest had animal-like features. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Jonah stood at the forefront, carefully observing the situation at Desolation Peak City Gate. "When do we start the attack?" asked the Earl impatiently, squeezing his way to the front from behind. Upon hearing this, the other two also looked over expectantly. Xianxia thought for a moment and replied, "I think it's better to act at night. Fighting during the day is too conspicuous and will be disadvantageous for us." "Ah," the Earl exclaimed anxiously, "why wait? I can lead a small squad in to gather intelligence. Why complicate things?" Xianxia sighed helplessly, "No one will be sent with you if you go. You must guarantee that you won't be discovered once inside. Can you do that?" Knowing he couldn't avoid being detected, the Earl lowered his head obediently and remained silent. After all, the enemy had strong fighters, and unless he became stronger, he'd still likely be caught. Besides, he didn't always follow orders. "My current strength isn't what it used to be. If we don't follow the plan, we don't know how many more lives could be lost." "Auric makes sense," agreed another voice. As dusk quietly fell, fewer people queued at the city gate. Shani chose not to leave the city at night due to the dangers, so only a few remained in line. Jonah suddenly said, "Can we make our move now?" Xianxia responded, "Xianxia, your clan members can revert to their original forms. Let them launch a surprise attack first, and then we'll join forces." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Auric is right. If my clansmen are discovered, we should act immediately." "No problem," Xianxia answered. He went with Jonah. The Earl approached Xianxia and said, "Sterling, they're just bugs. They won't be discovered easily. The remaining strong ones can be left to me. You need to understand that numbers count. I won't allow you to recklessly risk your life before the critical moment." Xianxia continued, "I agree to let you challenge the strongest, but I won't send you to die pointlessly. Your strength is invaluable, so don't die easily, okay?" The Earl hung his head shamefully and pleaded, "Sorry, Sterling. I won't be reckless anymore. Just give me the strongest one. Even if I can't defeat him, I'll at least keep him occupied." "All right, I'm glad you understand." Xianxia felt relieved by the Earl's progress. "I feel like my old self again. While personal heroism is admirable, as long as it didn't affect morale, it was acceptable. Being with you feels less like confinement and more like friendship. If everything goes well, there's no reason to worry, sometimes even making me forget our contractual relationship." The Earl quickly understood much over the short period. "If you show mercy to the enemy, I won't spare you," Xianxia warned. They smiled at each other. Once the guards passed, they hurriedly ran to the back of the wall. "I've never crawled through a dog hole. Sterling, let me handle this from now on. With me here, you won't have to compromise." Xianxia chuckled, "Good boy. Remember to use your skills wisely. Don't stray far from me." "Sure, let's stay together." "Hey, since Tadeo took over Desolation Peak, the defense had drastically improved. Patrol teams roamed the streets, appearing frequently. Each team included a powerful fighter, making it challenging to confront them. Once inside the city, the Earl immediately became excited and wanted to charge forward at the sight of enemies. Xianxia held him back, preventing a premature confrontation. "You're always impulsive. If we're caught by the Hope Cathedral, we might not survive long enough to rescue anyone. Stay calm, okay? Just hold back, I promise." "Understood." Xianxia instantly became a worried parent, keeping watch while also preventing the Earl from acting impulsively. After turning a corner, they sensed a pungent smell of blood. Alerted, they cautiously peeked in the direction of the scent. "So many dead bodies, what happened here?" Finding no one nearby, Xianxia urged, "Let's check this out. It might be related to the venomous insect tribe." Inspecting the bodies revealed signs of poisoning. The Earl gasped in astonishment. "These bugs are deadly. Their poison doesn't explode immediately, but takes time to take effect, leaving no evidence." "Impressive. This street seems to be their route. Let's follow them." Destroying the insect marks on the corpses, they led the Earl to follow. Knowing Tadeo's thoroughness, especially considering these were special forces, they had to ensure Xianxia wasn't tracked. Regardless, they needed to follow to investigate. Chapter 214. I know you have already arrived. Near the Hope Chapel, toxic insectoids emerged in droves from the darkness, silently creeping onto the Hope Chapel patrol teams and beginning their poisonous infiltration. With each bite, they would immediately jump away. It was only after the patrol members moved a bit further that they would unexpectedly succumb to the poison. Without a thorough inspection, it was impossible to discern that the toxic insectoids were behind this. However, this news had yet to reach Danica's ears inside the Hope Chapel. Now, the patrol squads on the streets were gradually decreasing. Emma led the toxic insectoid Josue up into the sky, carefully observing everything around. Should there be any sign of discovery, they would immediately alert the forces below to prepare defensively. Yet at this moment, someone appeared behind them, Xianxia's group. The two resumed their human forms and flew down, approaching them closely. "You finally made it in. Did you manage without being discovered?" Xianxia shook his head. "If we could make it here, then naturally we weren't discovered. Otherwise, we would have clashed with them right at the city gate." The toxic insectoid Josue said, "We will soon reach outside the Hope Chapel," but Xianxia interrupted him. "Leader 2, you should hide your people as they have already been discovered." Emma couldn't quite believe it. "Why? We haven't aroused suspicion along the way. What could possibly go wrong?" At this point, the small Riker spoke up. "Your plan is too obvious. Once the news of the dead patrols reaches the powerful ones within the Hope Chapel, they'll notice something amiss. The boss wants you to leave to avoid more casualties." Those people are not stupid. Xianxia nodded. Indeed. I suggest some action participants remain out while others hide for now. Alright, I follow your advice, the toxic insectoid Josue said hesitantly. This is our unique way to relay information. Please understand. No problem. Once all the toxic insectoids left, those remaining followed Xianxia quietly towards the Hope Chapel, careful not to get too close, fearing even the slightest noise might lead to exposure. Suddenly, someone rode back swiftly on horseback. From the dark. They have already discovered us. Next, they will conduct a search on that street. You can send someone to follow and check, Xianxia said. Oryx speaks in jest, the toxic insectoid Josue said. Although he was extremely curious internally, is it really as amazing as you say? To verify this claim, he sent a few to check where they had just passed. If they found any Hope Chapel personnel, they would return to inform the Josue. Inside the grand hall of the Hope Chapel, Danica and others gathered together. Everyone sat there, awaiting something. Senior Ganon said, Young man, Xianxia has been missing for days. Will he really come back to rescue those in the prison? The Jin's brothers added, I doubt Xianxia will come back easily, but if he does, he will bring many powerful allies. Without preparation, we won't stand a chance against them. Flynn said, I think we should strengthen the city wall guards. If they start acting, the most unexpected result may occur at the gates or other places. Danica looked at everyone. All generals, please ensure the preparations are carried out meticulously. Yes. He should arrive within the next couple of days. Keep watch. Then, Danica started rearranging things. Senior Ganon, let's go directly to the entrance of the Hope Chapel. As for the D, head straight to the dungeon. I suspect their target is the prisoners. Understood. With us, they won't rescue anyone. Everyone split up, increasing the presence near the Hope Chapel, tightly guarding the entrance. Anyone unusual appearing would be apprehended immediately. Ganon watched the street. If it isn't Xianxia this time, we might expose ourselves. Relax. If not him, who could take out the patrols so effortlessly? Danica was certain due to his intense hatred for Xianxia. Since he took my bride, I must kill him. This reciprocity is most fitting. He shouted out loud, Xianxia, I know you've arrived. If you don't appear before me, you know the consequences. I don't mind killing a few in the dungeon first. What do you think? Xianxia in hiding couldn't help but admit, this Danica is too shrewd. We can't outsmart him. He then stood up and told the toxic insectoid Josue, let's go out first. Don't act until necessary. The small Riker rose. If they attack, our insect army won't stand a chance. I've seen their prowess before. Xianxia smiled, knowing the Riker guessed this earlier. Just a short while ago, the Riker was trying to understand these people better. Now saying this, he didn't quite believe it. You don't rush. You're my strongest ace. If revealed now, it won't benefit us. Follow my advice and stay with Leader Tuesday. The Riker reluctantly agreed, promising not to move recklessly. Never expected you to be this smart. Playing mind games with you is exhausting, Danica. Here I come. Hashtag chapter 215. What can these pitiful bugs do to me? Gervais, I'm here. As Xianxia emerged from the darkness, Gervais immediately felt a wave of relief. Given his current situation, it was a great advantage that Xianxia hadn't brought back many powerful reinforcements from the outside world. There won't be as many deaths tonight as there used to be. Is that so? Jonah stepped forward and said, I've heard several patrol teams have already been wiped out outside. Do you really think you're strong enough to control others' fates? Humph, those were just gifts for you. The real force is here. Take a good look. He pointed at the various figures on the city wall, all formidable individuals with high status and power, none of whom would be easily defeated. Hadn't it been only days since General Fenton's appearance when people of similar standing began to emerge en masse? Was this Xianxia's true capability? Indeed impressive. Xianxia thought to himself, if these people were to act together, how many in the toxic insect tribe could stand against them? I wonder what kind of strength they possess? Xianxia changed his line of questioning. How could Gervais not know that this trap was being laid? He naturally wouldn't divulge the information easily. With a smile, he said, why don't we try and see? After all, I am your enemy. Anything I say would be a lie. Why bother with such useless talk? Xianxia didn't want to ask the same question over and over again, so he quickly changed the subject. Then I won't ask. Where have you imprisoned Clement and the others? You'll find out once you come in. Suddenly, the Earl led the toxic insect tribe into the scene, shouting, enough nonsense, strike now. If we don't kill these people, I'm done. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Why did you bring them all out? Didn't you say it wasn't the right time yet? The Earl replied, I can't wait any longer. Don't worry. Worst case scenario, they fight alongside me while you focus on rescuing them. Naturally, I won't be harmed. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Xianxia believed he still had some hidden divine skills, likely ones meant for self-preservation. Daoist Xianxia, why don't we launch a direct attack? Resolving this issue early would benefit us all. All members of the toxic insect tribe were intimidated by Gervais's imposing force. There were too many formidable individuals for them to handle, unless they utilized their toxin's potency stealthily as before. Moreover, they couldn't leave now. The grudge between both sides was too deep. They had to resolve everything before they could escape unscathed. About time, Xianxia continued. Once they make their move, your tribe should immediately redistribute and primarily rely on your toxic powers. Otherwise, heavy losses are inevitable. I thought about this already. Zen Josue turned to everyone, saying, everyone, proceed according to plan. Don't panic. Gervais's elite troops soon charged down, transforming into the shapes of toxic insects and dispersing rapidly. Soon, the battlefield was left with only a small number of enemies who could barely match up against Gervais's special forces. Just a bunch of insignificant bugs. You let them attack, Xianxia? I think your brain has definitely gone bad. Xianxia, I should send you away now. Gervais leaped forward, Jonah charging towards him. My apologies, this time my opponent is you. It's you again. Looking at his aura, Gervais smiled and said, You're not a pitiful bug, right? Hemph. I'm a divine beast, Gervais. Your life belongs to me. Arrogant fool. Soon, the two engaged in battle. The remaining trio continued to push forward at incredible speed, almost slipping past even Gushin Sr., entering the Hall of Hope. Daoist Xianxia, have you forgotten about me? Deceiving an elder like me will not be easily forgiven. Gushin Sr. brought quite a few people with him. If nothing substantial happened, these people would die in vain. Looks like while I was away from Duanjue Peak, you've secretly strengthened them. Truly, it's been a lot of hard work. Gushin Sr. retorted disdainfully. Gervais knew you'd return in full force, so he made sure we were well prepared for today. Pity, I'm not fighting you today, otherwise, I could finally take my revenge. Last time, if I'd truly been poisoned, my life would have ended. Oh, Gushin was surprised. Could it be you have another powerful ally? Saying that, the Earl came forward with a warm smile. Old man, you've lived long enough. Today, however, is your last day. Just a small Riker. Do you really think you can defeat me? Gushin Sr. didn't believe his bluff. I need to teach you respect for your elders, or else you might offend more people without knowing who to turn to for protection. The Earl swung his long spear behind him. Showing off age in front of me doesn't work. Try your best later. Don't hurt your back. Are you also a beast type? Shaking his head, the Earl rushed forward. His final words echoed. Go ahead, gentlemen. I'll hold off this old man. The Earl is very confident. Be careful. Leaders in. Let's keep moving. After entering the Hall of Hope and encountering Gushin Sr., part of their group stayed behind to assist. Now, only a few members of the toxic insect tribe remained. Their goal was indeed the dungeon. Even if we can't kill you, it'll be enough to make you suffer. Augustus looked at Xianxia's insect companion and said, What can these pitiful bugs do to me? Xianxia, regardless of your changes this time, it's time to settle accounts between us. To this day, Xianxia didn't know who had been orchestrating their attempts to kill him, with no clues to go by. At least, those who want me dead aren't just limited to Gervais, right? You'll never know. Both sides clashed, initiating the final battle. Chapter 216. Finally slaying you. Xianxia had been wary all along. Even before the Jin brothers initiated their killing plan, he felt something was amiss. If anyone who offended them would die so easily, it might have been possible, but Xianxia still believed this matter wasn't that simple. After this battle, you will never get another chance to speak. After today, I, Xianxia, will not give you any more opportunities. You will die. Both Xianxia and Jonathan used long spears, while the Jin brothers wielded ordinary swords. However, weapons alone did not determine victory or defeat. Individual combat skills were also crucial. The choice of weapon and the proficiency with which one used it could make a significant difference in battle. Facing Xianxia's confidence, the possibility of defeating him remained slim for the Jin brothers, whose strength was evident, giving them no reason to fear. The weapons modified by Xianxia were formidable even in the hands of Jonathan, unleashing immense power. In the duel against Daeon, the disparity in weapons was obvious. Although Daeon's technique surpassed Jonathan's, it barely prevented a quick defeat. As for Rudy facing Xianxia, he was steadily retreating. Xianxia's newly transformed weapon, the lean beast halberd, was significantly stronger, each strike imbued with godlike power, unstoppable and overwhelming. This weapon is problematic. Though its color remains similar, it's clearly much stronger than before, remarked Rudy as he paused mid-battle. I didn't expect you to obtain such a divine weapon. Still, it won't be easy to kill me. Xianxia sneered, there's no need to worry. When you truly face death, you'll understand my resolve. Rudy charged at Xianxia with an ordinary attack, which couldn't harm Xianxia mortally anymore. He had to go all out. It's time to end this. Xianxia sliced from bottom to top, cleaving Rudy's sword in two. How is this possible? Rudy stared at his broken sword, disbelief etched on his face. This sword was crafted by a master. How can it break? Nothing is impossible. Xianxia lunged forward, effortlessly dodging a flying sword attack from Rudy. After several evasions, only close-quarters combat could yield a win. To avoid dying easily, Harold advised him to practice close combat techniques, which could buy him some time in critical moments, offering a chance to survive. Conversely, once Rudy closed in, Xianxia found it difficult to fully utilize the lean beast halberd's power. I underestimated you. But even without a weapon, I can still win, said Rudy, as Xianxia put away the halberd and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Learning poison use from these tiny insects can now be put into action, gradually poisoning him until he dies painfully, thought Xianxia. This was an opportunity to eliminate an enemy mercilessly yet slowly. Their fists and feet clashed violently. Others tried to assist, but the poisonous insects released from the cells overwhelmed the defenders, quickly incapacitating them. Next, those imprisoned in the cells joined the fight, turning the tide. Except for the Jin brothers and a few others struggling desperately, everyone else was dead. The Jin brothers' faces twisted with fury. We underestimated you. You even freed the prisoners. Daeon called out, Brother, our numbers are dwindling. Fight, fight, replied Rudy. Seizing an opportunity, Jonathan thrust his spear, drawing blood from Daeon. Brother, you insect, you dare kill my brother? I'll take your life, roared Daeon, grabbing his sword and striking back, forcing Jonathan to retreat. Others were already under the influence of poison from the deadly insects and began to fall ill and collapse. Xianxia calmly retrieved the lean beast halberd. You both brought this upon yourselves. Rudy, do you have anything to say before the end? Keep dreaming. One day, they will find you, Xianxia. Then you will have no chance to live. Rudy slashed towards Xianxia, who had no choice but to pierce him with the halberd. I'm sorry. With one swift strike, Rudy's body was pierced, his life ending there and then. Xianxia looked at the two bodies, feeling mixed emotions. I intended to spare you, but your obstinacy leaves no choice. Chana rushed over, hugging him. I didn't expect you'd really return. Peak Dujue holds a special place in my heart. Not returning wouldn't be like me. Putting away the lean beast halberd, He let go of Chana and bowed respectfully. I apologize, Senior Jue and General Inigo. I returned late. As long as you're back, we respect your choices. Besides, Peak Dujue and the Holy Hall need major changes. As long as I'm alive, guard the city gate. No clan will dare challenge us. Xianxia understood that without the presence on Peak Dujue, today's Dujue wouldn't exist. Elder Ellsworth's power exceeded that of any clan in the continent. If he wished, even the first clan would show respect. Now isn't the time to talk. Jonathan, please take them to safety. Let Xianxia Juegue decide where to go. All right. Before leaving, he added, Friend Xianxia, be careful. Jonathan left 4 men behind to assist Xianxia. Carry these 2 bodies inside. Then we'll check outside. They're not simple foes. Although the toxic insects didn't understand the purpose, they complied due to Jonathan's orders. Inside a cell, they cleaned up and placed the bodies on a table. Check around and report immediately if you find anything. Once the 4 left, Xianxia searched the bodies. I wonder if those who want to kill me left any clues. He searched thoroughly but found nothing, which puzzled him. Did my intuition lead me astray? He couldn't believe someone trying to harm him would leave no trace. Determined, he continued searching. Chapter 217. The Tragedy of Ganon. After a long while, Xianxia and the other 4 explorers found nothing. They returned empty-handed, all shaking their heads in disappointment. Xianxia told them, since we haven't discovered anything significant, let's head outside to assist. The prison situation is resolved. It's best to deal with the outsiders first. At least 1 more must die today. On the other side, the battle between Azrael, the Riker, and Xianxia Ganon was still ongoing. Xianxia Ganon used his utmost strength to cast the Strange World spell, trapping Azrael inside. Do you think this can defeat me? In the darkness, Azrael swung his spear, performing several moves without hesitation. Since you don't want to come out, I'll destroy this damned world of yours. Don't think I don't know what kind of world this is. He struck the ground with his spear, causing the entire world to tremble. After another strike, the same effect occurred. When I strike for the 10th time, you'll see just how fragile this so-called world is. Azrael's speed was fast. In no time, he had struck the ground 10 times. As the strange world gradually collapsed and prepared to dissolve, Xianxia Ganon finally appeared at the last moment, holding a weapon but not fully recovered from exhaustion. If not for your strange world, you would have been dead just now. Understand that? I don't think you have the upper hand. Moreover, I'm still alive. Young man, I advise you not to act recklessly. If you suffer a loss, don't say I didn't warn you. Xianxia Ganon supported himself to appear less fatigued, aiming to intimidate this unreasonable young man. That goal isn't far off. Azrael leaped and attacked him. Xianxia Ganon dodged, admitting that in many ways, he truly wasn't as good as the younger generation. Fighting for a while, he was already exhausted. Just when he found a way to avoid it, Azrael showed no mercy and broke through the boundary. His appearance confirmed that Azrael's actions were correct. Old man, you've shown your true colors. That was just a probe. Now, I'm getting serious. To dodge such an attack, taking advantage of Xianxia Ganon's shock, Azrael charged forward. You ungrateful little brat. I advised you kindly, yet you still try to kill. Truly irredeemable. Despite his age, Xianxia Ganon did not hold back. He swung his large blade with formidable strength, making Azrael suddenly feel a chill. Even at your weakest, you can still burst forth with power. A final struggle? Unfortunately, Xianxia Ganon's burst of strength only lasted a moment before completely dissipating. Azrael was startled. You really thought you had some skill? Having lived for many years, he no longer cherished life as he once did. Since we are enemies, I, Azrael, will not hold back. At least I hope you won't take this path again in your next life. Ignoring Xianxia Ganon's resistance, Azrael thrust his spear into his body, and the strange world disappeared. Seeing this, the outsiders couldn't believe it. Xianxia Ganon was indeed dead. Knowing that staying meant certain death, they fled outside. The insect tribe, not receiving orders from Azrael, did not pursue. At this moment, Gervais rushed down from the city wall. Seeing him, those who had run out rushed back, knowing they had a Josue and thus no fear of death. Leaving now would mean losing all the status and position they had fought hard to gain. With no stay or go doesn't matter. My target is Xianxia. This has nothing to do with you. Leave like those pitiful creatures, and I won't make things difficult for you. Azrael smiled faintly. If you're dreaming, maybe it could happen. Too bad. Since you insist on finding death, then I won't be polite. As Gervais was about to move, Xianxia's voice interrupted. Your enemy is me. Chapter 218. Only you are left. Xianxia led 4 others over, and he approached the small Riker. The moment they met, Xianxia smiled. Such a pathetic state. You're not as formidable as I thought. However, killing Ganon proves your strength. Seeing the Riker's dark and angry expression, Xianxia knew what had just happened. Fortunately, when he arrived with his group, they had overheard part of their conversation from behind. That person has information about the Demon Clan. If my guess is correct, the one backing him isn't simple at all. The small Riker couldn't joke around now. He was dead serious. He sheathed his weapon and stretched his limbs. Dealing with this guy won't be easy with weapons. If you want to help, give me support. Don't hesitate. Unleashing the Rinshu Ji, its formidable aura made Jaden retreat in awe. Is this your former weapon? Why does it feel so different? Note: I've maintained the unique names as they appear to be proper nouns or specific terms within the context of the story. The edited translation aims to improve fluency while preserving the original meaning. This was specially prepared for you, Jaden. To face my spear is an honor for you. Jaden snorted coldly. I broke it with my own ability before, and I can do it again today. Even if you have special abilities, I'm not someone to mess with either. He continued. Don't think you can do whatever you want by killing the D. Let me tell you, their deaths were part of my plan. The truly useful individuals for Jaden were 2 peculiar figures who had never appeared before anyone. They weren't living beings but counted as a type of puppet. At that moment, only Jaden knew they were absorbing life force from the dead bodies, converting it into power within their bodies for Jaden's use. Meanwhile, Xianxia and the others were preparing to leave and reclaim Xianxia, ready to take back what belonged to them. Amador followed the Josue and headed straight for Xianxia after leaving. Regardless of your plans, without manpower, you're nothing, Xianxia said thoughtfully. My new weapon needs to be inaugurated. Apart from the D, I need your life too. Together, they attacked, combining fists and weapons, but to no avail. Jaden's body was like solid rock, immune to any damage. Unbreakable body. The small Riker commented before changing tactics and launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Unfortunately, even this wasn't enough to hurt him. After a long while, both attackers tired out and paused. Jaden smiled faintly. Looks like you've exhausted all your skills and can barely tickle me. It's my turn. Instantly, Jaden lunged at them, sending Xianxia flying with a single punch and making the small Riker question reality with a powerful kick. The small Riker protested. This guy must have cheats activated. What should we do, boss? Despite employing various martial arts techniques, none worked against Jaden, who had transformed into a demon form. He was indeed very powerful. Even Xianxia's multiple techniques couldn't bring him down, and the small Riker couldn't harm him significantly in a short time. When fists proved useless, he switched to a spear and pressed on with attacks. Xianxia was well prepared for Jaden's transformation, putting in maximum effort throughout the fight without any slack. Over time, their weaknesses became more apparent. Jaden only needed light moves to counter their all-out defense and attack. Xianxia Ghost Hand. Xianxia unleashed an advanced technique, but Jaden's overwhelming demonic aura enveloped the attack, dissipating the red-black demonic energy until the Xianxia Ghost Hand vanished. Why doesn't this Rinchu-ji receive a direct hit from him? Is he afraid? Thinking about it, this seemed true. Xianxia's initial hits on Jaden's armor didn't cause any damage. There was still a chance to win. Noticing this, he informed the small Riker, who then managed to inflict some damage on Jaden. I didn't expect you could actually hurt me. Interesting. He's not invincible. Let's continue. They used every possible martial skill, searching for gaps to pierce through his defenses. You two must die now. Demon aura surged toward Xianxia and the small Riker. The latter hurriedly shielded them using protective techniques, but it didn't last long. Sterling, his demon aura is too strong. Our shield can't hold. Any ideas? Looking at Xianxia, the Riker asked, didn't you say you have divine power? Use it to strike him back. Certainly, doing so would put Amador and others in danger. They needed to leave this place first to stand a chance against him. I don't have divine power. After reincarnation, my strength became spirit energy, not divine power. As the Riker rushed forward, he was immediately sent flying by Jaden. The demonic aura filled the air, making Xianxia feel heavy-headed, as if pressured by a huge stone. With demon aura appearing, why haven't any powerful cultivators noticed? He hoped nearby experts would come to help resolve the crisis. But after so much time, no strong cultivators came. Only familiar auras lingered nearby. During this time, he thought of Senior Fernan, hoping the elder would intervene against the demon. But even after waiting anxiously, there was no sign of him. Am I supposed to solve this alone? That's too difficult. Demon aura overwhelmed him, causing internal injuries. Xianxia struggled to control the intrusion and cut himself to expel the demonic energy along with clotted blood. Look at you now, Xianxia. There's no way you can win. Approaching Xianxia, the small Riker stepped in front, protecting him. He sneered, your loyalty is admirable, but to me, it's foolish. Even so, you'll have to go through me to get the boss. Trying to lift the Rinchu-ji, he found it too heavy. Let's use my own weapon. They're all dead. Now, only you are left. Why prolong the agony? Upheaval, the Riker casually said, attacking Jaden with a spear, pulling Xianxia up and fleeing. Leaving now is the best choice. Let's go. Suddenly, two powerful breaths startled both of them. The Riker frowned. Another divine level being? This is impossible. Struggling, Xianxia said, I'm sure this isn't Jaden's, but it must be related to him. Chapter 219. The Undying Mystics. Two mysterious presences appeared along the escape route. Xianxia and his companions had already sensed the danger and naturally dared not proceed recklessly. The small Riker's eyes darted around. Who is it? In the blink of an eye, not only did Hoovercho catch up from behind, but two more mystics suddenly materialized in front of them, influencing all the oxygen around them. Even the space itself trembled, generating a strong airflow. Apart from Hoovercho, whose face resembled that of a corpse, the other two did not reveal their faces. Their cloaks were emblazoned with prominent, Wu characters, and aside from that, no other aura or signs of life emanated from them. If they possessed even a hint of vitality, their strength would not be so unnaturally high. Xianxia said, these puppet-like figures are not ordinary. They possess capabilities on par with the Xianxia King realm. If you're unwilling to fight because of your injuries, we should leave immediately. Hoovercho walked over, smiling. Don't think you can easily escape, Xianxia. Unless you leave your life behind, you won't go anywhere today. The small Riker tugged at him. Whether we can leave or not isn't up to you. He pulled out some pre-prepared explosives from his clothes and threw them toward the trio. Boom. The smoke from the explosion quickly spread throughout the area. Seizing this opportunity, the small Riker and Xianxia ran away immediately. Unfortunately, by the time the smoke cleared, the two Xianxia King realm mystics were already blocking their path, preventing them. The iron plating on the puppets cracked, revealing terrifying flesh inside. No longer red but a mix of white and black, emitting a foul odor. Unable to contain his anger, the small Riker didn't miss this opportunity. He thrust his spear, which instantly got stuck in the ground as black-green blood flowed out from the creature's body. Damn, they're not alive. And that one on the ground isn't dead yet either. Just then, another puppet charged forward, landing a punch on the small Riker. Covered in dust, he was forced to the ground, retrieving his spear from beside the rotting corpse before lunging forward again. Xianxia smiled. It seems your subordinates aren't doing well. Once they die, You will too. Hoover Cho chuckled but did not respond. E-Mountain residence. The Patch Josui followed Zhou and the others to the location. Indeed, Hoover Cho's people were still guarding E-Mountain residence, keeping watch so tightly that even a fly would struggle to break through. Zhou addressed those present. Our goal is clear. Eliminate these people and reclaim E-Mountain residence. Important documents about Duju Top Peak are stored in the inner chambers. We must seize them. Everyone nodded. With Tatiana leading one group and the Patch Josui leading another, everyone prepared accordingly. General Fintan stayed behind to protect Zhou. Someone must protect the commander. Otherwise, if the general dies, we'll lose our chance to laugh together again. With that, he called for 2 others to stay behind, standing guard nearby to report any sightings. Everyone agreed with his plan. At least now, in Duju Top Peak, he was a senior figure whose words carried weight. They all followed his instructions, beginning with the toxic insect clan led by the Patch Josui, followed by Tatiana and her team. Soon, they employed the same combat strategy as last time, silently poisoning the guards, who fell dead without making a sound. Attack! After poisoning them, within minutes, all the guards lay motionless on the ground. Only then did Tatiana and her team move in for the kill. Having resolved the threat, they stationed guards everywhere while Zhou and the others entered. The place was spotless, but traces of disturbance were evident. Check the important areas first. Fintan, stay here in E-Mountain residence until everything stabilizes. Afterward, you can do as you please, okay? Of course, Fintan agreed, leading his disciples to secure various locations within E-Mountain residence. Fintan personally guided 4 others to inspect Zhou's study, repeatedly going over every detail, exhausting everyone in the process. Later, still in Zhou's study, only General Fintan, the Patch Josui, and others remained. Everyone else was tasked with inspecting and securing the rest of E-Mountain residence. How's the investigation coming along? Zhou asked. Quentin, everything appears disturbed except for some hidden passages. It doesn't seem like Hoover Cho sent people directly, so not much has been taken. He handed over a list of missing items. This is everything lost. Unimportant items were not recorded. Excellent work. Zhou placed the list in a book and instructed. If there's nothing after we're done, you can rest. Have Zoe arrange it. Speak to her. Yes. General Fintan left. There was nothing urgent to discuss. He already had plans to deal with the people Xianxia brought. Insect Clan. I heard you were planning to attack Duju Top Peak recently? The Patch Josui was startled. Yes, but it was a misunderstanding. Surely Leader Juexian won't blame us. Ha 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 ha. Zhou laughed. You youngsters are bold. Don't worry. I don't blame you. This time, we owe you for getting out of that situation. Oh, no need for thanks. These were fellow Taoist Xianxia's arrangements. We merely repaid a favor. Ah, Zhou showed interest. What kind of favor? Meanwhile, back at the Hall of Hope, the 2 undying warriors the small Riker had finally felled were now standing again. Really undying, huh? Chapter 220. The arrival of mysterious power. He had just been pierced through by a spear, yet he now stood up as if nothing happened, not only shocking the Riker but also worsening Xianxia's situation even further. Looking at the corpse he had already pierced, the Riker took a deep breath. Since it's like this, don't blame me for being ruthless and not leaving you whole. Of course, no matter what he said, the one behind the corpses did not change in any way, remaining as he was. Not only the body he had already injured, but the other one reacted similarly. When the undying Odds Island charged towards him with blurred flesh, the Riker didn't want to get close to them or let them get close to him. Trying to avoid them became his next course of action. Occasionally running over to help Xianxia was the Riker's plan, the only way to avoid dealing with these revolting situations. Xianxia wasn't much more relaxed facing Alfonso. Before his demonization, it was easy to deal with him, but after demonization, it became difficult. Xianxia, you 2 could easily handle my former self. But now that my power has surged, do you think you still stand a chance? Alfonso spoke harshly as the demonic aura rushed toward them. The 2 undying Odds Island soon radiated demonic energy from their bodies, growing long claws on their hands, sharp like slaughterhouse knives, slicing blood upon contact. Seeing this, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. Ilias, don't let them hurt you. Those claws are laced with demonic energy. If it gets inside your body, it will be hard to eliminate. The Riker nodded in agreement. Sterling, don't worry. They won't scratch me. Alfonso's charge came with special physique created from his demonic energy, which naturally grabbed onto Hansenbei halberd each time, throwing Xianxia off repeatedly. Over time, his stamina was gradually draining. Bang! A strike to the heart made Xianxia shudder momentarily but quickly recovered. Shaking his head, your moves are formidable, but I'm not the Xianxia you can defeat anymore. Then try again. The demonic energy billowed around Alfonso's hands as he charged forward, forming black shadows that revealed his extraordinary skills. The shield appeared, barely resisting for a second before breaking. Xianxia had to immediately take advantage of the opening to escape and look for another attack opportunity. On the other side, the Riker was clearly struggling, eventually flying towards Xianxia for help. Sterling, save me! As he turned his head, the claw-like daggers were already flying over. Xianxia retreated hastily, thankful the Riker returned in time to block them. Xianxia questioned him, are you capable? The Riker smiled awkwardly. There was an unexpected twist. They are about to perish, everyone. Prepare for the final assault. Alfonso didn't give the 2 a moment to breathe, issuing commands and attacking alongside his forces. These guys are ridiculously strong. We need to focus on defeating the Demon Clan someday. Let's worry about staying alive first. They retaliated, emerging unscathed from the explosion as if unaffected by the demonic energy, completely ignoring spiritual power. For such a massive presence in Duanjue Peak, no powerful figures have sensed and come to help. This world is truly frustrating and tough. The Riker complained as they moved outside Duanjue Peak, where Amador and others were recuperating, and Zen Josui stayed behind to guard against possible ambushes. Did you enjoy this battle? The Riker sighed. It was enjoyable, but unfortunately, we couldn't win. So I'm following Sterling to retreat. Sterling, what's the plan next? Xianxia replied, run for now. Several sword auras slashed towards them, forcing them to descend abruptly as they couldn't evade in time. Soon, the two undying odds island grabbed the Riker, placing their claws at his neck while Alfonso approached, targeting Xianxia. Choose, either die yourself, or let him die. Consider it. Children play games, I won't risk my comrade's life. If you want to do this, forget it. Sterling, that wasn't well spoken. The Riker defended himself, fearing abandonment. Since this Riker is your companion, I won't let him go. Let's continue our chase. I, Alfonso, will accept the Riker's fate. An undying odd Shannon approached, Alfonso watching with detached amusement while stating, any resistance means death for the Riker. Or you can kill yourself, making things easier for me. One glance from Alfonso intensified the Riker's peril, blood trickling alongside the blade. Xianxia could see it clearly despite its minimal quantity. You don't have the skill to claim my life. I know you won't spare him, so whether or not you kill him means little to me. Oh, really? Xianxia continued to obstruct. With one glance from Alfonso, sheer panic set in. The Riker covered his eyes in fear, while Xianxia felt conflicted. No. At that moment, Guation Pill responded, several mysterious forces descending upon the undying odds island, halting their movements before killing them. Alfonso couldn't act freely and was instantly restrained. The Riker snapped out of it, pressing the spear against Alfonso's neck, weapon touching human flesh, needing only a light push to cause fatal bleeding. I didn't expect this. The event at XuanHuan Peak shouldn't attract any attention, but it did. Alfonso howled into the sky. My second victory was almost within reach. Xianxia, you shouldn't have been here. This peak should have belonged to me. Ignoring everything else, Xianxia urged, kill him now. Just as the Riker was about to act, Alfonso spun and burst with demonic energy, blasting both men away. Killing me isn't that easy, Xianxia. We'll meet again, and one day, you will die too. Chasing after him, they sensed Alfonso's demonic energy weakening, suggesting his transformation's time limit was nearly up. This is our chance, boss. Today, Alfonso must die. Excited, the Riker increased his speed, closing the distance swiftly. Xianxia used a grand skill, barely keeping up with him. Indeed, someone with divine power is formidable. With you around, we won't endure such hardships. At least in future years, they wouldn't encounter enemies like Alfonso, and after leaving Huangchuan, there would be stronger beings who would pay attention. When demons appeared on Jiuzhou continent, they wouldn't last a day. Upon regaining strength and leaving XuanHuan Peak, no powerful beings paid attention to Alfonso, allowing him to act without reservation. Chapter 221. Ernie successfully escaped. Chasing to 100 miles beyond the broken peak, Ernie's aura vanished without a trace. Even his tracks were nowhere to be found. Xianxia and the Earl searched the area for a long time, turning the ground upside down but still came up empty-handed. The evening glow afternoon was so bright that it instantly uplifted one's spirits, making it feel like being in a fairyland. The two leaned against a small hill. The Earl remarked nostalgically, why did I never see such scenery when I was in the immortal realm? Xianxia chuckled. Because every place is beautiful there. People become used to it. This is just the lower realms. Beautiful sky phenomena are not always present. It can't work without sunlight or rain. I used to stay in formations all the time, almost forgetting what the outside world looks like. Fortunately, lucky as I am, I met you, sir. The Earl grinned widely. If it weren't for your generosity saving me, who knows what I'd be doing now? Sleeping, bored, or playing underground. Definitely not this comfortable. These opportunities will come again and again, but I need to quickly improve my strength to return to the upper realms to seek revenge. At that time, if you wish to continue following me, I won't imprison you anymore. That couple from Shurji is living an utterly free and blissful life now, while Xianxia has been reborn and become divine once more. Even becoming a deity doesn't mean instantly reaching the main divine realm. The Earl firmly replied, rest assured, sir. I've never been to the main divine realm, but I'll keep following you. Who knows, I might get this chance one day. This thought occurred to me tens of thousands of years ago, but I never had the opportunity. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder, saying, if I hadn't died, I would definitely fulfill this request. However, you must listen to me, and I may not fully trust you now. Who knows what the future holds? Agreed, sir. Whatever you do, I, the Earl, will always follow. Climbing mountains or diving into oil pots, nothing scares me. Deal. The sun had set, and darkness descended. They both stood up. Looks like he got away again, sir. Should we call more people to help search? Xianxia shook his head. Forget it. We haven't found his trail for so long. He's probably fled far out of fear. He's right. We'll have plenty of time to meet again. I understand. The Earl pulled his spear from the ground and followed Xianxia back to Broken Peak. Meanwhile, the severely backlashed Ernie descended from a tree. Just as he wanted to leave, a familiar aura appeared behind him. A hooded figure with hidden features appeared behind him. Without thinking twice, Ernie knelt down immediately. Greetings, Lord Hansen. Lord Hansen's voice was eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. I didn't expect that despite all my assistance, you still failed the mission. I know my fault. Please give me another chance. This time, I will surely. Before Ernie could finish speaking, dark demonic energy wrapped around his neck, lifting him into the air. Lord Hansen. Lord Hansen's ability to achieve this without any apparent effort showcased his formidable power. To our demon clan, failure is equally disgraceful. Do you think you can escape responsibility today? Lord Hansen took a few steps. All you needed to do was kill the Joe, and Broken Peak would have become our territory as agreed. I can't believe how useless you are. Lord Hansen, it's all because of Xianxia hindering us. Next time, I will surely kill him. Ernie struggled desperately. The moment Lord Hansen released him, he nearly died. Even at 8th stage Dixon, I can't act recklessly. If those old fools on the continent notice, things could get complicated. He flicked a black aura, knocking Ernie into a tree, which broke. Considering your sincere service to our demon clan, I, the Dixon, can give you another chance to redeem yourself. If you fail this time, you won't live. Understand? Ernie, spitting blood, crawled back to kneel. Please rest assured, my lord. This time, even at the cost of my life, I will retake Broken Peak. The Dixon seemed irritated. Don't plan for Broken Peak anymore. Our demon clan's grand strategy must be expedited. Find a good place for our incursion first. For now, leave Broken Peak alone. Though reluctant, Ernie complied. Yes, my lord. I will handle it as soon as possible. The Dixon threw a chain at him. This magic chain specifically binds people. It will assist you. We'll make further arrangements later. Yes. A cloud of black smoke dissipated as the Dixon left. Greetings, my lord. Xianxia, our enmity cannot end like this. Arriving at the entrance of Broken Peak, the guards were from the Carson's toxic insect clan. They no longer had to sneak into the city, walking straight and confidently. Someone at the gate told them, Brother Xianxia, Senior Joe has been waiting for you. Good, I understand. They quickly arrived at Yishan residence. The guards here were human. The Earl laughed. Seems the lesser members didn't all die off. Impressive, sir. Xianxia nodded without a word. Just as they entered, Joe asked immediately, what happened to Ernie? Today, with demonic aura still lingering, Joe and the others couldn't afford to act rashly. Ernie successfully escaped. If you guys hadn't stayed back, we might have had some fun. Unable to control his mouth, the Earl angrily spoke up, sitting next to Xianxia and spitting out tea. Too bitter. Anatole explained hurriedly, you misunderstood. The demons are powerful, and we were injured. We didn't want to trouble you too. Xianxia stood up. Apologies, everyone. My brother is straightforward. Please forgive him. Xianxia wasn't blaming anyone. Since Ernie practices demon techniques, finding his traces might indeed be difficult. No harm done. Joe naturally gave face. I like direct talkers. No offense taken. Now that you've returned safely, let's discuss whether Ernie will return to Broken Peak. Xianxia thought about the earlier group. This kid, who knows? But Broken Peak needs substantial recovery. With limited manpower, we remain vulnerable. The Sunset Mountains will open soon. I should go check. Carson stood up. How about this? I'll lead the toxic insect disciples to stay and help until matters settle. Sound feasible? Xianxia looked at Joe and others. I think Carson is excellent. What do you think, Elder Jew? If it weren't for the toxic insect's help, we might have been in danger. Plus, hearing your previous story, I trust you. Rest assured, in Broken Peak, you will be treated equally. Feel free to seek help anytime. Joe agreed. No matter how much he disliked insects, they saved his life. Everyone laughed heartily. So be it. Chapter 222. Let Tatiana come along. With the toxic insect clan joining in, Kieran power shortage at Xuanhua Peak was finally alleviated. The pressure on Darren wasn't as great either. This time, General Egan himself personally led people to the city gate to handle matters. How many disciples they could recruit depended on his abilities. After all, before this, the personnel within the military were all handled by him, including the expansion and replenishment of the Hope Holy Hall. In this aspect, his experience was undoubtedly far more extensive than Xianxia's. At least now that Gavin had also gone over to help, Darren felt much relieved, thinking to himself that the child had finally grown up. Tatiana stayed with Xianxia in the room, not making a sound for a long while, leaving everyone wondering what they were doing. People who passed by might have speculated, but none dared to speak recklessly. They were just very curious. Of course, Darren later walked in too, presumably for some important matter. Finally, voices came from the room. People did not dare to eavesdrop and quickly left the area around the room, reminding others not to approach. It was Darren's voice. Xianxia, can Zoe come along when you head to Luoyang Mountain? Xianxia was surprised. If they want to come along, then fine, she can follow me. But whether she stays with me once we get there is unknown. At that moment, Tatiana stood nearby. Rest assured, I'll always follow. My father won't be at ease if I run around aimlessly, right, Junior? Yes. Darren thought for a moment. As for Gavin, let him stay behind. Xianxia uncertainties may arise. I must have a trustworthy child by my side. Seeing Tatiana's hesitant expression, she clearly wanted to stay, but Darren wouldn't leave Xuanhua Peak in the hands of a savannah. This place is full of sin. I don't want Zoe to get involved. She should live a better life, don't you think? Darren looked at Xianxia. I entrust my daughter's future to you, Xianxia. Don't disappoint me. Looking at her, Xianxia felt like Darren was making final arrangements. Guaranteeing her safety is no problem, unless she chooses otherwise. Beyond that, I can't be responsible for anything else. That's fine, Darren laughed briefly. Ultimately, it doesn't matter if they have the chance to be together or not. What matters is that she can leave this place of conflict. That would satisfy me. He stretched and yawned. I'll return first. You two chat. Shanik the most of this time to understand each other before we set out. The door closed, and Xianxia immediately stood up. We should go back and pack things. Oh, bring the Earl in. I need to talk to him. Okay. Tatiana left, and Xianxia sat on the bed. He needed to go see Portia Chin, but first, he had to visit Xuanhua Peak. He still owed Senior Fernand a drink. With leaders and assisting, there shouldn't be any major troubles here. With or without me, it will be the same. The only regret is not dealing with Tommy myself. It's possible he couldn't have such power alone. Demon Chi hasn't troubled the 9 states continent in 100 years. This might just be the beginning. Sitting idly, the Earl entered. You called, Sterling? Yeah, sit down. Xianxia pulled out a lavish spear from under the bed and placed it in front of him, smiling. This is a gift from Senior Jue Guerin. I already have the Rinshui Ji, so this one looks good, even better than the old one. You can use it. The Earl took it, demonstrating its use lightly, and immediately grinned broadly. This is a wonderful spear. Let's call it Ilias's small spear. Thank you, Sterling. Seeing Xianxia preparing to pack, the Earl hurried over. Are we going on a long trip? Inside the bag were some change of clothes and wooden planks. So the Earl volunteered to pack everything neatly and asked, Sterling, do we need anything else? Xianxia shook his head. That's all. Luoyang Mountain opening is imminent. We need to be prepared. We'll return to Hansen City to meet America and prepare for our return to the Divine Realm. The Earl instantly got excited, dreaming of a bright future in the Divine Realm. I'll go with you. When we ascend to divinity together, we'll return to the Divine Realm. One more person heading to the Divine Realm means I won't be lonely. Xianxia recalled his past in the Divine Realm, remembering his 2 former companions who betrayed him. His heart ached. I wonder how many Amados remain in the Jianan Divine Realm. Perhaps after losing several Amados, their control has strengthened. Sterling, what's the Jianan Divine Realm like? The Earl asked curiously. It's a beautiful yet extremely dangerous place. Ordinary deities either follow an Amado or die. No outsiders are allowed to exist. Now, that's not the case anymore. Xianxia grew serious. With those 2 present, deities must join, or risk being eliminated. The Earl felt a chill. Sterling wasn't joking. These words were true. The Jianan Divine Realm wasn't as beautiful as he imagined. I thought the Jianan Divine Realm was beautiful, something all divine beings yearned for. I was just a minor deity. If not for unforeseen circumstances, I might have been a subordinate there. It's better to avoid that fate. Xianxia saw the Earl's earnestness, feeling a mix of emotions. A place everyone yearned for turned out not as perfect as imagined. So, it falls only to you. I wonder if there are others like you on the 9 states continent. If there were more, Xianxia could form an alliance and lead them back to the Divine Realm, becoming a force to reckon with. Well, no. I'd rather be a subordinate to Sterling. I'm happy. Then I won't have to join any other factions. Ha ha ha. Little Riker, rest assured, upon returning to the Divine Realm, we'll start a faction. No one will need to join others. Xianxia thought for a moment, and the Earl helped clean up the room, ensuring they left a good impression. Heard Tatiana will come with us? Is that right? The Earl seemed well informed. Xianxia nodded directly. There's no benefit in leaving Princess behind. Let Tatiana come along. Who knows, maybe after we leave the 9 states continent, she'll come back. Yeah. The Earl analyzed. Without retaining divine consciousness and cultivation methods, becoming a deity won't be easy. Eventually, she might have doubts and cause trouble if she ascends with us. What if she prevents you from leaving? Don't worry. We'll handle it together if that happens. So what else needs to be done? Prepare some good wine. Xianxia smiled. We have another place to visit. Got it. Leave it to me. The Earl grabbed money and left. Chapter 223. Farewell to the Peak of Severance. Reunion. On the way up to the midsection of the Peak of Severance, Xianxia and the Earl were walking with others. Everyone was carrying wine jars, eagerly heading up the mountain. We must arrive before nightfall. It wouldn't be good if we're late. The group quickened their pace, some even running, fearing they would lag behind those ahead. Xianxia and the Earl moved swiftly, disappearing from sight in an instant. On a familiar path, the 2 felt no fatigue as they steadily advanced. Both being divine beings, they had methods to maintain prolonged activity without tiring, so their speed remained constant. Although Tatiana kept up with their speed, she found it difficult to sustain continuously. She followed behind, occasionally stopping to rest but rushing forward again when others caught up. Darren also arrived, though he had already reached the waist of the mountain. At this moment, he was probably chatting with XuanHuan and meeting Sister Ria. Xianxia and the others envied him, but everyone trusted each other, making them more relaxed. Otherwise, getting too close to the peak could invite attacks from demonic beasts. With Zen Hansung Hosui and others watching over the Peak of Severance, nearly everyone made it over. Of course, some stayed behind at Yishanju to handle any emergencies and notify them immediately. Upon arriving at the Peak of Severance, under certain circumstances, they couldn't stay for dinner, so they left early. Additionally, the cautious Jonah accompanied them down the mountain. After they left, the defenses on the Peak of Severance were promptly restored, ready to attack anyone who approached. Teacher, everything is arranged. Xianxia nodded. You all can eat in the rooms. Xianxia and I still have unfinished business. We'll drink alone tonight. Xianxia looked at the Earl. Go with them and don't scatter your belongings everywhere. Maintain order. Don't worry, boss. I get along well with them. No problems will arise. Once the Earl left, Xianxia's curiosity piqued, asking Xianxia about him. That little guy is with you, right? Xianxia nodded and continued. He's quite capable. His physical abilities are excellent. Who would have thought you'd have such good luck and find someone like him following you? If this huge threat can be resolved thoroughly, it would be great. Xianxia, I have a vague premonition that someone will appear within this century to deal with it. Until then, I can wait. Xianxia didn't understand. If you need help, just let me know. Within a century, I'll be strong enough to assist. Alright, let's drink. Near the Taoye seal, 2 elders sat before it, exuding power as if tearing the heavens apart. Their soul energy waves rippled like tidal waves, forming protective shields that nullified the Taoye's strength, leaving the entire mountain unaffected. This beast has been acting strangely these past 2 days. Could it be preparing to break out? Not possible. With us guarding it, it doesn't dare to act recklessly. In worst case, we'll have Xianxia intervene. Right. From within the massive Taodai statue came a voice. Old men, stop trying to confine me. Within a century, I will break free. Ha 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 ha. With Xianxia gone, there would be no more ancestor to suppress it. Leaving was only a matter of time. However, Xianxia's appearance this time disrupted things. It could have escaped quickly, but after the ancestor possessed him and resealed it, it had to endure another few centuries. Now, the Taodai felt hatred and helplessness. Without breaking free, how useful was its immense power? Less than a month remained until the opening of the Sunset Mountain Range, and Xianxia needed to enter early, making his time tight. Before joining America and the others, he had duties to fulfill. Laughter echoed from the mountain top, reaching Xianxia and the others. Those inside, eating and joking, couldn't hear it. Xianxia, are you sure everything is fine? Xianxia stood, wine cup in hand, staring at the mountaintop, brows furrowed, fearing the Taotai would suddenly escape and wreak havoc. Senior Ishan laughed heartily. Don't worry, it won't break free within a century. Continuing, Senior Ishan said, I personally inspected the seal. Everything initiated by the ancestor through you is complete and strengthened. It won't cause trouble anytime soon. With the two elders watching day and night, the Taotai won't easily get away with anything. Xianxia sat down. I must strive to improve my strength. Senior Ishan, I must venture out into the world. Of course. Senior Ishan took out a ring from his waist. Xianxia accepted it, ready to inspect it. No rush. Look at it after leaving XuanHuan. Consider it a token of gratitude from me. Understood. Tonight, I'll accompany you for a good drink, and the wine is on me. Agreed. The drinking and feasting continued until midnight. No one slept. Initially, Jonah wanted to go, but Senior Ishan warned of dangers due to his demonic beast identity, preventing him from coming. However, early the next morning, Jonah left with Xianxia, leaving a note. Teacher, rest assured, I'm going to explore the Sunset Mountain Range and will return soon. Your disobedient disciple, Jonah. That little rascal. Go, go. It's not bad for you to meet the outside world with Xianxia. I hope when you return, your strength has greatly improved. Otherwise, after I'm gone, who will guard the Taotai? Hashtag chapter 224. These are all my friends. Outside the official road of Duanjue Peak City, Xianxia and his group walked step by step, with Ria's luggage and Tatiana's luggage carried by the small Riker. Initially, her father intended to arrange several carriages for them, but after Xianxia told him something, he instantly dropped the idea and even encouraged Tatiana to get more practice on her spiritual journey. Walking beside Xianxia, Tatiana asked, Why did you tell my father not to arrange carriages? Even if I don't ride in one, he should at least consider Ria. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What good would a carriage do for cultivation training? It's not like you're going to a talent selection for young ladies. Besides, is it called training when you ride in a carriage? That's enjoying yourself. Hearing this, Ria agreed, Zoe, don't complain. Xianxia has a point. If you were to travel by carriage, you might as well stay within Duanjue Peak and not come out at all. If you regret leaving now while we are still close to Duanjue Peak, you can always go back, Xianxia sternly said. I don't want any high and mighty miss here. I can't serve her. After all, letting her not carry her own luggage was already quite generous. When handing over the luggage to the small Riker earlier, he had initially wanted Tatiana to carry her own things. Fearing she might feel unbalanced, he finally agreed to let the Riker do it. Why did you take it so seriously? Tatiana pouted, sulking inwardly and becoming quiet along the way, hardly speaking unless someone addressed her first. Xianxia originally thought it best for everyone to carry their own belongings since Ria wasn't a cultivator. He had the small Riker carry them instead, knowing that if he didn't, Ria wouldn't agree. To preserve her strength, the Riker had no choice but to bear the load tirelessly, despite his large size, showing no signs of fatigue throughout the journey. If Sister Ria feels tired, just tell me. I can carry you. Mom said this morning that we need to work hard and keep pushing. With renewed vigor, Ria suddenly quickened her pace, leaving the others struggling to keep up. When they visited Jamie that morning, she indeed gave them much advice. Just protect her well. As they left, Xianxia noticed Jamie secretly wiping away tears, clearly very reluctant to part with her beloved daughter. After all, Ria had grown up under her care, making the separation especially painful. Xianxia empathized deeply. Before his rebirth, he too was once a beloved teacher who later fell victim to betrayal by someone he cherished most, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. The downfall was not only the fault of those key figures, but also the cold-hearted actions of his disciples. Once we enter Xianxia City, Megan, remember not to reveal your true form. Otherwise, if you catch the attention of powerful beings, even Lousy might not be able to save you. Xianxia looked at Megan, warning her earnestly. Do you have any faith in me, Xianxia? Megan sighed. You've said this hundreds of times, almost making me sick of hearing it. I'm doing this for your own good. Among so many people, you are the only one who stands out. I know. Stop nagging. The distance between Duanjue Peak and Xianxia City isn't far, so we must enter the city before nightfall. Recalling his first arrival at XuanHuan, Xianxia remembered staying in Xianxia City, then due to certain connections. This time, he would need their help again. Ramon. After some chatter and noise, the group unknowingly reached the outskirts of Xianxia City. No matter which direction they looked, its scale and architecture far exceeded that of Duanjue Peak. Tatiana was wide-eyed and amazed as she entered the city for the first time. Xianxia knew this was her maiden trip outside home, hence her notion of good was limited to what she experienced at Duanjue Peak. Her current awestruck appearance was expected. However, Tatiana was rather self-conscious, maintaining an air of mystery even in her astonishment, given her upbringing as a lady. Ria's situation was similar, yet she clung tightly to Xianxia's hand, seemingly hiding her emotions. The small Riker shook his head. Compared to our world, this place is truly impoverished. Xianxia glanced at him. Enough talk. Let's meet America first, find an inn to stay, and wait for the Luoyang Mountain to open. Then we can participate directly. At the mention of America's name, both girls became uneasy. She was from the sect and might be interested in Xianxia, complicating matters. Before entering the city, Xianxia had told everyone that America would be waiting in an inconspicuous tavern in Xianxia City. Afraid of keeping them waiting, she had arrived early and reserved the entire tavern, ensuring no other business transactions happened there for the day. Upon arriving, America sat inside with Elder Heston nearby, keeping others at a distance. Elira, I wonder if they've arrived yet? Should be soon, don't worry, America reassured. Elder Heston glanced at those around. Go check if anyone's here. Being a sect lady, America had always been pampered within Jushi sect. Now outside, Elder Heston ensured she faced no discomfort at all. Elder Heston, it's fine. We're meeting friends, not engaging in dangerous negotiations. There's no need for this level of caution. America sometimes found Elder Heston's behavior annoying. Nothing had changed since leaving the sect. If anyone displeased her, even slightly, it was intolerable. But she wasn't displeased now. It's okay, Elira. Old man won't trouble them, just urging them a bit faster. Soon, the scout returned leading Xianxia and his group inside. She seemed excited but then added, seeing Xianxia's companions, please sit. We'll make room for everyone. The small Riker moved closer to Xianxia. Sterling, I don't like such scenes. I'll wait nearby. Megan followed, leaving only Ria and Tatiana to accompany Xianxia. He was straightforward, these seats are enough. They will wait nearby. No need for extra trouble. You guys came pretty fast. Xianxia sipped his tea, thanks to Elira America, or else entering Luoyang Mountain would have been tough. Thank you. You're welcome. America kept her eyes on him. If we successfully leave Luoyang Mountain, you could visit our sect. Was she trying to recruit him? Quickly, Xianxia sensed strange glances from Ria and Tatiana, turning slightly to confirm their discomfort. Sure. Xianxia didn't refuse. You've done us a huge favor. If Elira America ever needs anything, I, Xianxia, will do my utmost. Thank you. Realizing she had stared too long, she hurriedly told Elder Heston. Inform them we're ready for the meal. Yes. Just as Elder Heston exited, someone rushed in. Elira. It's not good. Caesar is back. Zoe frowned, so persistent. She stood up. These guests are? These are all my friends. Xianxia declared. Hashtag chapter 225. The third largest sect in the entire continent. Outside the tavern stood a stout man adorned with so many accessories that he could barely carry them all. 3 thick gold chains hung around his neck, radiating an air of immense wealth and status. This was clearly not your average commoner's child. This was Caesar. His family was a renowned merchant household in Hansen City, where having some money wasn't particularly noteworthy. What stood out more was his lecherous nature. Whenever he encountered a pretty young lady, he would relentlessly pursue her, even after being rejected countless times. Now, he had set his sights on America. He had been rejected over 20 times, but still persisted shamelessly. Upon learning of her whereabouts, he immediately bought flowers to woo her, demonstrating his extreme fervor. Behind him was a carriage full of flowers, drawing envious glances from passers-by and stirring confidence among some women. Why can't such good things happen to me? Drunk. Xianxia Caesar is so handsome. Ah. One person had already fainted. Jonah and the Earl curiously ran up the corridor to observe. This guy must have brain damage, chasing after the wrong person. Jonah said, Ilya's brother. This guy needs a lesson. Let's teach him a thing or two. The Earl glanced back at their Josue, who remained nonchalant. Don't worry. Leader hasn't given any instructions yet. We'll just watch the show. At the table, Tatiana thought to herself, Sister, you're really shameless. Someone already likes you, and you still come near Xianxia? Hansenine wondered, he shouldn't easily fall for someone, right? Xianxia concentrated on his meal, as if nothing unusual was happening. Better to mind one's own business. I didn't expect Xianxia to remain so calm, helping such a beautiful lady. His next life wouldn't be a worry. The Earl did not reprimand Jonah for being impolite, instead laughing, Did you see how much she likes our Xianxia? Who wouldn't like an excellent person? That's true. They chatted merrily, even bringing wine and roasted chicken outside to watch the unfolding drama without restraint. America instructed Senior Heston, let him in. Fellow Daoist Xianxia will handle it. Upon hearing his name, Xianxia glanced up, his eyes narrowing before finally speaking, perhaps. Meanwhile, the two outsiders couldn't contain themselves, wiped their hands and entered. Brother Jonah, it looks like we need to loosen up a bit. Exactly what I was thinking. As they spoke, they approached Xianxia. Leader, tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Sit down first. During their excitement, they naturally sat next to Tatiana, followed by the Earl. Soon after, Senior Heston brought Caesar upstairs. Despite the crowd, he ignored everyone and rushed directly to America. Elira Cini, I've waited for you for so long. What a coincidence that we met in the vast city of Hansen. This must be destiny. Just as he reached the Earl, he tripped on a foot, crashing to the ground like a dog eating dirt, scattering the flowers everywhere. His fall nearly caused a magnitude 9 earthquake on the tavern's upper floor, loosening the wooden planks. Everyone present was shocked. The Earl quietly withdrew his leg, acting as if nothing happened, leaving Caesar embarrassed. Xianxia frowned and telepathically warned, do not do this again. I understand, leader. Regardless of how despicable the other party might be, Xianxia would never stoop to such tactics. This incident was an The fat man scrambled to his feet and rushed out, shouting defiantly at the doorway, Little Riker, you wait. If I find you, there'll be. A loud thud sounded as the halberd pierced the threshold beside him, startling him into fleeing without another word. Finally quiet, the Earl sighed, retrieving his weapon. Jonah joined him outside, watching Caesar leave, too enraged to speak. Thank you for the meal, Elira America. However, I can't eat, so I'll take my leave. Others remembered their meal, but Xianxia told them, no need to worry. I'll just walk around. Continue eating, or you'll go hungry. I'll go with you. Simultaneously, America, Hansenine, and Tatiana stood up, offering to accompany him. Eat your meal, no need to worry about me. After Xianxia left, America said, eat well, everyone. I'll ask Senior Heston to stay here while I check on Xianxia. She ignored Senior Heston, chasing after Xianxia. On the bustling street, Xianxia laughed, just a stroll, nothing to worry about. Didn't expect Elira America to personally come out, quite flattering indeed. America smiled, in fact, I've reported your situation to my father within the sect. He wants to meet you. The third largest sect's Josue wants to see me? Xianxia was surprised. I only participated in a competition. Is it that noteworthy? To be honest, our sect lacks outstanding alchemists. My father has interest in you, which is why he arranged for you to enter the Luoyang Mountains. America added, I usually can't get Senior Heston involved. Without Junior's instruction, we might not have met. Glad you helped me. With the third largest sect supporting the Luoyang Mountains expedition, it's secure. Xianxia's real goal was this. Rest assured, following us will keep you safe. Consider the rest later. No rush? Unexpectedly, America wasn't pressuring him. Hashtag chapter 226, the true honor. Walking down the street with a stunning beauty was already a rare treat, and even more so when people were talking about them. But none of this seemed to bother them. The streets of Hansen City are bustling, not quite like those of the Imperial Dynasty, but lively nonetheless. Where did you live before? Peerless Imperial Dynasty. Xianxia was constantly looking around as if searching for something. Like stalls selling unique trinkets that caught his curiosity, causing him to pause and examine them closely each time. Seeing how engrossed he was, America found it hard to start any other conversation, so she could only respond by asking more questions. Perfectly. Just as the passerby expected something beautiful, the curtain lifted, revealing a pig-like head. Some people ran away, others vomited, and a few considered suicide right then and there. America laughed. Those people must be truly unfortunate, thinking the carriage held pretty ladies, only to find a greasy fat Gifford. That image will haunt them for a long time. Xianxia chuckled wryly. This pig head is really relentless. He follows us everywhere like a fly. I'm too lazy to deal with him. When Xianxia saw her, it was clear that Caesar had come specifically for America, and his men were always keeping her movements updated. This explained why Edgar was always where she went. Don't worry. With me here, he won't dare do anything rash. After all, I'm not easy to provoke. Indeed, America was backed by the third strongest sect on the 9 provinces continent, plus her own complicated identity, and she had Edison experts accompanying her. So in reality, she was formidable enough to prevent any recklessness. She seemed confident, but Xianxia, who had no background whatsoever, felt very awkward next to her, having only joined them due to good fortune. Arriving at the new bridge, the group indeed stopped. Soon, Caesar stepped out of the carriage amidst the polite nods of his enforcers, deeply inhaling the fresh air. Truly worthy of a Lyra America's choice. I never knew you had such tastes. Forcing him off would hurt, but the Earl didn't want to do that. The person hadn't intended to kill anyone. He just bullied them, which didn't warrant death. This was something Xianxia taught him. Realizing this, Caesar's heart raced as he hastily retreated. Spit, spit, spit. Why are you always here? You annoying Earl? What did I do to you? I've been wanting to ask you the same. Why follow us all the time? You have no chance, so why not give up early? What I do has nothing to do with you. The Earl clenched his fists in front of him. Your enforcers are nothing to me. Shani practiced for a few hundred years, and you might last a bit longer. Caesar tried to speak, but realized he had no enforcers left, suddenly becoming timid. Humph, wait for me. He slunk away, climbing into the carriage and shakily leaving with his enforcers. Before disappearing, he poked his head out, saying, True Earl, you should eat more for a few hundred years. Ha ha ha. The Earl prepared to throw his spear, but quickly withdrew his head. Fatso, show more respect next time you meet your Riker grandfather. In a flash, the Earl jumped into the river, telling the others on shore, wait for me. I don't want to stay with the big shots. They shine too bright. He jumped in with a single purpose, to clean his spearhead, drawing laughter from everyone. It was quite amusing. What no one expected was that this true Earl had formidable strength, easily dispatching Caesar's enforcers with just a casual move. In the water, he showed surprising skill, swimming effortlessly without drowning. A freakish ability indeed. Xianxia remarked, with just one move, you've unintentionally gained a crowd of fans. Look around. Almost all passers-by stopped to watch, clearly intrigued by the Earl. Everything he did was worth watching. Wiping his wet hair, he posed stylishly. I didn't want this, but my good looks insist otherwise. The actions drew another round of excitement from the onlookers, but not because of his style. It was his comedy act, which he didn't realize. Who knew? Translation completed while maintaining original tone, style, paragraph structure, and logical continuity. Hashtag chapter 227. You can't even provoke me. After the incident at the newcomer bridge, everyone regrouped and stayed at the inn America had arranged for them. He stayed next to America, while the other 2 girls were housed in a different courtyard opposite. The inn was quite large, composed of multiple courtyards. Despite feeling disgruntled, they couldn't do much since the others were from one of the continent's top 10 sects, while they were just relatively unknown individuals from a small place, not someone to contend with those elites. Everyone received excellent treatment, all thanks to Xianxia's influence. He himself was especially prominent, drawing attention from important figures. This was certainly a good thing. In Xianxia's room, the 3 girls had all come over. You guys chat well, I'll go find the Earl. He seems to want to learn some halberd techniques, haha. Seeing the situation wasn't right and not wanting to stay in his room either, he seized an opportunity to slip away. America said, come back soon. Tatiana, leave early. Tyron, we're all in this together, keep it low-key. Xianxia didn't want to stay a moment longer. Confirming that their attention wasn't on him, he finally opened the door and walked out. I'll leave the inn and come back tonight. He sneaked out without telling anyone, disappearing into the bustling city streets. At that moment, the Earl and Jonah were having a feast in their room, enjoying delicious food they had bought at great expense from the city. They had to try it no matter what. Jonah, munching on a chicken leg, said, Brother Honor, your body is so small, can you really eat this much? No problem. The Earl replied seriously, don't look at my size. When it comes to eating, I can be even better than you. Bluffing. Jonah didn't believe it at all. Well, why don't we see who can eat more then, the Earl suggested. The Earl knew that Jonah was a demon beast, and had a powerful figure backing him. This made the demon beast quite interesting. Over time, they grew more familiar with each other as they got along well, leading to a natural friendship. Now, outside of following Big Brother Xianxia, they enjoyed competing and joking around together. Alright, I'm not afraid of you. The 2 ate wildly, gradually reducing the table full of delicacies. Meanwhile, Xianxia walked out onto the street without hiding his identity. He knew that in Hansen City, no one could touch him. His purpose for going out wasn't truly to find the Earl, but to meet an old friend at the Camelog Blacksmith Association. Ramon had been waiting for him, having sent an invitation earlier to have a good meal together. He felt quite embarrassed for keeping him waiting for so long. Of course, the dinner location was within the Camelog Blacksmith Association, so he headed there directly. At that moment, many people were gathered around, guessing that big shots would be arriving at the association. Consequently, the Camelog Blacksmith Association had done extensive preparations, not only providing delicious food but also stationing guards within several miles. Such a scene hadn't been seen in Hansen City for many years. From afar, Xianxia saw many people at the entrance. Not wanting such a welcome, he devised a way to leave the main road and head to a less crowded area. By a wall of the Camelog Blacksmith Association, Xianxia looked around and, confirming there was no one, jumped over it. Upon landing, he found many people following him, but before he could explain, Ramon emerged from behind the crowd. No need to be nervous, he's Xianxia. The guards retracted their weapons and left. I told my grandfather you wouldn't like this, but he insisted. Come, everyone's waiting for you. Xianxia was puzzled. Everyone? It seemed there weren't just the Jiang family members present, but others as well. Would they know his true identity? Before the competition, he hadn't met many people. Ramon explained, don't worry, no one here will harm you. With 2 elders of the Jiang family here, it'd be nearly impossible for you to be in danger. Of course, your archenemies aren't here, but I can't be entirely sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia thought, Izzy Valley people might be here. Let's go. Ironically, what he feared came true. Xianxia and Ramon entered and immediately noticed participants from the Izzy Valley, although the Valley Master and Elder weren't present. This eased his tension somewhat as he sat between the 2 Jiang family elders, trying hard not to look at them. Unbelievable. In just a few days, Taoist friend Xianxia has become so powerful. You've truly surprised me. No sooner had he sat down than Stanley began chatting with a playful smile, instantly shifting from a serious demeanor to something mischievous like an old rascal. Xianxia responded modestly, Elder, you're too kind. Lately, things have been tough. I'm barely making ends meet. Stanley patted Xianxia. You should join our Camelog Blacksmith Association. That way, you can eat well and earn money. Speaking of which, where have you been these past few days? Just traveled around? Clearly a lie. Everyone in attendance chuckled but didn't press further. Suddenly, the lone representative from the Izzy Valley at the same table stood up to toast. I've heard much about Taoist friend Xianxia. Meeting you today, you're indeed remarkable. Previously, I heard we had misunderstandings. Allow me to extend an apology on behalf of Izzy Valley. Toasting first. No one expected this. The Izzy Valley had watched Xianxia closely during the competition, seemingly looking for trouble. Yet now, they were the second to stand and express goodwill. Was this sincerity? Xianxia doubted it. But to show respect, he stood. Thank you, Elder. Your words are appreciated. Then he drank the entire cup, turning it upside down to show it was empty. They both sat down, maintaining polite decorum. Fangzuan, one of the elders, asked, Are you alright, young friend? Xianxia shook his head, and the dining continued. Due to the tension between him and the Izzy Valley representative, the main table became unusually quiet, with no one wanting to break the silence, leaving everyone staring at each other, unsure why the Jiang family's founding ancestor reacted so strongly. Xianxia had no idea what the elder intended, but followed him out anyway. Chapter 228. The background that brings death. In the small courtyard outside the Camelog Artificers Association, this place belonged solely to Xianxia Jedediah. After emerging from the banquet, they soon arrived here, a place Xianxia had never been before. Senior, there's no need for you to be so upset. The grievances between me and Izzy Valley aren't something easily resolved. Xianxia didn't know what Xianxia Jiang was doing, but he felt compelled to defend himself. However, deep down, he felt unworthy of such efforts on his behalf. Jedediah smiled faintly after hearing him. Young man, everyone present felt just like you, thinking my actions weren't worth it. But do you know, I truly believe you're worth it. The wine and dishes were already prepared here in advance, arranged by him to have a private feast with Xianxia. Xianxia sighed upon hearing this, feeling guilty inside. Don't think too much about it. Come, let's enjoy our meal. Today, you were specially invited, and since I didn't entertain you well earlier, consider this as compensation. Xianxia glanced at the delicacies laid out here, noticing they looked even more appetizing than those. Upon arriving at the entrance, the scene mirrored the first time Xianxia visited, identical crowds filling the space around the Camelog Artificers Association's entrance. If one wasn't mentally strong, walking through might be daunting. The pressure was immense. There are so many people. Why don't you go by yourself? I'm afraid I'll expose myself. Considering my special status, Emma quickly decided to stay behind and wait. Honor held Emma's hand. Come on, we came together, and staying amidst a crowd is dangerous for you. It's better to enter with me and find Sterling. Don't give me that. That makes sense. Honor was slightly annoyed. If you stay outside and something happens, we may not reach you in time. How can this not be the better choice? He inwardly cursed. What difference does being a demon race make? I'm still a Riker. We all face challenges. Ilya's brother, you need to cover for me. Don't worry. They walked boldly forward. Amidst the astonished gazes, fearing they had been discovered, people surged around them asking questions. Could you two be the distinguished guests the Camelog Artificers Association invited? You guys are quite a pair. Your artificing skills must be top-notch. Would you like to visit our residence? We promise you'll be satisfied. You two arrived so discreetly. No worries, introduce yourselves to us. Faced with the surging crowd, Emma pushed Honor forward and hid behind, shy as ever. Honor felt awkward. He didn't enjoy the attention either. Yet, relying on Emma would only worsen things. Are you here to artifice? Yes. Honor replied, please disperse. It's just artificing. Once the work is ready, you'll see it immediately. There's no rush. Are you planning to stay in Hansen City this time? Yes. Honor continued helplessly. Everyone should return home and eat. Staying here serves no purpose. With so many people, it's causing traffic. Behind them, Zhang family guards watched the duo, wondering if they were indeed important figures. No one informed them that all important guests had arrived, leading the guards to follow suit and believe the duo. They surrounded the two, separating them from the crowd. Don't cause trouble. We're leaving now. Please disperse quickly. Suddenly, someone rushed forward, sword pointing at Emma, shouting, "Demon race, yield your life." The Zhang family members were bewildered, as was Honor. How did this person know? What demon? Do you think we're easy targets? Did you come to stir trouble? I'm not. The ragged man, carrying strange bottles, insisted, "That person is a demon. Don't be deceived." Honor stepped forward angrily, radiating authority. "This is my friend. He can't be a demon. We've lived together for years. By your logic, I'd be a demon too." The middle-aged man examined closely and shook his head. "You aren't, but the one behind you definitely is." Honor was speechless, urgently turning to the nearby Zhang family guards. "He doubts our authenticity. Can you handle this?" The guards were equally stunned, questioning their roles. "Shouldn't you arrest and interrogate him harshly?" Helpless, they acted, knowing capturing demons differed from dealing with cultivators who couldn't openly confront an artificer. Still, it was all this person's fault, so it had to be done. When arrested, he resisted. "Let me tell you, my father is the Blake. If you don't want trouble, best hand over the demon and save yourselves." The Zhang family guards hesitated. "Why you're Xianxia Winston?" Winston became arrogant. "Humph, you finally understand. Don't underestimate me. Protecting a demon incurs capital punishment." Honor retorted. "Is this a threat? You can take it as one. Capturing a demon is commendable. Hand it over or prepare for consequences." Seeing the growing crowd watching, he prepared to rally more support. This matter wouldn't end smoothly. Others started doubting Emma's identity, including the guards. "Such a deadly background, and you dare to falsely accuse a good person?" Ignoring him, Honor took out his spear, sarcastically looking at the guards. "This is how you treat guests? You disappoint me deeply." Note: I've translated names using pinyin where applicable and maintain the structure as instructed. Chapter 229. Things would be fine if they behaved. Just as they were about to break into a fight, a servant of the Zhang family took advantage of their distraction and hurried inside to find Hagen. Now, only he and Xianxia were together. Even if it was embarrassing, it wouldn't be too much. The courtyard gate was forced open, and Hagen immediately flew into a rage. "You blind fool. Can't you see we're eating? What's this rushed nonsense for?" The servant ignored him and knelt down before him, saying, "Patriarch, something terrible has happened. A big figure is quarreling with young Xianxia Winston at the gate, and it looks like they're about to fight. Please come out and handle it." "What big figure? Are you daft?" Hagen couldn't have known that Xianxia wasn't around. Since he had arrived, there would be no other major figure coming. The servant continued, "There are 2 dwarves and a demon at the gate. Young Xianxia Winston insists that the tall one is a demon and wants to arrest him. He said anyone who dares to stop him will die. These were just guards watching the gate. If they offended a powerful person and lost their lives, the large family wouldn't care or inquire, which was how the Zhang family used to operate." Upon hearing dwarves, Xianxia knew that the 2 dwarves and Xianxia must have come. He didn't expect them to come looking for him and boldly walk through the main gate. They truly didn't know any better. Realizing he came over the wall, Xianxia understood why walking through the main gate could cause trouble. "Forgot to tell them, now I'm in trouble. You go first, I'll be over later. I'll pretend to be a powerful figure. They're doomed. Control the scene. Even if they are demons, the city lord can decide their fate. Tell him to quiet down." "Yes." Hagen's face was dark with anger. "Damn it, cheating and causing a fuss at my residence. If I don't teach them a lesson, they won't respect our association of alchemy forging. What about the Blake's office? I'm still the patriarch of the Zhang family." "Wait here, boy. I'll be right back." Xianxia helplessly said, "Senior Zhang, they are my friends, possibly here to find me." Hagen asked in confusion, "What did you say? Who?" "The dwarves and the demon." Xianxia hadn't expected them to come either, beyond his planned arrangements. He avoided women but didn't think these 2 clingy ghosts would show up. "I understand. If they're your friends, I won't make things difficult for them." Senior Zhang quickly reached the front door. Winston immediately ran over to fawn on him. "Elder Zhang, I'm Winston." They couldn't help but look at Jonah, seemingly pondering something. In the side courtyard of the Camelogfang Blacksmith Association, the Earl, Jonah, and Malcolm watched Xianxia and Mickey drink. No one dared to interrupt or have any other business with them, given that anyone who had entered had stayed plastered on the wall. "Jonah, everything okay earlier?" Both Xianxia and Malcolm looked at him. "Everything fine," Jonah replied hesitantly after a moment. Xianxia sighed, "It's obvious you're being watched now. Don't go out today. My eyelid has been twitching all day. This is no good." I understand." Mickey asked, "Xianxia boy, are you blaming me for this?" He had suggested they all go eat, and if Xianxia's friend was now in trouble, it was mostly his fault. "How can I blame you?" Xianxia chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just thinking that with Izzy Gorge's reputation and their status as monster hunters, they wouldn't dare do anything within the Camelogfang Blacksmith Association. But once we leave here, it's uncertain." Malcolm stepped forward. "Great ancestor, I feel like earlier some people were looking at little brother Jonah oddly. This might not be simple. These old coots really think we're pushovers. Leader, what do you want us to do? Shall we confront them now?" The Earl frowned, seething inside. Xianxia quickly stopped him. "If you go over now, you'll likely be tricked into a trap before you accomplish anything." Mickey thought for a moment. "Why don't we let him stay here? You can stay too, since he doesn't know you are part of them." Xianxia shook his head. "Elder, things aren't so simple. Given their methods, they will figure out our relationship within the day. Considering how many people saw them enter the city, it was only a matter of time before word got around. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome, but perhaps using his body to conceal his aura would make it harder for them to find him," Mickey mused. Malcolm interjected, "Great ancestor, they already know." The Earl suggested, "How about this, let me scout out. If anyone comes, perhaps I can pretend to be from the Camelog Fang Blacksmith Association, distracting them. In any case, we should leave here and then see. Xianxia didn't speak, walking over to the wall deep in thought. Even the great ancestor lost his appetite for drinking. Some stood, others sat, and it wasn't clear what they were doing. To outsiders, it looked like they were up to something. Suddenly, loud knocking erupted from outside. This time the great ancestor didn't flare up. Come in. A guard rushed in. Report to great ancestor. Blake Conroy is leading a group fully armed, as if to dismantle the Camelog Fang Blacksmith Association. Malcolm frowned. How dare he? Great ancestor, I'll handle it. Zujian, bring them in. Let's see if this Blake feels comfortable enough to come fully armed to our place, truly risking his life, Mickey muttered, not wanting to cause a fuss. He wanted to see if Conroy dared to make a move here, considering him, the teacher. He often visited the Jiang family when young, seeking answers from Mickey. Whenever there was trouble, mentioning his teacher usually resolved things. Over the years, he learned much, avoiding countless troubles while maintaining balance. Now, with demons appearing in the Jiang residence, he felt his efforts were commendable. Who would dare defy the Jiangs? Little Riker, hi Jonah first. I will stay. I've always wanted to meet Conroy, the Blake of Xianxia. Xianxia's staying was due to Jonah. Whatever happened, he must protect Jonah. Returning to Duanjue Peak otherwise would result in unknown consequences. As a master, losing a disciple filled him with rage, urging him to act without bounds. Though unlikely, after living so long, he surely had more disciples. However, those later on either left or chose not to follow him. The Earl didn't quite understand. Leader, shouldn't we leave instead? Mickey scolded him. Do you understand planning? We need to know what the Blake intends before deciding. If we hide immediately, it could raise more suspicion. Let's go, Abiao. They moved to another courtyard, arranged by Mickey. 2 courtyards separated this from the side courtyard. Your generosity is admirable, Elder. Rest assured, we won't stay long. Once things calm down, we will leave immediately. Why such formalities? Since I admire you, no one coming today will cause you trouble. Zujian, prepare everyone. Mickey knew a fight was imminent, requiring thorough preparation, more than what he currently had. He used a special long-distance voice transmission technique, which Xianxia wanted to learn but had no time for now. Soon, Malcolm returned with 2 more, middle-aged and young men. The younger one was seen earlier at the Camelog Fang entrance. Winston, son of Blake Conroy, discussed today's events with his father upon returning home. Conroy saw this as an opportunity, tired of treating the Camelog Fang Association like a child. Handling matters involving the Jiang family gave him ample respect. Now, the appearance of demons, though unexpected, offered a chance to weaken the Jiang family. At first, it hadn't occurred to him until his son reminded him, sparking the idea to strike against the Camelog Fang Blacksmith Association in Hansen City. Mickey distanced himself gradually, knowing his student's nature well. Being suitable as a student involved specific standards. Blake Conroy's eyes scanned the room as they entered. Finding neither Jonah nor the Earl, he politely approached. Teacher, I apologize for the mishap today. I assure you, I will address it to restore your dignity. Mickey waved off. No need. Blake, why bring so many here? Planning to tear down the Camelog Fang Blacksmith Association? See if I agree. Xianxia noticed suspicion in Conroy's eyes, suggesting he suspected Xianxia's involvement. Greetings, Blake. Xianxia remained seated. Greeting. Seizing the opportunity, Conroy continued. Who would have thought Xianxia would return today only for such chaos to erupt in Hansen City? Sheltering demons is a capital offense on the 9-states continent. Concealment is impossible. He revealed his true intentions. Chapter 231. The Kenneth becomes the focus. The implication in his words was a roundabout way of accusing Xianxia of causing trouble behind the scenes. The Riker and Demon Clan member were likely brought in by him, and he might not yet realize that the presence of Demon Clan members in the human safety zone was punishable by death. Did he not understand this basic principle? Moreover, now even the renowned Foundry Association was under threat, facing accusations of harboring Demon Clan members. Conroy had made this very clear. It seems that your old teacher means nothing to you anymore. Hagen stood up. Why didn't you bring them in directly for a massacre? Why just your brother? Are you afraid? Not at all. Conroy looked at Xianxia. I came here to find the Demon Clan members. If they continue to live in our city, the peace of all its residents will be disrupted. Don't you agree? Xianxia approached. Blake Conroy, there are no Demon Clan members next back for investigation. You would have no objections, right? Hagen was furious but speechless. Conroy couldn't go overboard by targeting the Foundry Association. Relax, since we have a lead. How about arresting everyone who came with Xianxia first? As for the Foundry Association, it can remain untouched. Does that sound fair? As soon as he finished speaking, a squad of city guards burst in. Seeing Hagen's intent to intervene, Conroy reminded him, Teacher, this isn't just suspicion anymore. If you interfere, what will the citizens think of you? Xianxia shook his head. I'll come with you, but the Foundry Association has nothing here. No need to search. Naturally. Take him away. 2 city guards came forward and escorted Xianxia away. Conroy glanced around and followed. This is due to my oversight. I will treat you properly another day, teacher. Farewell. Arthur emerged. Ancestor, can we really let them take him away like this? In the city, protect Xianxia's friends. Ensure the Riker and the Demon Clan member hide well within the Foundry Association. They mustn't leave. We can't afford more trouble. Hagen kept pondering. Conroy chose this moment to act. It couldn't just be about the Demon Clan. To want to search now, it was a calculated move. With our increasing power, he must be planning to suppress us, weakening our overall strength. Kenneth preferred action over rest. Joining Xianxia was precisely to escape the boring peaks, where life revolved around sweeping. How about this? I cast a spell to bar entry, then we can both rescue Xianxia perfectly. In the end, you're still a demon. Jiang family doesn't spare demons. We'll be caught eventually, so no? The Riker made him stay, and quickly slipped out the back. At least he agreed. Now I need a disguise. Soon, A strikingly handsome man appeared. The Riker smiled and headed to the street. The streets were crawling with city guards, checking everyone thoroughly. Posters of the Riker and Kenneth were plastered everywhere. These portraits are terrible. The artist needs to improve. Negative review. Why did they capture even the essence in Kenneth's portrait? The Riker tore off his own poster when no one was watching. If I find out who you are, you'll regret it. The city was plastered with posters of the Riker and Kenneth, with half the city guards mobilized. Kenneth, you're famous now. Each wall lost a few posters as he passed by. Chapter 231. Kenneth becomes the focus. By his words, he indirectly accused Xianxia of causing trouble behind the scenes. The Earl and demon race members were all brought in by him. He probably didn't realize that the appearance of demons in the human safety residential area was a capital offense. Could he not understand this at all? Moreover, even the famous Workshop Alchemy Association have you arrested. Arrigo stepped forward. Sawyer, if you dare act rashly without evidence, I won't let you bully us. Without me, you wouldn't have become Blake whenever you did. I'm just following orders. Hansen Xiao, Conroy's son, appeared. Just now. I questioned the guards, and it seems Xianxia Daoist entered with the Riker and the demon. Conroy smiled. Teacher, this isn't suspicion anymore. If I take Xianxia Daoist for investigation, you have no objections, right? Angered, Arrigo didn't know what to say. If Conroy targeted the famous Workshop Alchemy Association, things could get messy. Don't worry. Since we now have a lead, why not arrest everyone who came with Xianxia? As for the famous Workshop Alchemy Association, we can skip the search. How does that sound? As he spoke, a group of city guards stormed in. Seeing Arrigo wanted to intervene, Conroy reminded him, Teacher, this isn't a suspicion anymore. If you interfere, how will the citizens view you? Xianxia shook his head. I'll go with you. But there's nothing at the famous Workshop Alchemy Association, so no need to search. Naturally. Take him away. Two guards took Xianxia away, and Conroy followed after glancing around. This student was inconsiderate. Another day, I'll treat teacher to a feast. Goodbye, teacher. Giannis appeared. Ancestor. Should we let them take him like this? In the city, help protect Xianxia's friends and have the Riker and Demon brother hide in the famous Workshop Alchemy Association. Don't let them out. Arrigo pondered. Conroy chose this moment to move, likely not just for a demon. It seemed he planned to weaken Jiang family power intentionally. With our growing influence, he might be preparing to clean house. He aims to deliberately weaken us. Giannis agreed. Arrigo sighed. Keep low profiles recently and avoid the streets. Things in Hansen City will likely be tumultuous for a while. Yes, Junior, I'll arrange it. Arriving at another courtyard, Arrigo walked in before anyone opened the door. This is a secluded part of the Jiang residence. You can stay here safely. Don't go out until the issue is resolved. The city guards are looking for you everywhere. The two grew anxious. The Riker asked, Senior, what about leader Xianxia? Xianxia has been arrested, comforted Arrigo. Don't worry. I've sent others to look for the rest. Once found, they'll be brought here. We'll find a way to save Xianxia. Kenneth blamed himself. If not for me, none of this would have happened. These people are specifically targeting your kind. Who knew there'd be demon hunters, even here, especially the Blake son? We wouldn't have been caught off guard otherwise. The Riker was already thinking of ways to save the Josue. Just sitting idle wasn't an option. You must stay put. Wait until things calm down, Arrigo ordered. They nodded, but it was feigned compliance. As soon as Arrigo left, they discussed quietly. Especially the Riker. He feared nothing. We have to rescue our Josue. Kenneth agreed. I'll go with you. No. The Riker patiently explained. Someone needs to stay behind. If both are gone, it will raise suspicion. You stay here. Huh. Resting wasn't for him. Kenneth preferred adventure, especially after following Xianxia. Breakaway Peak was too boring besides sweeping all day. Why not use magic in the room? Then they can't enter, and we can save Xianxia together. Perfect plan. Still a demon, huh? Jiang family isn't vegetarian. Going to save him means they'll eventually find out. This won't work. The Riker insisted he stayed. Slipping out the back, he thought, good he agreed. Or it'd be another hassle. But this form is too noticeable. Need to change. Quickly, he transformed into an attractive man and headed out. Upon reaching the street, he noticed numerous city guards everywhere, checking everyone closely. Each wall bore their portraits. These are terrible, remarked the Riker. Bad artists, thumbs down. Why even capture Kenneth's spirit? Tearing off his own portrait, he vowed, if I find who drew this, they'll get a lesson. Portraits of the Riker and Kenneth were everywhere. Half the city guards on patrol. Kenneth, you're famous. Everywhere he passed, portraits disappeared, especially his less flattering ones. The edited version maintains the original structure and tone, ensuring a fluent English translation while preserving character names and style consistency. ####Chapter 232. Targeting everyone in the Jiang family. Not long after, the city guard members quickly discovered something amiss. Someone's portrait was missing. At first, they thought it had been blown away by the wind. Now, they were sure it was a deliberate act. Given that only certain individuals could do this, it must be the work of Caden and Jonah. Once the target was identified, a citywide manhunt began. Unfortunately, Caden had already changed his appearance. Even if he walked right past them, no one could recognize him. Though the city guard was thorough, they did not notice. This time, there are demon race members in the city. Warn your families to stay inside at night. If you know anything, report it immediately. The city guard will reward informants. In front of the residents' homes in Hansen City, 2 to 3 city guard members each conducted patrols and entered civilian homes to inspect. What were they looking for? Caden watched all this closely. Initially, he wanted to come out and help, but the closer he got to the Lord's residence, the more city guard members there were. Approaching recklessly might expose him, so Caden dared not act rashly, especially since Xianxia had already entered. Now, he blended in with the crowd, observing everything alongside curious citizens. Even if they passed by city guard members who would question them, he stayed cautious. If anyone caused trouble or refused cooperation, they were immediately arrested on the spot, regardless of their identity. Since he came out, Caden saw several arrogant people being taken away. He didn't know where they ended up. When he followed the city guard, he noticed one member leave the group to relieve himself. Without hesitation, Caden followed. If I can use this person's identity to infiltrate the city guard, it would be a good choice. If rescuing fails, I can at least gather information. Bam! He knocked out the guard, put on his clothes, transformed into his appearance, and returned to the group as the city guard member. Everything went smoothly. Caden successfully infiltrated the city guard using simple tricks. Lucky for him, these guards were heading towards the Lord's residence, increasing his chances of finding Xianxia. The Lord's residence was located on the outskirts of Hansen City, sprawling across a vast area. Upon entering, it felt endless, with many guards naturally ignored him as he walked past without wandering eyes. When Caden reached the last room, someone emerged with food, leaving the door slightly ajar. He sensed a strong presence inside. Indeed, it was Xianxia. They hadn't thrown him into a cell but prepared a room for him, treating him with good food and wine. Outside the door stood two heavily armed guards. Caden knew entering directly would likely result in discovery, so he couldn't act rashly. He moved to a secluded spot, disappeared, and reappeared next to Xianxia in an empty room. Xianxia was alone, unattended. You came in disguised, how peculiar. Xianxia recognized Caden almost immediately, perhaps due to their pact, which allowed mutual sensing. Before Caden could speak, Xianxia stopped him and cast soundproofing around the room. Don't worry, no one will interfere. If anyone comes, hide. It seemed Xianxia knew Caden had left secretly from the Jiang family. The conway couldn't keep a close watch on everyone. Has Jonah left yet? Caden shook his head. Leader, what are these people planning? There are many people outside. I used this opportunity to infiltrate. Otherwise, I'd still be stuck outside. Xianxia, they haven't harmed me. After confirming I'm not a demon, they placed me here. They say I must stay until the demons are found. Once captured, I can leave. These damned fools. How are the others? Don't worry, they're fine. With protection from mainland sects, it wouldn't be easy for the city guard to capture them. I overheard something earlier. Since you're here, you must convey this message to the Jiang family's ancestor. Let them decide what to do. As long as Megan isn't captured, I'm safe. Caden assured him. Leader, I'll make sure to deliver the message. What should we do next? Please instruct. They're preparing to strike against the Jiang family. According to words from Winston's inner circle, we must trust this. Only by defending the Jiang family can we reduce their pressure. The Blake has been plotting to eliminate the Jiang family's threat. Relax, leader. They think targeting all Jiang family members is easy. Caden carefully stored the information. It must be accurate. Misunderstandings between allies wouldn't last long. This might be more complex than we think. Regardless, Conway will tell you eventually if he wants to. Understood. Just then, footsteps approached. Xianxia hurriedly hid Caden, while calmly waiting for whoever was coming. Chapter 233. Your ambitions have finally been revealed. The people who entered were Winston and others. None of them had approached this room before. He confirmed at the door first, then led the others in. They carried items with them, some wine, treasures, and other novel things, about a dozen items in total, all placed on the table next to him. Then they sat down without any courtesy. I hear you're Xianxia, bringing members of the demon race into Hansen City. What are your intentions? It would be better for you to come clean now. If we find out something later, you won't have a chance to explain. What Winston didn't know was that most people in Hansen City were mere pawns in Calvin's hands. The scary truth was deliberately brought up by them. Xianxia did not intend to provide any useful information. Looking at the items on the table, he said without fear, I have no idea about any demon race. And even if we came in together, does that mean I wasn't coerced? This has nothing to do with me essentially. How can you defame me like this and not feel remorse? Winston laughed heartily. His eyes looked at Xianxia as though he were an idiot. You are nothing to us, Xianxia. If I wish, you wouldn't even be able to leave here. Thinking about your companions? Don't worry, they'll soon be joining you. 4 years under the rule of Hansen family father and son, Hansen City had garnered much support from its citizens. As for the Jiang family, they were merely being used as pawns. Once their backer lost hope, their anger would be substantial. Xianxia cared about them despite being in the city, but venturing out alone except for America, everyone else faced immense danger. Hope you stay safe with them and never walk the streets alone. There are so many city guards now, you might easily get caught. It's really not safe. Responding with, I don't know, or Jeremiah Har. Think carefully and answer my questions. Or, we can fulfill more of your needs if you wish. Now, the city guards were not getting along with the Jiang family. The demon race was just a ruse. Their true target was the Jiang family. After thinking, Jiang family's power has rapidly developed and possesses a secret army. It's likely unrelated to the demons. They're just looking for an excuse. Overheard conversations revealed. The city lord has many plans prepared. If no evidence against Jiang family is found, he must apologize personally, which is quite embarrassing. There were also discussions about the current state of the Jiang family. It said Jiang family's power far surpasses our city guards. If a fight breaks out, we might not stand a chance. Just the mention of the Jiang family's secret army impressed Xianxia deeply. After Winston left, Shower emerged from under the bed, having turned into a mosquito to avoid detection. Sterling, it seems we don't understand the Jiang family as well as these people. Are they trustworthy? Is it okay to leave Brother Jonah there? Xianxia replied confidently, I trust the Jiang family patriarch. No matter past or present, they've helped us. We must return favors. Otherwise, find America as a refuge in case of emergencies. Shower remarked, Sterling, you may be too lenient. They might be allying with the city lord, preparing to trick us. This isn't safe. Leave immediately after learning what you can. No rescue attempts. I'm fine for now. Don't risk yourselves. Even if guard had visited her, they became very cooperative. With Elder Heston guarding America, no one dared to act rashly. As long as they didn't inquire about Xianxia's whereabouts, no one bothered them wherever they went. At this moment, America and Elder Heston were walking down the street, along with Tatiana and Ria, though the latter two walked on the opposite side, observing the street changes while shopping. Elder Heston, where do you think Xianxia has been taken? America was just about to speak when she noticed the city guard passing by, so she immediately fell silent, avoiding discussing the matter in public. Once the city guard members had moved on, Elder Heston responded, Elira, this old man heard from my inquiries earlier that Brother Xianxia has been brought to the city magistrate's office, but he hasn't been imprisoned in the cells. Apparently, they've treated him quite well without causing any unnecessary trouble. This information displeased America. She glanced at the city magistrate's office door. If not for the sudden increase in city guards here, it wouldn't be because they're worried he might escape. Elder Heston knew that if it weren't for Brother Xianxia, they wouldn't be out here gathering information. There hadn't been any unusual incidents before his sudden arrest, which made them assume something bad might happen to him. Elder Heston didn't say anything. He didn't particularly enjoy this outing either. Now that Elira Hua was so concerned about him, Heston thought of informing the sect Josue to at least calm her down. Senior, can we go inside and take a look? Elira, think twice. There are many guards here. If we enter, we might be discovered quickly, and then we won't have an explanation. The two observed the city magistrate's office for a moment before leaving. Being seen on the streets was already unusual, so on their way back, they had to buy some items to confuse anyone who might be watching. Along the way, they noticed city guards following them. America didn't dare let Elder Heston make a move, so they just pretended everything was normal. After the city guards followed them back and then returned to the city magistrate's office, there awaited a message they needed to receive. Conroy had been sitting there for half a day. How did it go? Blake, they only came out to buy some items and then returned. They passed by our city magistrate's office but didn't do or observe anything. His response was based on what he witnessed, including Tatiana and the others. The two never approached the city magistrate's office and showed no suspicion. The Blake had known this beforehand. They haven't made any moves. Could we be overthinking this? He said to the one reporting, you must arrange it right away. Our plan will proceed. Though we cannot touch Elira America, the other two are fair game. Ensure it's done properly. Yes. At this moment, Tatiana and Ria were sitting in a restaurant, pretending to eat. Any conversation around them became their topic of discussion. By now, they had listened to over 10 pieces of news about the sudden changes in Hansen City. Among these, there were hints about the city guard's capture of someone, but unfortunately, the conversations were brief, and no specific details were mentioned about the prisoner's location. They laughed it off, giving no further information. Their table was in a private room, and voices inside were barely audible from outside. After all this time observing, no one knows where the city guard took Xianxia. Sister Ria, should we go back? Ria stood by the window, looking outside, and said, I have a feeling that, given our special status, the city guard is probably monitoring us. If anyone mentions Xianxia, they might arrest us on the spot. So even if they know where he's held, they won't talk about it in front of us. Having sat through the entire day without results, Ria could still deduce this, showing some resourcefulness. Through observation, she noticed something. Before it gets completely dark, we need to return to Elira America's side. We've been followed since we left. I should have realized it sooner. Suddenly, more city guards appeared outside the restaurant. Ria was afraid they would act recklessly. This was Hansen City, and even if they arrested people, they could explain it to the locals. When Tatiana looked outside, the number of city guards is almost double a small team. It seems they're really targeting us. As the two were about to leave through the door, they found city guards waiting outside. Tatiana quickly shut the door and both moved to the window. Below, they saw someone specifically watching their movements. Can they really act against us? Is it because we lack powerful backing? Ria, the only way now is to wait until nightfall. Once it gets dark, we'll leave together. We need to prepare first. Sister Ria, let's create some trouble to give us time to escape. They went to the bed, removed the sheets, and placed them at the door to block it. Then, they asked a waiter to tell them they would stay until the next day. After doing this, they waited quietly, knowing the trap would eventually work. Below, Winston led his men to the restaurant lobby, temporarily dispersing everyone. Sterling, those two women upstairs haven't left, right? The boss, rest assured, Blake Hansen, they ordered to stay until tomorrow. They're still in the room. After leaving, he immediately gave orders, be cautious. These two might try to escape at night. Everyone needs to observe carefully. Night slowly descended. The city guard kept an eye on the two. All they needed was to ask the staff where they were, and finding them would be easy. Sterling, shall we start? Seeing fewer people on the street, Winston smiled. Once the last person leaves the restaurant, we'll move. If we catch them, each of you will get a reward. Let's put in maximum effort. Quentin, please come again. The last person left the restaurant. The owner then greeted the city guard, signaling the ambush. In an instant, the nearby troops stormed into the restaurant, heading straight for the private room. Don't make too much noise. Once we catch them, knock them out immediately. We can't let them regain consciousness. Bang. The door was forcibly opened, but the room was dark. When light flooded the area, Tatiana and Ria were nowhere to be found. They were in the private room before. How did they disappear? The restaurant owner also wondered, but he had prepared everything according to the city guard's plans. Today, he suffered a setback from two girls. It's not your fault. Everyone, search thoroughly. They can't have gone far. We still have a chance. As they searched carefully, they found clues left behind intentionally. Just as everyone was examining the evidence, Winston calmly said, they've already left. These clues were left deliberately. Immediately check the records of people coming and going. Chapter 235. Let's play along with you. Before Winston and his men made their move, Tatiana took Ria and ran towards the rooftop. They planned to escape within the limited range of visibility before they were noticed. By now, they had already reached the main street, disguised in a way that was quite individualistic. Most people couldn't recognize them unless they revealed themselves or were identified. In an instant, the two were surrounded by a group of city guards. One of the captains stepped forward and said, Whether they are our targets or not, it's highly suspicious for anyone to be dressed like this at night. We must not let such people go. Move in. We can't let them escape. Tatiana breathed a sigh of relief since they hadn't discovered her true identity yet, making the situation much easier. The two exchanged smiles, and Tatiana brandished her weapon, striking a few times before pulling Ria along to run. Their goal was to reach a less crowded area where they could easily hide, but several attempts failed. I feel these people aren't ordinary city guards. They've managed to keep up with us so tightly. If we don't come up with a plan soon, we might really get caught. Zoe, go that way, Ria pointed towards a dimly lit street. Dressed in black, they would blend into the darkness easily. If the guards couldn't find them, they would eventually have to leave. Hiding in the shadows, they remained silent and still. Though the city guards searched frantically, they couldn't locate the two women, eventually wandering aimlessly in the dark. As activity gradually died down, the guards realized something was wrong and withdrew. In the dark, we're no match. Leave some men here while 3 return immediately to look for young Xianxia Winston. The trio left, and the remaining guards formed a spherical perimeter as they cautiously moved forward. This time, they didn't rush in blindly. Lighting torches, small groups slowly advanced deeper inside. After walking a short distance, they found dead city guards on the ground. Upon checking, they confirmed the guards had lost their lives. The leading squad Josue seethed with anger. If you have the guts, show yourselves and fight us face to face. What kind of skill is hiding? Such crude provocation had no effect on Tatiana. Hiding in a pile of debris just ahead of the guards, neither of them dared to move due to the sight of their fallen comrades. Another guard suggested, Quentin, perhaps we should retreat and wait for reinforcements from the lords before acting. This would eliminate any chance of retaliation from the two women. But then the credit will slip through our fingers. Looking at his fellow guards, fear shone in their eyes. Compared to credit, human life was more important. Retreat. Seeing the guards depart, Tatiana and Ria's sister headed down another street, quickly blending back into normality. Despite some patrols, there weren't many people out, making their presence somewhat conspicuous. Thankfully, there aren't any city guards nearby. Otherwise, our troubles would never end. Tatiana was puzzled. We haven't been away long, but it's already pitch dark. If we hadn't left earlier, we'd probably be tangled up with Winston. They kept watch, ready to hide behind trees or in bushes at the slightest sign of movement. What are we even doing out here looking for some women this late? At home, I'd be as those two girls are cultivators. If they're captured, it will cause us trouble. America nodded. Be cautious, Elder Heston. If things go badly, return immediately. Don't worry, mistress. In Hanson City, it's hard to find someone who can challenge me. Nothing will go wrong. As he left, America immediately made arrangements. Send a few brothers out as support, and everyone else continue guarding the place. Don't let anyone sneak in. With Conroy now in charge of the city, he seemed eager to achieve something. When the demons appeared at the Jiang estate, he reacted swiftly, determined to find Jonah and use it as a pretext against the Jiang family. I barely managed to capture Xianxia, and now I've lost track of the other two women. How can I explain this? Outside the Jiang residence, under Conroy's command, city guards gathered at the Jiang estate's entrance. In the moonless night, a team secretly infiltrated the estate. All units, when this squad doesn't come out, send another in. If spotted, signal immediately to confirm the demon's location. Everyone understand? In the twilight, all nodded. Conroy firmly believed the demon was still within the Jiang estate, protected by its members. To weaken your forces, teacher, forgive my harsh methods. Inside the Jiang estate, Chance watched the intruders enter and said confidently, since you dare to come, let's play along him sometime. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the doorway as Chance appeared and spoke to the intruders. You are indeed bold to invade our home. Do you think we are weak and unable to do anything about it? The two looked at each other. We don't care who you are. We'll take care of you regardless. They charged forward, swinging their knives. Chance teleported beside one of them, tapping a finger on his temple, instantly knocking him unconscious. The other tried to alert Conroy outside but was also knocked out by Chance's palm. Hurry up and help me. Let's see what they have on them. From the beginning, Chance had been cautious, as the ancestor had warned him. If my old man is right, they will suspect that Brother Lawrence, a member of the demon race, is here. During this period, we should increase our household guards. Once they appear, we won't just stand by. Bring Brother Lawrence to my yard while leaving the rest of the place for them to search. It's all fine. Jonah carefully came out from behind the bed. Are they dead? Chance chuckled and shook his head. No, they're just unconscious. When they wake up, they'll be outside our gate. Unless you want to kill them yourself. Jonah stepped aside. I'd better not. I don't know their strength. Acting rashly would only cause trouble. The ancestor asked me to bring you to his courtyard and tell the Earl later. This place can be used as bait. There will surely be takers. He carried away the two unconscious men and handed them to the guards. Then, he secretly took Lawrence to the ancestor's courtyard. Thank you for your help. Afterwards, we'll convince Xianxia to repay you. Chance laughed heartily. You're quite amusing, but I like it. Let's go. After bringing Jonah to the ancestor's courtyard, he left after a brief farewell. Outside seemed quiet with no one around. Calvin examined Jonah closely and said, Sawyer, sit down. Rest when the time comes. For now, keep me company. Jonah nodded, and Calvin laughed again. Don't be so formal. No one can get close here. Feel at ease. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. As they chatted, both knew clearly whether they were friends or enemies. Over time, Jonah had become quite likable, providing entertainment for Calvin, who found joy in this new acquaintance. Outside the Jiang family residence, Conroy and his disciples hid in the grass, growing increasingly anxious. They haven't returned. They must have been discovered. A companion suggested, Lord City, let's send more people in. They can't really be superhuman, can they? Conroy shook his head. It's not that simple. No one moves until we observe the situation further. By now, sufficient time had passed since they entered. If they didn't return, something must have happened. With both elders of the Jiang family acting together, it felt like facing a multi-headed monster. Everyone held their breath, watching the entrance of the Jiang residence intently. It concerned those who had gone inside. If they were already in danger, it was pointless for the rest to rush in. The two elders of the Jiang family weren't ordinary, they were truly skilled. Moreover, the supposed city lord among them was a student of one of them. The tricks probably couldn't fool the insiders anymore. Shortly after, Jiang family guards threw out a few unbound bags without any regard for the individuals inside. The people emerging from the sacks were indeed those Conroy had sent. That's not Captain One? How did he get caught? With a puzzled look, the squad Josue had no clue what had happened to Captain One and no reason to intervene. While feeling urgent, he couldn't approach to assist, fearing exposure of his identity which would nullify their efforts. We'll wait until the Jiang family people leave before we approach. I cannot show myself. You support them back, ensure they aren't seriously injured, and bring them back. Understood. As the Jiang guards departed, beating and spitting rudely, a guard from the city militia wanted to retaliate, but Conroy stopped them. Charging out now is suicide. They're luring us into a trap. Don't be naive. Finally, as the Jiang guards left, Conroy issued a difficult command. Bring them all back and tend to them. None should be harmed. I still need to interrogate them. Yes. As they brought everyone back, Calvin and Jonah observed clearly, joined by Chance and others. These were trusted allies. Zuin, we have traitors within the Jiang residence. You know what needs to be done, right? Ancestor, please rest assured. If they reappear, none will escape. And the traitor inside will be found and dealt with. We won't hesitate. Please trust me. Brother Lawrence, remember, these are not friends. Our relationship with them is one of enemies. I understand. Demons and humans fundamentally differ. Sometimes explanations are needed to prevent misunderstandings. That's why the ancestor brought him here to observe. Although disguised, it wasn't hard to identify the people as from the city lord's residence. Hashtag chapter 237. Those who impede my path shall die. Returning to his residence, Conroy immediately headed to the rear garden where fine wine had been prepared. After enduring so long, he was ready for a release. Just as he entered the door, he saw his son Winston reveling with women on either side of him, indulging in revelry and drinking. However, the son was smart enough to know that certain areas were off limits, so he chose another part of the garden instead. This damn brat. I'm out here working my fingers to the bone, and he's having fun. He really doesn't understand the current situation. Having such a son is truly cursed. As soon as he sat down, his wife approached. Seeing her son's antics also enraged her. Lord City, don't be angry, come, let me drink with you. Wife, it's cool at night. You should rest early. As for this, I want to be alone for a while. His wife, who was about to pour wine, stopped when she heard this, quickly putting down the wine jug and heading toward Winston with a servant in tow. Conroy was used to this. That Savannah is going to scold her son again. Sure enough, as soon as she arrived, she kicked him hard, eyes filled with disappointment. What are you doing with all this revelry? Your father has important matters to attend to. Can't you go help? Winston looked helpless. Portia, please don't hit me. I've already helped him. Why is there still so much to do? You insolent boy, you're becoming less disciplined every day. Go apologize to your father now, or I won't let you off today. Facing his mother's fierce look, Winston could only reluctantly approach. He first dismissed the women he had been playing with, tidied up his clothes, and then approached Conroy with a smile. At this moment, his father was drinking, and fearing that Winston wouldn't behave properly, his mother remained behind him and was no ordinary man and required special handling. As for Xianxia, he said he doesn't recognize any demon clans. If he ever meets any, he will introduce them to us. Winston found this claim laughable. Clearly, someone in the city had seen him enter with demons yet refused to acknowledge it, perhaps believing they lacked evidence to act otherwise. Xianxia is indeed no simple character. Without his testimony, we can't approach the Jiang family openly. Realizing his wife was still present, Conroy abruptly stopped talking. Brandy, you shouldn't get involved. Go rest. I'll handle things tomorrow. Though this was supposed to be good news, his mother's face showed confusion, hinting at deeper connections to the Jiang family. After her departure, Winston hurriedly sat beside his father. Junior, it's best if Portia never knows about this. Otherwise, she will be heartbroken. Don't worry. I'll visit Xianxia early tomorrow. Conroy nodded. Though your actions were not successful, it wasn't your fault. Rest now. Once both his wife and son left, Conroy sat alone for a long while until someone approached. Blake, their emotions have stabilized. To avoid memory loss, it would be best to question them tonight. Let's go. Passing by Xianxia's holding area, Conroy glanced inside. He saw Xianxia sitting on the bed meditating, oblivious to any observation, completely relaxed. After questioning them, we'll come back and closely monitor Xianxia. He must be connected to those demons. Ensure he's well guarded. Rest assured, Blake. We've arranged multiple layers of security to prevent his escape. Good. Entering the medical hall, he found the recently interrogated men lying on wooden beds, unable to get up. Upon seeing Blake Conroy, they struggled to sit up, supported by others. How do you feel? Much better, one replied. Without further ado, Conroy went straight to the squad Josue. Tell me, what happened after entering the Jiang residence? Why were you captured? Did Ted personally attack? No. The squad Josue explained. It was another ancestor, Herbert. His power has grown mysteriously, likely from some recent breakthrough, surpassing his previous strength. Recalling his experience in the Jiang mansion, previously, he could engage in combat with Herbert, but this time, he lost consciousness before even facing him. Upon waking, he found himself at the entrance to the Jiang residence, assisted back by someone. They stayed put since then, under constant supervision. That power isn't his. It must belong to an ancient ancestor. Whatever they did proves they're hiding something. Remember the locations you visited, and where you were incapacitated. In the future, we will focus on these places and move quickly. His only option would be the perilous wilderness beyond Hansen City, living a true life of the desolate rivers. He had heard upon arrival that nighttime in the desolate rivers was the most dangerous time, filled with unpredictable hazards that could cost one their life. Once dead, it was unlikely anyone would ever know the exact cause of death. This fact was widely known and circulated among those sent to the desolate rivers each year, where they were left to their fate. Since this practice began, very few managed to return alive to seek refuge in the city. They all died mysteriously, with 100 people dying in 100 different ways, strange and incomprehensible. These incidents were arranged by Hansen City's Blake, who always returned with a line of corpses, drawing curious glances from passers-by. A storyteller under the overpass profited greatly from these tales, maintaining a booming business even now. Xianxia stared intently at the kerosene lamp, lost in thought, trying to find a way out without compromising his freedom within Hansen City. After much deliberation, nothing came to mind. Conroy will surely have his men keep a close watch on me. If they discover anything suspicious, they'll likely fabricate charges. Then it won't just be about staying in the city. Hiding won't save me either. The door opened, and 2 men entered. Conroy smiled inwardly, knowing he had hooked Xianxia. If fellow Taoist Lu successfully crafts the weapon I desire, I will not only spare you but also publicly exonerate you regarding the matters with the demon race. What do you say? This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. He quickly agreed, I agree, but once the weapon is crafted, you must honor your promise. Otherwise, I've had enough of empty promises. Conroy assured him, rest assured, my word is trustworthy. Without credibility, no one would follow me. Despite this reassurance, Xianxia remained cautious. Being in the Blake's hands, disobeying could mean death. Agreed. Xianxia's compliance aimed at buying time. When the time came, he wouldn't craft the best weapon for Conroy, just enough to suffice. Don't think of tricking me. Though I don't forge weapons, I understand the process well. Don't try to deceive me. Blake, rest assured, my life is in your hands. Would you trust those 2 dummies beside you instead? The 2 guards tensed up, but Conroy intervened just in time to prevent a disastrous situation in his own residence. Once they led Xianxia forward, Conroy told the guards, wait until he finishes crafting the weapon, then we'll devise a plan to deal with him. There'll be no need to worry. Blake, relax. He won't tell the truth, but we'll be vigilant. They escorted Xianxia to the forging chamber. There was nothing there, not even a hammer. In front of him lay an unopened piece of iron, and his task was to forge it completely within the allotted time. Failure meant he couldn't move forward. Though this method was harsh, his master believed that to become a truly skilled blacksmith, one must first overcome this challenge. At the time, he almost gave up on pursuing the path of a blacksmith. Thankfully, fate didn't abandon him. He discovered other iron stones in the deep forest and managed to start a fire with flint. On a large rock, he forged iron repeatedly, refining his natural talent for blacksmithing, which became a stroke of luck for Xianxia. Here is the place I prepared for you, along with the conditions. The blueprints are on the table. I'll remind you again, don't try to be clever. It won't work. Xianxia nodded. They waited outside the courtyard, giving him free rein to perform. No one watched or tried to steal any secrets. Though Xianxia was full of doubts inside, he did not voice them. Here, every word could be a mistake. He didn't want to invite trouble. Preparing the materials and hammer, Xianxia placed the iron into the furnace, burning it for a while before taking it out to hammer carefully. The sound of forging echoed throughout the institute, seeming somewhat disorganized compared to professional techniques and even more chaotic than some adults' methods. Xianxia smiled inwardly, feeling as if he were back in childhood when his master left him alone to focus solely on results. Outside, Conroy felt something amiss and asked 2 subordinates, how do ordinary blacksmiths usually forge? One of our famous blacksmiths in Hansen City, Emil, works very quickly. Xianxia seems weak and barely puts in any effort, replied one subordinate. Another added, Xianxia's technique appears too traditional. Perhaps we should let Emil handle it. Even if he can't produce a powerful weapon, it will definitely be of high quality. Conroy shook his head. No need to rush. Let's see how he does. If he fails, we can use the incident of his connection with the demon race to play a trick on him. We understand, Lord City. They brought food and placed it on the table, hoping to score points with Conroy. These 2 had long followed the city lord and each had their own schemes, which Conroy knew well. He kept them close due to their special abilities, capable of helping him in critical moments. Despite appearances, they were far from simple guards. Aside from a few outsiders, only these 2 regularly accompanied Conroy. Time passed, and eventually, silence enveloped the room. Even after sitting for hours, no sounds emerged. Conroy frowned. Go check on him. We can't have Xianxia running away. Otherwise, what can we do about the demon incident? The 2 ran over to see what Xianxia was doing. They found him fanning himself on a chair. Enraged, they demanded, Xianxia, it's blacksmithing time. Fail, and the city lord won't be lenient. Xianxia replied, I'm just resting. If you think that's wrong, feel free to replace me anytime. I don't mind. One guard, without consulting Conroy, scolded, if you don't finish soon, we'll resort to special measures. Move now unless you're afraid. Xianxia ignored them, comfortably napping on the chair. One guard, growing angry, wanted to strike, but the other suggested, let's ask Lord Conroy first. If he agrees, we can beat him up to vent our anger. As soon as they left, Xianxia began quietly hammering. After reporting back, Conroy responded, just watch the results. Let him do whatever as long as he doesn't run away. The 2 reluctantly stood aside, not wanting to deal with Xianxia further. Once sure they wouldn't return, Xianxia summoned divine flames and started forging while also conducting business. A few old customers appeared, though they were bugs and not humans. If you're citizens of Zen Leader, I can pass messages. What do you think? If you understand me, land in my hand. A small insect flew down as if comprehending him, waiting for instructions. After a brief conversation, Xianxia decided against involving Zen Leader. The current problems at Duanjue Peak were enough. He said a few blessings, sincerely wishing them well. That wasn't a toxic insect, just a simple greeting. Suddenly, the insect transformed into a savanna at the city hall's edge, visibly annoyed. Xianxia is indeed cautious. Had I not understood him earlier, I wouldn't trust him now. No, regardless of what he told me, I must report back to the demon clan. Are these blessings a code? Outside the smithing institute, Xianxia held a sword. Blake, as agreed, I've completed the task. Can you wait until I'm safely out before handing over the item? Young man, don't try bargaining. Give me the sword, or you'll get nothing. Conroy was furious. Failing to act per his orders would endanger Xianxia. He was prepared to break his promise. Xianxia's sword trembled. Try forcing me. See who ends up suffering. Don't force us to get rough. Hashtag chapter 240. There must be trust between people. This is the Blake's residence of Xianxia. Are you aware of the current situation here? Conroy led a group of people who gradually surrounded Xianxia. Since this courtyard belonged to the Blake's residence, the weapon forging masters inside heard the commotion and rushed out to investigate. Seeing that Conroy was in trouble, they naturally joined forces, helping to surround Xianxia with unfriendly expressions. I'll meet any reasonable request, how about that? As the master, Conroy foresaw that his subordinates might act rashly, but it didn't change much. Xianxia had already seen through his intentions and clearly disliked this response. Blake, I've already said no one can force me to do what I don't like, even someone as high-ranking as yourself. Conroy guessed that Xianxia's refusal stemmed from dissatisfaction with the forging room. Concerned, Conroy replied, Blake Conroy, if no evidence proving my connection to the demon race is found soon, I'll leave. Entering the city had been witnessed by many. If he stayed indefinitely without an explanation or release, the citizens would cause trouble. Conroy didn't rush to answer, instead offering, all right, in addition to the previously agreed reward, we'll give you a rare stone. How does that sound? Xianxia chuckled. How many rare stones do you have? 2. Conroy deliberately avoided eye contact, which Xianxia noticed. He suspected Conroy possessed more than 2 rare stones. Seeing no point in continuing negotiations, Xianxia stated, either let me go now, or bring me back to my room. It's too cold outside, and I can't bear it. Ordering 2 guards to take Xianxia away. Another guard asked, Blake, should we apply pressure? He won't confess otherwise, but doing this will ensure he cannot be released. We have no solid proof. Forcibly keeping him will definitely cause problems. He thought cosmic intent. The initial meditation scene remains unchanged unless deliberately altered. This flower field is my first scene. Recalling the divine world, where he awakened his first realm, the Forbidden Tower, wasn't successful. Why did it appear and vanish? Was it preserving its sanctity? Xianxia was puzzled when footsteps echoed outside his door. He opened his eyes. Who would visit at this hour? Without rushing to open the door, he positioned himself beside the dummy exactly as it stood. No one would know it was fake. The door creaked open, revealing an unexpected familiar face. A man with white hair and deep wrinkles, looking quite elderly. Senior Stanley, what brings you here? Looking at the seemingly unaware city guards, Xianxia gasped in disbelief. Senior, why haven't you left yet? It's just the Blake's residence. How could they lock you for long? Come with me, Stanley urged, pulling Xianxia toward the door. Xianxia stopped him, explaining, leaving now would play into their hands. As long as you protect the young demon brother, they can't harm me. I can't, Stanley insisted. We need to discuss forging techniques. You can't miss work. All right, Xianxia agreed. Afterward, I'll discuss it with you, but not now. Trust me. Fine. Once Stanley left, the guards outside returned to normal, once again watching Xianxia vigilantly. Chapter 241. You never had a choice. Xianxia did not continue his meditation but sat beside the table, feeling that once the time came tomorrow, Conroy would indeed release him. Not sleeping tonight did not bother Xianxia much. After all, the kerosene lamp in the room stayed lit, and by midnight, people outside would find it disruptive, choosing to rest or be lazy elsewhere. Every time at this hour, Xianxia would sneak out of the room to sit in an open tavern, listening to drunkards chat and converse. He gathered most of his basic information and updates this way. Let's try my luck again tonight. If anyone talks about Xianxia or Conroy like they did yesterday, I might gain more insight into them. Even though he planned to enter the Luo-Acton Mountains later, he might still have to deal with Conroy again. Conroy usually doesn't tell the truth, so I need to understand him better for real. Initially, Xianxia thought if he obediently worked on crafting, he would be released immediately. But the wait was unexpected, souring his view of this place. Night deepened, and the streets buzzed with revelry. Disguised, Xianxia stepped out without drawing attention from the mayor's residence, strolling casually down the street. With his disguise firmly in place, presenting a completely unfamiliar face, he dared the city guards to check. Following his routine, Xianxia entered the tavern, ordering wine and snacks like Peanut Man sighed, walking around Xianxia now. You're checked every 2 steps. There's always some reason. The innkeeper, bored, joined their conversation, cracking sunflower seeds leisurely. I have some news. Young Sinister Winston just brought in a portrait. If you spot this monster, report it, and earn a handsome reward. As the innkeeper displayed the portrait, Xianxia glanced over, recognizing Jonah immediately. He muttered softly, meeting only once, Winston drew this so vividly. Truly impressive. Hearing this, the trio gasped. We didn't expect that. Yao clan, Mo clan, and human clan rarely interacted, forbidden interactions enforced strictly. Without restraint, chaos would reign across the 9 continents, solving any troubles being far from easy. Nowadays, whether demons or monsters, appearing in human settlements causes turmoil, leading to unrest. Anyway, the person they captured is Xianxia, who participated in the famous workshop crafting association contest and won. He's a renowned master craftsman. Treating him poorly won't benefit Xianxia, the frail man added. If true, our Xianxia has problems. Craftsmen are managed by the crafting guild, registered or wandering. We all know how important they are, the frail man said. Previously, a troublemaker targeting stray craftsmen met an untimely and mysterious death, the sharp-eared man added. This is terrifying, they all agreed. Noticing Xianxia sitting alone, The innkeeper and a few drunks approached with a bottle. Young brother drinking alone? Join us. A companion in loneliness makes it bearable. Xianxia shook his head. I prefer drinking solo, hence sitting alone. No friends around, just lonely, so feel free to join me if you don't mind. Seeing the good food on Xianxia's table, they moved over without hesitation. Where are you from, friend? Just seated, someone asked. From the 9 continents, arrived in Xianxia recently. Planning to explore the Luo-Acton Mountains for great fortune, Xianxia replied. The path isn't open to wanderers like you, the sharp-eared man stated. Xianxia frowned. What do you mean? The innkeeper explained, you see, while Edison Alliance speaks highly, they calculate excluding wandering cultivators. High fees are required for entry, and if you lack funds, you must give up. Free entry for sect members stems from their power, reducing competition. Few wanderers will prepare to enter the mountains this year, unlike previous times when the city swarmed with them. Tonight, you're the only one. Xianxia smiled. No worries, there's a way. The night passed with lively conversation. As dawn approached and they collapsed drunk, Xianxia left money with the innkeeper and slipped away. When the innkeeper awoke, finding the payment, he found this nightly routine unsurprising. He ordered his staff to escort each guest home and resumed business as usual, resting in an empty room. Back in his room, Xianxia watched the burnt-out kerosene lamp, thinking, without America and others, us wanderers would have no choice entering the Luo-Acton Mountains. You never had a choice, he reflected. Chapter 242, Celebrity Interview. By the time the sun rose in the west, Xianxia was no longer sleeping but had come to the bedside. He retrieved the ring he had hidden there, put it on, and used some special means to cover it up so that outsiders would hardly notice it without inspection. He had just sat down when there was movement outside the door. Immediately, 4 city guards walked in and approached Xianxia, looking at him helplessly. Get up quickly, we're taking you out. Xianxia said nothing, stood up, and followed them. This time, he offered no resistance or hostility. Even though there were 4 of them, they did not hold him back but surrounded him from all 4 directions. The 5 of them walked through the city guard headquarters, and anyone who saw them immediately made way, none daring to approach. Conroy and his son watched from a distance as they gradually moved toward the entrance, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Should they not have let him go? But with the entire city buzzing about the arrests by the city guards without proper explanation, how could they have kept him? Moreover, this Xianxia was associated with a master weaponsmith. Offending such a person was not something they wanted to do. Winston looked at his father and suggested, Junior, perhaps we should think of another plan. If there are other clues, can't we? Even the citizens of the city have given up on pursuing this. What's the point of us continuing? Conroy prepared to leave, having more important matters to attend to. During this time, keep a close eye on the Jiang family and on Xianxia. They must be hiding something. We need to find evidence before we can move against them. Winston was surprised that his father still held the status of a student before the ancestor of the Jiang drunkard clan, and he did not know why they were targeting the Jiang family. Junior, rest assured, I will do my best. Watching Xianxia leave the residence, he signaled his companions and said, don't make any rash moves. This man is difficult to deal with, as are the Jiangs. Upon Xianxia's release, the news spread early in the morning throughout the city. So, when Xianxia came out, the gates were already crowded with onlookers. Some were standing, squatting, or sitting. Almost everyone had rushed over to watch the spectacle. Even elderly women brought their grandchildren to sit and observe. When Xianxia emerged from the Blake's residence, everyone seemed ready to pounce, demanding answers. However, due to the presence of the city guards beside him, no one dared. Last time, they had prepared an even larger crowd, including some burly men. Xianxia quickly stopped. How is it you again? Just as they surrounded him and started bombarding him with questions, escaping this time seemed almost impossible. Just tell us if you have any ties with the demon race, Auric. Despite being a weaponsmith, which we respect deeply, if you were wronged by the Blake Xianxia, tell us, and we'll believe you. Tomorrow, if no one shows up at the Blake's gate, you can do whatever you want. Everyone chimed in, surrounding Xianxia whenever he tried to leave. Though they did not intend harm, they wouldn't let him go. Xianxia couldn't resort to violence or shout at them. This was Hansen City after all. From the inn, Tatiana Lin, America, and Ria saw what was happening but didn't dare approach to claim recognition. Instead, they turned back to lock themselves inside, doubling the number of guards at the entrance. Who knew Xianxia was so famous? If we hadn't run fast enough, we'd probably be getting interviewed too. Imagine that. Behind closed doors, the 3 girls laughed sarcastically but were driven by curiosity. Ria suggested, why don't we get something to peek over the wall? Such a scene doesn't happen every day. The other 2 nodded, quickly returning to the room for a long table. Climbing up together, they observed everything outside the inn. Xianxia smiled awkwardly while frantically explaining that these things had nothing to do with the demon race. Maybe it was because of what he ate today. Listen to me. Rice cooked in a pot is called fried rice, and vegetables are boiled in a pot too. If you don't believe me, try it at home. Everyone froze, utterly baffled. There are indeed demon clans. Hearing this, everyone became excited again, and those who were leaving returned. But the demon race lives in their own territory and rarely appears in human cities. Rest assured, everyone. The Blake invited me to craft weapons, and since I'm a weaponsmith, you see? Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. His words made sense. So, what weapons did you craft in the Blake Xianxia? Can you share? Well, that's confidential. The Blake warned me not to reveal anything, or he won't let me off easy. Sorry about that. While speaking, Xianxia started evading, talking animatedly yet slowly retreating toward the street. Well, that's all for today. Bye-bye. In an instant, he sprinted away, vanishing into the streets before the crowd could catch up. Where did he go? Who knows? Please let me know if you need further assistance, or if there are any additional parts to translate. Chapter 243, A New Face for the Kenneth. After circling Hansong City countless times, they finally returned safely to the inn. As soon as Xianxia entered, he was surrounded by 3 girls. He looked helpless, but knew he couldn't do anything about it, so he stopped to see what they wanted. I didn't expect you to be captured. Who would have thought you could come out of the Blake's residence unscathed? I didn't think you'd suddenly become famous. The whole city is now filled with your fans. If you don't reveal something useful, they'll probably block the entrance tomorrow. Each girl chimed in one after another. Xianxia remained calm and said, you won't get anything from me. To be honest, I went in just to refine some artifacts. Don't believe me? Wait until the notice is posted. You'll know whether it's true or not. Tia asked, so where are you going next? Xianxia replied, first, I'll check on the Zhang family. If nothing needs handling here, I'll head over. Tatiana stepped forward, blocking him with an incredulous look. Aren't we 3 women part of this too? Hansen and Ling then chimed in. Did you forget something important? Indeed, Xianxia had forgotten. His mind was a blank slate after all that had happened. What could he still be hiding? It seems Senior Ted invited me for something. I should go. Without waiting to explain further, Xianxia left the inn and headed towards the Zhang residence. Tia didn't want to let him off easily and quickly chased after him. Tatiana considered following but saw Ria, who had no cultivation, hesitated and decided against it. Let her go. We've spent the most time living with Xianxia anyway. We should wait back at the room. It's not safe out here either. If the citizens of Hansong City discover us, it could cause quite a commotion. Xianxia has his own business to attend to, which is for the best. The 2 girls returned to their room and chatted there, ignoring whatever was happening outside. With citizens approaching, Tia's people kept watch, preventing them from entering. Xianxia and Tia arrived at the Zhang family Xianxia. The guard at the door let them in without questioning and immediately notified Ancestor Ted. Before Ancestor Ted appeared, the Kenneth emerged first. Tia glanced at him briefly. Demonic aura. Xianxia quickly covered her mouth. We mustn't let anyone else know about this. He then led the 2 into a secure area used for storage in the Zhang household, rarely visited by others, ensuring no one was nearby. Xianxia, who's this little girl? Quite powerful, seeing through my demon identity at a glance. Should we settle this here? The Kenneth remarked casually. That's enough. Don't scare her, Xianxia interjected while introducing the 2. This is my friend Kenneth, whom I met at Duanzhou Peak. Kenneth, this is Elira Tia, newly acquainted. With her background, our chances of entering the Sunset Mountains significantly increase. They nodded to each other briefly. Xianxia continued, everything okay here? Kenneth nodded. Don't worry, Xianxia. No one can touch me here. He pulled out a sachet from his bag and handed it to Xianxia. This is what Ancestor Zhang gave me to wear. The Blake's men tried multiple times, but failed to locate us thanks to this. Xianxia took a quick look and understood the reason. He promptly returned the small sachet to Kenneth. Since this was given by Ancestor Zhang, keep it well. Don't show it to anyone easily. This might save your life. Feeling something amiss, Xianxia asked, why are you alone? Where's the Earl? He did some work and is very tired. He's resting in his room. Should I call him? Xianxia interrupted quickly. No need. Since he's still asleep, we should check on him. It's unsafe out here, and you shouldn't be exposed. Agreed. Carefully, they returned to Ancestor Ted's courtyard and walked into their room. Upon opening the door, they found the Earl already awake. You can come in. The Earl has woken up. Before the Riker could speak, Tia entered from outside, greeting him warmly. Sister-in-law? Xianxia nearly choked in frustration. She's just a regular friend. We need her sex identity to enter the Sunset Mountains. Having heard that wandering cultivators had no chance of entering the Sunset Mountains, Xianxia realized the importance of having Tia's help. Without the backing of a sect, who knows how much the Xianxia Veneration Alliance would charge them? After all, Xianxia was practically penniless. If only I had money. Got it, sorry. Word has it you accomplished something big. Tell us more. If it can help ease our current predicament, it'll be a great deed. In the future, if we find something good, we'll remember you first. The Riker proudly produced a human face mask. Take a look. A human face mask? You're not thinking of? Precisely. In our current dangerous situation, if we don't change our identities and appearances, we'll face more trouble. That's why I came up with this plan. Xianxia looked at him skeptically. I never expected you to be capable of such things. It would have been better if you'd shown this earlier. The Riker looked slightly embarrassed. It took me some time to think of it, but it's not too late. By altering our appearance and concealing our aura, no one will easily recognize us. Still, Xianxia felt uneasy. Kenneth was special, and the Riker needed a solution. Xianxia shook his head. Kenneth, you cannot leave here yet. Stay hidden in the Zhang residence, waiting quietly until the Sunset Mountains open. Afterward, use this method. Naturally, I'll stay behind as well. This trip to Hansong City was poorly planned. Don't worry, brother Xianxia. Although I'm not the best, I will follow the arrangement as long as someone helps us. I'll wait until the Sunset Mountains open. The Riker nudged him. Don't forget about me either. Right. The trio and Brother Jonah's new identity and aura are ready, right? Xianxia spoke in a changed voice. You can't sense his demonic aura anymore, so it's naturally already taken care of. Elira America. This time I and the big guys will enter the Luo Acton Mountains with you. The Riker looked somewhat embarrassed, though he was now much taller. The image from before had been established in others' minds, making him feel self-conscious. And among the 3, he was undeniably the most handsome, clearly putting great effort into his appearance. There's no need to explain it so clearly. Xianxia already told me earlier. From the way they spoke, America had a good idea who was who. Xianxia stood in the middle, the Riker on the right, and Brother Jonah on the left. Xianxia said, do this. Go back and explain things to them first. Before entering the Luo Acton Mountains, we'll all stay at Zhang Family Xianxia. If there's anything, come find us directly. Okay, America replied bashfully. There aren't many days left until the opening. I'll personally inform you when the time comes. Xianxia wanted to say that it wasn't necessary, but she had already rushed off, not giving him a chance to speak. The Riker approached him. Sterling, we encountered Senior Giannis yesterday, and Senior Hagen wants us to meet him. Why wait? Let's go now. On the way, they encountered Ramon and others. He brought a group of Zhang family members, seemingly all young disciples, some of whom even Xianxia hadn't seen before. It appeared their goal was the same, to see Senior Hagen, the ancestor. I didn't think you'd actually have ways to pull this off, thinking it would be fine this way? Ramon remarked sarcastically. Of course, Xianxia replied confidently. Soon, Ramon's companions cautiously came over to ask, Xingyi, what's going on? Get lost. Ramon harshly kicked him away, saying, don't ask what you shouldn't, and don't know what you don't need to. It's for your own good. Though the family disciple was puzzled, he dared not press further. Rising, he returned to the group and continued forward with them. Everyone arrived at the main hall, where guards stood outside, indicating someone was inside. Upon entering, they saw Chance and Hagen engaged in a chess game, the situation clearly showing Chance was about to lose. Hagen waved a hand and said to Xianxia from afar, come help him, boy. Xianxia did not refuse, approaching the chessboard to give instructions. As Chance moved, he managed to counterattack the threatening piece of the ancestor, surprising everyone. You're ruthless, aren't you? The more dangerous the place, the safer it is, Hagen observed, placing down the chess piece in his hand. Your approach isn't bad, but you still need to be cautious. The Blake might not overlook this easily. It's like covering one's ears while stealing a bell, Xianxia replied. The young family members were kept outside as per the arrangement by the ancestor, letting Xianxia and the others enter first, possibly to discuss other matters. Dom has heard the Luo-Acton Mountains will soon open, and I assume you plan to enter, correct? Xianxia nodded. A place to enhance strength, no matter how dangerous, always has its allure. Hagen laughed heartily. Very well. I hope Daoist Xianxia can agree to one thing. Naturally, there will be rewards upon completion. What do you say? Senior, please proceed. My disciples outside also need to enter. Once inside the Luo-Acton Mountains, I hope you can help protect them. The Blake won't let this opportunity pass. As Hagen spoke, it seemed he already foresaw the Blake's plans against the Jiang family and had formulated a strategy. The Jiang family trusted only Xianxia, whose status as a weapon refiner provided some deterrence. Ensuring the survival of these young family members was crucial. Moreover, Jiang family youths must gain experience. Otherwise, they'd grow up to be useless. He had to cultivate more talent for the family before the end came. Xianxia considered, not rushing to respond. Chance said, if Daoist Xianxia has concerns, please share. We will address them if possible. The Luo-Acton Mountains were a blessed land, but not everyone could enter. Those too powerful would be refused entry, as would those with certain age or special constitutions. I'm thinking I might not be able to lead them in this. Hagen chuckled. You just focus on what you do best. There are ways we can arrange entrance. No need to worry about that. Xianxia bowed. In that case, there should be no problem. But I won't take responsibility for those who disobey. Understood. Both knew Xianxia's capabilities. They trusted him over anyone else. As the champion of the refiner competition, his strength was undeniable. Protecting a few young members should be manageable. The Riker and brother Jonah nodded. Their team's strength was decent, and they couldn't act independently once inside. Ria wasn't a cultivator and needed adequate protection. Our next steps are as follows. Chance explained the agreed-upon strategy with the ancestor, explaining everything in detail, which took several hours. Outside, the young members seemed impatient. The elders called us here, but won't let us enter. What a hassle. If there's nothing, I need to return to practice and get something out of the Luo-Acton Mountains. Another member chimed in critically, overconfidence isn't wise. Entering the Luo-Acton Mountains once may mean we never return. Your confidence is misplaced. Who are you calling useless? Seeing a fight brewing, the guards began to worry. These troublemakers started fighting again at the slightest provocation. Just what do you intend? At that moment, Hagen and the others came out. Beating up a brother doesn't show true skill. If anyone doesn't want to go, speak up now. Though I'm old, I won't force anyone. Settle down. Facing the ancestor without respect means you haven't learned family rules, Chance added sternly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, knowing any insubordination in front of the ancestor and elder would be suicidal. These are Xianxia and his companions. Follow their orders once inside to complete the family's mission and return alive. One person asked, puzzled. Who is he? His age is similar to ours. Why should we listen? Chance's anger silenced the questioning disciple immediately. Chapter 245. The final preparations before entering the mountains. The Jiang family members did not know the true nature of Xianxia and his companions. They only relied on the brief introduction given by the patriarch and had only heard from servants that Xianxia was a very skilled weaponsmith. Apart from this, these younger clan members knew nothing about him. When the younger clan members entered, the patriarch allowed Xianxia and his group to act freely and treated them with unusual kindness. A stark contrast to how he usually treated his own people. Perhaps only Ramon truly understood their capabilities, but even he only knew about Xianxia's abilities, not those of the others. Since leaving, Xianxia's companions had increased from none to several. Perhaps it would only become clear once they entered the Luoyang Triad territory. Xianxia and his two companions sat in an outdoor pavilion, where the breeze circulated freely through the open sides, providing a refreshing coolness. The boss, shall we just sit here? Xianxia turned to the Riker. What else do you think we should prepare for? Jonah twisted around and said, from now until we enter the Luoyang Mountains, it seems we don't need to prepare much. Travel light. Even if we need defensive gear, it's best not to bring too much. Jonah has a point. We are going on an adventure. Carrying too many things is not wise. Besides, there are still the Jiang Manners Yuans to consider. Let's see what happens then. Xianxia felt that they didn't need much. Normally, adventurers only carried weapons. Other useless items didn't need to take up space. The Riker sighed. It seems you've forgotten about Sister Camelody. She's just a regular person, different from us. If we don't bring her anything, no matter how strong we are, we can't always protect her every moment. Xianxia thought for a moment. You're right. Let's go out and check again. Good. This time, Jonah decided to accompany them to test the effectiveness of the concealment technique. As long as they didn't encounter the person mentioned by Elder Hagen, everything would be fine. The Riker confidently boasted, don't worry, no one will notice us. Besides, Weren't you suggesting we should be prepared? You have 2 layers of protection. If anyone finds you, why waste time wandering aimlessly? Follow me. I know where to find protective artifacts. I already found the place. During the Riker's time exploring, he remembered the location of the weapon shops in Xianxia, which came in handy now. Jonah complained. Why didn't you say so earlier? We wasted half the day here. The Riker was about to retort, but Xianxia nodded, agreeing with Jonah. He really shouldn't have. Alright, blame me. Follow me quickly, let's go see. After turning 2 corners past the main street, they arrived at a relatively quiet weapon shop. Seeing the empty streets and the quiet store, Jonah suspected they had been fooled. Can this place offer good stuff? Did you get it wrong? The Riker grinned. I scouted this place personally, guaranteed no problem. Let's go inside first, okay? While they were talking, Xianxia had already entered. Where's Xianxia? Jonah asked curiously. The Riker pointed to the weapon shop. Sterling went in while we were talking. Reluctantly, they followed in. The weapon shop was nearly empty, even in the main hall filled with various weapons. Few customers came in. There were more staff than customers. Do they not like money? Xianxia. As they searched for Xianxia, they found him heading upstairs, passing through a few people into a room. Jonah rushed forward, but the Riker stopped him. That room has a unique aura. Let's wait downstairs and look at the weapons. If the price is reasonable, you should arm yourself. At this point, Jonah realized he lacked decent weapons, only carrying a small knife gifted by Xianxia. How useful could a small knife be? The Riker made sense. Immediately, he suggested browsing the shop, ready to buy something. Inside the room Xianxia entered, a man sat drinking tea. Not disturbed by the stranger, he calmly poured another cup for Xianxia. You may try this Longshan spring water tea. As for your business, we can discuss it later. Xianxia drank it all in one gulp. Opening your shop in such a secluded place shows excellent business acumen. Do you have any good protective artifacts to show me? The shopkeeper feigned confusion. I don't understand. Don't pretend. Drinking tea with you is a courtesy. If you're not interested in doing business, I'll leave. Standing up to walk away, the shopkeeper clapped. People like you are rare in Xianxia. Indeed, a famous weaponsmith wouldn't be unintelligent. Xianxia, pleasure meeting you. Xianxia frowned, alarmed. You recognize me? Not just you. I can identify the 2 downstairs as well. Xianxia became highly alert, ready for combat. Xianxia, sensing no hostility, quickly explained. Xianxia directly said, if fellow Taoist Xianxia agrees, I can lead you all there to search for it. What do you say? Adventurers willing to take risks were few, and Xianxia wasn't someone stubborn. He immediately nodded. If that's the case, then we have much to discuss. After sitting down, Xianxia asked right away, what kind of treasure does the shopkeeper need from the Luoyang Mountains? Xianxia replied, it's rumored that the Luoyang Mountains contain a pill called the Qi Nourishing Pill, which can restore one's vitality. It was even brought out from a secret realm. So, I want to ask your help to find it when you go in. If you find many, the price can be negotiated separately. What do you say? With the shopkeeper making such a proposition, Xianxia felt excited. Although Xianxia knew a lot about pills, he had never heard of this particular one. He wondered if he had become isolated since his transmigration. What are the characteristics of this pill? Xianxia asked. The shopkeeper took out a scroll from his sleeve and handed it over. As for the appearance and features of the Qi Nourishing Pill, I've told you everything. Can fellow Taoist Xianxia agree to this? I'll do my best. Only knowing that the Luoyang Mountains contained countless wonders, but no one knew what unknown changes lay within. Entering the Luoyang Mountains only once in a lifetime wouldn't be simple. Xianxia observed the scroll, but it didn't tell him. The clerk couldn't hold back his embarrassment and called over 2 burly men to teach them a lesson. But Xianxia's voice rang out from behind. Don't cause a scene here. Stand down. He didn't ask the Riker and Jonah to leave, but instead scolded his subordinates for being undisciplined. To both of you, take whatever you like. I promise we won't charge you any money for anything. Jonah asked, who are you? I'm the owner of this shop. Dismissing the 2 enforcers, he turned to a Savannah. Since you're being so courteous, you won't need to come here anymore from now on. The Savannah, kneeling and pleading, owner, you know my situation. If I don't earn enough money, my bedridden mother will. Crying won't help. Since you violated the rules, you must leave. In Xianxia's mind, he suspected whether she deliberately sabotaged his shop's business. The Riker and Jonah were immersed in the joy of finding a good weapon, oblivious to what was happening to Aaron. Xianxia, having finished storing the scroll, came out of the room and saw this unexpected turn of events. The shopkeeper was indeed strict. Why not give her a chance at other tasks? If she can handle it, fine. If not, she leaves. Everyone finds life difficult. Xianxia thought for a moment. Since an esteemed guest spoke up for you, if this happens again, I won't be lenient. The Savannah thanked Xianxia profusely, but he paid no heed and examined the long spear in the Riker's hand. This spear is indeed a good choice for Jonah. Keep it and search for more life-saving treasures quickly. They didn't know when the Luoyang Mountains would open. The Edison Alliance decided that. Moreover, even the Edison Alliance couldn't determine the exact opening time. However, they could station personnel around the Luoyang Mountains to prevent anyone from getting close. The Edison Alliance's habits weren't good. If they disliked you, they might deny you entry into the Luoyang Mountains. For a place that could only be entered once in a lifetime, this was worse than defeating an opponent. Even sect members followed their orders, staying away from the entrance of the ruins, gathering in Xianxia. Xianxia dismissed her and addressed the 3. I'll lead you to find life-saving treasures. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, please make yourself comfortable. The Riker stayed behind and asked, Sterling, does the shopkeeper know who you are? Xianxia nodded. Go on ahead and take everything valuable. It's free anyway. Though curious about what the boss had done, the most urgent task was acquiring life-saving treasures. Elira Rhea wasn't a cultivator and was likely to encounter danger inside. Having faced numerous deities, they already knew the basic routines of the relic realms. Xianxia snorted as he walked out. This might be the legendary pill. Note: in the original text, there seems to be some disjointedness in transitioning from scenes involving Hansen jamming and Xianxia in the conversation between the Riker, Jonah, and Aaron. This has been smoothed out for readability. Chapter 247. I won't let you down. Xianxia wasn't planning to leave, but had noticed something as they entered. A little girl was selling candies at a street corner when several men walked by, took the candies without paying, and left her weeping bitterly. Xianxia approached her and asked, "Sterling, how much are these candies?" The little girl wiped her tears and stood up from her crouching position. Since she wasn't tall enough to reach the candy stand, she had to stand on a chair to sell them, her head barely peeking out from behind it. 5 coins each, or 4 if you think it's too expensive. They're very delicious. As she spoke, she quickly unwrapped one and handed it to Xianxia, looking at the candy in her hand and then at the girl herself. Her eyes red and puffy from crying, wearing tattered clothes, with an old cart that looked barely functional. He remarked, "Not bad." Curiously, he asked, "Why don't you sell your candies on the main street? There seem to be more children there. You could make more money." The little girl looked about to cry again, her tearful eyes pleading, "Sterling, my candies are very cheap. Please buy some." She seemed desperate, clearly having not made any sales that day. The men who had taken candies earlier hadn't paid either, evident from the flat purse where she kept her earnings. "Since you don't want to explain, never mind," Xianxia said. She reached home. Xianxia hesitated, but decided to see this through. "Why choose me? You look like a good person." He lifted her onto his cart and pushed it, following her directions until they arrived at her humble abode, a place far poorer than many others. Gazing at the desolate scene, Xianxia felt a pang of sadness. This reminded him of a place he lived in a past life, abandoned by his parents, then losing them to murder. Alone in the wilderness, he nearly starved. Fortunately, he was adopted by his master. "Big brother, see, that's my home. Grandma, I'm back." Xianxia frowned. Something's wrong. Suddenly, her grandmother lay on the ground, barely whispering, "Callista, run." 3 thugs emerged, holding items and a purse that contained nothing valuable. Callista leaped off the bed to rush towards her grandma, but Xianxia grabbed her and pulled her back. The thugs brutally kicked the old Savannah, silencing her. "Grandma, shut up. No money means no mercy. The boss, the girl outside can fetch a good price. We should take her as well." On their way in, the Josue had called out, "Quentin, hand over the girl behind you, and we'll spare you." "No deal," Xianxia replied coldly. Realizing the grandmother had no pulse, he knew she was gone. "Sterling, no need to talk to this pretty boy. We can just take her." 2 thugs raised their knives, thinking weapons gave them free rein, but they underestimated Xianxia. As they closed in, Xianxia warned, "Back off, or I won't be gentle." Unmoved, they lunged. A surge of energy from Xianxia sent them flying. The Josue commented, "You're a cultivator. Good, now I don't need to bully." A sword slash came, which Xianxia blocked effortlessly with golden light. "Harming innocent lives makes you no different from bandits. Today, you all stay." Brandishing his spear, the thugs realized this was a serious threat. "We attack together, no holding back." In 2 moves, the Josue's henchmen were dead. As the Josue tried to flee, Xianxia hurled a knife, ending his life too. Callista ran to her grandmother, calling out desperately, but her grandmother remained still. "Brother, please check my grandma." She offered the money Xianxia had given her back to him. Xianxia shook his head. "I'm sorry, Callista. Your grandma, she's gone." Refusing to accept it, Callista called out repeatedly before fainting in tears. Xianxia carried her back to bed and buried her grandmother nearby, ensuring no visible grave to avoid further trouble. "I'm sorry I couldn't save your grandma." Feeling guilty, he cleaned up the house and, carrying Callista on his back, prepared to leave before she woke up. Staying here would be cruel, especially after recalling his own painful childhood. "To leave you alone is even crueler, Xianxia." Callista remained unconscious, and Xianxia intended to remove her from this place before she regained consciousness, knowing seeing more would only cause her pain. Chapter 248. I am Jasmine. Leaving the impoverished area, Xianxia brought Jasmine back to the Xianxia. No one knew who she was, and no one dared to ask questions. This was because before they returned, the ancestor of the Jiang family had warned everyone not to treat the 3 strangers as servants and instructed that only he could give orders concerning them. "The 3 new arrivals in Kiraner are here to serve me directly. No one else can give them any commands without my authorization." Yes. This precaution worked well. After the warning, no one dared to cause trouble or deliberately antagonize them. Their return to the Xianxia was smooth, with no hindrances or disturbances along the way. However, walking through while being observed still made them feel uneasy. This was the first time Xianxia and his companions encountered such a situation. They didn't understand what was happening and could only return to Calvin's courtyard. After settling Jasmine, they finally stepped outside the courtyard. Since Senior Calvin wasn't around, the 3 of them formed a triangle to sit down. Honor Megan crossed his arms and held his chin, staring at Xianxia for a long time without saying a word. Xianxia felt helpless about their behavior and said, "If you 2 have any questions, just ask now. Otherwise, if you start making noise later, it will be more complicated for me to explain. It's better to clear things up now." Megan stood up first and asked, "Who is this little girl? Why did you suddenly bring back a daughter when you left the weapon shop?" "This isn't simple at all. Absolutely not simple." Just as Megan sat down, Honor couldn't hold back and stood up to say, "Sterling, this little girl can't possibly be Megan's child, right? After all, their energies were completely different. It was impossible for her to be his child." Megan was speechless. "Should I thank you, Brother Ilias?" Honor understood the underlying meaning and chuckled awkwardly. The issue of this little girl named Jasmine became a major dilemma. Based on their understanding of the 3 women, they knew they could find a solution, but claiming she was Xianxia's child would be too difficult to explain. Xianxia thought carefully. "The only solution now is to take her as my disciple. Otherwise, a little girl like her would likely end up dead on the streets within days if we let her leave. Although we can't save everyone, We shouldn't stand by and watch special cases suffer. Honor had a concern. Sterling, should we test her? If there's no hope for her to become a god, to become an ultimate power, then? Honor's suggestion gave Xianxia another idea. In the divine realm, those who didn't meet the requirements to become disciples would be forced to leave. Even serving as mere laborers was not allowed. Once she wakes up, Honor, go find her and do a simple test. But don't use the old methods. Use my own approach. Both agreed. Honor didn't say much and went back into the room to wait quietly, showing remarkable steadiness without making a sound, as if there was no one in the room at all. Outside, Megan and Xianxia started drinking. This guy got a bit tipsy as soon as he took a few sips. So cute a little girl. Taking her as a daughter should work. Xianxia didn't bother with empty words and simply knocked him out. How many more times will you get drunk before I don't have to do this? Senior Fernand had mentioned that Megan would act unruly when drunk. Previously, he treated his students similarly. Anyway, once he woke up, he'd forget everything from the previous night. Xianxia feared he might act out, so naturally, he used this method. As for Honor, being originally a divine body, he wouldn't be affected by alcohol. In the divine realm, the potent wine from the lower realms was like ordinary sweet water. No big deal. After this hour, Jasmine should wake up. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Xianxia turned to look. The courtyard gate opened, and Calvin came in with Sister Ria. Thankfully, only she accompanied him. Otherwise, it would have been noisy again. Xianxia walked over, and Calvin quickly approached. Young friend Xianxia, what happened to young brother Megan? He got drunk, and needed to calm down forcibly. Xianxia didn't beat around the bush, stating it plainly. After all, they knew each other and wouldn't make idle chatter. This method is indeed unique. I've never seen it before. Sister Ria came over to check and noted the strong smell of alcohol. He must have had quite a lot to get drunk so fast. Just one jar, Xianxia replied. Calvin showed a hint of disdain. I didn't think young brother Megan couldn't handle it. I always considered drinking with him when bored, but clearly, that won't work. Xianxia gestured for them to sit. Calvin continued. Elira Ria insisted on seeing you. Since that's the case, I'll step aside and visit next time. Seeing Megan unconscious, Calvin didn't feel comfortable staying for their conversation. He still valued propriety. Elira Ria got up and approached Xianxia. Regarding the Luo-Acton mountain trip, Edison Alliance has informed us they will gather cultivators outside the mountains and prepare for unified immersion. Do they have an official announcement yet? Xianxia asked. She shook her head. They haven't specified anything but asked us to be ready. Once the time comes, they will notify us, and we will know. Indeed, since they were with Jushi sect, Edison Alliance would show some respect and send someone specifically to deliver messages. Likely, this situation would be handled similarly. They sat silently for a moment. Then, Honor brought Jasmine out. Sterling, this little girl woke up and wanted to see you immediately. Ria looked surprised. Such a cute little girl. Whose is she? Jasmine ran over and hugged him, crying. Sterling, my grandmother. Xianxia told her sadly. Your grandmother passed away due to her critical condition. I'm sorry, I couldn't save her. He expected her to burst into tears, but surprisingly, she remained strong. Sorry, boss, I caused you trouble. She wiped her tears and tried not to look pitiful. Where are you going? She wiped her eyes, trying not to seem too sad. Grandma was very kind to me, though not related by blood. She loved me and always brought treats whenever she returned. I love her. I want to bury her. Honor rushed forward to stop her. What are you doing? Sterling has already buried your grandmother. If you go out now, you're just looking for death. Sister Ria, fearing Honor would scare her, quickly intervened. Tell me, sister, what's your name? I'm Jasmine. Hashtag chapter 249, a divine favor. My name is Jasmine. The clear, sweet voice came from her mouth, and Tyra immediately embraced her. Lizette, don't cry. It's dangerous outside now. Why don't you come with us? We'll take care of you. Tyra's suggestion made both women look at Xianxia, who could only nod in agreement. He then said, if you want to stay by my side, you must meet certain basic conditions, such as having something that can impress me. Jasmine understood his meaning and immediately took out the gold coins to give him. Xianxia shook his head. I'm not referring to this. Put it away. Having no choice, she complied. Sterling, what do I need to have? The potential to be my disciple. Otherwise, if you go outside now, you'll be caught and sold by those who once bullied you. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid, she replied, though she wasn't entirely sure. Very good. In the next hour, I will test whether you have the qualifications to be my disciple. If you do, you can stay. If not, you'll leave right now. Xianxia was very strict when selecting disciples, and his judgment was sharp. Any clever tricks were useless before him. I will definitely stay, Jasmine declared resolutely. The Earl led her aside while Tyra questioned him. What are you doing? Tyra, you know I'm not a philanthropist or someone who saves everyone. Otherwise, should I save everyone like her on the 9 states continent? Xianxia's words left her speechless. There was nothing she could say in response. Xianxia was barely able to afford food himself, and taking on poor beggars would only bring him trouble. Moreover, I didn't plan to take on any disciples. If not for noticing something unusual about her body, I wouldn't have said those things earlier or brought her back. Left in that house, she probably wouldn't have survived. Xianxia already knew those people wanted to kidnap children. Alright, let's finalize this. Seeing that Tyra had no objections, Xianxia began explaining, approaching Jasmine. Listen carefully, little one. He sternly instructed, keep running around this courtyard non-stop. You're not allowed to stop even if you're tired, suffering, or resting. If you do, add another hour to your time. If you haven't finished by tonight, you'll return from where you came. Though young, Xianxia noticed she had an unusual constitution, justifying his intense requirements. Jasmine was frightened. I. Xianxia firmly stated, if you're scared, then leave. Jasmine remained silent, but began running around the courtyard, albeit at a slow jog. The previous sister's words echoed in her mind. There were even worse people outside waiting for her. Her only chance was to stay with Xianxia. Watching him fight, Jasmine believed he was strong enough to help her exact revenge. The Earl approached him. Quentin, isn't this too cruel? Keep watching her. Add another lap if she stops. He deliberately exaggerated to push her. However, her stamina was limited. Gradually, she slowed down, nearly walking, panting heavily and utterly exhausted. Xianxia ignored this and approached her. If you want to quit, you don't have to endure this hardship. Leave through that door, and we won't have anything to do with you after this. Go. Hearing Xianxia's voice, she started running again with all her might. Although Xianxia didn't want to do this, these were his minimum standards for accepting a disciple. If she couldn't even meet this requirement, he wouldn't be her master. Tyra couldn't bear to watch and brought water and food to her. However, Jasmine, stubbornly aware that Xianxia was watching, refused to accept them and kept running. After some time, Xianxia pretended to check the time and said, "Time's up. Since you didn't complete the task in 1 hour, continue." Seeing that she hadn't collapsed, Xianxia ordered her to continue but quickly added, noticing Tyra's concern, "Drink a bowl of water first, then start." She immediately drank and continued running. Suddenly, Calvin appeared, feeling sympathetic. "You don't have to make it so hard for a little girl. If you don't want to take her as a disciple, I will. Teach her some skills so she can protect herself. How does that sound?" "Let's see," Xianxia replied. "How long can you keep watching her run to death? Do you have no compassion?" Xianxia stayed unfazed. "Quentin, if she can't even do this, she's not destined to be a strong person. Then there's no reason for me to take her on." Calvin stood beside her. "Little girl, stop running. Call me Xianxia, and I'll make you stop suffering." She glanced at Xianxia, who still watched intently, then responded without looking up, "Respected sir, I wish to be his disciple." "No thanks. I can teach you much better than Xianxia. You won't regret it." She ignored him, leaving Calvin helpless as he returned to Xianxia. "If you run this girl to death, will you live with it?" Xianxia calmly replied, "Quentin, it's just a little girl. If not for noticing something special about her, I wouldn't be testing her like this." "What? Confidential?" Humph. Time passed until nightfall. Everyone was eating dinner, while Jasmine continued running. Tyra went over to ask her to eat, but Xianxia didn't speak. She sat at the table, drooling at the delicious dishes before her. Xianxia remained silent until Tyra nudged him, prompting him to say, "Eat first, then go out that door, and you're free. Come on." Jasmine responded, "I won't eat," and resumed running. Tyra warned him, "This girl will run herself to death." Xianxia glanced at her. "Look how spirited she still is. She can keep running. Otherwise, she'd be caught and sold by those who bullied her. I saved her, not to let her die pointlessly." "You're despicable." Only the Earl knew the truth and whispered to Xianxia, "Quentin, I've heard that 10,000 people died running in the main divine realm once. Could you have been involved?" Xianxia smiled faintly but didn't respond. However, the smart Earl understood everything. Legend had it that 10,000 people died running, with hundreds collapsing. Only 100 were accepted in the end. He believed Xianxia was his idol, the legendary God Emperor of the main divine realm, the greatest God Emperor of forging in a million years, whose weapons were unmatched in ordinary gods' hands, known to all. Suddenly, the Earl knelt down. "Quentin, please allow me to run with her." Xianxia was puzzled. "What? Do you also want to be my disciple?" "Yes." The Earl assured, "I'll use only my human body, no spiritual energy. This is a divine favor. I must seize it." Xianxia nodded. "If you're sure you won't regret it, then join her." "Thank you, sir." Chapter 250, one after another falls. Now, two people were running in the courtyard. In the room, Emma was snoring loudly, possibly still under the influence of the earlier alcohol and not showing any signs of waking up. Jedediah, Xianxia, and Jenny were sitting at the table eating. Each of their expressions was different. Xianxia seemed indifferent, Jenny appeared concerned, and Jedediah looked surprised. With the Riker's participation, his running pace wasn't very fast. First, he chatted with Jasmine for a while, then sped up. He ran 5 laps, while Jasmine barely managed 1 lap. No wonder. She was just a little girl after all, and beginning intense training would naturally be tough on her. Running slowly was understandable, but what Xianxia didn't expect was that she didn't slow down but instead sped up. Who would have thought such a little girl could have this much perseverance? "I really don't know whether you stepped in dog shit or stumbled upon it by chance. If she had believed me and become my disciple, she wouldn't have had to endure all this pain," Jedediah muttered. Jedediah continued, "And even this Earl brother wants to become your disciple. Truly strange." Xianxia smiled and said, "Probably because I'm too handsome, so he naturally likes me. Plus, I helped the little girl before, so she also likes me. Is there any problem with that?" Jenny was a bit angry. She didn't want Xianxia to keep making the little girl run non-stop. Whether it was about taking on disciples or anything else, it should be done immediately. Xianxia was making her run continuously around the courtyard. "After this meal, I'll have the kitchen prepare food for them. Once you finish your business, they must eat, otherwise, the little girl's body won't be able to handle it." "Right." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. "No need for the trouble, they won't be able to eat today. We can make preparations tomorrow." Although Jedediah didn't fully understand what he meant, he still wanted the kitchen prepared ahead of time. It was better safe than sorry. The night dragged on. Jedediah and Jenny remained seated beside Xianxia, showing no intention of leaving. Especially Jenny, who stubbornly stayed despite feeling drowsy, displaying admirable perseverance. Pouring tea for both of them, Xianxia said, "If you're sleepy, you can go back to rest. I can watch over here alone. It's not as bad as you think, rest assured." Jenny shot him a look and said, "I'd rather believe that ghosts exist than trust you. I want to stay and take care of Jasmine. Senior Jiang, if you're tired, you can go rest." Jedediah stroked his beard. "I'm curious about Xianxia's method of taking on disciples. Let me observe a bit more. No rush." Xianxia, being sharp, understood their thoughts clearly. "Well, feel free to observe. I think the time is about right." As time passed, Jasmine's limits were quickly approaching. Xianxia was ready to assist her at any moment. Speaking of which, the child hadn't eaten since noon or perhaps morning, yet still had so much energy. Xianxia admitted he underestimated her. A special constitution indeed. Jasmine must possess a godlike physique for the future, otherwise accepting her as a disciple would only harm her. After considering everything, Xianxia had to approach this with the mindset of selecting a disciple. Despite her frail appearance, he couldn't help but feel empathetic, just like Jenny. To persist this long, this little girl truly has an unlimited future. Jedediah sipped his tea thoughtfully. Why not let her stay with me? Having her follow you out into the world would be too dangerous. I will certainly take good care of her and impart all my knowledge to her. This is poaching. Xianxia chuckled. But it depends on her wishes. I cannot decide for her, and I think you understand that. Being a senior figure, if Jedediah forced the issue, Xianxia would leave and find another place to settle. Seems I'll have to scout the city further. If I find someone suitable, I definitely won't let you snatch them away. Xianxia defended. Senior, I just want this one. You can choose whomever else you wish. No need to rush. Senior Jedediah sighed inwardly. Since Xianxia had already chosen all the gifted ones, those left were somewhat lacking. His high standards made it difficult for him to be interested in ordinary candidates. As they chatted, the runners began slowing down. All three turned their attention to the scene. At this point, some had already collapsed outside the courtyard walls, but the Riker showed no signs of stopping. Xianxia rushed over, picking up the exhausted Jasmine, then told the Riker, if you don't fall, keep going. I have plenty of time for you. The Riker nodded and continued running, not daring to slow down, fearing that failing to meet the requirement might mean Xianxia would not accept him, thus missing his chance for a new identity. Xianxia carried Jasmine to Jenny and asked, is this enough? We'll see when she wakes up. Xianxia maintained his suspense, keeping the results secret until everyone completed the task. Jenny huffed and took Jasmine to rest in a new room, slamming the door angrily. Returning to the table, Xianxia said, Senior, now that Jasmine has collapsed, you should go to rest early. Don't worry, I'm in excellent shape. Besides, there's still the Riker. No rush, let's wait and see. Jedediah kept drinking tea and wine intermittently. Multiple times, Xianxia saw him close his eyes, only for him to wake up moments later. The Riker seemed to have some understanding of his stamina and pushed himself to the limit, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity. The chance to gain status upon returning to the divine realm depended on becoming a disciple now. Observing the Riker, Xianxia noted, this Earl truly retains human qualities. Who would have thought he'd still have so much energy? Xianxia remembered what he said, don't use spiritual power, seal your physical strength. Xianxia could tell if he used any cheating methods. Nothing could escape his notice. They waited several more hours for the Riker. Based on his consistent speed, Jedediah believed he wouldn't collapse easily. Xianxia, however, thought he would soon fall. Without spiritual power support, he was just an ordinary person, and continuous running has its limits. As he spoke, the running Riker suddenly fell forward. Fortunately, Xianxia caught him in time, and the Riker fainted shortly after. Xianxia sensed him briefly and confirmed it was genuine exhaustion. Carrying the Riker back to the room, Xianxia walked out. To be honest, it's been a long time since I took on a disciple. I'm also sleepy. I'll come by tomorrow morning. Remember, the elderly rise late. Also, please take care of the little girl. She's had it the hardest. Xianxia nodded with a smile, ensuring everyone was resting peacefully, and there were no anomalies before entering his room. Hashtag chapter 251. A red letter day with two new Eileens. Just as he was about to go to bed, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xianxia was puzzled. Who's there? It's me. It was Camelodi's voice. What could she possibly want at such a late hour? Xianxia quickly put back on the clothes he had started to take off and walked to the door. Oh, it's you, Camelody. You should get some rest. We can talk about anything tomorrow. Camelody entered the room directly. Though I don't know how to accept disciples, your actions today seem a bit excessive. Xianxia thought to himself. Asterisk, what's the big deal? There were deaths before, and plenty of them. Asterisk. Closing the door, he said, I have my reasons for doing this. If they can't meet the requirements, they'll die just being by my side. At least after one experience, regardless of the outcome, they'll be able to help me. Camelody paused, realizing his logic made sense. She then wondered aloud. What about me? Could I become your disciple? Should I go through that too? Xianxia shook his head helplessly. If Camelody isn't willing, it's not necessary. After all, we're friends. Meeting the conditions to be my disciple is indeed strict, but I must ensure your future achievements. So, no matter who it is, the standards are the same. Let's talk about that later, she replied, remembering she still wanted to enjoy life without the restrictions of becoming Xianxia's disciple. All right. After sitting for a while, Camelody left. Xianxia finally lay down to sleep. That night, as everyone was sound asleep, there was a commotion outside. Xianxia immediately woke up. He hadn't fallen into a deep sleep, always ready to act if needed. Without Dimitri or Jonah around, everything depended on him now. So late, who could it be? Puzzled, he got up, dressed, and activated his spiritual senses. There were 4 people above his room, apparently trying to check inside. Xianxia smiled faintly, took out his weapon, and stealthily approached them. Unaware of his presence, they were in for trouble. Xianxia lives here, so we must move fast and decisively. No room for mistakes. Understood. They lifted a few roof tiles to peek inside, checking the bed first to see if anyone was resting. Unfortunately, they found nothing unusual. Assuming the bed was Xianxia's, they jumped down upon seeing no one nearby. Pulling out a dagger, they stabbed, only to find a dummy. Damn it, it's fake. Where is Xianxia? Looking at another person on the roof, who had provided the information, they realized their tip-off was incorrect. As they tried to leave, Xianxia knocked them down from the roof. I didn't expect there to be spies within the Jiang residence. Since you've chosen betrayal, prepare to face the consequences. He spoke about Senior Calvin. Trying to escape, they rushed towards the door, avoiding the roof. Xianxia didn't pursue but stopped the person who had spoken earlier. The others running away didn't matter. This one had to stay and explain or die. The other three reached the door just as Calvin appeared, releasing a pressure wave that instantly subdued them. They tried to commit suicide, but Calvin's will knock them unconscious. What did you do, boy? Now I have to clean up your mess. Do you know how inconvenient this is for an old man like me? He dragged the three in, bound them with ropes, and checked for any suspicious items to prevent suicide. Senior, you really live up to your name. Besides the three, handle this one yourself, Xianxia said, pointing to the already unconscious man. Calvin knew there must be more informants within the Jiang residence. If others already knew of these three's whereabouts, it must be because Hansen had received reliable information and sent them to test Xianxia. Xianxia locked the three in a special isolation array. Shani letting them starve for a while will make them talk. Sure, Calvin agreed. Handle these yourself? As for the traitors in our residence, I'll deal with them thoroughly. Sleep well and be cautious. Xianxia nodded, knowing the array would work, and promptly went to bed, already tired. The next morning, the captured three woke up, unable to do anything. Jasmine and Dmitri woke up ravenously eating, then waited at Xianxia's door for him to come out. Can I become Xianxia Lu's disciple? Dmitri reassured her, don't worry, it'll be fine. Camelody also came out early, preparing breakfast pastries. She joined them in waiting, eager to hear Xianxia's decision. After a while, Calvin arrived. Xianxia opened the door, looking at the people outside with a bit of emotion. Since everyone's here, let me announce the results. In the tense moment, he said, both of you can become my disciples, but rules must be followed. Serve tea, and that will finalize it. Both of them happily jumped up, assisted by Camelody, fulfilling their wish to become Xianxia's disciples. Jasmine, eager to avenge her grandmother, wanted to follow Xianxia, practice cultivation, and improve her skills to become a cultivator. Xianxia, please drink this tea. Xianxia, please drink this tea. After the ceremony, Xianxia instructed Dmitri, take her back to visit her grandmother. We might not see her again for a long time. Entering the Luoyang Mountains and advancing in cultivation could mean Xianxia wouldn't return for a long time, perhaps never. Sterling, we will only return to places with great opportunities. Once visited or irrelevant, there's no need to come back. Dmitri called, Lizette, let's go. Jonah emerged lazily from his room. Congratulations, Xianxia. Who knew you'd gain 2 disciples so quickly? Interesting times. I wonder what happened while I was drunk. Calvin teased, Sawyer, interested in calling me master? Plenty of benefits. Jonah felt like crying, Senior, I already have a teacher. A super strong one. Better not. He was a student of Senior XuanHuan, and being poached would lead to trouble. Having chosen, he couldn't betray casually. Alright, Calvin conceded. It seems Xianxia has better luck, gaining 2 disciples so quickly. Truly a red-letter day. Chapter 252. The Blake comes again. After intense exercise, the Earl and Jasmine had huge appetites. That morning, they gorged themselves without restraint, competing with each other until every grain of rice was finished. The 6 of them sat together at the table, some drinking wine, others tea, chatting, joking. Jonah no longer dared to drink for fear he would miss more exciting events. The incident from last night was something he had missed. You've known him for how long and you're already taking on disciples? You're becoming more skilled than my teacher. If he finds out, he'll surely nag again, Jonah said as he put down his cup, already fearing an internal pressure, anticipating a thorough lecture from his teacher. Xianxia noticed this but didn't expose it, understanding that Senior XuanHuan valued face greatly. Provoking him might have unpredictable consequences, so Xianxia kept his actions in check. All you know is nonsense. This time after entering Luoyang Mountains, if your strength doesn't improve somewhat, I'm sure Senior won't let you off easily. Xianxia knew his methods. It was Jonah's first trip out, and making adjustments was better than risking his life. I wonder if Luoyang Mountains will open? With Jonah's doubt, he desperately wanted to leave this place. Here, he felt no true freedom, even killing required hesitation, and so far, no one had caused trouble. Don't worry, it will happen soon. Xianxia got up and returned to his room, needing rest after the events involving his 2 new disciples. After eating, he intended to rest. Knowing Xianxia wouldn't wake soon, Rhea took Jasmine away despite Jonah's attempts to keep her. Jasmine disliked the overpowering alcohol smell in Elder and Cell's courtyard, and naturally preferred not staying without Xianxia. Though uncertain where Rhea was going, being with Xianxia's people meant she wouldn't take her somewhere bad. Jasmine agreed to return to the inn with her, a safer place should any danger arise. Leaving the courtyard, they saw a luxurious carriage heading toward the Jiang residence. Innocent Jasmine asked, Rhea's sister, who are they? Rhea, recognizing whose carriage it was, chose to be vague, sister doesn't know. But there are 2 sisters at the inn preparing delicious food. Let's hurry back before it's all gone. Her expression grew heavy, puzzled by the Blake's carriage appearing here. With Xianxia and company now disguised, why would they still seek them? Perhaps there were other matters to discuss within Cell. She hurried away, seeking the safety of the inn guarded by America. The lavish carriage stopped at the Jiang residence. Attendants quickly set up chairs, and Xianxia and Winston emerged, stretching and breathing deeply. A guard bowed. Blake, we've arrived. Xianxia smiled warmly at his son. Today, you can explore the Jiang residence while I visit your grandfather. We should reunite peacefully unless something urgent arises. Don't disturb us. Winston replied, Junior, if they remain here, I'll find them. But do we capture them again? Xianxia shook his head. Our primary task is finding the demon race's whereabouts. For other matters, use discretion, don't embarrass me. Understood. Each led a small group inside, though Winston's had more followers. They carried no lethal weapons, only harmless tools, appearing ordinary and unarmed. The guards attempted to announce their arrival, but Winston's attendants halted them. We're guests, not troublemakers, no need to announce. The embarrassed guards stood aside, watching as the unarmed visitors entered without haste. Do we really not announce? One asked another. Fool. The Blake's watching. Speaking carelessly could anger important figures, possibly even jeopardizing our safety here. Their purpose clear, they approached Incel's room, not his secluded yard. Inside, the tipsy Incel frowned. If not instructed by me, be cautious. Stay silent. Blake's people are here. Jonah and the Riker tensed, ready to follow. But Incel cautioned, don't show yourselves. His visit isn't necessarily about you. Dom goes. Transforming into a light, he flew away. The Riker urged the ancestor, maybe gain his guidance, and you'll be lucky. Yes. Guards stood by the ancestor's door. They couldn't act rashly. Soon, Elder Jiang returned. The ancestor has agreed. Come in. Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure and tone from the original text. Any further adjustments or context needed can be provided upon request. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 253. Then let it be so. Ancestor has agreed. Come in. Thank you. The two visitors bowed in gratitude. Only they were allowed to enter this time. The others had to wait outside without obstructing the room's entrance. Ancestor Zhang's room wasn't large enough to accommodate so many people. Moreover, it would be impolite for students to bring so many people with them. They couldn't be too presumptuous. Inside the modest room, Hagen sat amidst numerous books, his eyes closed as if deep in thought, undisturbed by any interruption. Though guests, they didn't dare speak until Hagen did. Interrupting wouldn't be a good thing. Dylan said, Ancestor, they've arrived. If they are here to inquire about cultivation, Zuzu, please escort Winston out and entertain him properly. Conroy can stay and chat with me. Yes. Hagen spoke slowly and clearly, quite unlike his usual self who was engrossed in reading. He had just returned from a side courtyard and seemed in no state for company. Before Dylan could say anything, Winston immediately interjected, Venerable Ancestor, I wish to tour the Jiang estate and recall my childhood memories. Might that be possible? Sitting around isn't very enjoyable. Dylan didn't give it much thought. Winston indeed often visited the Jiang estate with his father, staying late into the night or for several days. The timing was always determined by his father. I am busy and can't entertain guests. However, someone from the estate will take you around. The estate has changed significantly since your last visit. As for childhood memories, I can't guarantee they still exist. A person emerged from beside him, dressed differently from the common servants. Clearly, this one wasn't ordinary. But this didn't affect Winston much. He smiled and nodded, very well, then I shall trouble you. As they began their tour, Dylan pondered for a while. He felt Winston wouldn't cause trouble. Though misunderstandings had occurred recently, Xianxia had already returned, resolving everything. The group wandered through the Jiang estate, Winston leading 4 followers, while the rest remained at Hagen's door. What surprised him was that Dylan didn't personally guide them, making his investigation into the demon clan easier. Regardless of their methods, he would uncover their secrets. Passing by Hagen's side courtyard, Winston stopped. Can we visit that area? The guide replied, Young Xianxia Winston, that area is usually off limits even to us, guarded by squads. We can't go there. Winston laughed awkwardly. No problem, I was just curious. Since it's not allowed, let's head elsewhere. Sure. Unbeknownst to the guide, one person from their group had disappeared. Even though Winston sensed nothing unusual there, he felt it was the perfect place to hide someone, and thus sent someone to investigate. Just a few steps later, something caught his attention. Young Xianxia Winston, where's your guard? There were 4 earlier, but now only 3 remain. Dylan's guard became suspicious and halted. He needed to find out where the other guard had gone. Perhaps he had an urgent call of nature. He'll return shortly. We don't need to worry. They continued back to the starting point, finding no one there. Winston couldn't leave the group either, or he'd have trouble explaining to the venerable ancestor. Young Xianxia Winston, shouldn't you inform us if you plan to leave the group? Winston appeared smug. These people indeed dared not make things difficult for him. Apologies, this was my oversight. I'll reprimand him when he returns. Very sorry. Soon, the guards grew impatient, and suddenly, sounds came from Hagen's courtyard. Everyone was startled. Winston watched the guard with ill intent, but said anxiously, that area is supposed to be empty. What could be happening? Let's check. If there's an intruder, we can help. The guard knew strangers couldn't enter that area, nor even himself. How could they gain entry? No, Ancestor has ordered that we not enter under any circumstances. Let's leave. Winston smiled again, muttering, leave it to you. In Hagen's courtyard, the Earl faced off against Winston's man, weapons drawn. Who are you? This is Ancestor Zhang's private quarters. You sneaked in. Are you a thief? The Earl spat. Open your eyes. I was drinking here, and you attacked me. If anyone's unreasonable, it's you. I'll kill you. No matter who you are, you're on my death list. Roaring, he rushed forward with great force, kicking up dust, his sword glowing with formidable spirit power. The Earl swung his spear and charged. Bang! Their clash was loud, puzzling those accompanying Winston. They expected reinforcements, yet everything seemed different now. Soon, they realized an array had been set up, muffling the sounds. You're an array master. The Earl smiled. Defeat me first. His spear glowed faintly with divine energy. Too low in rank, the opponent couldn't detect it and suffered silently. At the moment of weapon collision, his sword snapped, and he was thrown back by the force, crashing hard onto the ground. You're defeated. Still not giving up, he got up and ran, thinking he could escape along the path he took in. Battling with it, he sat back at the table, pouring wine and drinking it as if nothing had happened. Even though he was alone in the yard, there was no need to be tense. No one would discover this place. The array was deactivated to prevent anyone from noticing. Everything returned to normal immediately. Birds continued soaring through the sky, clouds drifted in the air, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Not far away, Winston sensed something. The pungent smell of blood came from the recently deserted courtyard. Since someone from his group had just left and now the smell of blood emerged, it must have meant that something happened. Bodyguard, shouldn't we go and check? He asked behind him, seeing the other party's strange behavior. Perhaps they already had a plan. It was just that with Winston present, they didn't know how to decide. If someone really got killed, wouldn't the Zhang family be in trouble? But this smell appeared and disappeared quickly. Clearly, someone helped them. The bodyguard pondered aloud. Indeed worthy of being Winston's man. One strike, and someone is dead. Truly satisfying. Even if we don't know if anyone is inside that courtyard, the patriarch frequently goes there. If someone was indeed killed, that's good too. He added nonchalantly, but entering that special area at a low-level control might mean death. Forget it. Someone senior will check. We should enjoy our visit within the permitted areas of the Zhang family. Winston was speechless. With such a big event happening, you won't investigate for fear of punishment? You'll get punished for going there. It's a critical area of the Zhang family. Enough talk, Xianxia Winston, this way please. Clearly, they didn't want him near the empty courtyard, adding to its mysterious allure. And it likely meant one of their underlings was dead. As the young city lord, he wanted to see what was inside, but knew rushing in would invite trouble. He had mentioned needing to relieve himself earlier, but now appearing in the courtyard would suggest ulterior motives. Winston ultimately chose silence, following the guard on a tour, eventually returning to where they started. The smell of blood had vanished, but faint traces still lingered in the air. He knew this was his last chance. If he missed it, he might never get another. Following closely behind the guard, he prepared to speak. Suddenly, the Zhang family's lead guard fainted. There are no senior brothers here. As far as I know, you lot are the strongest in the Zhang family. Looking at the three behind him, Winston nodded and led them into the courtyard. The unconscious guard was gently placed on the ground to avoid unnecessary trouble. Winston then ventured deeper into the courtyard. Finding nothing unusual on the street inside, they grew confident. There were no senior brothers here. It was the Zhang family pulling tricks. Fear not. Winston changed his tone. Without the patriarch's order, how could they refuse? Please leave immediately after inspecting. There's no one here you need. Don't make us uncomfortable. Relax, I'll leave after checking. Besides, you'll be watching nearby. That works, right? The courtyard door opened. The small Riker, now in disguise, sat there. Upon opening the door, displeasure flashed across his face. Isn't this place supposed to be secure? Who are these people, and how did they get in? Where's Calvin? The guard responded quickly. Sorry, Elder. Prince Winston claimed an assassin was here, insisting on checking. Hence, the Riker angrily commanded, Get out! Leave immediately and close the door behind you. Winston hesitated to leave, smelling the lingering blood. However, he politely bowed. Elder, my presence has been rude. I wonder what happened to the person who entered just now. The Riker inwardly panicked but remained calm. A sneaky fellow came in. Assuming it was the assassin you mentioned, I killed him. Winston explained calmly. He was lost and came here to relieve himself. Apologies, Elder. This was my subordinate's rudeness. No worries, he's already dead, the Riker said, playing along. This was the young city lord's enforcer. If there are repercussions, we can discuss them with Calvin later. Entering such a place, Winston dared not demand compensation. Escaping alive was enough. Winston hurriedly apologized. Your words are wise. We were at fault. Elder, please do not feel guilty. We apologize for disturbing you. Just as they reached the door, the Riker added, I'll mention today's events to Calvin. He'll decide what to do. Winston almost wanted to kill him. Had it not been for the experts around, they would have acted long ago. No need for that, Elder. I will reprimand my subordinates to ensure this doesn't happen again. Saying that, he left hastily. Hashtag chapter 255. So what if it's the Heavenly Junior? The special squad led by Senior Calvin did not leave with the rest of the group. Only after everyone had exited the area did they feel reassured. The squad Josue instructed the other disciples to return first, and then approached the Earl, his expression stern and slightly uncomfortable. No way. No way. He wants to talk about what just happened. I had no choice, really can't blame me. The Earl's mind was racing, already starting to overthink the situation. Normally, he should be able to gauge this person's cultivation level, but this time, there wasn't even a hint of it. He looked like an ordinary man. Who would believe that? The young one is impressive, both brave and smart, managing to enter Calvin's courtyard directly. You seem to have some skills. The Earl feigned disdain as the elder sat down and continued speaking. To reach the rank of Xianxia Amato at your age, you must be hiding something inside. But even if you don't want to speak about it, I'll just sit here and drink some wine. The boy won't mind, right? The Earl didn't dare refuse, immediately fetching a wine bowl for him. Someone who could assess his strength in just one glance. This old man wasn't weak at all. He absolutely couldn't risk offending him. The smell of blood, even with the array formation, isn't enough. Next time, if something similar happens outside of the Zhang residence, how will you protect the Oscar in the room? Even you can tell? The Earl found this incredible. His disguise wasn't working as well as it used to before he attained godlike cultivation. Ha ha ha, he drank a bowl of wine without showing any change in expression. Just because I can see through doesn't mean I have ill intentions. Since Calvin trusts you, so do we. Thank you. At their secret location, the squad members watched in disbelief as their Josue conversed and drank with a strange young man. Quite a spectacle after waking up. How can our Josue be so friendly with a stranger, drinking together? Yanko, not yet awakened, knew little of what transpired, judging only from the conversation. For someone to become a young Xianxia Amato's master, this person was indeed exceptional. I'd like to meet him, if it's not too much trouble. He's sleeping now. We were exhausted last night, and he barely slept guarding us. Guarding you? Then the Earl started talking nonstop, recounting everything from when Jasmine first met his teacher until the present moment. After an unknown amount of time, the Earl finally stopped. Yanko stood up, lost in thought. Listening to him, this teacher was just a young man, and didn't seem extraordinary. Why would anyone willingly become his disciple? I'm curious about your teacher. Though seemingly weak, he gained a worthy successor. That's not simple. You will definitely meet him. Jonah came out of the room, walking straight to the table and sitting down, not minding the presence of others. Why didn't you call me? Next time, I'll come out myself. Waiting for you is such a hassle. This is Jonah, from the demon race. Yanko scrutinized, a bird type. Heard they appear near Desolate Peak. Never thought I'd encounter one. Jonah gave him a kick and grumbled. Why do you always say such mysterious stuff? The Earl shook his head. Yanko guessed on his own. Not my doing. Otherwise, wake Xianxia up for you. No. If he wakes up and hears this noise, he'll have you suffer. Not even asleep and making so much noise. How am I supposed to sleep? Then Xianxia emerged from the room, his eyes still somewhat blurry with sleep. Yanko was surprised. This person was only at the innate Xianxia artist realm. How could he be a Xianxia Amato's master? He was sure he hadn't made a mistake, and everything matched the description given by the Earl earlier. This is your teacher? Yeah, correct. Guests? Xianxia sat down and poured wine for him. Finally came out, helped solve a big problem. Thank you. Should. Yanko instinctively answered, but quickly realized something was off. You know me? Yanko, a squad of over 10 people, need not explain. If you think you can control Hansen City, you're mistaken. Xianxia had been attentive to these dormant figures since entering the place. After some days of consideration, he finally figured out their origins and identities. You aren't ordinary. Once anything happens, you immediately fall asleep, unaffected by age or time. I know you. Yanko, intending to intimidate, was instead stunned by Xianxia's move, unable to respond. It seems you are quite remarkable, even figuring out our obscure existence. My apologies for underestimating you. Pouring another full bowl of wine. No need for more words. Let's drink. Senior, may I take a look around? Rest assured, I won't mess up your desk or books. Arrigo laughed heartily. No need to be so formal. I've read these books countless times and have them memorized. If you like any, feel free to take them. As for important matters, we can wait. Thank you, Senior. The bookshelves occupied narrow spaces, as even spacious rooms can eventually become cluttered. The more items placed, the smaller the area felt. Xianxia walked past several shelves, his gaze swiftly scanning the titles, but unfortunately, none caught his interest. Some texts were beyond his comprehension and would be of no use to him. Arrigo, who was drinking while watching him, suddenly remarked, those books with advanced-looking texts seem fitting for someone like you. What do you think? Xianxia didn't pretend to understand. He spoke candidly about his difficulty. Senior, I can't comprehend these texts, let alone borrow them for study. It's rather difficult. Arrigo thought for a moment, then rummaged through his desk to find a thick, miscellaneous book. Blowing off the dust, he handed it to Xianxia. Don't worry, I have an encyclopedia here. Feel free to borrow it if you're willing. By now, Xianxia had already selected a pile of books as high as a mountain. Placing them on the table, he glanced at the book Arrigo offered. Isn't this just a dictionary? Arrigo chuckled. Indeed, but thank you for your consideration. However, all the books I need are already here. Borrowing too many would only waste time. But before I leave, may I ask how many of those strange people you have here? Hearing this, Arrigo seemed puzzled. Strange people? I don't recall having any such individuals here. Xianxia sighed in exasperation. Senior, saying that isn't very honest. Today, Winston's people came to cause trouble and were killed. They stormed in, and some stayed to drink. I've seen them in action. You must be hiding something. I see now. Arrigo put on an enlightened expression. I remember now. They're called foreigners. I simply didn't understand your meaning earlier. Now that I know, I will explain. So, can you elaborate? Xianxia wasn't one to hold back. If Arrigo had more of these people around, he might consider recruiting a few. He had a hunch that once he attained godhood, he would leave the 9 continents continent for the divine realm. There were unfinished matters he needed help with. Arrigo knew he couldn't hide this information. Xianxia, they are people I discovered and brought out from a secret realm during my younger days. Of course, I'm curious why they don't age but remain trustworthy. Important places naturally require protection, wouldn't you agree? That sounds reasonable, Xianxia pondered. Improperly, many lives could be lost. Arrange fewer tasks for them in the coming days. If anyone discovers them, it won't be good. No one would pass up the chance for immortality, especially this world's elite. Xianxia warned Arrigo. Although he envied immortality, he had no desire to live eternally. His previous life had been exhausting enough. This life should be peaceful. My fate seems predetermined. Whatever we do, destiny has already mapped it out. Similar for me, just slightly better off. Ha ha ha. Xianxia returned to his room with the books, deep in thought. He consoled himself, perhaps there's no set destiny for us. Regardless of our choices, there's always another path untaken. Chapter 257. Sure, keep it a secret. By the time he returned to his room, it was already night. Since he had slept much of the day, even at night Xianxia wasn't particularly sleepy. He sat up to read a book, but before long, his eyelids kept drooping uncontrollably, only to snap open each time. Let's just take a stroll outside. Leaving the courtyard of the Conway, he soon appeared on the main street. Night had barely fallen, and many people were still about. The streets were bustling with passers-by. He walked alone on a secluded path, enjoying the night breeze at a leisurely pace, slower than an average child walking. Did you hear? The Blake's people visited the Jiang family again here. The secret realm of Luoyang Mountain will open soon, right? America smiled. Smart. You guessed right. Xianxia didn't need to guess. Having studied the records, he was aware of the timing. Moreover, Elder Conway had mentioned information about increased strangers in town lately, cautioning him to be careful. Naturally, Xianxia understood. Come think of it, I haven't eaten either. Will you join me? Without speaking, Xianxia headed towards the market. When he came earlier, it was still lively, and it didn't seem like it would close anytime soon. It felt safe enough. You choose what you want to eat, and I'll pay later. Sound good? Xianxia found a spot far from the entrance where many people passed by. If there were pickpockets, one needed to stay vigilant. Though seated, Xianxia kept an eye on the surroundings. He knew there were several suspicious characters in the crowd. America returned and chuckled. I've already ordered. We wait then. Suddenly, the table next to them seemed to erupt in trouble. A wine jar shattered, and a furious male voice followed. I kindly brought you out to eat, but you keep criticizing everything. If you're unhappy, leave now. It's not like you're the only one. The savannah stood up, looking aggrieved. Would someone like you really seek marriage? I must have been blind. Who are you getting angry at? If this gets out of hand and the city guards are called, that'll be fun. Angry, Kieran snatched the bowl Xianxia had been reaching for and threw it at her, making her cry out in pain. Don't think I like you. Forget it. There's no future between us. If you're after money, it's not that easy. As America rose to defend herself, Xianxia said calmly, Shoo, let it be. Sit back and enjoy the show. In situations like this, less involvement is better. But as she sat down, Kieran tried to grab her. Xianxia swiftly extended his Hansen beast spear, stopping him at the last moment, saying sternly, Do you think grabbing things recklessly is all your parents taught you? Thinking himself imposing and assuming the weak-looking Xianxia wouldn't dare, Kieran's attitude became arrogant. All women here belong to me. What can you do about it? Laughing arrogantly, people around watched curiously. Unfazed, Xianxia asked coolly, How would you like to die? I can grant your wish. TCH, 10 guys like you wouldn't scare me. Just as Kieran reached out, his shirt was sliced off, leaving him ragged like a beggar. Instantly, his bravado evaporated. If you aren't brave, please step away. Otherwise, the consequences will be on you. Though Xianxia spoke kindly, Kieran ignored him, picking up a plate arrogantly. Kid, I'm giving you face. Touching your girlfriend here is fair game since this is my turf. Can't you decide anything? Sorry, America seemed to understand, covering her eyes but peeking slightly. In a swift move, Xianxia kicked Kieran away, causing a commotion. People began pointing and discussing, almost as if word of his notorious behavior had spread through Hansen City like wildfire. You dared to humiliate me in public. You won't get away with this. Prepare to suffer. Pulling a short knife from his waist, he lunged at Xianxia. Xianxia easily blocked it. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Xianxia, it will help you do better next time. The knife never got close as Xianxia deflected it effortlessly, signaling his defeat. Damn, such scum deserve to die. Right, die. After more jeering, Xianxia stopped, saying calmly, There's nothing to see. Please calm down and help me keep this quiet. America asked, puzzled. Keep quiet? What's the secret? The chapter captures Xianxia's interactions and minor conflict in the city, while setting the stage for the opening of the secret realm of Luoyang Mountain. His encounters highlight both the daily life and the potential dangers lurking in Hansen City. Hashtag chapter 258. The secret realm finally opens. After the dinner, it was already late when Xianxia and Adelita walked down the street together. Both of them awkwardly glanced at each other before Xianxia finally spoke up. Is there something you needed to discuss? Just coming over for a simple meal didn't seem right. If not for news from the Luoyang Mountains, there wouldn't have been much reason for Adelita to leave the inn, let alone to meet with Xianxia. She nodded firmly and said, The Edison Alliance has sent out the message that all cultivators can now start heading to the outskirts of the Luoyang Mountains to prepare. Xianxia replied habitually, Thank you. Don't worry. We'll gather at the city gate early tomorrow morning and depart together for the heart of the Luoyang Mountains. Other arrangements will be made once we get there. Adelita spoke rapidly, as if she might not have done so in front of others, leaving such matters to her subordinates. Don't forget Jasmine and the others, Xianxia remembered after a moment's thought. Adelita nodded and promised, Even if I forget everything else, I won't forget her, your disciple. It sounded a bit off, but the situation seemed good, so Xianxia didn't press further. By the time he returned to the Jiang residence, it was already morning. He immediately roused the Earl and the rest before setting off. Time was pressing, leaving no room for delays. Sterling, shouldn't we say goodbye to Senior Hagen? On horseback, they still seemed half asleep, having been woken up so early. Initially, they were reluctant. But Xianxia always spoke straightforwardly, There's no need. He already sensed us as soon as we stepped out. Now that everything is arranged, there's no point in him seeing us off. The presence of the wealthy Yuans in the Jiang residence was another reason why Hagen staying back was for the best. Given the differences between common folk and nobles, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Jonah rode ahead without much to say, picking up speed, and the others followed closely behind. When they reached the city gate, he was already wide awake. Observing the Earl, who hadn't changed much, Xianxia joked, Looks like once we come out of the secret realm, I'll have to train you more. Your body isn't fit enough. Upon hearing this, the Earl instantly perked up. Training under a master wasn't easy. Rumors had it that immortal cultivation masters usually left their disciples either dead or injured. Knowing that his master's identity was no ordinary person, the Earl sighed and lamented his bad luck. Please go easy on me, Xianxia. Xianxia merely smiled faintly and did nothing else. The journey from the Jiang residence to the city gate took only a few minutes. As they exited the city gate, no one from their group was in sight, but many people had already set out, dressed in various styles and colors. It seems quite a crowd. I wonder if they've arrived yet. Should we have checked earlier? Xianxia dismounted. Everything should be fine. After all, apart from Senior Heston, Jushi sect has other strong figures. They wouldn't dare cause trouble here. Let's wait here again. Eating, the Earl felt sympathetic toward them. In reality, Xianxia and his group were originally solitary cultivators. Without Adelita, they wouldn't have even gotten close to the Luoyang Mountains, let alone find valuable items. Surviving was already the greatest blessing. There's nothing we can do. Once inside the secret realm, we must focus on gathering resources and helping your younger sister too. This is crucial for her growth. Xianxia Sterling, with both you and me, it's not hard for my little sister to become powerful soon. They chatted until the city gate cleared again for the sect members to pass. The Earl peered and exclaimed happily, Sterling, they're here. Xianxia nodded. Finally. Jonah noticed the change in their expressions and promptly led the horses over. The three of them climbed on. Jasmine poked her head out of the carriage, smiling brightly at Xianxia, elder brother. Senior Heston rode over. Are you breaking through again? Not yet, just refining my internal spirit energy. No promotion yet. Xianxia found it strange how this breakthrough seemed longer than usual. Though he knew it was taking time, it felt unusually long, and he couldn't understand why. But don't worry, senior. Our trip to the Luoyang Mountains will definitely yield results. It's a place full of opportunities. Leader wishes you luck. With a bow, they had to leave. Blocking the city gate would lead to complaints, which neither Xianxia nor Senior Heston wanted. Now that the secret realm has opened, dangers and malevolent intentions abound. Are you ready? Xianxia bowed. No need to worry, senior. I'm fully prepared. Once inside the Luoyang Mountains, we'll gather immediately and focus solely on that. We'll handle other matters later. Good. Behind him, Jonah and the Earl noticed the sudden increase in the number of carriages from the Joshi sect, surprising them both. The journey from Hansen City would take one day to reach the Luoyang Mountains. Shiny geniuses and top cultivators from major sects were traveling in groups. Finally, the Luoyang Mountains had opened, attracting many people, including those from Izzy Valley. Hashtag Chapter 259. This is the Luoyang Mountain Range. Outside the city, people who didn't know each other parted ways, each heading in their own direction. After all roads lead to Rome, and it didn't matter how they chose to travel. However, something peculiar was that the teams from various sects did not avoid each other but walked together on the main road. The Joshi sect, where Xianxia was from, was one of them. From just now until now, many caravans from other sects have been following behind us, and there are also sects ahead of us. Is this really okay? Senior Heston seemed quite calm. Kid, everyone on this road belongs to a sect, followed by the major nobles. If anyone were to make a move, it would be considered breaking the rules. After returning, someone will educate them. That's the rule. There's actually such a rule. Suddenly, it seemed like something unusual was happening inside the carriage ahead. Then, a raggedly dressed Savannah shakily got down from a carriage, and her attendants gave her some money before immediately driving her away. No need to doubt, the convoy ahead belongs to the young patriarch of Baihuang blacksmithing sect. This person is known for his debauchery, and such incidents are probably his doing. Elira, it's safer if you stay inside the carriage to avoid any unpleasantness. Then, a sword-carrying guard emerged from the carriage, stretching lazily while glancing at the Joshi sect's caravan behind him, and quickly retreated back into the carriage. What did that man mean? Senior Heston shook his head helplessly. Trouble's coming. Xianxia didn't continue speaking aloud, but he could already sense something was wrong. Keep moving, don't stop. After a short while, a plump young man emerged from the carriage ahead. Seeing the Joshi sect's caravan, he became visibly excited. If Elira America was inside, he definitely wanted to see her. Almost instantly, he ordered his caravan to stop, descended from the carriage, holding a jade box in his hand, and approached mysteriously as if he was very eager. The Joshi sect had no choice but to halt. Dangerous rascal. Looking at the jade box in his hand, she asked, "What's in the box? Please take a look." The jade box was opened, revealing two enormous pearls, white and luminous with a faint glow. Seeing this, America commented, "These worthless pearls are what?" Heston and Xianxia identified the treasure at a glance. Such large night pearls. Sending these outright. This Baihuang blacksmithing sect sure is generous, Xianxia whispered. I've never seen such large night pearls either, and there are two of them. Elira, your charm is unmatched. Honor suggested, why don't we just take them? We might get some money. Xianxia and Senior Heston turned around simultaneously. Don't say such things recklessly. If you don't want to live, I won't stop you. Honor shut his mouth and looked at Jonah, who didn't seem to care much for such items. Our demon race has smaller versions of this. No need to be amazed. Jonah brother, I'll follow you from now on. Go to hell. Barrett explained, Sister Cinny, these are night pearls, a gift for me. Because the caravan in front had stopped, those behind naturally came to check. Upon hearing night pearls, everyone burst into laughter, thinking he was a fool. This Barrett must have hit his head. For a Savannah, he's willing to give away treasures like this. Why hasn't he ever done this for my sister? Brother. Just a joke? That's not funny at all. Of course, America knew these were night pearls, but she couldn't accept them. I'm sorry, I don't want them. You should take them back. Barrett frowned. Why not? Your lady has no interest in night pearls. Besides, I already have someone I like. Barrett furrowed his brow. Who? Pretending to glance at Xianxia, she thought. You should help me get rid of this troublemaker since I don't want to provoke him. But if he comes just as a guest, that might be different. Most importantly, she believed Xianxia could handle this situation. Smart Barrett looked over and cast his gaze on Xianxia. They stared at each other for a moment before Xianxia shifted his gaze. Barrett approached him immediately. Sawyer, daring to steal my Savannah. You're really bold. Xianxia pretended not to hear, looking here and there, telling himself that he wasn't talking about him. Don't act dumb. I'm talking about you. Pointing at his nose, Barrett nodded and took out a small knife from his body, tossing it to the ground. Castrate yourself or I, Barrett, will not let this go today. Xianxia covered his crotch. Your pursuit of women has nothing to do with me. If she truly likes you, would she need you to do this? Feeling humiliated, Barrett said, Brat, don't force my hand. By the looks of it, you're not even part of the Joshi sect. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Letting you do it yourself is giving you face. Honor and Jonah both stepped forward. If you want to die, I can grant you that now. Barrett's people drew their swords, and even a powerful figure charged over. Honor and Jonah weren't scared and readied their weapons. Barrett was furious. Where did this pest come from, daring to challenge me? Haven't you died before? So what if I haven't? Seeing the two were about to fight, Senior Heston was at a loss. He couldn't interfere in a conflict between sects without involving their own Elira. Xianxia stepped in. You better shut up before you talk yourself to death. Apologies, young Victor Shangdo. The Luoyang Mountains are just ahead. We shouldn't waste time over such a minor issue, as many people are still waiting. Just as Barrett was about to speak, the pressure from behind reminded him. Young patriarch, we can't afford to delay. In the end, he could only threaten Xianxia. Next time I see you with Sister America, consider yourself dead. Interesting, someone laughed from behind. Chapter 260, Xianxia Venerable Alliance's Dignitaries. The Luoyang mountain range was located on the fringes of the Desolate River region. Among the 3 cities bordering the Desolate River, Hansansheng, Guicheng, and Tiancheng, Tiancheng was the closest to this area. Of course, closest still meant nearly 100 miles away, which was not exactly near. Starting from Hansansheng, it would take at least half a day's travel for individuals or caravans, even if they sped up. Only by doing so could they arrive in time upon notification from the Xianxia Venerable Alliance. After all, they wouldn't wait for days. Luoyang mountain range was surrounded by towering peaks. Apart from the single exposed path leading upwards, the rest of the terrain was composed of steep cliffs. Consequently, no one chose to be late. Even members of sects rushed like military troops, aiming to reach the heart of Luoyang mountain range as swiftly as possible. Currently, heroes from various routes were gathering here. People came from all sides, continuously joining. Those who had already arrived, be they independent cultivators or nobles from sects, all paid close attention. There were quite a few beauties among the young generation, and everyone wanted to see them. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Hey, did you hear? The daughter of the Jushi sect Xianxia is coming out for this year's Luoyang mountain range opening. She seems set to enter the mountain range, with many strong figures around her. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to witness her beauty. Another person standing nearby replied, it's already good if we can catch just a glimpse from afar. You're dreaming if you think you'll see her face clearly. Just wishful thinking, right? Humph. Several figures hovered in mid-air, their identities significant. Their subordinates controlled the entire area, preventing others from causing trouble. Even aristocratic disciples from sects needed to report before coming closer. A slightly older elder exhaled a breath of icy cold air, and the temperature around him instantly plummeted. The subordinates couldn't help but shiver, but didn't dare to make it too obvious. This Luoyang mountain range trip has become interesting. Pass my orders. No one is allowed to interfere unless there's a fight, lest we spoil someone else's fun. Yes. At that moment, the Jushi sect's caravan turned into view from the valley, entering everyone's sight. Flags waved atop the vehicles, accompanied by teams of bodyguards and powerhouses. This was no ordinary entourage. Independent cultivators were very excited. Shane Shangdao, on the other hand, looked irritated, seemingly still sulking over a previous setback, especially about Xianxia's actions, which made him harbor resentment. What are you gloating about? If I hadn't wanted to avoid trouble and disrupt the rules, you would have been dead already. Dare to snatch my savannah? Huh? Just wait. Humph. His attendants nearby could do nothing. They were mere servants, without the right to do much. Even the guards around young sect Xianxia didn't comment, and outsiders dared not voice their concerns. If Shane Shangdao trial, he may not let you off easily. Perhaps it's better to come back to the sect with me first. Visit Jushi sect as a guest. I will be most welcoming. We'll see. If things remained peaceful, he preferred focusing on his own matters. Achieving divinity in a short time was no easy feat. Xianxia aimed to return to the upper realm quickly. There were countless troubles and many people waiting for him above. Even if some had betrayed him, grievances needed addressing, and proper respect must be maintained. He hadn't forgotten any past events. Time passed, others might forget, but Xianxia would never forget. Who knew how long he waited for this rebirth? Once everyone reached the designated location, the Jushi sect's caravan led by Senior Heston halted. He approached Xianxia and walked towards the carriage. Elira, we've arrived. America emerged from the carriage and glanced at the sky. Let's go greet them and convey Junior's wishes. Sure. She looked at Xianxia. Come with us. Senior Heston nodded in agreement. Thank you. Turning to instruct Honor and Megan, stay by the carriage and prevent anyone from getting too close. No worries, everything will be fine. The trio leaped lightly, flying towards the Xianxia Venerable Alliance guards. Dressed splendidly, they stood out prominently among the crowd. Xianxia wondered why the airspace was completely empty. Was this the influence of the Xianxia Venerable Alliance? In the restricted airspace, only 2 figures stood, an elderly man and a middle-aged man. No one else dared approach. Xianxia refrained from projecting his divine sight to avoid disrespect. Excuse us, we are from the Jushi sect and have come to meet Victor. Please guide us. Please wait, Quentin Heston. From afar, Victor said, no need to announce. Come in. The 3 flew inside and bowed upon approaching the duo. Elira, please don't be so formal. What brings you here unexpectedly? The middle-aged man noticed Xianxia, but didn't interrupt Victor. He didn't understand Jushi sect's intentions yet, waiting for the patriarch's query. America bowed again. Victor, our main purpose is to enter the Luoyang mountain range. Additionally, Junior wishes to gather at Jushi sect after the event. We hope you won't refuse. Shani, I introduce your young companion? Victor suddenly asked. An innate martial master accompanying them was indeed surprising. He is Xianxia. America explained. Our specially invited alchemist. As you know, alchemists are scarce in the 9 provinces continent. Most join the 100 Radiance Alchemy sect. It's rare to find a good one, and we naturally don't want to let him go. Hashtag chapter 261. The time has come. Perhaps feeling that he was getting old, Pete looked at the middle-aged man behind him and then at Xianxia, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. When did our Jojo continent produce such a genius? Clearly, as a well-informed elder, he didn't believe it. I have lived for so many years and never seen such a young weapon refiner. Could you please tell me what he has done? What awards has he won? Senior Heston stepped forward and said, young friend Xianxia participated in the competition organized by the Hansongcheng Refinement Association and even ranked. Anything else? In this competition, he won first place. The middle-aged man clearly didn't believe it and hurriedly said, this is before elder. You need to choose your place to boast. Here, we decide everything. People below also chimed in. You dare to speak recklessly in front of the elder? Truly seeking death. Sawyer, hurry up and get lost. If the elder gets angry, no one here can protect you. Aspen tightly clenched her hand, saying nothing. Before coming, she had already discussed with Senior Heston that Xianxia's identity must be known by the Bai Huang refining sect and Edison Alliance. On this peaceful continent, anything was possible. Senior Heston calmly said, Elder, please forgive us. Of course, this isn't a lie. We brought in. Immediately rushed over, surrounding him. Fellow senior, They quickly approached, leaving no room for reaction. Xianxia had no choice but to handle it himself. He stopped the two below from attacking and faced the situation. You better be polite. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Below, they immediately commanded, beat him to death. One person wielding both a spear and sword lunged toward Xianxia, who summoned the Hansen Beast spear. Its overpowering aura left everyone in Luoshan Mountain stunned. Pete's expression changed, thinking, it is indeed him. Xianxia swiftly struck down the 6 to 7 attackers, then instantly cast Sky Hand in midair, a huge purple-golden hand rushing towards the attacker. Pete wanted to find someone to block, but everyone was either dispatched or too afraid to get close. In the final moment, he could only shout, Elder, save me. Bang! The middle-aged man intervened, but after the explosion, his hands trembled uncontrollably as he pretended to remain calm. Fellow Junior, let's forgive and forget. Shall we end this here? Xianxia ignored him. He tried to kill me. Just letting it go. Do you think I'm a fool? You. Pete appeared beside him. Junior fellow, was this weapon crafted by you? Xianxia didn't deny it, silently putting the weapon away. Everyone thought the elder would shield his grandchild, but instead, he bowed deeply. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Regarding my grandson's improper actions, I will give you an explanation. This was my fault. All present were shocked, including Heston and Aspen. What's going on? An elder bowing to a youth was unprecedented. Xianxia simply said to Pete, sorry. Pete continued, others might not see it clearly, but I am different. On the entire Juzhou continent, I am well known. If that weapon was truly refined by you, my respect isn't unwarranted. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Pete simply said, my refinement skills may not match his. These words sparked another uproar. For an elder to say this was no less than truth. Fellow Junior. My name is Xianxia, thank you. Pete laughed awkwardly. My apologies, fellow Taoist Xianxia. I have something to inform you. Xianxia nodded, and he continued. If fellow Taoist Xianxia doesn't mind, you can join our Bai Huang refining sect. In the future, I will recommend you to succeed as the next sect Hosui. Everything after that was blocked, especially trying to poach talent in front of Jushi sect. Pete still had his pride. Sorry, I prefer freedom. I don't like such things. Xianxia directly refused, unafraid of retaliation from the old man. Moreover, Jushi sect had brought the most powerful experts. That's fine. However, I have another request, hoping fellow Taoist Xianxia can agree. Rest assured, it's about refining. I won't ask how you made it, but want you to refine some weapons. If conditions and strength permit, I have no problem. Always refusing would put him on a blacklist. Xianxia didn't want trouble, especially since he was still on their territory. Agreeing to 1 or 2 requests wouldn't hurt. Wu Xing Stone. Xianxia was startled. Bai Huang refining sect has it? Without concealing, yes. This information shocked him. Pete continued, our sect Xianxia seeks a powerful refiner for this task, and you seem perfect. Since you agreed, let me explain further. Using Wu Xing Stone typically allows refined weapons to upgrade alongside cultivation. If there's a chance to touch divine realms, it can become a divine artifact. If we cooperate successfully, we will help you find another set of Wu Xing Stones. Isn't this a good deal? Xianxia was surprised. He didn't expect Bai Huang sect to have more comprehensive knowledge, and from Pete's words, they possessed multiple sets of Wu Xing Stones. Were all 10 major sects on Juzhou continent so powerful? With their assistance, finding Wu Xing Stones would just be a matter of time. Moreover, these elders aimed for divinity, a concept beyond imagination. The time has come. Xianxia didn't voice his thoughts. Chapter 262. The alternate world of Luoyang Mountains. Victor deactivated the isolation and concealment array, and both parties rejoined their respective groups. Then, he addressed the puzzled people below. The Jushi sect will enter first, followed by the Edison Alliance. The rest will follow in the original order. Perhaps only some exceptionally smart Yuans could understand that this meant the Edison Alliance had reached an agreement with Xianxia. Otherwise, they would not be scheduled to enter earlier. These sect disciples were not fools either. They saw through it, but did not speak out. Only the independent cultivators remained clueless, truly pitiable. After exchanging glances, Senior Heston gave a few brief instructions, and Xianxia led Adelita to stand in front of the array. The passage to Luoyang Mountains was about to open, and the Edison Alliance would deactivate the array control at the same time. One of their methods to maintain control here. Shortly thereafter, under everyone's patient wait, there was finally a reaction at the entrance to Luoyang Mountains. At this moment, Victor discreetly instructed his disciples not to attack anyone from the Jushi sect. Senior Heston stood nearby, and after such a rare encounter, he was likely to invite them for drinks and chats, which was inevitable. Heston, it has been a long time since we last met. Come, let's find a place to sit and have a drink. Sure enough, he was invited. Additionally, quite a number of people who accompanied them also arrived at Luoyang Mountains. They set up camps nearby, and temporarily lived around the area. No one acted alone. All gathered together, asking about each other's well-being. A minute of blinding white light before Xianxia's vision cleared, finding himself already inside Luoyang Mountains. Since Adelita had grabbed his hand before entering, they did not separate. Is this a system bug? They were the first to arrive. Xianxia briefly surveyed the surroundings, noting the highlands. If anyone harbors grudges, fights are bound to break out here. Jemima, let's leave this place and find a hidden spot to wait for Eliza and the others. Don't worry, Megan, the Riker, and Ria will be fine. Hurry, someone is coming. As soon as they vanished, the army of the Edison Alliance arrived, followed by the rest of the Jushi sect. Curiosity filled everyone upon their arrival. My lord, remember, no one is to harm anyone from the Jushi sect. If I find out, death will be your only punishment. With these words from Lord Bai Huang, those who entered immediately dispersed. Similarly, members of the Jushi sect formed teams and left to seek opportunities. Xiao Ilias, Megan, Sister Hansen-Yen, Eliza, and Jasmine also did not wish to stay behind, heading off in another direction toward Roni. Just as the two were about to catch up, many more people appeared in the previously empty area, including Shane Shandao and others. They immediately gathered, holding hands, none of them transported elsewhere. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them, a wandering cultivator arriving randomly. Indeed, at any moment, someone could appear suddenly right in front of them. Now, the deeper we go inside, the less likely we'll encounter random appearances. Xianxia led Adelita to the back of a huge rock and stopped to rest, having lost track of the others. Don't worry, if we're okay, they'll be fine too. Let's hold on until we can find them. So, we can only move forward now, let's check it out. Xianxia didn't summon his weapon, only remaining alert. The silence made him uneasy, sensing potential danger still dormant. Adelita was about to speak, but Xianxia signaled her to remain quiet. Due to their slow movement, others approached, making loud noises, oblivious to caution. Xianxia quickly pulled her aside to hide. Such actions might invite unnecessary trouble. Be cautious, let's hide and observe. If they pass without incident, we'll quietly follow. Okay. Without his permission, Adelita already released her divine sense over the area, detecting heartbeats, strong vibrations, and sighs. Everyone was stunned by the sudden vibrations, stopping to look around, unaware of the looming danger as a massive creature awakened in the forest. Who dared to intrude on my territory? A deep voice emerged from the woods, interfering with Adelita's divine sense, attacking her spirit directly. Suddenly, vines stretched from unseen areas, wrapping around them. Those few people scattered in panic. Run! If we get caught, we're dead. Seeing their lavish attire, they were likely noble sons. Xianxia and Adelita had been hiding well, but when these people saw them, they quickly ran over. Leave! Don't come over. We just found this hiding place. Their faces full of fear. Save us! Adelita didn't want to go, so Xianxia reluctantly summoned the cold beast halberd, rushing forward. Adelita kindly said, "Quick, run!" Suddenly, she felt someone push her from behind, causing her to fall forward, expecting Xianxia to catch her, but vines extended and dragged her away. Xianxia stared angrily at the rescued noble, furious inside. Get lost. He dashed forward, despite vines extending everywhere, determinedly charging ahead. You absolutely cannot be harmed. Otherwise, everyone in Luoyang Mountains will turn against us. Xianxia threw the halberd to cut the vines, swiftly helping Adelita to her feet. She summoned her sword, fighting the increasing vines that seemed endless. Are you alright? I'm fine. Adelita shook her head. Someone pushed me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. These reckless nobles, once we get out of here, I'll make sure you get justice. Flying in the air to dodge, those noble youths remained, watching with expressions that wavered between laughter and tears. Xianxia, quick-tempered, wanted to curse but refrained, fearing they wouldn't hear him. Hand of the sky. Shadow ghost step. Using both skills simultaneously, the vines were kept 10 meters away. He grabbed Adelita's hand and flew away, the voice in the forest seething with anger. Next time, don't let me catch you, or I won't be as merciful. When they flew out, the noble surrounded them, looking pitiful, completely different from before, seemingly wanting to say something. Can you protect us? We'll pay anything. Others echoed, leaving Xianxia speechless. Why should we? Victor lifted the isolation and concealment array, and the two returned to their respective companions. Then he addressed the puzzled crowd below. Jushi sect goes first, followed by the Edison Alliance. The rest remain in their original order. Perhaps only a few exceptionally shrewd young noblemen could discern that this arrangement meant the Edison Alliance had struck some kind of deal with Xianxia. Otherwise, they would not have been placed so high up in the order. These sect disciples weren't fools either. While they understood the implications without saying it aloud, the solitary cultivators remained oblivious, which truly was their misfortune. After exchanging glances, Senior Heston gave brief instructions. Xianxia then led Adelita to stand before the array. Inside, the passage to the Luoyang Mountains opened, and only then did the Edison Alliance lift the control over the array. This was one of their means of maintaining control here. Soon, after everyone patiently waited, the entrance to the Luoyang Mountains finally showed a reaction. At this moment, Victor quietly instructed his disciples not to attack Jushi sect personnel. Senior Heston stood nearby. It was rare for them to meet, so he likely wouldn't pass up the chance to drink and chat. Heston, we haven't seen each other for quite some time. Let's find a place to sit down and have a drink. As expected, he was called over. Additionally, there were many people accompanying them into the Luoyang Mountains. They set up camp nearby, living around this area temporarily. No one acted independently. Everyone gathered together, offering mutual comfort. A minute of blinding white light passed before Xianxia's vision returned to normal. When he looked clearly again, he found himself inside the Luoyang Mountains. Since Adelita had held his hand upon entry, they hadn't separated. Is this a system bug? They were the first ones to arrive. Xianxia took a quick look at the surrounding terrain. All high ground. If anyone who enters bears grudges, fights might break out here immediately. Jemima, let's leave this place and wait in a hidden spot for Eliza and the others. Don't worry, Megan and the Riker will be with them. They'll be fine. Hurry, someone is coming. Just as they disappeared, the Edison Alliance's troops arrived, followed by the rest of Jushi sect. Everyone entering this place for the first time was curious about its appearance. Lord, what should we do? Everyone remember, no one is to attack Jushi sect members. If I catch anyone doing so, they will be put to death. With such orders from Lord Bai Huang Lequizong, those who entered flew off immediately. Jushi sect members similarly formed groups and left to seek opportunities. Honor, Megan, Hansong's sister, Eliza, and Hanson Callista also didn't wish to stay, heading off in another direction toward Bernadette. Just as the two were about to catch up, many more people appeared where there had just been emptiness, including Shane Xiangdao and others. Upon arriving, they instantly grouped together, holding hands, as none of them had been sent to different locations. Suddenly, behind them, a voice rang out. It belonged to a lone cultivator appearing randomly. It was indeed random. Someone could appear right in front of them at any second. Now, we must go deeper if we want to avoid such sudden occurrences. Xianxia led Adelita behind a massive rock, checking if anyone was around before stopping to rest, now somewhat lost from the others. Don't worry, as long as we're okay, they'll be fine too. Let's endure and search for them later. So, we can only move forward and see. Xianxia didn't summon his weapon but remained highly alert. The serene environment made him uneasy, sensing a major danger still dormant. Adelita wanted to speak, but Xianxia motioned her to be silent. Due to their slow movement, other people caught up, moving loudly without a hint of caution. Xianxia quickly pulled her aside to hide. Doing so probably avoided unnecessary trouble, rather than inviting something bad. Be careful, let's hide and observe. If nothing happens as they pass, we'll follow quietly. Alright. Without his permission, Adelita already released her divine sense across the area, sensing heartbeats, strong vibrations, and sighs. Everyone was stunned by the vibrations, stopping and looking around, unaware that danger was imminent. A giant creature within the forest stirred awake. Who has invaded my territory? A deep voice emerged from the forest, disrupting Adelita's divine sense, striking directly at her soul. Vines suddenly sprouted, wrapping around them. The group scattered in panic. Run fast, or you'll be dead if caught. Seeing their extravagant attire, they must be rich young nobles. Though Xianxia and Adelita had been well hidden, these people rushed towards them. You should flee. Don't come near us. We barely found this hiding place. Terrified, they shouted, save us. Adelita hesitated. So Xianxia had no choice but to unleash the cold beast halberd and rush over. Kindly, she told them, quick, run away. Suddenly, she felt a strong push from behind, startling her as she fell forward. Expecting Xianxia to catch her, vines instead extended and dragged her away. Xianxia glared at the saved noble, filled with anger. Get lost. He rushed out despite the countless extending vines. You mustn't get hurt, otherwise, everyone in the Luoyang Mountains will turn against us. Xianxia hurled his halberd to sever the vines, quickly supporting Adelita. She summoned her sword, fighting the ever-increasing vines together. Are you alright? I'm fine. Adelita shook her head. If I hadn't been pushed, this wouldn't have happened. These foolish nobles, I will avenge you when we exit. Together, they dodged in mid-air. Far off, the noble youth still hadn't left, watching them with expressions that seemed both amused and distressed. Xianxia's temper flared. He wanted to curse but feared they wouldn't hear, so he refrained. Sky Hand. Phantom Shadow Step. Using both skills simultaneously, he controlled the vines to stay 10 meters away, grabbing Adelita's hand and flying away. An enraged voice echoed in the forest. Don't let me encounter you again. I won't be this polite next time. Once they flew out, the nobles gathered around, looking pitiful and different from before, as if wanting to say something. Can you protect us? We'll pay any amount. Others joined in, and Xianxia was speechless. Why should we? Chapter 263. The medicine-collecting little brother. Why should we? Xianxia almost roared out. The person who had just endangered America by pushing her down now lacked even the courage to face them, hiding behind others. A few of them shamelessly said, you are so powerful, and we have money. You can protect us for a fee, right? Hearing this, Xianxia nearly burst into profanity, but was restrained by his better judgment. Now, America also saw through their true colors. She threw down a few ordinary weapons and said with a casual tone, divide these among yourselves. Whether you survive or not has nothing to do with me. I tried to save you but nearly lost my life in the process. How ridiculous. America led Xianxia away as the others tried to pull them back, only to be frightened off by the vibrations emitted by Xianxia. Then, a noble young man who hadn't spoken much before confidently stepped forward. Even without them, we can survive. Pick up the weapons. Following them will ensure our safety. Everyone followed the direction in which the two were flying. These people are really persistent. Let me take you and shake them off completely. Xianxia activated his Hansen ghost steps, disappearing in an instant. The nobles followed immediately, stopping where his aura vanished. One of them said, next time we see them, we'll teach them a lesson. It's fine. We can survive without them. Though everyone was half convinced, it was their only option for now. Let's go. Once they left, Xianxia and America emerged, heading in another direction. They aimlessly flew through the air, where dense mist below made it hard to see anything. This would make finding valuable items very difficult. What if we land first? Our view is limited in the air. Finding opportunities and treasures might be easier on the ground, right? Xianxia agreed to land. Once on the ground, the environment differed significantly from their previous location, though this area also seemed off. Around them were pits like dead lakes, with poisonous gases emanating from the forest. They swallowed detoxification pills and cautiously entered. They walked for a while, assuming there was nothing unusual until they heard voices ahead, a boy singing. The scenery here was distinctly different from the outside world. They approached quietly, watching from the grass. Outside was a medicinal field where a young boy collected herbs, humming tunes as he placed the gathered plants into a bamboo basket on his back. I must collect more this time. Xianxia will be very pleased when he sees he. Suddenly, the boy paused, his eyes fixed on where Xianxia and America were hiding. He coldly asked, who's there? Before Xianxia could respond, America stepped out. Hello, we are cultivators seeking fortune. Are you a native resident here? The boy nodded after sensing no danger from them. Xianxia asked what the brother and sister want. Initially worried that the place was guarded, they realized the owner was present, making it clear that anyone taking the herbs would be noticed. Better to give up this idea. America took out a slip of paper from her sleeve and handed it to him. Sister is looking for these herbs. Do you have any here? The boy studied the paper for a long time before saying, I don't know and cannot read. If you aren't in a hurry to leave, come back with me to meet Xianxia. Perhaps he can recognize them. The situation became slightly awkward. Xianxia then said, then we'll trouble you, little brother. The boy scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I haven't finished collecting today. Please wait for me. How about we help you? Sure. Little brother, can we help you collect? How many do you need? We can finish quickly. Seeing their enthusiasm, the boy began to plan something in his mind. He then produced 2 more baskets. Fill these 2 baskets for me. All right. To find what America needed, Xianxia had to agree. They worked swiftly, filling the baskets faster than the boy himself. After helping fill the boy's basket, allowing him to rest, they added more to America's basket, leaving Xianxia's empty again. Do you live here? The boy nodded. I've lived here with Xianxia since childhood and never left. Sister, how is the outside world? Despite growing up under strict orders from Xianxia not to wander due to the devious nature of outsiders, he sensed no ill intent from these 2. It's good, but not as safe as here. Oh. Xianxia didn't waste much time. Soon, the last herb collection was complete. The boy was surprised they didn't seem to use spirit energy. Under his vigilant supervision, they couldn't easily hide such things. You're really strong, brother. In such a short time, you collected as much as I would in a day. If you stay, I... Both shook their heads in refusal. Sorry, we have important matters outside and cannot stay. No problem, at least now. They returned to the boy's hidden residence, a concealed cave that most wouldn't notice. Storing the herbs, they sat outside while the boy went into the inner chamber. Xianxia, I'm back. Complete your studies. Xianxia will check later. Understood, Xianxia. Feeling he hadn't left yet, another voice came from inside. Is there anything else? 2 guests have arrived. They are from outside, and they need. Pupil, escort them out. Without meeting them, the master directly refused. Senior, Lady, I failed in teaching my pupil. If you leave now, I can forgive past actions and ignore whatever you did here. We merely live in seclusion. Please don't force us further. Due to grudges with outsiders, they weren't welcoming, directly sending the guests away. The boy felt wronged but remained silent, kneeling before them with deep sorrow. This chapter showcases a detailed and engaging scenario with dialogue-driven narrative, maintaining the original structure and tone. The characters' interactions and emotions are faithfully translated, ensuring a coherent storyline. Chapter 264. The innocent person forced in. Seeing that the eviction order had been given, America was about to turn and leave, but Xianxia held her back. We've come all this way. We can't leave empty-handed. If there are medicinal herbs you need here, I have to try for them. We might not get another chance. Clang. Xianxia pulled out his Hansen beast halberd and thrust it into the ground. His presence filled the entire room, making even the young boy undergoing punishment tremble. A sound of broken porcelain echoed from within the stone chamber. He maintained a calm expression and said, Elder, let's meet face to face. After a long while, still no response. Just as they were about to give up and turn away, the door of the stone chamber opened, revealing an old man with white hair. Despite his age, his eyes were sharp and he exuded vigor. He looked like a young man in disguise, wearing immaculate white robes without a wrinkle on his face. Glancing at the punished disciple, he coughed slightly, looking curiously at Xianxia. Get up, fellow Taoist. You're a blacksmith. This humble one is Byron, my disciple Frederick. We greet both of you. Frederick quickly hid behind Byron, tightly clutching his master's clothes while occasionally peeping out to glance at Xianxia. On the ground were 2 baskets of herbs they had just picked, and an additional basket brought back by Frederick. The 3 baskets lay together, drawing attention. Forgive me for my poor teaching, I hope you understand. Xianxia retracted his weapon. We didn't come here to cause trouble. We're just looking for the herbs listed on this note. Taking the paper from America, he glanced at it before handing it to Byron. Feeling the intense herbal fragrance around him, Xianxia didn't want to miss any opportunity to gather what he could. Byron scanned the list briefly and then returned it, saying, most of the herbs on this list are available here, but some are not. However, leaving it hanging, Xianxia immediately asked, what do you require? You must forge a weapon for me. What do you think? Byron put forward his conditions. Although time here was long, he hadn't received any weapons from the outside world to give his disciple Frederick. At least he wanted to continue the lineage. Xianxia understood his thoughts and turned to Frederick, asking, isn't he too young to handle such a weapon? Suddenly, Byron flicked his sleeve, sending a rusted halberd towards Frederick. Xianxia, show us some moves. Don't let our guests look down on you. Frederick replied, yes, Xianxia, and picked up the heavy spear, holding it steadily. America exclaimed, such immense strength. It seems he is trained using some secret technique. To wield such a heavy weapon at such a young age is only possible with either secret techniques or intense training since childhood, Xianxia analyzed. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't impossible if rigorous training started right after learning to speak and walk. Byron smiled faintly and emphasized, fellow Taoist is correct. It's just intense training, not a secret technique. Frederick's small body swung the spear, showcasing various halberd techniques. Even Xianxia couldn't help but watch intently. I didn't expect to see some lost halberd techniques here. What does lost mean? America asked. Lost techniques are those recorded in ancient texts, but whose specific methods have vanished. Some halberd techniques are entirely untraceable now. Observing Frederick, he seemed to have other thoughts but simply explained. If any records exist, they are likely found only in ancient texts, something even major sects don't possess. Fellow Taoist speaks truly. It seems you also practice halberd techniques? Byron showed interest, curious why this young man knew so much. Ordinarily, no one would pay attention to such ancient records. Yet this youth conversed on topics that even visitors from centuries ago wouldn't discuss. Xianxia laughed. Don't worry, I have no intention of mastering these techniques. I just recognized them and felt sentimental, so I mentioned them. No problem. Byron took a wooden box from beneath his seat, placing it on the table. These are the common herbs on your list, carefully selected by me. They serve as a deposit. Once you forge the weapon and deliver it, I will provide the remaining rare herbs. What do you say? Thank you. Xianxia looked at the other stone chambers in the cave, but couldn't tell anything from the stone doors. He decided to ask Byron, where is the forging chamber? What materials do we need? Byron waved his hand, and a heavy stone door slowly opened, revealing the interior. America looked uncertain and coughed. Is this a forging chamber? Indeed it is. Xianxia affirmed and walked in. Byron explained beside him. This chamber hasn't been used for 100 years. The smithing method is very rudimentary. Can you manage? Xianxia replied, no problem, just a bit of tidying up. Good, Xiaohoverg, did you hear? Yes, Xianxia. Xianxia told America, you can help too. Sure. Xianxia sat in front of Byron and whispered, this child is of the ancient imperial clan. Are you planning to hide him indefinitely and never let him go outside? Byron's expression turned serious. It seems you know more than you should. Who sent you to ask about this? Few knew about the ancient imperial clan, especially after their Josue's demise. Over a century later, no one believed in their existence anymore. Could Xianxia's information be false? Launching the imperial clan outright means you have no chance to explain further. If you wish to live, leave immediately. If you wish to die, I can assist. Elder, you misunderstood. Xianxia tried to explain, but Byron gave him no chance. Lord, we only seek a path to survive. Have we not already come to this isolated place? Is it necessary to pursue us to death? I know of the events 100 years ago. Reluctantly, Xianxia had to admit it. Without strong connections to history, no one today would care about the ancient imperial clan. Young people definitely wouldn't know. Byron paused. From you, I sense no danger. Very well, regardless of who sent you. Once the forging is done, leave. We are just innocent people forced here, posing no threat to the outside world. Spare us, and we will be grateful. If you want to fight, I will oblige. No one wants to fight you, don't worry. Xianxia felt there was nothing left to discuss and sat silently, watching the two busy figures in the forging chamber. He thought about helping but decided against it to maintain his position and identity. He considered asking for help but couldn't due to the misunderstanding. Byron paused his reading and said, if you have anything to say, please speak freely. I was going to ask Elder for help in finding someone, but perhaps it's best not to. Xianxia didn't want to cause more confusion. Chapter 265. These herbs I have here. Dom can agree to you. Byron's response left Xianxia puzzled. Clearly, UNC had already settled the grievance just moments ago. So why was he agreeing now? If it were figures from those great sects in the outside world, they likely wouldn't have companions and certainly wouldn't be thinking of searching for them. Perhaps you aren't sent by those large sects after all. Xianxia nodded, finding this logic sound. Senior Byron truly intended to help him. Not wanting to waste time, Xianxia immediately asked. 2 boys and 2 girls, a young girl. They might wander around aimlessly. Senior, do you have any way to find them? Xianxia didn't want to force anyone into compliance, especially not members of the ancient imperial clan, who were renowned combat fanatics. Once targeted, they wouldn't rest until their goal was achieved. Don't worry, bring them over soon. I'll clean the room and prepare for the forging. Xianxia raised a question. What are the materials? Byron handed him a box, warning, open it only after closing the door. The weapon doesn't have to match yours exactly. Ask him what kind of weapon he prefers. Nodding, Xianxia took the forging materials and headed over. Just then, Frederick and America emerged after cleaning up. Xianxia smiled and asked, Xiaoqing, what kind of weapon do you prefer? A long halberd, preferably like the one my master uses. Brother Yates, can you forge it for me? Without hesitation, little Frederick blurted out his answer. After all, he had been fond of his master's weapon for years. But his master replied, my weapon is outdated and unsuitable for use. Even if it were used, it would break easily. Of course. As Xianxia entered, the stone door slowly closed. America said anxiously, I'll wait for you outside. Don't worry, everything will be fine. According to their agreement, Xianxia checked the forging materials as soon as he entered. The materials inside sparkled brilliantly, resembling extraordinary stones, but even more luminous. This material seemed rarer than what he needed to forge the Hansen beast halberd. Driven by curiosity, Xianxia counted carefully and then pondered seriously, arriving at a terrifying conclusion. The stones before him weren't ordinary stones. There are 5. They are the 5 element stones. I can't believe I found them here. Despite his excitement, Xianxia calmed himself, reminding himself, these are for Xiaoqing's weapon. I mustn't entertain foolish thoughts or any idea of taking them. With the 5 element stones, regardless of how Xianxia forged, the weapon would have the potential to become a divine artifact, an unchanging truth on the 9 continents. I never thought I'd discover the 5 element stones here, and that my first divine level weapon would be forged for a child. Observing the forging chamber, it appeared quite primitive. The forging equipment looked untouched by time, seemingly from 100 years ago. He wondered how they prepared these. Without wasting time, Xianxia started the fire. Feeling no warmth in the furnace walls was peculiar. Soon, intense flames roared inside the furnace. After adding some wood, Xianxia inspected the surroundings, noting something important. He can't go without a hammer, which should be hanging on the wall. After looking around, he found it. An ancient hammer hung on a hidden wall covered with spider webs, proof they had. Xianxia removed the stones, cooled them, and submerged them in water. He then activated the isolation array, blocking further observation. Divine fire. Under intense heat, Xianxia summoned divine fire to accelerate the process. The 5-element stones needed time to settle, softening before immediate fusion. Before this, Xianxia had drawn a blueprint of Byron's weapon. Following the shape, he proceeded with the fusion, awaiting stabilization before proceeding. Xianxia. The 5-element stones started merging, yet unexpectedly failed. What happened? Xianxia couldn't understand the issue or anticipate such a mishap. He assumed the process mirrored that of ordinary stones. Suddenly, a voice sounded within the room. Friend Taoist, fuse promptly. Delays will waste these precious stones. Remember, 5-element stones differ from ordinary ones. Pondering, Xianxia continued heating. Though conditions seem met for ordinary stones, much more is required. Byron added, your list lacks some herbs, but I have them all. Whether you get them depends on you. Grinding his teeth, Xianxia activated the isolation array and resumed using divine fire. Time and temperature were insufficient. Recalling previous readings, he thought, this attempt will succeed. Chapter 266. This is an artifact. Recalling the words of Senior Cold Ice, Xianxia chose to continue heating. For ordinary strange stones and elemental odd stones, the difference in material quality was immense. Xianxia had encountered elemental odd stones for the first time, and he truly stumbled upon elemental odd stones that could forge artifacts. An entire set. What kind of means does it require? Ancient Imperial clan members just for smelting materials, truly so extravagant? Without much time to ponder, Xianxia began the fusion process. Incredibly, the elemental odd stones in the water pool melted away into a colorful liquid, flowing visibly. Truly spectacular. Xianxia exclaimed, drawing forth his power. Glancing at the blueprint, he thought, that's right. The first artifact of the 9 provinces continent after 100 years, forged by me, Xianxia. Considering how this discovery would put him in history if revealed, even though he had been a divine Amato tens of thousands of years ago, Xianxia still felt immense pride. To a weapon forger, there was nothing more glorious than creating the best weapon in the world and witnessing its birth firsthand. This thought was beautiful, but directly telling others about this place would not only expose Byron and the others, but also bring danger, as any powerful beings entering would leave them nowhere to hide. In the pool, the bustling muddy materials merged according to Xianxia's imagination. Confirmed parts automatically integrated, and once the final checks were done, the fusion process stopped. After evolving, today's smiths on the 9 provinces continent only needed to take out their forging hammers to strike a few times. The remaining work could be finished by their own flame. Xianxia sneered lightly as the spear's basic shape was already visible. After cooling and some polishing, this weapon wouldn't be inferior to Hansen Shuji, a known superior weapon. Thankfully, these 2 weapons won't be with me. Otherwise, they might have some issues, and I wouldn't be able to handle it like Frederick suggested. Waiting always felt long. Just as Xianxia rested and calmed down, he felt his mind chaotic, sensing foreign thoughts intruding. A flash of white light made him fall. The elemental odd stones seemed to have a consciousness, judging Xianxia as dangerous and thus taking action. I didn't mean to, sorry. After falling, the weapon lost its glow, appearing ordinary again. It needed more time submerged in the water to ensure proper formation, or else it would end up useless. Xianxia lay on the ground, the isolation array intact. Byron tried to peek inside but lacked the strength to break through, knowing forceful intrusion would likely cause harm. What's this kid doing? Did he start forging the weapon yet? Is there even a plan? Worried, Byron opened the stone chamber door intending to rush into the forging room where Xianxia was. However, Frederick and America, who had been curious, appeared, making Byron feel embarrassed. You look at this, Elira America. Are these the companions you're looking for? Instantly switching the scene, he showed images of the dwarves and Tatiana's group facing trouble. Surrounding them were peculiar wolf-like beasts in large numbers, creating a trap. Han Songling's sister hugged Jasmine and crouched behind others in a protective stance. This encirclement occurred shortly after entering the Sunset Mountain range. Coincidental seemed unlikely. America nodded. Senior Byron, my companions are indeed them. Can we help them out of danger? Regardless of the situation, only Senior Byron could aid them now. Living in Sunset Mountain range for years, Byron presumably knew solutions to such troubles. Byron swiftly cast a spell, stabilizing the wolf pack and speaking through the alpha wolf. If you wish to see America, follow this wolf. Otherwise, death awaits. Your choice. The Riker hesitated briefly before sheathing his weapon. Regardless, whoever knows America must be with her. Now is the best time to find her. Tatiana was displeased. How can you be sure it's real? The Riker smiled. If it's fake, I'll roast and eat it. Rest assured, everyone will get a share. Got it? Everyone agreed, primarily due to escaping the wolves, a good outcome. Moreover, abandoning prey wasn't common, so perhaps it was indeed their friends. This way, they would reunite. With the alpha wolf leading, the surrounding wolves remained calm, causing no alarm. Exiting the encirclement, outsiders observing were baffled. Had the wolves betrayed them? No one dared approach due to the wolves' strong sense of smell akin to a pet husky. These people are up to something, observed Xianxia from a hidden location. The young lord, the plan failed. I can see that. Xianxia kicked him angrily. You're useless. Can you be of any use? Young lord. Go away. If you can't punish them, don't come back. Everyone vanished without a word, leaving only 2 close aides with Xianxia, putting him at risk if all left. Back in Xianxia's forging room, the isolation array disappeared. Xianxia groggily rose and quickly checked the pool. Thankfully, the weapon was intact and fully formed after settling. Relieved, Xianxia released his divine consciousness. The restless weapon immediately calmed, surprising Xianxia himself. Who would have thought mere divine consciousness would suffice? What's this weapon's origin? Of course, it's an descendants of our ancient imperial clan's enemies. We will only deal with them and will not harm the innocent. Even so, Xianxia still harbored some doubts. These were members of the ancient imperial clan, and many people outside the Ruwa-Acton Mountains were their sworn enemies. If a conflict truly erupted, who knew what state they might leave the 9 provinces continent in? It was unimaginable. By the way, the companions you asked me to find have already been located. They are currently in Xiaohoverg's room. Would you like to go and meet them? After a brief moment of thought, Xianxia said, "Thank you, Elder." Just as Xianxia left, Byron hastily put away the divine artifact and entered the room, quickly falling silent. Upon entering the room, Jasmine immediately rushed over and jumped into his arms. Xianxia held her and smiled. "Welcome back. Seeing that all of you are safe puts my mind at ease." Noticing something was amiss with his expression, the Riker immediately asked, "Sterling, are you alright?" Xianxia set Jasmine down and glanced at the Riker and Jonah. "You two, come with me for a moment. The rest stay here and don't wander off." The Riker and Jonah followed him out, arriving in the forest outside the cave where no one else was around. At least the Riker and Jonah could guarantee they had just arrived. "Sterling, rest assured, there's no one here. We just came from this area. We would have noticed if anyone was here." Xianxia said, "You don't need to call me Sterling anymore. Just like everyone else, call me Xianxia." "Yes, Quentin, Xianxia." Xianxia couldn't help but smile at this. "So be it." Jonah asked, "Why did you ask us to come out separately?" Given his understanding of Xianxia, he must have discovered something new and needed their assistance. Jonah was prepared to receive instructions. Check the surroundings within 100 miles. Don't miss any corner. Remember, this is crucial. It's best if there really is no one. Let's each take a direction and act immediately. Despite not knowing the reason, they agreed to comply. The three immediately flew out. Unbeknownst to them, someone had already sensed their presence and hidden quietly. There wasn't even the sound of birds or other animals, which was highly unusual. Xianxia didn't rush. He stayed in each area for a considerable time, inspecting thoroughly but finding nothing. Could it be that my judgment was mistaken? Suddenly, the frost beast halberd was summoned, and movement was detected from those hiding in the shadows. For some unknown reason, they moved. Xianxia flashed forward, heading straight toward the disturbance. A man emerged from the dense grass, his face uncovered but wearing clothes that marked him as an independent cultivator. "Friend Taoist, we're both independent cultivators. We've managed to enter these Ruwa-Acton mountains. Seeking enlightenment should be our priority, wouldn't you agree?" The man did not respond, instead hurling several daggers and striking with his sword, clearly aiming to kill Xianxia. He deflected the attack, shook the frost beast halberd, and used Hansenjing ghost steps to strike from behind, impaling Kieran. "Sorry, you didn't heed my warning, and this is your consequence." He then looked around and called out, "Have the other fellow Taoists seen enough? Can we resolve this enmity now?" Almost instantly, all 20-odd people in the forest appeared, dressed as independent cultivators. They merely exchanged glances before deciding to attack together. Their levels weren't much higher than Xianxia's, and with the power of the XuanHuan spirit pill, even if they were stronger, Xianxia wouldn't be in danger. Just as Xianxia was about to move, a purple wormhole opened, releasing a familiar aura. A long spear flew out, disregarding everything in its path, and instantaneously slew all the independent cultivators. Byron then appeared from the passage, saying sternly, "These people fought in the battle over 100 years ago. Auric, I hope you don't think I'm interfering arbitrarily. Thank you once again, Elder, for saving my life." Indeed, weapons forged from the Five Elements wonders were formidable. A single strike had resolved the issue. Byron's abilities must also be considerable, Xianxia thought to himself. One was fixated on the approaching opportunity, completely oblivious to Byron's arrival. In moments of danger, few can resist temptation. Byron searched through the crowd, and upon identifying a familiar-looking individual, he swiftly eliminated him. Tired of searching, Byron spoke openly in front of everyone. Everyone turned to look at him, and he stared right back. Moments later, he spotted someone he almost missed. "You. That's you." Though confused, they saw his weapon was extraordinary and fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Byron had a clear target, a white-robed youth. His divine artifact detached from his hand, and executed the youth with one swing. "That guy killed someone. That guy killed someone." People screamed in alarm, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this killer, who was clearly not a common type found on the continent. Who is this person? He's already killed someone so quickly. Looking at the bloodied spear, Byron muttered, "Our ancient imperial clan still has a chance." Hashtag chapter 268, the slaughter field. The instant Byron appeared, he became the center of attention. Everyone's gaze turned toward him. Even the air was thick with the scent of blood. He had quickly killed many after dispatching the white-robed man earlier, and most of the victims were prestigious disciples from various sects. As for the wandering cultivators, Byron had no interest in them. His targets were not everyone. Wielding a weapon that looked like it was on its last legs, he was capable of the most brutal acts. "If you all have nothing else to do here, you can leave now. This place is mine. If anyone disagrees, they die." The aura from the divine spear was enough to subdue them. Those who couldn't evade fell to the ground, too afraid to voice their grievances. Such a powerful figure appearing in the secret realm was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the strongest prodigies of the sects would likely be no match for him. The remaining cultivators immediately fled without any second thoughts. This old man was like a demon, someone no one dared provoke. Earlier, I had a disagreement with Xianxia and his friends. Now I might as well secure this place and gift it to them. He marked the area briefly before flying away. With the Luo-Acton mountain range now open, many sect disciples would come. If one of the top 10 sect's grand disciples arrived, this person would be Byron's first target. Of course, even their ancestors could come, and more wouldn't hurt. I heard that Xianyao sect is currently the foremost of the top 10 sects in the 9 provinces. Once your grand disciple dies, your old-timers won't be a match anymore. In the heart of the Luo-Acton mountain range, a large area was guarded by people, prohibiting outsiders from approaching. Inside was a pool of water with an island that could accommodate only one person. On it grew plants and flowers, but one white-blue flower stood out in full bloom. All the resources poured into him. Elixir, potions, and treasures. Not advancing would be unthinkable. Inside a hidden cave, the spiritual energy was dense, continuously flowing into it. Someone sat suspended mid-air, absorbing the surrounding energy, showing signs of a potential breakthrough. He had clear brows and bright eyes, though closed, revealing an exceptional prowess. Surrounded by spiritual energy, he resembled an immortal detached from the world. This was Ellis. Having meditated for half a year, I finally comprehended the secrets of spatial techniques and can teleport over considerable distances. It should be around this time that Yelena and the others infiltrate the Luoacton mountain range. No, I mustn't get distracted. If the J token hasn't shattered, it means they are safe. Yet, a deep foreboding told him otherwise. Dual energy fusion, perhaps I can advance further. Let's see if it works. Immediately, black energy surrounded him, swallowing all the golden spiritual energy. Ghostly figures flickered around him, drastically different from his usual self. As he experimented, his body reacted as expected, with black and golden energies colliding within his meridians, teetering on the brink of explosion. Damn. Although I possess two formidable powers, I don't know how to control them. They've even affected my mind. How can I fully integrate them without distinction? Ah. His hands burst outward as mixed forces surged out of his body. Ellis spat out a mouthful of blood, his meditation disrupted, plummeting down. Ugh, why? Why? What is this? Soon, his body floated up uncontrollably, revealing the form of an elite sword spirit that nurtured him, gradually restoring his internal injuries. Afterward, Ellis descended, fully recovered. In a blink, he seemed perfectly fine again. This sword spirit indeed is excellent. Seizing it from Xianxia was the right decision. But lately it seems injured, occasionally affecting my body. Whenever Ellis's body experienced anomalies, it signaled that Xianxia was in peril. Each time this happened, he had to stop cultivating until 30 minutes passed. He didn't dwell on it, knowing the exact recovery time. In the Luoacton mountain range, Byron had already reached many sect disciples eager to find treasures, particularly the white-blue flower. Helping Xianxia sect could gain them benefits. Unexpectedly, Byron swooped in like a death god, attacking without warning, leaving many sect disciples dead or severely wounded. Only those with some ability remained. Given this situation, Xianxia sect had to protect them together. Now, the leading disciples from major sects stood beside Yelena, 6 in total, making 7 including her. Behind them were the other sect disciples. You are. A mere child has no right to know my information. You only have one path, choose wisely. Yelena rolled her eyes, responding, is there even a choice? Other sect grand disciples also threatened. He has slain our sect's disciples. We cannot let him go. Kill him outright. Show no mercy. He has killed so many of our sect's disciples. He cannot live. Everyone, attack together and annihilate him. Yelena stared at him. Old ancestor, commit suicide, and we'll let you off. Otherwise, I won't hesitate. Byron angrily replied, killing or fighting, it's the same. You're all on my death list now, and won't leave alive. After 100 years, this is what the prodigies of the 9 provinces have become. What Byron didn't know was that this batch of disciples included none of the truly powerful prodigies from the sections. Ellis had given up on himself, and his absence made the Luoacton mountain range less interesting. Thus, they all requested to stay and cultivate in seclusion, unaware that a slaughter field had begun in the Luoacton mountain range, initiated by the ancient imperial clans from 100 years ago. Hashtag chapter 269, the exposed ancient imperial clan. Everyone listen up. All capable disciples, step forward. The rest, set up the formation. We must trap him within the array before he notices our movements. Yelena knew that as long as this old man was trapped inside, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't succeed in the face of death. The formation had a formidable name, the God-trapping formation, but ultimately, it was just a trapping formation. The name wasn't what mattered. All disciples from the sect brought out various weapons and treasures flying through the air, ready to attack. Before Yelena gave her consent, Byron took immediate action, gripping his weapon and charging forward, causing chaos. Yelena was the strongest among them. Even if she didn't participate now, after their failure, she would likely be next. She couldn't afford to take that risk. Joining the fray, she wielded a unique weapon. A fan with sharp spikes that could also instantly release hidden weapons. This was a tool uniquely crafted by Ellis for her. With everyone attacking together, the scene was indeed grand. At this critical moment, no one held back. The deaths of others benefited no one. So as soon as they started, others quickly followed, positioning themselves to find the best spots for the formation. They cast hand seals simultaneously, and soon a powerful aura emerged. Byron, however, had no time to pay attention. He was busy fending off their attacks. The situation here had already resulted in many deaths. In desperation, Yelena shattered the jade token early, informing Ellis about what was happening. In an instant, Ellis responded, breathing out calmly, his aura stabilizing as his power merged and harmonized. This is thanks to the supreme sword martial spirit, Xianxia. I truly owe you. Power surged through his body, but he felt only compliance, not discomfort. He had succeeded. Late-stage Xianxia King, I have arrived. Before him appeared spatial magic, an invisible black hole with swirling currents. His expression changed slightly as he floated into it. The might of the divine weapon was formidable. Byron faced 7 opponents without any sign of weakness, completely overwhelming them, including Yelena, who was struggling to hold on. Senior Sister Yelena, this person's weapon is incredibly powerful. If this continues, we might all die here. What should we do? By some time. Though they didn't understand her intentions, everyone complied without further questions. Byron charged again, and despite everyone's combined efforts, they all fell. Byron even killed 2 of them, making the outcome clear. You few aren't a match for me. Hand over your lives, and I'll spare the rest. An angry voice replied, you old man have already killed people. Do you expect us to believe your lies? Dream on. As Byron moved to strike, Yelena stood directly in front of him. Her strength was negligible, and the formation around them was disrupted. He changed targets. Don't think I'm too old. Rest assured, none of you will escape. That's my promise. Just as most of the sect disciples were dying, a vortex appeared in the sky, releasing an attack that interrupted Byron's assault. 10 figures emerged, the strongest prodigies from various sections. The last to appear was Ellis. Seems like this person isn't simple. So many people have been killed. If we hadn't come, everyone would have died. Another voice added, luckily for Ellis's secret cultivation technique. Otherwise, we wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Time is limited. Let's attack together. Ellis looked at them. You protect your respective sect disciples. As for this old man, leave him to me. It's been a while since I fought. I want to test my new level. Everyone watched him, sensing his power had grown even stronger, indicating an elevated realm. Only Ellis could do this. His realm has improved in just a few days. Since Auric said that, we'll retreat to our positions. Just call if you need help. Thank you. With a loud boom, Ellis appeared before Byron. You've killed so many from my sect. You have to die. Old senior, do you still have any strength left? Killing you is no problem. No matter who you are, as long as you belong to the 10 great sects, you're my enemy. Byron stepped forward, golden light flashing, a beam shooting out. Ellis smiled contemptuously, immediately revealing his shield. The attack caused no damage. When the smoke cleared, he was still there. Old senior has made his move. Now I won't waste time. The magical artifact Tong Mirror emerged, reflecting the moon's image. With a finger gesture, a high-speed ray shot out. Clearly, Ellis's attack was far more powerful. Despite trying to defend, Byron was thrown back. I admit your weapon is quite good. Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary prodigy. Without absolute strength, you'll only die. Unlike your predecessors, I won't show mercy. Give up. I've lived over 100 years. I will never bow to a true enemy. Don't count on it. Ellis thought for a moment and quickly realized, could you be from the ancient Imperial clan? Byron's expression darkened. He hadn't held out long against such talented youth, who saw through him instantly. What ancient Imperial clan? I don't know. Byron had revealed a weakness, and Ellis understood the reason behind it. There's no need to explain. Except for members of the ancient Imperial clan, no other cultivator is this powerful in such places. I didn't expect to encounter you, but it makes this journey worthwhile. Although Byron didn't know how he was exposed, he knew this person was extraordinary. He stopped talking, realizing the implications. From the recent developments, these reinforcements had come because of him. Killing him would keep the others here, reducing losses outside. A great deed indeed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ellis didn't panic. There was no need to dodge, knowing the mirror-like weapon behind him was equally formidable, forged from the 5 elements mystical stones. Of course, it had something to do with the weapon's creator. In a single glance, Ellis found this weapon intriguing enough to engage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have initiated the attack. To outsiders, it might seem like an unremarkable weapon duel, but some discerning eyes recognized the difference. Still, no one dared confirm it outright. Byron kept moving, while Ellis remained relatively stationary, showing little movement. This person's weapon is also forged from the 5 elements mystical stones, and the artisan's level is higher than mine. He began calculating, no, I must injure him. Otherwise, leaving Frederick here alone will be problematic. Frederick was the last hope of the ancient Imperial clan, and this weapon was their last resort. He planned to preserve both at all costs. Now, he had his strategy ready. Chapter 270, Descendant of the Great Sin. Byron, fully aware that his fate had led him to this inevitable end, was prepared. Death. It wasn't terrifying. A white shadow took on human form behind Byron, startling those present. Even weapons materialized in their hands, radiating immense power and authority. Those lacking in strength chose to retreat strategically. The youngest prodigy, I must see just how powerful you've become after a century, Byron declared, waving his long spear with grace and might. The sword chi erupted fiercely. Apart from the current 10 greatest prodigies, everyone else faltered, only stabilizing themselves with protective shields. Ha ha ha, not bad, truly worthy of being a prodigy. But even so, I can still injure you. With a resounding shout, he intensified his strength. All contemporary prodigies except for Ellis were injured, blood trickling from their mouths. Everyone's expressions tightened, filled with murderous intent. Brother Ellis, rest assured, I will deal with this old man and avenge all our grievances. As he spoke, a purple light burst forth, followed by a flying sword. Then, a person appeared, dressed in flowing robes that moved gracefully with him, adding to the dramatic scene. Both parties engaged in battle. Ellis did not intervene but would step in if necessary to protect himself. Clearly, this was not the moment for him to act. Byron, though shaken, laughed. You are indeed remarkable, but you are still far from being able to defeat me. He swung his sword, creating an earth-shaking impact. The eldest disciple of the sword sect wielded a massive sword to block the attack. Bang! A loud crash echoed, marking a confrontation between the 10 greatest prodigies and Byron. All others were forced to retreat. Anyone left behind would surely perish. Everyone look. From a distance, someone exclaimed, this is the sword sect's most powerful killing move. That ancient Imperial clan member is doomed. All the 10 greatest prodigies have gathered. No one can escape this fate. That old man will die. 10 greatest prodigies. 10 greatest prodigies. 10 greatest prodigies. Enraged, Byron disengaged his spirit body and confronted them directly, hovering mid-air as he moved, almost tearing through space. Slash. Byron's movements were like shadows. No matter how masterfully the opponent's sword techniques were performed, he dodged every single strike. The elder disciple of the sword sect dared not act recklessly, following the sequence meticulously. Yet, all attempts fell short. Despite his age, Byron's prowess remained formidable. This man's agility and technique are unmatched. It's said that the ancient Imperial clan vanished long ago, but here they are now. Are these all pre-century techniques? Suddenly, Byron unleashed a burst of power, a sword beam shooting toward the sect disciple who hadn't readied himself for the attack. He shouted, "Blue brother, save me." Ellis immediately acted, sending a blue sphere that deflected the attack. An explosion ensued, easily countering it. Immediately, all sect disciples joined in the fray. Ellis stood firm, unshaken. Intervening now would disrupt his plan. With 9 sect disciples attacking together, this could resolve a major problem. Perhaps they can win. Byron was surrounded by the 10 prodigies, each unleashing their full repertoire of skills. No corner was spared. The divine artifact spun, releasing 100 dragons that scattered to shield against all attacks. Everyone's feet shook violently as they were hurled away. Descendants of great sins, all shall perish. Byron's divine spear trembled, exuding immense power. Everyone struggled against it, but the combined force of the sects held steady. Their weapons strained against the protective barriers before breaking through. Byron withdrew momentarily, fending off several attackers, then broke free from the encirclement. In the stone chamber within the cave, Frederick wanted to seek guidance from his master but was stopped by Xianxia. Sensing the aura inside the room had vanished, he feared Byron had already left. "Little Hooverk, stay here and wait. I'll check on him." "Okay." Jasmine held him back. The strongest fighters here were Ilias and Emma. With them around, nothing could go wrong. Ilias stepped out and closed the door, saying, Xianxia, this isn't a game. That predecessor has clearly left. He left without informing us. There must be another reason. Go out and find where he is." Xianxia spoke bluntly. The so-called divine artifact hadn't been given to Frederick, so where could Byron have gone? He speculated that Byron might have sought out the sect disciples. Ilias nodded and ran off, disappearing quickly. However, when he returned, it was with bad news. On his way back to the room, passing by Byron's quarters, the stone door suddenly opened. A note lay on the table inside. Seeing no one, he entered and read the letter. This must be from Byron. But where is he now? Suspicions grew in Xianxia's mind. Events were turning unfavorable. What was Byron's true intention? Instead of returning to his room, he grabbed the letter and followed Ilias's trail. Speed was crucial. Perhaps he is in danger now. If all the sect disciples unite, Byron's ancient imperial clan identity will be exposed. But why is he doing this? Xianxia recalled, "Before meeting me, Byron said he saw everyone on the continent as enemies. Could he be planning something reckless?" Knowing some history from the war a century ago, those who exterminated the ancient imperial clan became today's sect disciples. Byron might indeed do something foolish. Without hesitation, Xianxia found Ilias had stopped at a restricted area, where 10 people fought, including one restrained individual. Why isn't he moving? The besieged figure was undoubtedly Byron. 1 against 9 sect disciples. How is that possible? Only 9 sect disciples were dispatched. How could this be happening? Ellis felt puzzled. Logically, few strong individuals entered the Woyang Mountains. Why would 9 force Byron to use all his energy? Approaching the crowd, the sounds of battle grew louder. Someone remarked. Someone challenged the sect disciples. Truly fearless. These are elite descendants from the top 10 sections. He won't last long. Let's watch the ancient imperial clan fall. I'm getting excited. Ellis confirmed the besieged was Byron. But why did he choose this path? Chapter 271. Awesome Ellis. Among the crowd, Xianxia's gaze remained fixed. Present here were all the top geniuses from various sects, and not one of them was easy to deal with. I must be cautious if I have to lend a hand. It's said that Shan Yao sect's eldest disciple is named Ellis. Brother, could it be you? In his memory, when the Liu family brought back Ellis, he would often think about Xianxia, wondering how he could be kind to him. However, their relationship took a turn for the worse after a series of unfortunate events in the family. At a young age, he caught the eye of the ancient ancestor of Shan Yao sect and was taken away. From then on, Ellis became a completely different person. Whenever he returned, he didn't speak much. Their conflicts began to escalate from that point onward. Later, Xianxia met Yelena, who treated him well. But just a few years ago, she left him heartlessly, never to return. Since then, Xianxia's health deteriorated, leaving him unable to cultivate as before. Before his rebirth, Xianxia had virtually died in spirit. Being unable to cultivate made him a nobody, and no one listened to him. Except for some venerable masters who valued sentiment, everyone else in the family despised him. He scanned the crowd, focusing on the Shun Yao sect group. Among many people stood a savannah with an ethereal aura. Unfortunately, the Shun Yao sect disciples surrounded her tightly. Trying to get a better look might draw attention. Xianxia dared not look for too long and, like everyone else, turned his gaze towards where Senior Byron was fighting. He couldn't find the Earl, but since he managed to get here, he must be somewhere among the crowd. He continued searching but saw no familiar figures. Where's the Earl? Suddenly, someone squeezed through the crowd and stole the only coin in his pocket. The thief was so quick that Xianxia didn't even notice until the coin was gone. Was it necessary? Another figure hid behind a floating stone, far from everyone else. Opening his money bag, he found just one coin, which left him speechless. He placed the coin back in his pocket, confirming that Xianxia was indeed a drunkard with little money. What bad luck. Just as business started, this happened. Am I really that unlucky? The thief looked at the money bag with disdain, then glanced at Xianxia, noticing that apart from his clothes, he had nothing else. Not worth it at all. Shanib, I should steal from others instead? Feeling clever, Xianxia quickly stored any valuable items into his ring when he noticed the theft. In the ensuing chaos, he saw Aaron from Shan Yao sect. It was indeed Yelena, whom he had been waiting for so desperately. I didn't expect her to really be from Shan Yao sect. If I hadn't been careful, I wouldn't have discovered her. Xianxia was puzzled. But why is she in Shan Yao sect? What exactly happened back then? He had no related memories, only seeing Yelena leave and his cultivation gradually fade away. Whatever happened, it was closely related to her. Xianxia wouldn't foolishly go ask her about the past. Now both Yelena and Ellis are in Shan Yao sect. I need to secretly discover some things rather than act rashly. Failing to investigate could lead to worse consequences, including death or poisoning. He suspected that she or Ellis from Xianxia sect might have conspired against him. Such scenarios weren't unheard of in his previous knowledge. Suddenly, the distant battle sounds ceased. Xianxia and the others turned to see that all 9 major sect's disciples were exhausted, while Senior Byron still stood tall, holding his spear amidst a light breeze. However, there was blood flowing from his clothes. He's injured. Didn't expect these puny ones to injure me. It seems I'm truly old after 100 years, Senior Byron remarked. Finally, Xianxia spotted the Earl near Xianxia sect. Instead of paying attention to Senior Byron, he turned his head toward Ellis, who stood motionless in the middle. This man can actually make me feel uneasy. This is the first time since coming down from the divine realm, the Earl muttered, ignoring Xianxia's gaze. As expected, Ellis's eyes suddenly met the Earl's. Everyone from Xianxia sect turned to look. Yelena commanded tersely, first squad, grab him immediately. The Earl hastily explained, it wasn't intentional. His body betrayed his words, and he flew away instantly. A group from Xianxia sect immediately gave chase. Ellis scanned the area, feeling a sudden intuition. Is this dead before you even offended me? A blast struck, sending Byron disappearing into thin air. Xianxia nearly rushed out, but restrained himself due to the nearby Xianxia sect members, keeping his anger hidden. Is this really Ellis? Xianxia wondered. Any move from me now would be suicidal. But what about Frederick's divine weapon now? Note asterisk adjustments have been made to maintain coherence with the previous content, ensuring the narrative flows smoothly while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 272, Xianxia Choice. The one certainty was that Senior Byron was dead. Logically, he shouldn't have died so easily. Xianxia was puzzled, expressing all his thoughts aloud. Just a single attack shouldn't have killed Byron. What exactly went wrong? Where's the divine weapon? He looked around but found no trace of the divine weapon. Of course, even if it wasn't a divine weapon, it wouldn't simply vanish in an explosion. The Riker approached him, initially mistaking him for someone else and ready to strike. Xianxia paused upon recognizing him and continued observing the battlefield. Senior Byron is dead. We should at least find his weapon. It's something meant to be passed on to Frederick. What do you think? The Riker nodded, rest assured. Xianxia, there won't be any problems. Xianxia didn't press further about the Riker constantly watching Ellis. If he had discovered something in the weapon, perhaps we should. Xianxia interrupted. We can't take that weapon. It belongs to Frederick. The weapon carries traces of Byron. If it appears on the 9 states continent, it will bring trouble beyond our control. I'm not ready to die yet. So, where should we go next? Looking at the Riker, Xianxia said, let's observe for now. Once these people leave, we'll investigate the scene. Agreed. Xianxia wondered silently, did you discover anything during this trip? What could we have found? The Riker seemed exasperated. We were being watched from the moment we arrived. How frustrating. I couldn't find anything either. Before joining up with you, I had already carefully sensed the area. If there was a significant opportunity, I wouldn't have missed it. Luo Acton Mountains was supposed to be a place for cultivation advancement, as friends informed me before departure. Could the information be incorrect? But, Xianxia, didn't your friend tell you about this place? With so many sects sending people, there must be a special location here. Elira Yelena, as per your instructions, we've searched thoroughly and found nothing. Should we proceed like this, we might miss out. Yelena frowned, surveying the surroundings. Report back that we found nothing. I'll handle senior brother Xianxia. You mustn't speak recklessly. Yes. Everyone withdraw. After they left, Xianxia couldn't understand their urgency, or what they were rushing to do. He and the Riker flew out to examine the explosion site. Xianxia, there's nothing useful here. After a battle, even if there's something, it's likely just debris. Did Byron really drop his weapon here? Search. The Riker sighed helplessly. Recalling Senior Byron and his displayed strength, it was hard to believe he couldn't withstand one blow from Ellis. Xianxia hovered above the explosion center, inspecting the air, then landed and examined the ground. Besides ordinary weapons, there was nothing else. That weapon was crafted by my own hands. If any trace remained, even if broken, I would have detected it. The scene is devoid of any lingering aura, and Ellis didn't find anything either. Is it truly gone? Recalling Ellis's past after returning from the Divine Radiant sect, Yelena avoided playing with him, causing him to grow distant from Xianxia. They seem closer than I anticipated, Xianxia mused with unease. Could they have conspired to trick me into losing my cultivation? If his father were still alive, the accident years ago wouldn't have happened. He would have just fainted, and his cultivation aura wouldn't have vanished. Then Yelena would have left him. Since then, Xianxia's life hadn't been easy. His parents dead, his cultivation lost, and the ambitions of Dave gradually exposed. He was as good as dead. Xianxia of the Divine did everything. He wouldn't let this grudge slide. It would lead to future complications. Listen carefully. Upon finding anyone named Xianxia, regardless of resemblance to the portrait, eliminate them all. Better safe than sorry. Understood, Sister Yelena. Xianxia choice. Xianxia said immediately upon returning to Frederick. Chapter 273. No different from sending oneself to death. Xianxia your choice. Zoe Ju stepped forward and stared at him. What are you doing here? What choice? He's just a child. The Earl and Jonah stood aside, unable to interject. Rhea and America looked on, equally puzzled. Xianxia had just returned from outside and said such things to a little boy. Seeing Rhea, Xianxia nodded in understanding, gesturing for her to take Jasmine out. The Riker followed them as Xianxia then explained. If my guess is right, you want to find your master, but he didn't respond, right? Frederick shook his head in confusion. Perhaps Xianxia is sleeping. Brother Xianxia, what's happening? Follow me, Xianxia said, with Tatiana and America trailing behind. He immediately turned around, saying, sit down or go with us, don't follow. Arriving at the stone room of Frederick's master isn't strong enough to save him, and the person who harmed me earlier was also there. He's very powerful and has high status, too formidable for me to fight. Then, Brother Xianxia, tell me who killed my master. Who was it? Frederick ran over, kneeling before him, banging his forehead on the ground until it bled. Xianxia quickly pulled him up. Frederick, be good. I'll tell you if you promise not to act rashly. It's the work of Ellis, the strongest disciple of the first-ranked martial sect. He's too powerful. Frederick rushed out, with Xianxia following and catching him. The little one swung his spear, injuring Xianxia. Sorry, Brother Xianxia. Xiaoqing must avenge Xianxia. The Riker, smelling the blood, ran in and saw the wound on Xianxia's arm. What did this little kid do? America skillfully disarmed him and immobilized him with acupressure. She came over to check Xianxia's injury. Are you okay? Xianxia shook his head. Xiaoqing, listen. If you rush out now, everyone here will die. You can't act recklessly. But, Brother Xianxia, my master is dead. Frederick's eyes were red and swollen. After America bandaged him, Xianxia walked over and released him from the Riker's grip. It's fine. It's fine. She admitted her envy. I didn't realize you also lost your parents at a young age. Sorry, I shouldn't have hurt you like that. Don't worry, my master won't have anything happen to him, she added, plucking a fruit and feeding it to Frederick. The fruits here are sweet. They're all mine now. That's not right. If you like it, take it. With Xianxia gone, Frederick chose to be compliant, remembering Xianxia's teachings of kindness. Jasmine didn't hesitate and took another fruit. Xianxia said we aren't strong enough yet. We can't fight those bad people. When you rushed out just now, you thought you were strong, but you weren't. It's no different from sending yourself to death. Frederick looked at her and said, this fruit is mine anyway. Is it worth it? So what? Never mind. Jasmine asked, what do you plan to do next? Frederick shook his head. What else? Stay here to improve my strength, and then go out to find them and avenge my master. Or, don't rush to your death. Become my master's disciple. We'll help you. Jasmine suggested simply. With Frederick joining, she wouldn't be the youngest anymore. I already have a master. How can I have another? That seems like betraying my master, doesn't it? Your master is gone. Why care so much? Frederick felt like laughing but couldn't. His reasoning, shaped by a boy's mind, mature beyond his years. You'll understand someday. There's no need to talk about this now. Hey, I'm older than you. So what? Chapter 273. No different from seeking death. Shanique, your choice. Tatiana stepped forward and stared at him. What are you doing here? What choice? He's still a child. The Riker and Jonas stood aside, unable to interject. Rhea and America watched with puzzled eyes. Xianxia had just returned and was already saying such things to the little boy. Seeing Rhea, Xianxia immediately understood. He asked her to take Jasmine out. The Riker followed them as well. Only then did Xianxia explain further. If I'm not mistaken, you just want to look for your master, and he didn't respond, right? Frederick shook his head in confusion. Xianxia might be asleep. Brother Xianxia, what happened? Follow me, Xianxia said, and Tatiana and America followed. He turned around and said, sit down or stay out. Don't follow. Arriving at Xianxia Zhang's stone chamber door, Xianxia knocked. Xianxia, little Frederick called out. After a long time, there was no response inside. Frederick shouted several times, but received no answer. Do you agree if I open it now? Xianxia asked, and Frederick was a bit scared. Brother Xianxia, what's wrong with my master? Seeing that he didn't refuse, Xianxia injected spiritual energy, and the stone door slowly opened. Don't act rashly, I'll tell you. It was the work of Ellis, the strongest disciple of the top martial school. He's too strong. Frederick ran out, and Xianxia followed, catching him. The little boy swung his spear, wounding Xianxia. Sorry, Brother Xianxia, I have to avenge my master. The Riker smelled blood and rushed in, seeing the wound on Xianxia's arm. What did you do, kid? He skillfully disarmed Frederick, immobilizing him. America rushed to Xianxia's side to check his injuries. Are you okay? Xianxia shook his head. Frederick, listen. If you rush out now, all of us will die. We can't act recklessly. But Brother Xianxia, my master is dead. Frederick's eyes were red. After America treated and bandaged his wound, Xianxia walked over and looked at the Riker. Let him go. He's fine. The Riker complied. Frederick acknowledged his mistake. Do you think we could never beat him even together? Xianxia smiled and nodded. Indeed. But if we can enhance our strength, we will surpass him one day. That's when we can seek revenge. Not now. Picking up the spear, Frederick entered the room silently and sat on the ground, leaning against the wall. He examined the weapon in his hands. Didn't you pick a good spot? Wouldn't sitting on the table be better? Jasmine spoke, reaching for a fruit she hadn't eaten before. To me. So what? Does it matter? Forget it, Jasmine said. What will you do next? Frederick shook his head. What can I do? Stay here, grow stronger, then find them to take revenge. Why not join us instead? Don't rush to your death. Join my master, and we'll help you. Jasmine's idea was simple. With Frederick joining, she wouldn't be the youngest anymore. I've already had a master. How can I recognize another? It feels like betraying my master. He's already gone. Why care so much? Frederick felt like laughing but held back. His thinking was more mature than Jasmine's. One day you'll understand. For now, let it be. Hey, I'm older than you. So what? Chapter 274. This is murder and robbery. After the two inside finished their conversation, Xianxia walked in from outside and sat down beside them. He glanced at the fruits on the table and picked some up, handing them out to each of them. Eat up, don't be shy, Xianxia smiled. Little Frederick, follow us later. I'll take you out. Frederick asked somewhat naively, so, should I bow to you as my master? Hearing this, Xianxia shook his head with a smile. Silly kid, it's just a formality. Whether or not we live together is a different matter. Just remember, if you leave the Luo-Acton Mountains with us, you'll get the chance to avenge yourself. Ask Jasmine for confirmation. Don't worry, Xianxia doesn't lie. Though he looks weak, his mind is sharp. Jasmine expressed her understanding but left Xianxia feeling a bit awkward. Who speaks like that about their own master? Frederick laughed, stood up, and came before Xianxia. If Brother Xianxia doesn't mind, I am willing to abandon this place and leave with you. From as far back as he could remember, Frederick was taught by Xianxia Byron. From childhood until now, one thing had always been clear to him. Our life here is but a small world. If you ever have the opportunity to venture into the wider world, don't miss it. Xianxia looks forward to the day you leave this place. Xianxia and Jasmine stood up as well. Welcome aboard. Don't worry. There are no strict rules or complications. Embrace the future and focus on what's important now. Sure. Frederick returned to his room and then invited everyone out, locking the door behind him. Megan remarked, this kid sure has an interesting personality. Locking the door while packing things, high-minded thoughts, yet his nature remains unchanged. The Riker chimed in, but who acts like you, taking off all your clothes in front of a lady? Stop talking nonsense. Everyone sat outside, and Xianxia looked at Megan, already forming a plan in his mind. You've already scouted the area when you went out earlier. We can't go directly through the exit, but must use the secret passage. It will depend on you to avoid being detected. Megan felt the immense pressure, but was still proud. I figured everything out. After we exit, we'll head in the opposite direction for a while and then turn, reaching an open plain where we can start our journey. Everyone nodded. America, who hadn't spoken, looked at Xianxia with concern. When you were out, did you encounter my sect? How are the disciples doing? The Riker didn't speak, so Xianxia took a sip of tea and answered, we met many people, including those from the top 10 sects, witnessing battles and elite figures. They lost their hostship, but seem otherwise fine. The Edison Alliance seems interested in approaching us, but it shouldn't be problematic. Among his words, Xianxia mentioned the Edison Alliance, which put America at ease after some thought. If it's true as you say, there shouldn't be any major issues. Shall we set out soon and meet them? Xianxia looked around at everyone. They all agreed. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be fine. After chatting for a bit, Frederick emerged from his room after packing. Everyone could see inside through the open door. Everything except immovable boulders was cleared out. Frederick finally shut the door with reluctance and turned to the group, pointing elsewhere. Brother Xianxia, there are still some herbs and valuables collected by Xianxia over the years. I want to take them all, leaving nothing behind. Okay, Xianxia said, looking at Jasmine and the Riker. Help him out, be careful. They worked non-stop, moving items in and out, while Tatiana grew impatient, and America watched with interest. Sister Ria wished they would slow down. Finally, after relentless efforts, all items were stored in Frederick's ring, like moving house. Everything was taken, leaving nothing behind. All packed. Yes, Brother Xianxia. Let's go. Following the plan, everyone left the cave as Frederick triggered its destruction, watching his home crumble. Megan looked at him speechlessly. Silly kid. What if you can never return? Frederick's response was heartfelt. Brother Megan, after leaving this place, I won't come back. It's Xianxia's final wish. This place trapped him alone, but it shouldn't trap me. Indeed, these were Xianxia's exact words, completely reasonable. You're right. They traveled until they reached an open plain, resting after a long time. Soon after sitting down, they saw a group chasing others, possibly sect disciples hunting solitary cultivators, showing solidarity. Do they have some precious treasure? Xianxia quietly suggested hiding in a mountain ditch, only peeking out slightly. No one wanted to invite death unnecessarily. The chased weren't Jushi sect members or Edison Alliance followers, easing America's concerns. She feared revealing herself might expose others' motives if she wasn't. Chapter 275. Eileen of the Sword Sect. The wandering cultivator wasn't very formidable, and he was well aware of the gap between him and these people. Naturally, he didn't plan on leaving alive. He then howled to the sky, Xianxia, I couldn't bring back the treasure as your disciple. I failed you. As he spoke, he exploded his dantian. This was a rare act of sacrifice, one that wasn't for himself but for others. Outside, the disciples of the sect were caught in the blast radius. Once the smoke cleared, they finally emerged. Apart from a few who remained uninjured, the rest were all wounded. But it was only that much. If not for the strong person in that group stepping forward, they might still have lost some lives. However, for mere sect disciples to be this powerful, truly remarkable. America observed. These people are likely sword sect disciples. They're all at least warrior Xianxia level, with the strongest ones on par with you. At this moment, Xianxia looked somewhat awkward. He glanced at the others, then at himself, realizing his own progress and strength was too slow. These treasures inside the Luoyang mountain range don't belong to anyone, yet some insist on robbing others. Despicable. Who's there? Suddenly, those sword sect disciples shifted their gazes over. Everyone quickly lowered their heads, no one speaking up. With the Jushi sect and Edison Alliance present, no one dares cause trouble. But we should hurry as they encountered difficulties at the start and need our help. Wonder what kind of place it is? Ria said. Opportunities in the Luoyang mountain range abound, but one needs the strength to survive and seize them. Already someone has died. Indeed, as America mentioned, this was not ordinary, and their success wasn't guaranteed. Specific details would come from the message. Everything was laid out. They were to rush over immediately. Then let's depart early. Were those sword sect disciples? Shouldn't we make plans? Just walking over seems unwise, Ria noted. With several women in the group, they'd easily expose themselves to risks. Don't worry, Sister Ria. Deal with trouble as it comes. No rush now. To Xianxia, the sword sect was nothing extraordinary. After killing people, others wouldn't dare underestimate them. What intrigued Xianxia most was Frederick. Earlier, he acted without warning, leaving Xianxia no time to react. At such a young age, killing doesn't bother you? Frederick seemed indifferent. No worries. Xianxia taught me, never show mercy when killing evil people unless you want to become a corpse. Senior Byron imparted much wisdom. This little bit alone was enough for everyone to learn from, despite Frederick being a child. That's comforting. Together, they reached the end of the wilderness. Not having rested properly, they They decided to take a break before entering the forest again. Long journeys exhausted Rhea and Jasmine. Xianxia saw this clearly. Everyone, rest a bit. Don't be nervous. Wiley and I will keep watch. Brother Jonah, I'm in. 3 figures hopped up to a nearby tree branch to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, an attack headed towards where Megan stood. It moved fast. Before he could jump off, an explosion happened. Wiley acted first, stabilizing him mid-air. Xianxia blinked and was already on the plane, watching a group fly overhead, all wearing the same attire as the earlier sword sect disciples. Did you kill our sect disciples? Megan pleaded. Which of your sect's disciples? They passed here, dressed like us, and they just died over there. Wiley stepped forward. That has nothing to do with us. We've been resting here. If you need to investigate, ask others. We know nothing. The man glanced around. Someone whispered in his ear. Sterling, they have others behind them. They wiped out our entire squad. These people must have done it. Don't get fooled. Everyone, capture them. And don't miss those hiding behind. They may be key players. Can't afford to be careless. Sword sect disciples attacked directly. Tatiana flew out to assist, while America cared for the rest, including ensuring little Frederick didn't wander off. Sure enough, reasoning is useless. They seek death, not wish for it. The 4 launched together, ensuring their actions wouldn't affect others, aiming to knock them all down. Xianxia understood this batch was stronger. If any escaped, trouble would surely follow, not just a dozen men. The other 3 seized opportunities, knocking most unconscious. Only one tried to escape but was caught by Tatiana's surprise attack, also falling unconscious. What if we don't kill them, won't they? Xianxia examined the unconscious men, instructing Wiley and Megan, check for anything unusual on them. If found, we'll deal with it. America and the others appeared. Wouldn't it be better to kill them? Dead men tell no secrets. These are sword sect disciples, Xianxia emphasized. They're not ordinary. If anything unusual is found on them, news of our killings won't stay hidden. We must be careful. They followed suit, searching the bodies, collecting storage rings, swords, artifacts, everything valuable. Surprisingly, they found nothing. Translation provided while maintaining the original paragraph structure, tone, style, and logic coherence. Character names are kept consistent with pinyin for Chinese character names. Chapter 276. We did not kill them. The Riker and Jonah carefully inspected the scene, but soon stopped and stood up, approaching Xianxia before shaking his head. Young Sinister guessed right. If we had directly killed them, our location would likely have been exposed immediately. It's only a matter of time before other disciples from the sword sect arrive. Fortunately, we didn't kill anyone. Jonah dusted off his hands, stepping behind Xianxia with a sardonic smile. Xianxia, these people have seen us. To completely rid ourselves of trouble, not killing them might not be enough. Should we really let them go? Xianxia glanced at the 2 non-cultivators behind him, then looked at the sword sect members on the ground. We won't kill them. We'll leave directly. Before they wake up, we should try to get as far away from this place as possible. America added. Everyone should listen to Xianxia. At least for now, until the next trouble comes, we should let them off easy. Typically, these people wouldn't forgive Xianxia and his group. This misunderstanding has already taken root. The reason Xianxia did not kill them was to show the higher-ups of the sword sect that they were not responsible for any deaths. If they couldn't understand this, then it would only lead to further conflict. They quickly left the area, heading towards the location of Kyushu sect's disciples, which America had coordinated earlier. Once the sect disciples stopped, they could easily catch up. Soon after, the sword sect disciples on the ground woke up. Looking around and seeing nothing, anger surged on their faces. In the past, no wandering cultivators dared treat them like this. Were we tricked? Those people are long gone. Should we chase after them? Shanib, they weren't the ones. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be alive. Let's just... No way, the Josue said. If there are no clues, we won't be spared either. We'll tell everyone that they killed people and took the treasures. We'll pin it on them. At the rest areas for major sects and wandering cultivators, this place was quite secure. If any emergency occurred, everyone could support each other. It was one of the safer locations in the Luoyang Mountains. With sect disciples guarding the surroundings, even wandering cultivators felt at ease. What good things did you find this time in the secret realm? Nothing much, just some junk. Even though no one spoke aloud about it, everyone knew that any treasure must be hidden carefully. Otherwise, it could mean instant death, with treasure stolen and calamity ensuing. Even the sect disciples kept quiet, whispering among themselves. In this area, however, the people of Joshi sect and Wuzuan alliance were notably absent. They hadn't arrived yet. Some of their disciples outside the gate hesitated due to fear of bullying and sought refuge elsewhere. Ever since we lost Elira America in the Luoyang Mountains, our situation hasn't been promising. Everyone, be cautious and watch out for ambushes. Together, they covered each other while black mist silently spread around them, harboring deadly intent. They remained unaware. This small group consisted of 4 people. As they transferred all their treasures to the strongest among them, someone suddenly touched another person's bottom, and it was between a man and a savannah. The girl jumped up in shock, hit the person, and then left. Next second, the girl froze, then fell down with a thud. The remaining 3 were alarmed. Who dared to attack us? Don't they fear retaliation from our Joshi sect? Black mist soon enveloped them, and white flashes flickered briefly. The remaining 3 fell, dead, as a ring was taken from one of them. The black mist then vanished. Joshi sect, huh? If everyone is dead, who can say I did it? The voice appeared and disappeared. Though familiar, it wasn't clear who it belonged to, as the perpetrator remained masked and secretive. Inside a large pit, a sect disciple ran in. Sister Yelena, someone died outside the gate. Yelena frowned. What? Did you see who did it? Which sect did the deceased belong to? We couldn't clearly see who did it. The deceased are Joshi sect disciples, 4 of them. Their deaths were peculiar. There were no signs of struggle at the scene. We discovered it by the smell of blood right in front of our guard team. There was no significant commotion beforehand. Yelena found this inexplicable. Sudden deaths without any disturbance. How could this be explained? How would she explain this to Jushi sect? Are there absolutely no traces left at the scene? Yelena asked again. If it was intentional murder or a beast, some evidence should have been left behind. Otherwise, how could this be explained? Just saying they died instantly, who would believe that? There really isn't any. Yelena gathered several sect disciples known for misconduct, about 10 of them. She confronted them openly. Did you do this? No. No one confessed. No one admitted to anything. With no results, Yelena didn't know who attacked them and caused their deaths. Everything was swept clean. The bodies were brought inside and placed before her. No matter if questioned individually or collectively, they remained silent, unsure of what happened. Apologies, if none of you did it, and we've already checked. Not you did the killings, then who could it be? Go back. Yelena pretended to analyze. Although people had died, this was merely to give everyone an explanation and provide a response to Jushi sect. Of course, she didn't send anyone to do this. Jushi sect, as the second largest sect on the continent, would not lightly engage in risky behavior unless under very special circumstances or ordered by higher-ups. These people aren't capable of committing murders without leaving a trace. Some people stayed awake at night to prevent accidents, gathering near the cave entrance with torches lit. You're out too. We can't let everyone sleep. If an accident happens, there won't be a chance for regret. We must sacrifice ourselves. Besides the two speaking, there were several others. All were wandering cultivators and didn't need to constantly guard against each other. The main threat was the lurking danger. The unknown was often the most fatal. They looked outside the cave pit. Apart from the cool breeze, there seemed to be nothing unusual. But they didn't dare doze off. Who could help them if something unexpected happened? The answer was none. However, the night was long, and no one could stay alert indefinitely. Late into the night, some began to fall asleep. Once the last person drifted off, the surrounding area became eerily quiet. Several shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. One towering figure, over 2 meters tall, exuded an intimidating presence. Are you sure everyone is inside? The man spoke, his voice deep and filled with killing intent, like that of an experienced veteran. Everyone around him revered him deeply. One of the men knelt on the ground, responding with utmost devotion, reporting to Quentin, except for a couple of small groups, most outsiders are within this cave pit. Our people have surrounded the area. They cannot escape. The man nodded. Didn't someone say that Dark Son Driscoll came here as well? Where is he? Reporting to Quentin, young Xianxia Driscoll went to investigate. He might return soon. Should I send someone to look for him? No need, step back. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, appearing very casual. No need to rush. Apart from the top 10 sects, the rest are just wandering cultivators. We should kill them all. Yes. Driscoll stared at him, then said, should we wait a bit more? The man frowned. What do you mean? Weren't we planning to leave? I don't think it's necessary to kill them. They only came to seek opportunities and haven't shown any hostility. Let's call it off. You've grown soft. The man looked at Driscoll. You didn't have to join this operation. If things go bad, I can't explain to your father. Regardless of whether they live or die, cowards will always be among them. I just killed someone over there. There's no need to hide it. Look, my clothes still smell of blood. You can smell it if you don't believe me. Driscoll moved closer, bringing his bloody shirt close to Kieran. The man sighed, but pushed him away quickly. Let everyone prepare a bit more. After midnight, launch the attack when they least expect it. Understood. Afterwards, all the operatives started moving to their designated positions, waiting for the final command to strike and seize the treasures on their bodies. To the original inhabitants of the Luo-Acton Mountains, everything here belonged to them and couldn't be taken by outsiders. This was not random killing but an organized, purposeful action to protect their resources. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the cave pit. Sect disciples were fighting each other, unwilling to cooperate due to conflicting interests. Senior sister Yelena, why don't we gather everyone together? When danger strikes, it'll be easier to defend. What do you think? This was a junior brother from the Sword Sect, who had met Yelena earlier during the Xianxia sect gathering. Now, he suggested cooperation to cope with the current situation. Yelena nodded. You can call the others. As for the wandering cultivators, leave them alone. What they do isn't our concern. Understood. Sect disciples began to gather while the wandering cultivators found hidden spots within the cave pit, wary of being excluded. This passage seems to lead outside. Let's leave immediately. Move quietly so they don't discover us. What about those guarding the entrance? If we don't leave, we'll all die here. Either everyone dies or just a few. Think carefully. To protect their interests, some started moving toward the secret passage. Those who wanted to stay behind to help were intimidated and decided to follow the group. It seems no one wants to put everyone in danger. Fine, let's leave now without further ado. Sect disciples observed but did not interfere, though some noted their movements for later. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside the cave pit, startling everyone awake. Voices erupted as sect disciples rushed in shouting, everyone, run, someone is attacking. There are many of them, and we don't know their strength. Just run. Just as the disciple finished speaking, a sword pierced through his chest, shocking everyone. The sect Josues quickly regained composure, shouting, everyone, run quickly. Suddenly, a wave of primitive attackers charged in, blocking the exit above the cave pit. Shani fleeing sect disciples died and fell. Everyone, stay defensive. Keep formation and don't panic. Senior sister Yelena yelled as they clashed with the attackers. Driscoll stayed behind the towering man, observing. Do you really want to fight these lesser sect disciples? You sure you can handle it without me? Don't worry, I can manage, Driscoll said confidently. They're not as strong as before. Do I need to intervene? Don't be arrogant. Just wait. We must eliminate their Josue quickly or our sect disciples will be in trouble. Everyone attacked fiercely. Though the primitives lacked great strength, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the sect disciples. Initially shocked by their ferocity, the sect disciples soon adapted. Driscoll suddenly flew backward, facing off against the top disciples of various sects, including senior sister Yelena. If you lose, don't cry. Call for help if you need it. I'm quite capable, Driscoll said smugly. You're challenging a mere child? Don't be so shameless. Whatever. Yelena ordered her group. We must take out their Josue quickly. Otherwise, our sect disciples will be in danger. Everyone fought with all their might. Though the primitives weren't extremely powerful, their vast numbers made them formidable. Initially, their ferocity scared the sect disciples, but eventually, their intelligence allowed them to cope effectively. Chapter 278. The Indigenous People Ambush. Yelena began to rally talents from other sects before anyone faced a real threat, just as she had thought. Everyone was gathered here for one purpose: to possess enough strength to strike back against the sudden appearance of these indigenous people. Fortunately, apart from the Kyushu sect and Edison Alliance members, there were still 9 individuals from various sects in the arena. With the top prodigies not present, they were the representatives. The attacks from the indigenous people hadn't ceased. Yelena quickly addressed them. These people are clearly organized and planned in their actions. Of course, there will definitely be some tough ones among them. Our gathering is to strike accurately and ensure no one escapes. Do you understand? The top combatants from each sect all nodded in agreement. They accepted this approach. In both the outside world and this secret realm, the Divine Radiant sect usually took on a Josueship role, and they were accustomed to it. Have any of you seen any inactive personnel on the other side? If so, let's share that information. We don't want anyone stabbing us in the back when we start fighting. A man dressed in fiery red hell attire seemed somewhat concerned. This was a battle, but being stabbed in the back was always a risk. Despite the outward harmony between the major sects, there were hidden dangers, and truly understanding one another might take a lifetime. Before his words had fully settled, suspicions started arising. Anyone could be a backstabber, and one wrong move could lead to death. Enough, Yelena said, looking at their doubtful expressions with a mix of frustration and patience. We must first unite to resist the outsiders. How can we explain to the seniors outside the Luo-Acton Mountains after we leave? Or to our respective sect Josues upon return? Cooperation is entirely voluntary. Those unwilling can leave now and act alone. These foreigners aren't few, and I wish you all survive safely. To show her sincerity, Yelena added, any who can cooperate with us can become allies. There will be no more incidents of robbery or conflict. If we find treasure grounds, we can share them with everyone. What do you say? Explosions echoed in the already narrow cave, with magical treasures and weapons flying everywhere. Sometimes, the attackers forgot their own positions, making it Giffardar whether the next strike would hit their allies. Sect cultivators dared not use ranged attacks, relying instead on sword swings. You four cover me. If these wandering cultivators really found a way out, it might save our lives. Everyone, keep a close watch. More cultivators joined in, but the indigenous residents weren't stupid. They fought fiercely, making progress for the sect cultivators nearly impossible. Xylan and Driscoll discovered something unusual and called over some people for questioning. What's happening over there? Were many people gathered? Driscoll guessed. Could it be a cave leading to an exit? The person replied, indeed, Lord Driscoll. There's a small tunnel leading out of the cave. We cannot let them find it. However, please rest assured, our people are sniping them intensely. Xylan looked at Driscoll and said, you go deal with it. I'll handle the remaining sect elites later. What do you think? Driscoll assessed the situation. From here to the escape tunnel wouldn't take long, maybe 15 minutes at most. Chapter 279. Dragon horns on his head. Why did you act so quickly? What were you doing earlier? Driscoll stared at Kieran, feeling somewhat annoyed. If this man had acted sooner, Driscoll wouldn't have had to step in. Now that he had taken action, it completely overshadowed Driscoll, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Unfortunately, he was the only one who felt this way. The others didn't think there was anything wrong. By preventing their escape, they accomplished something far greater than victory in battle. As long as all these sect disciples were imprisoned here, the person behind them wouldn't have anything to say. There were still higher-ups among these primitive residents. If anyone disobeyed or failed to complete a task, trouble would come sooner or later. From the moment they started moving, Kieran by Driscoll's side had been a witness. If the mission failed, they would be punished, either executed or exiled to dangerous places. I've already said my actions won't affect you. As you can see, it's true. Oh, and you should stay vigilant or go in and check for any stragglers. Kill them all if you find any. Be careful then. I won't come back to save you again. If more people show up, we'll chase after them immediately. Outside, the fleeing independent cultivators dispersed quickly. In a blink, everyone ran together as if they hadn't seen each other before, each acting for their own benefit. Running alone gave them a better chance of survival. Some of them had been running together since the beginning. Driscoll's identity wasn't simple. The people he brought along were specifically searching for them. They moved from one place to another without being detected. Even the group of independent cultivators ahead had no idea. Everyone, speed up. I can smell their scent. If my guess is correct, they're just ahead of us. Once we kill them, we'll head back. For Kieran, dealing with top fighters from various major sects at once was still quite challenging. Earlier, his confidence was mainly to intimidate the opponents. At this moment, Xianxia and his group were also rushing towards this direction and would soon meet up with the independent cultivators. Neither side knew if they would intervene. America, where exactly are the people from Kyushu sect? We've been chasing them all night. They couldn't have run into trouble, could they? Tatiana felt a sense of despair. They finally had a lead on the larger group, but they couldn't catch up. Looking around, there was nothing but vast emptiness. No signs of life. America almost cried. She had no choice. Initially, she could still get responses from the Kyushu sect members, but now, not a single response came back. The location they were heading to had surpassed what they previously provided, yet they found nothing. They might have really run into trouble. Otherwise, let's all go check. The rest can stay behind with Xianxia to protect Sister Rhea and Jasmine. Xianxia quickly surveyed the area and promptly dismissed this idea. Don't split up. If we encounter trouble, how effective will our separated groups be? Are we just going to die? Elira Cine, please rest assured. We will search within the safe zone and take care of each other. You stay here. We three will scout the area and notify you immediately if we find anything. Turning to the two girls, they set off immediately. Among the remaining 5, only America, Tatiana, and Frederick still had some power left to prevent unexpected incidents. Xianxia and the others flew rapidly. The 2 Rikers soon joined them, frowning deeply. One Riker said, Xianxia, did you notice something strange ahead? It seems like there are quite a few people. Is this a problem? Should we? Xianxia decisively replied, take them away immediately. This place is no longer safe. The Jushi sect might have really encountered trouble. Ilia's Emma, we must protect them. Currently, Xianxia's group included Rhea and Jasmine, who had no cultivation base. If a fight broke out, they might not be able to look after them and an accident could happen again. Just as they returned, the pursuers arrived very quickly, visible within moments. Xianxia and the others continued fleeing, but soon unexpected events occurred. Behind them, several people dressed in peculiar attire kept pursuing, and they weren't slow. Emma asked, why are you being chased? Who are those people behind us? They weren't sect disciples or malicious outsiders. Who else could they be? The faint light in the dark night was soon enveloped, leaving darkness all around. Everyone raced through the darkness aimlessly. From a distance, America quickly sensed something was amiss. They had already left the previous spot and hidden in a sunken pit, activating an isolation formation. Then she continued observing. Xianxia and the others are in danger. Should we go help first? Don't worry about this place. They'll be fine. America firmly rejected this foolish idea. We just hid here. If you go out and put all of us in danger, Xianxia will never forgive you. Even Frederick, who had initially wanted to leave with them, glanced at Jasmine and quickly sat obediently. Now wasn't the time to act rashly. Those pursuers were formidable. However, Frederick recognized these people. My master once told me, if we ever encounter a group of primitives from Luoyang Mountains, we should avoid them. They are the Wicked Dragon Clan, dedicated to hunting down our ancient imperial clan. These people aren't ordinary. Frederick's words made Tatiana reconsider her thoughts on helping. Ultimately, she decided to stay and observe. These were clearly more powerful than ordinary scattered cultivators, almost on par with Yelena and the others who were still trapped in the cave pit. If it came down to one-on-one combat, Xianxia wouldn't be inferior to any of them. The situation of the scattered cultivators improved significantly due to the addition of Xianxia, Xiao Ilias, and Megan San. Only a few people were injured, and there were almost no fatalities. This development caused Driscoll's dark eyes to narrow slightly. His gaze flashed as he observed Xianxia and his companions. Their exceptional talent and real capabilities were impressive. Driscoll felt that these 3 were peculiar. At least, from his perspective, the force they used against his clan members was excessively powerful. Faced with this perplexity, he pondered for a moment and then focused on identifying these individuals. Realization dawned upon him, and he gasped in shock. Could these people be from the 2 missing factions in the cave pit? Either the Joshi sect or the Xianxia Respect Alliance? However, he quickly dismissed this thought because the attire of the trio didn't match what Driscoll had seen before. He knew the uniform of the Joshi sect to be a consistent light blue, which these 3 did not wear. I didn't expect such formidable scattered cultivators to infiltrate the Sunset Mountain Range. Don't the outsiders know about this? He didn't answer the question immediately, but instead stared intently at them. If I let this continue, my clan might suffer heavy losses. No, I must take action. Dark energy rushed toward the trio. When it was about a meter away, Xianxia immediately sensed its approach. A surge of power from within him emerged, causing the black beast halberd to appear and disperse the black fog, revealing Driscoll inside. Xiao Ilias and Megan San quickly moved closer. Looking at the masked figure, they said without hesitation, this is likely a member of the Dragon Clan. Quentin, let's team up. I've been wanting to have a good fight with a Dragon Clan fellow practitioner. Megan San, don't hinder us. Rest assured, Honor. I'll make sure you feel the pressure. Don't worry about us being out of sync. Megan San acknowledged his weakness, but Xianxia didn't believe him entirely. Over the time they had worked together, Xianxia and Xiao Ilias, both beings from the divine realm, one having lived for tens of thousands of years physically, the other mentally, were adept enough to maintain perfect coordination even with new companions. Driscoll's eyes gleamed as he launched an attack. His dark aura was intense, like that of a demon, and his strikes were deadly, often capable of killing with a single blow. As his claws extended, weapons appeared in his hands. Xiao Ilias and Megan San struck first, and within moments, both sides were locked in a stalemate. Facing Xianxia presented an excellent opportunity, but Driscoll wouldn't allow it. He swiftly dispatched the duo, reclaiming control. Before they could react, he flew towards Xianxia. The level of his weapon isn't high, but his attacks are extremely fierce and skillful, surpassing mine. Could it be that they train under life or death conditions daily in their family? This was the only possibility Xianxia could think of. Under non-lethal training conditions, achieving such prowess would be difficult unless subjected to harsher methods. Xianxia met the attack head-on, engaging in a battle where every strike was lethal. The massive tremor started to crack the isolation array Tia had set up. The group was concerned about being discovered, especially since Hansongling and Jasmine were with them. Without protective measures, their situation would become perilous. Can we enhance the protection? Asked Tatiana casually. She was prepared for trouble, knowing reliance solely on the isolation array wasn't enough. Tia shook her head. Once set, changing the array is difficult. I can't do it yet. Prepare your weapons. She glanced at Frederick urgently, speaking louder. You too. Everyone prepared for action. After several rounds of attacks, the isolation array completely failed, leaving them exposed to the dark dragons. Xianxia and Driscoll noticed this first. No one can let them escape. Pursue immediately. Xiao Ilias, Megan San, protect Jasmine. They mustn't be harmed. Following the orders, some of the person chose to self-destruct rather than answer. Megan-san also tried the same method with no success. Everyone opted for self-destruction, leaving no bodies behind. This development reached Driscoll. Asking like this, my people can't last long. They're risking everything by committing suicide. Sawyer, I'll remember you. Driscoll turned and blended into the darkness, continuing, next time I see you, I won't be so courteous. The Dark Dragon followers attempted to follow their Josue but were severely punished by the scattered cultivators, suffering heavy casualties. Some escaped using various methods, but ultimately, Xianxia and his companions prevailed. Other scattered cultivators, seeing the matter resolved, left them alone. Xianxia didn't mind. Chapter 281. The Clash of Two Tribes Elite. After everything was prepared, Xianxia and the others returned to Astrid's side. They looked at Frederick, who had been injured in the recent battle. After all, this was his first time participating in a battlefield, and at such a young age, it was inevitable that he would get hurt. Hansen carefully took out some white bandages and wrapped them around him. She could only apply some chewed medicinal herbs on his wounds for now. To tell you the truth, you were really brave just now. Thank you for protecting us, and thank you to the two elder sisters as well. The one speaking was Jasmine. She had been so scared earlier, crying in Hansen arms, fearing she might never see her master again. Now new enemies have appeared. We must be extremely cautious while traveling within the Luo-Acton Mountains. I can assure you that Driscoll has already memorized our scent, and won't let us off easily. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, America felt particularly uneasy. Now that they were separated from the others, what should she do? Xianxia noticed her dilemma and immediately said, we'll capture a few Dark Dragon clan members later and interrogate them. If it's indeed them, we will definitely seek revenge for them. You shouldn't forget, there are still Edison Alliance people with them. They won't be in danger. 10 miles away from the cave pit, Jushi sect and Edison Alliance personnel gathered here, witnessing the situation and battles inside the cave pit. They heard everything clearly outside and watched the entire process, including the pursued and escaped wandering cultivators. Edison Alliance members walked over and approached the Jushi sect disciples leading the group, whispering, what if we each send a disciple to check? If Elira America is there, we will immediately rush out to help. What do you think? A Jushi sect female disciple deliberately avoided them, then glanced at the person behind her and said, don't worry, our miss will be fine. Heaven protects the good. Before we find her, the Jushi sect cannot risk anything. If your Edisons and the mysterious man rushed skyward, engaging in fierce battle, everyone's expressions changed constantly, knowing they belonged to various sects. Could this be the opponent's top combatant? Just as the Jushi sect girl finished speaking, an attack flew overhead almost hitting everyone, making it feel like a prelude to disaster. This is the moment of conflict between the two elites. We must stay hidden. Otherwise, they'll find excuses to criticize us. Elsewhere, 20 miles away, Xianxia and company had arrived at a newly discovered outpost. Everyone rested here, as the Luo-Acton Mountains closure period could be determined by individuals. Yet, murders and plundering incidents occurred frequently, which explained why fewer people participated. Such significant changes, like this one, were unexpected by everyone, including the old monsters outside. If they discovered, they'd surely try to come in. Is that intense battle happening there? Could it involve other sect members? America seemed unwilling to stay idle, wanting to investigate personally to ensure it wasn't bad news. Xianxia quickly stopped her, soothingly saying, let's wait a bit more. Don't rush. They landed in the forest below, looking toward the direction of the battle, hearts pounding with tension. Regardless of who's involved, they're likely suffering from the frenzied attacks by the original residents here. The main force must be in there. Jonah added, Elira Cini, don't worry. Once we get closer, we'll check for you. If it's your sect member, Xianxia will ensure we take action. Thank you. Beside them in the shadows, many stood motionless, watching them pass by without disturbance. Later, Kirin in the shadows spoke. I believe you all sense the familiar aura. It's unique to the ancient Amato clan. Everyone nodded. We smelled it too. Send a few back to inform the Xianxia. The rest stay with me, and keep a close eye on them. It's just a small team. Once the Xianxia orders, they'll be eliminated instantly. Moving silently, they stealthily followed Xianxia and company, appearing behind them with each passing moment, swiftly and soundlessly. A lethal hidden threat. When the explosions drew near, the Riker and Jonah volunteered to observe the situation near the cave pit. As for why Jushi sect's liaison didn't stay to wait, it was out of genuine concern. Now they were 10 miles away, fearing America might be inside and unable to find them, forcing her into the battlefield. This explained why they stayed outside, monitoring without intervening. The Riker and Jonah didn't dare get too close. Despite being a battlefield, people moved around frequently, making it uncertain whether they'd always be alone. Watching the battles between sect elites and the mysterious man, they observed clearly. I haven't spotted any Jushi sect members here. Same here, no sign of Jushi sect. Jonah turned to him. Brother Ilias, let's go back. I feel like we're being watched. It's uncomfortable. Have we been discovered? I feel the same, but let's observe more. The battle seems fiercest in the mountains. We don't know the real situation. The Riker thought for a moment, rummaging through his pocket but finding nothing. You go back with young Xianxia. I'll get closer. Said and done. Chapter 282. Assassination Action Plan. The Earl, possessing a divine-level physique, could easily pass by those people if he so wished. A simple reconnaissance mission was even less problematic. Using the divine concealment skill, the Earl avoided being noticed by those in combat and successfully maneuvered behind them into the cave pit. After looking around, he found no disciples of Jushi sect. Seems they have already left this place safely. I should hurry back and report so we can all leave this dangerous area. The Earl remained composed as he backed out of the pit through the same safe passage he entered and quietly left the battlefield. The fighting here was intense. From inside the cave to the outside, everyone was battling. Some dying, some fleeing, most driven by anger and fear. A common phenomenon on the battlefield. As the Earl observed the ongoing battles below, He failed to notice that he was already being watched by those who had been following their group without revealing themselves earlier. Everyone attacked together. Best if we capture him before the others on the other side notice. Either kill him or capture him for interrogation, said a tall, masked man in the darkness, taking food from one of his companions as he watched them make their move. The remaining people were positioned to defend against any pursuers from behind. 5 figures suddenly darted out from the dense grass straight toward the direction the Earl was heading. To avoid detection, they immediately used hand seals to launch an attack as soon as they reached the optimal shooting range. By the time the Earl sensed the danger, the attack was already upon him. A defensive shield appeared but was instantly shattered. The Earl emerged from the explosion, covered in dust, and quickly grew enraged. Exposing himself in midair made him feel vulnerable. He retrieved his spear from his ring and glared at the attackers. Playing ambush? If you manage to escape today, then I'm not the Riker you think I am. Everyone paid close attention to the sudden developments in the sky. On Xianxia's side, caution was high. I didn't expect the Earl to be exposed. And these attackers don't seem to be the ones who came with us. They are new faces, he continued. Everyone must be careful. We've been compromised. Watch out for hidden identities and ambushes. Glancing at the fog ahead, he urgently said, go help quickly. Just as he prepared to go, someone flew out to block his path, different from the dark dragons he'd encountered earlier. All of them wore masks. Xianxia and Frederick rushed out first, while Adelita and Eliza protected Rhea and Jasmine. They cooperated seamlessly, unlike strangers who would act stiffly. The masked Josue stepped forward without any posturing and addressed them. If you want to rescue your friends, it's fine, but you need to defeat us first. Otherwise, you will face capture and possibly a cruel death. The man exuded a powerful aura, clearly high-ranked, making everyone feel uneasy. Xianxia couldn't believe it. How many more Dark Dragon clan members were hidden in Luoyang Mountain Range? And he was certain that the people present today weren't all of them, just a fraction. What were their true intentions? There was no time to speculate further. The martial skills on the Hansong Beijizi spear determined the attack plan. First, he would observe their intentions, then strike if things turned hostile. The Earl was still battling numerous foes, and Xianxia feared unexpected developments. Before he could react, they were surrounded by the Dark Dragon clan. Without hesitation, Xianxia instructed the two beside him. Protect yourselves and hold them off. Frederick and I will handle the front. You go help from the back. Hope the Earl finishes his battle quickly. Boom. The battle resumed, startling those who had been lying in wait. The disciples of Jushi Sect and Edison Alliance. Puzzled, the designated scouts flew out to observe the new battleground, where Jushi Sect's disciples felt a premonition that their young miss might be involved. We must patiently wait. They will be fine. As the responsible party, he knew too well. Edison Alliance sent out several people, outnumbering Jushi Sect. Their main motivation was personal connections. Success here could lead to romantic unions in the future. The scouts returned quickly, anxious but unable to immediately relay the information. It was the Edison Alliance members who maintained composure throughout. Senior brother, senior sister, Elira Adelita and her friends are indeed in combat there, but the situation isn't good. We must send reinforcements. The Jushi Sect's junior sister couldn't hesitate. She ordered, Elira is the daughter of the sect Shanister. We must ensure her safety at all costs. All Jushi Sect disciples, follow me. The Edison Alliance senior brother followed suit. All Edison Alliance members, assist them against outsiders. These people want to destroy us. They've picked the wrong fight. Roar. A collective shout rang out as everyone sprang into action. The Edison Alliance senior brother and Jushi Sect senior sister planned to send a small team ahead, while the rest waited for the assassination task to succeed before overwhelming the enemy. The battle had been ongoing for some time, but the enemy Josue hadn't directly intervened. Instead, he stood aside, observing Frederick intently for reasons unknown. Could this child be a member of the ancient Imperial clan? Suddenly, primitive weapons attacked from the darkness. Despite being cultivators, several fell. Clearly, the attack wasn't just using primitive weapons. It included substantial spiritual energy, hence the immediate collapse. Everyone began to defend themselves. The enemy Josue remained unmoved, seemingly unbothered by the disruption. A group wearing veils charged out from the darkness, part of which had already been fended off. Only now did the Josue turn, displeased, saying, "These are the Jushi Sect and Edison Alliance. Show no mercy. None shall survive." Seeing his fallen clansmen, he frowned. If not for this young man earlier, I would be dead. Such rudeness. Ambushing, special units, resolve this quickly. Don't let these irrelevant parties interfere. The special units moved swiftly, flanked by a significant force. The Dark Dragon clan's reproduction was formidable. All these people belonged to them. ##### Chapter 283. More powerful enemies. The Dark Dragon clan. A clan that thrived 100 years ago alongside the ancient Imperial clan. They are species from the same era. Even after a century of changes, they remain unaffected. Notably, there are now only 2 members of the ancient Imperial clan left in existence. Elder Byron perished in battle earlier, leaving Frederick as the sole remaining member, and he is just a child. No one knows what transpired among these ancient clans over the past century, nor did anyone detect significant changes. Members of the ancient Imperial clan have always been adept at hiding, effectively vanishing unless they chose to reveal themselves. Consequently, they were incredibly difficult to track down. Everyone, attack together. Regardless of whether this child is a member of the ancient Imperial clan or not, our mission is to eliminate him. Ignore all other irrelevant individuals, and focus on killing this child. Instantly, commands were issued. Those who were initially fighting the Ilias and Tatiana shifted their attention to Xianxia and Frederick, making them the central targets. The small group that had split off remained behind to defend against the major offensive from the Jushi Sect and the Edison Alliance. Frederick, don't leave my side. Stick close to me, Xianxia roared. Hansenshu Spear is an upgraded version of Hansenshu Spear. There's no weapon here that can match it. Frederick's weapon, made from rare 5-element stone, will be safe as long as it remains in his hands. The Dark Dragon clan warrior scrutinized the shattered weapons scattered on the ground, frowning inwardly. He muttered, "These two have very powerful weapons, likely forged from special materials. One of the spears feels oddly familiar. Am I mistaken?" During combat, a true warrior can sense the quality of their weapon. If it were about to break, they would know instantly through their connection with it. "Fighting this guy any longer might wear out my weapon," he said, turning his gaze toward Frederick. "It might be easier to deal with this kid. He's just a child, and even as a cultivator, his power is limited. And our target this time is him, not you." Determined to focus on Frederick, the enemy used their numbers to forcibly separate him from Xianxia, then gathered almost all their forces to attack him. The Ilias quickly finished off his opponents and rushed over before the enemy could fully encircle them. Together, they fought off the strong adversaries surrounding Frederick. Xianxia, catching a brief respite, glanced over. "Their target is Frederick. You must protect him." The Ilias yelled, "Dry legs, Frederick, don't worry, I'm no pushover either. Do you remember? Xianxia, hurry up and finish them off. Xianxia brother, if we survive this, I want to become your disciple. Can you be my teacher?" Frederick wasn't foolish. During the battle, Xianxia had saved him multiple times when he was on the brink of death. Trusting him based on that alone, he wanted a mentor, not a master, just a teacher. He felt he shouldn't impose too much burden on others. Otherwise, his future path would be solitary. Xianxia, who had just slain several foes, smiled. "If you wish I can." Oddly enough, since the mysterious man spoke those words, more people surrounded Xianxia, Frederick, and the Ilias, while America and the others seemed relatively unharmed, only restrained by the opposition. The three warriors exerted formidable strength, especially Xianxia, who swiftly dispatched several enemies, forcing the Dark Dragon clan adult to stay and confront him. Bang, bang, bang. After a dozen exchanges, Xianxia's fighting spirit remained undiminished. Meanwhile, the opponent's weapon appeared sluggish, showing signs of potential breakage, which Xianxia sensed acutely. "I admit you are strong, but your kind cannot harm us directly. Let me tell you frankly, I am merely a minor figure in the Dark Dragon clan. If stronger forces arrive, you will surely be overwhelmed." The man sneered at Frederick, saying, "He should be the brat I'm looking for. Rest assured, no one from the ancient imperial clan will live. They all must die." Xianxia retorted fiercely, "Want to kill my student? Try it. If you fail, you'll regret." At this moment, the Dark Dragon clan aimed solely at eliminating Frederick, the last living member of the ancient imperial clan. They mobilized all available forces. Without Xianxia and the Ilias, seasoned veterans of 10,000 years, they wouldn't have survived this onslaught. Xianxia's body teemed with divine energy from the Return Origin Spirit Pill, continuously restoring him. He ruthlessly slaughtered wave after wave of Dark Dragon clan members. Observing the battlefield, numerous corpses piled beneath, indicating the vast number of Dark Dragon clan members. "Xianxia, hurry, we can't hold on much longer." Frederick narrowly avoided a fatal strike. The Ilias intervened, using both weapons and martial techniques to block the attack. They had no extra hands to spare, relying solely on sheer resilience to survive. "Ilias!" Xianxia roared, rushing forward only to be forced back. The Dark Dragon clan had switched to higher grade weapons, many needing fresh ones after every attack due to the inefficacy of lower grade weapons against special and 5-element stones. Frustrating. In the distance, a team of over 10 people rapidly approached from the sky, powerful figures wielding excellent weapons, second only slightly to those forged from special stones. Their identities were clear. They were reinforcements from the Dark Dragon clan. Chapter 284, A Different Xianxia. At this critical moment, the Jushi sect was still unable to break free from their restraints. America and the others couldn't come directly to assist. Rhea and Jasmine needed protection, so they dared not act rashly. When those people arrived on the scene, they immediately looked at them with puzzled expressions. The mysterious man who had been with them flew out, bowed respectfully, and said, "Esteemed seniors, the people we have surrounded are members of the ancient Amato clan. Even after 100 years, they are still alive, but today will be their last." The Josue of the group floated in midair, his gaze shifting to Xianxia and the Earl before asking, "And those two young men?" He quickly shook his head. "No, the ancient Amato clan member is that boy. He is also one of our operatives in Luoyang Mountain Range. Due to an old man previously, he was eliminated by disciples from major sections. This boy must be his disciple. We can get rid of him directly." Everyone frowned. They had thought there would be many more ancient Amato clan members, prompting their full mobilization. But they hadn't expected it to be just a mere child, making their collective appearance seem pitiful and helpless. "It's just a kid. 2 or 3 of us together can handle it quickly. Our Dark Black Dragon clan has already expended too much. You should lead everyone away now. As for these people, let us deal with them." All present backed off, carrying even the corpses away. Soon, only the dozen or so reinforcements and the 3 of Xianxia remained on the scene, standing back to back in preparation. Yet, the situation wasn't looking favorable. "Are you all alright?" Xianxia didn't expect that even if only one descendant of the ancient Amato clan remained, it was enough to make the Dark Black Dragon clan wary. Not now, but for Frederick's future accomplishments. Both shook their heads, watching the crowd outside, feeling a sense of trepidation. But with just Frederick alone, both the Earl and Xianxia were excited. Rare encounters with strong opponents offered a chance for advancement they wouldn't want to miss. "Don't worry, Xianxia, we're not afraid. Frederick, stay sharp during the fight. We won't always be able to look after you." Frederick appeared remarkably brave. Despite the dire situation, he responded wisely to them. "Don't worry, brothers. My master taught me well. Dealing with 1 or 2 isn't a problem. You can relax." The people outside laughed loudly. "Friends, don't hold back when we fight. We shouldn't let a mere child defeat us, got it? The boss can rest assured. We never hold back. We'll attack with all our might. Their fate is sealed." Xianxia smiled slightly. "If we can't win, give your weapon to Ilya's brother. He'll protect you." The Earl drew upon his own divine power. Xianxia's strength was formidable. Thanks to the origin returning spirit pill, his power had long surpassed his original level. His mere presence already instilled fear in them. In 100 years, you're the first to make us all tremble. Let's take this seriously, boy. Your death will be unforgettable. Inertial techniques burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the sky, affecting even the stronger individuals who had arrived later. Xianxia and the others activated their shields instantly, and with the help of the origin returning spirit pill, they suffered minimal damage and remained steadfast in place. The smoke cleared, revealing the trio standing unscathed. The dark black dragon clan was filled with terror as they were forced to retreat while the three stood firmly. How is this possible? Elders, what do we do? This time, the dark black dragon clan had truly met their match. They couldn't believe how powerful a young fighter could be. The Earl stepped forward taunting, "Old men, continue fighting. If you can leave safely today, we'll let you off this trip to Luoyang mountain range." The elder immediately ordered, "All powerful individuals gather now. Longhe, come assist us in killing the ancient Amato clan member." Those previously engaging with several sect prodigies rushed over immediately, all dark black dragon ensuring that Sister Ria and Callista Hansen were safe. On Xianxia's side, however, the situation was starkly different. Due to Frederick's identity being exposed, once the dark dragon clan identified them, they would immediately rise with intentions of genocide. No one in the world dared challenge this now. "Elira, we finally found you. We've been worried sick these past few days." Adelita had no time to reminisce. Instead, she stared at where Xianxia and his group were and immediately started giving orders. Everyone from Joshi sect, immediately launch a full-scale attack. You must draw out some of those people from that crowd. Got it? At first, everyone was confused. For the Edison Alliance, if they wanted to help, they helped, and if not, they didn't. Adelita never had any intention of forcing anyone, but only needed her own sect. That's how it should be. In an instant, everyone pressed down. Xue Phoebe and Megan were instructed to stay behind and take care of Sister Ria and Callista Hansen, while the others initiated the attack. Unable to get close, they could only engage from a distance, finding positions that could shield them from counterattacks. Among the crowd, Xianxia and the Earl were at the forefront of the charge, with Frederick providing cover at the back. No matter how they attacked, the Dark Dragon clan always moved along with them, subsequently attacking, making it impossible. Did not come out, but watched him from inside the room. There's no need to rush. Byron isn't dead yet. If you're so eager to bully his disciple, it won't end well for you, the Humphrey continued. Since you can't truly slay him, let him go for now. Focus on finding a way out of here. I haven't seen the outside world in ages, and look forward to it. Yes, Dragon Clan. And one more thing. The Humphrey added. If Byron's presence is detected, leave immediately. Don't be heroes. It does no good. The Humphrey gazed at the sky visible through a gap in the ceiling and said earnestly, "A man worthy of my attention doesn't die easily. Byron, what are you planning?" The family head had just returned from meeting with the Humphrey. Shani people were seated in the main hall, all relatives waiting for the latest news. With no message from the Humphrey, they could only gather basic information from the guards. Family head, I heard about the person who returned. Seated high in the main hall, the family head spoke. After 100 years, it seems members of the ancient imperial clan still survive. Unfortunately, the Humphrey has no intention of letting us act. What do you all think about this? Voices began rising in the hall as everyone whispered to each other. The family head waited a moment before rapping on the wooden chair, silencing everyone. The discussion should be over. Departure caused dissatisfaction among some, with a few preparing to investigate further. Why don't we wait here? There may be danger outside. Let's stay put and not cause trouble for the family head, risking punishment from the Humphrey. One person, however, disagreed. We need to take initiative if we want opportunities. Do you still want to advance in rank? But let's go. They pulled each other away from the underground palace and ascended to the surface world. Xianxia sensed the immense power provided by the XuanHuan divine pill from the start until now. Preparing for a decisive strike, he aimed to break free from the encirclement. It was the perfect moment. Xianxia seized the opportunity and swung his spear, unleashing a powerful force. A mighty spear stroke slashed outward, shattering the Dark Dragon clan's protective shields instantly, wiping out a large portion of them in a flash. Taking advantage of this, Xianxia and the Earl grabbed Frederick's hand and charged out. Is this the power of a teenager? You must be a monster. Those who moments ago doubted him were now dead or injured. No one dared say another word, becoming as silent as chamber maidens. My internal energy is depleted. From here on, it's up to you. The Earl heard Xianxia's words in his ear. While the last strike was terrifying, the master's body couldn't endure it, draining all internal energy, leaving him weakened and in need of recovery. Don't worry, we're not alone anymore. Adelita and Megan, along with other strong individuals, flew up to join Xianxia. Are you alright? Relax, I'm fine. Hashtag chapter 286, key figures of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps you should rest first. We can handle things here. They won't succeed with us around. Kenneth had flown closer to Xianxia, ready to help him down to rest at any moment. With the addition of the Joshi sect disciples, the situation could be significantly alleviated. These disciples had not participated in major battles before, and their condition and morale were among the best. Xianxia glanced at Frederick, already forming a plan in his mind. You take Frederick down first. I'm fine. I'll stay here for now and watch. Seeing him speak like this, Adelita beside him was almost desperate to pull him down herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that, making it seem as if they had some deep-seated grudge against each other. She knew clearly that Xianxia's physical condition after such an intense battle had significant lingering effects. She feared he wouldn't be able to endure it, and that resting would be the best choice. I think you'd better go down. Otherwise, when the fighting starts, we might not be able to protect you. America spoke softly, unconcerned if anyone nearby overheard, her answer in mind. Brother, doesn't it fit? Your strength is impressive. Defeating you will secure my position here. To show respect, he revealed himself without a mask, his dragon horns prominent. A noble young man of the dragon clan, lacking only a golden lotus around his neck. I think you might be disappointed. A golden light spread from beneath his feet as he pushed off, both charging towards each other. In the first round, neither gained the upper hand. Xianxia altered his state, forcibly channeling the immense power of the returning essence pill into himself. As for the frost beast halberd, it would have to wait. Vaguely, he saw Elder Ice, who was currently guarding the Taodai and couldn't appear on the battlefield. The Xianxia ghost steps played a crucial role at this moment. Moving instantly, Xianxia's inner spirit energy surged, quickly building up. Golden. This represented a unique ability within Xianxia's body. Among the remaining combatants, almost no one could perform this move, making Xianxia the first. Hand of the Firmament. Xianxia shouted, condensing spirit energy into a massive hand. Though Driscoll was unique, he had to take this seriously. Ordinary mist functions couldn't affect this, and Driscoll would certainly be disadvantaged. Realizing he needed equivalent protection, he quickly formed a black shield into a wall in front of him, ensuring his safety. But Xianxia used a black-level martial technique, underestimating its power. Using a normal shield, Driscoll felt the disparity. Bang! He quickly jumped away as the shield and hand of the firmament exploded together. Driscoll was puzzled, unable to suppress his admiration. This guy's martial arts are formidable. If I hadn't moved fast, I would have been caught in the blast. Aware of Xianxia charging at him again, he turned and unleashed a black dragon-shaped martial technique similar to Xianxia's Frost Beast Halberd. Using the Frost Beast Halberd, Xianxia depleted his restored spirit energy instantly, unable to shake off his opponent easily. Why is your clan attacking us? Suddenly, Xianxia asked, buying time for recovery. Of course, this was rhetorical. You took our things, and now you ask why we're retrieving them? Do you think this place naturally forms treasures? That's delusional. Driscoll didn't stop attacking, continuing his fierce assault. Xianxia began leaping toward a desolate area, hoping to buy time. This place is a natural secret realm. To say these treasures belong only to you, and not everyone is laughable. Without human cultivation, once these treasures gain self-awareness, you'd be in trouble. Shut up. Driscoll flew in from afar, striking Xianxia. Your spirit energy is depleted. Chapter 287. Byron comes back to life. As they crouched down to observe, the two were analyzing the situation as it unfolded. They felt that in order to completely eliminate Xianxia, only then could they take on the other target since he was destined to be the focus of everyone's attack. The young Driscoll glanced calmly at Xianxia and said, stop struggling. You're thinking too soon. Xianxia retorted unwillingly, this is just the beginning. His voice was somewhat broken, likely because his senses had warned him that someone was watching him closely, and a slight misstep might provoke an attack. However, Driscoll behind him showed no reaction. Xianxia immediately realized this person must be working for the enemy, not trying to reveal himself, but targeting Xianxia specifically. During their confrontation, Xianxia's unusual behavior caught his attention. A quick scan around revealed nothing obvious, but something felt off. Did you notice? Driscoll asked him, probing. Shouldn't I? Xianxia flew away from the threatening area. Even though the distance increased, the feeling of being watched didn't fade, which made him uneasy. Sorry, although there are abnormalities around, I don't know the reason. What I can assure you is that even when you die, they won't have the chance to act. Driscoll said confidently, look at you, an outsider. No matter how strong you were before, now you're being drained by our Dark Dragon clan. Elira, this is one time. By joining recklessly, you'll make me very angry. America ignored it, shouting, let me out, I'll fight you. Sorry, I only want to fight him. His voice vanished instantly, and no amount of shouting would change that. On the other side, near Xianxia, the surrounding area remained normal, so he didn't bother setting up the black mist field. As long as you die, all debts between us can be erased. Rest assured, descendants of the ancient imperial clan, we won't let the protected brat escape. No matter how many protect him, they won't succeed. Xianxia, nearing the ground, thrust his weapon into the earth, then turned around simply, his eyes swirling with thoughts on how to break this dire situation. Looking over at the dwarves, who were fighting alongside many Dark Dragon clan cultivators, Xianxia and America were a formidable pair, slaying several members of the Dark Dragon clan. Down below at Jushi sect, with Camelody and Jasmine's addition, the situation became perilous. Alongside Frederick, who had become a prime target, the Dark Dragon clan tightly encircled them, relying on formations to hold out. No one could help Xianxia. Yes, just now America was controlled by a special field. Now, I must enter the field myself to break this deadlock. He needed help, especially from America. I must regain my strength. The return essence pill I know can drastically increase spiritual power and level within moments. But then he thought he was hoping for too much. Damn, this seems like something from the divine realm. Here in the lower plane, that's impossible. Besides, I refuse to do it. If his spiritual power surged excessively, his body would suffer intense backlash, either losing all cultivation or exploding on the spot. Whether he could defeat the enemy was another question. Ascending into the field, Driscoll kept interrupting, maintaining peak strength even using half his power. Xianxia struggled under each strike. This black mist field is useless to you. Don't think entering will save her. Your actions merely make you part of the field. You won't meet the real her. Then put me inside already. If you dare, you'll see I can break it. All this talk is just empty words. If you have the skills, don't stand in my way. Driscoll considered this, but wouldn't admit it, instead pointing his blade at Xianxia. I will kill you with my own hands. With some of his spirit energy restored, Xianxia used the Xianxia ghost steps, dodging every attack Driscoll threw at him without fail. I will get inside, and you can't stop me. Just as he was about to touch the boundary of the field, two different attacks appeared. A sword slash and an energy fireball. Both carried the same intensity as Driscoll, from two separate individuals. Plans shattered again. Xianxia frowned. They've intervened. Driscoll's face grew serious. He had sensed these hidden two individuals immediately upon their action. These were familiar Giffords, but their intentions differed. Driscoll wondered aloud. Why did you two come? To help, one Gifford responded. Hearing the appearance of the ancient imperial clan after 100 years, we naturally came to lend a hand. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel right living so long, fearing there might not be another chance. Looking at where Frederick stood, Driscoll fell silent. At this moment, something strange happened. Frederick, who was initially fine, was now surrounded by an unknown secret technique being cast. Frederick! The Riker shouted, trying to rush over but failing. These enemies were far more troublesome than expected. What once seemed surmountable now couldn't be breached. By this time, Frederick had passed out, his weapon floating beside him. Driscoll sighed. It's a specialized death array. Frederick. Xianxia murmured, wondering how things had escalated so much. Suddenly, a presence emerged. It was Byron, but hadn't he died? The presence grew stronger, originating from the Wu Xing stone weapon Xianxia had created. Chapter 288. Helping the Eileen resolve troubles. At this moment, the figure materializing on Frederick's weapon was indeed Byron. He appeared as real as anyone else, but to outsiders, he was clearly dead. His aura was chaotic and his form ethereal, making it obvious to experts that he wasn't real. This person has no substantial presence. He's merely a phantom image. I hereby declare to everyone that he is a member of the ancient imperial clan. Even in death, we must not let him off. We shall extinguish him thoroughly. Driscoll took charge, arranging things at this critical juncture. Without any young prodigies present, he was the most formidable among them. The crowd surrounding Frederick grew denser by the minute, and he was already unconscious. For miles around, the area was filled with members of the Dark Dragon clan. One couldn't help but wonder what would have happened to Frederick if Byron's image hadn't appeared on his weapon. Under such a combined assault from many powerful fighters, he would have only one outcome, death. But now, with his seemingly deceased master Byron reappearing, everyone was extremely shocked, especially those from other sects who had already jointly killed Byron. What puzzled them more was how this kid ended up with America from the Kyushu sect. What was their relationship? People from various sects watching from afar were all stunned, unsure of what to say. They had witnessed this man's strength firsthand. Many had died by his hand. Members of the Sword sect were enraged, their top disciples roaring. Wasn't this old fool dead? How did he appear again? Yelena also looked bewildered. How should I know? Anyway, he definitely isn't here for us. Everyone, retreat immediately. It's best not to get involved in this fight. Kyushu sect? What a Kyushu sect? I didn't expect the ancient Imperial Clan Center to be mixed up with them. Once we leave the Luoyang Mountain Range secret realm, we'll definitely find a way to expose them. Everyone followed his advice and left. Some noticed the Edison Alliance's traces as well, and knew that once everyone left this place, it would be the time when both the Kyushu sect and Edison Alliance would face misfortune. Sterling, I think we should go there. That's our old friend Byron. Wouldn't it be bad not to go? Sure, we must pay a visit. Turning back to Driscoll, he continued, this battlefield belongs to you. As a noble member of the Dragon Clan, you must emerge victorious. Jeremias, rest assured, I will accomplish the task. Taking advantage of Xianxia's momentary distraction, he immediately blurted out, you've been tricked. A black mist enveloped Xianxia from behind. By the time he reacted, he was already within Driscoll's domain, a special ability unique to Driscoll. This domain was far superior to ordinary ones. Dragon Clan's true-blooded disciples each had unique attributes determined at birth. Although Xianxia was clever, he missed understanding the importance of special domains. No one knew what would happen during its activation. Outside the domain, Driscoll seized the opportunity to split it into two parts, ensuring Xianxia and America were separated. The courage of the two Giffords to come here despite the risk is commendable. If the ancestor discovers this, they too will suffer. Instantly, the phantoms transformed to place Frederick in a safe spot underground, leaving one person to face the enemy alone. The two who had just arrived from Xianxia became the temporary hostages of everyone present. Everyone treated them very politely, knowing deep down that this matter had nothing to do with them. Since the appearance of the Dragon Clan, their noble bloodline had gradually faded, leaving only a few individuals capable of deciding the fate of the entire clan. Byron, after 100 years, you're still around. However, you are now a sole entity. Remember, our Dragon Clan lives a long life. The Phantom Byron chuckled, recalling the past. You were no match for me. My reappearance is solely to settle scores. They had known each other since childhood, but unfortunately, many clan members had perished, leaving only the two of them. Of course, this world was vast and small. When Byron decided to appear, he sensed their presence but couldn't find a way to lure them out. So, he resorted to this last-ditch effort. Sacrificing his own life to bring them forth was worth it. Unfortunately, the Dragon Clan only sent you two failures. Here's a chance. Lose to me, and I'll let you go. In return, spare my disciple. The two men watched the little boy inside the shield protecting him. Bloodline suppression forced others to step back. Today, with us brothers here, if you die, you stay dead. Remember, I'm not negotiating with you. You're just a soul. You're no match for us. Then let's see. Clashes erupted in battle. Too bad it's only you two. Otherwise, I would crush the Dragon Clan again. You are no match for us. The ancient Imperial Clan is the highest and noblest race. Domenico, Long Chi, today is your last day. Long Chi retorted, we've told you, Dragon Clan people have a long lifespan. Unless we live for tens of thousands of years, we won't die of sickness. Our ancestor was alive 100 years ago. Clean your mouth. Domenico added, what's the point of arguing with him? Annihilate him and report back. That will be a great achievement. Noticing something amiss with Byron's weapon, they immediately became cautious. Domenico pondered aloud. You actually found the location of the 5 elements odd stones. Byron, once you disappear, we'll protect it well. Hand this weapon over to the ancestor, and he'll be very pleased. Thanks in advance. Legend has it that only weapons forged from the 5 elements odd stones could lead the ancient Imperial Clan and the Dragon Clan out of this place. If the exact timing was unknown, the other clan might be imprisoned here forever. Before passing away, an elder of the ancient imperial clan entrusted the stones to Byron and instructed them to hide their identity and start a new life. Over the past century, they had hidden and relocated countless times. Shany years ago, human powerhouses invaded seeking treasures but faced a massive counterattack from the Dragon Clan. It was later discovered that these invaders' levels weren't high enough to awaken them. This time, like in previous encounters, if it were only these people, they wouldn't have appeared. Byron's exposure drew the Dark Dragon Clan awake due to past enmity. Discovering them was inevitable, so Byron arranged for Frederick's escape by exposing himself and attracting them, thus solving one problem for Frederick first. Rest assured, while I am here, your Dark Dragon Clan won't stand a chance to leave. After all, regardless of anything, you are the representation of evil and destined to be exterminated by the ancient imperial clan. The battle continued, tension rising on both sides. Despite this, they fought bravely. Their current combat was incomparable to their former glory days. The two Dragon Clan members unleashed their full strength, fighting against contemporaries and equals. Whoever held back would die. Combat required exerting both parties' maximum power. Without absolute strength, death was the only outcome. Those in the palace below, there was nothing to worry about for them. Sounds emerged from where the ancestor was in seclusion, heavy breathing that everyone didn't understand. However, it wasn't entirely devoid of information. Only some people outside weren't important dragon bloodlines, while Gregor was merely a piece on the board. Longzhu declared, "Prepare everyone. Once the vanguard is wiped out, we will find the 5 elements wondrous stones and leave from here. It's high time the outside world welcomes us." Yes, Ancestor Long. This guy is absolutely mad, thinking that swallowing us will do? How naive. Everyone, give your all immediately. We can't let him succeed. Ianto roared as he launched all his strength at the attack. He thought he would succeed, but then Justine and the Rikers appeared, directly blocking this wave of attacks. Meanwhile, others had already fled, leaving the Joshi sect area with the most people and being the safest. With us here, you dark dragons still dare to act recklessly, treating us as non-existent? Hutch looked at them in surprise, filled with gratitude. If there is another life, I will surely repay all of you for today's kindness. I thank you. Gregor rushed forward to engage in combat. Why stop us? Why? Since you want to die so badly, we won't hesitate. Hey! In a state of confusion, Crew's domain skill dissipated. Look, decisively placing Justine aside, he ran into the weeds, grabbing herbs and chewing them. As she started regaining some consciousness, she felt her clothes being torn. Then a sticky paste was applied to her chest wound, causing an immediate reaction that seemed to ease the poison inside her. She woke up quickly. Slap. Finding Crew's face close, she slapped him instinctively. Caught off guard, Crew covered his cheek, sitting aside, looking elsewhere. Examining herself, Justine saw a small cut fitting her wound. She realized the paste was meant to heal her, resulting in a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. Justine apologized. I panicked just now. Thank you for saving me. Crew admitted, I didn't know if it would work, just tried. With no help from the Joshi sect, I had to take a chance. Yes. Feeling other emotions in Crew's eyes, to get closer to him, Justine claimed she wasn't feeling well. Can you carry me? The poison has eased, but my body feels weak. I can't walk. Crew hesitated but, understanding her predicament, agreed. Why does it feel like you're happy despite being injured? Turning to squat down, Crew asked as Justine clung onto him. No, it's just finding something hopeful despite the injury. Can't stay gloomy all the time. That makes sense. With effort, Crew stood up, noting how unexpectedly heavy she was. Carrying a beautiful girl wasn't light. Gritting his teeth, he moved cautiously over soft ground. Above, battles continued uninterrupted. Ianto remarked, an exemplary ancient imperial clan, fighting till the end. You think you can swallow us all in one bite? Dream on. Suddenly, Gregor noticed their fleeing companions returning. Weren't you guys gone? Quentin, there's a barrier. We couldn't break through, so we came back to kill more. Company on the Yellow Spring Road won't be lonely. Foolish, Gregor scolded. This place is most dangerous now. Their technique will eliminate us all. Flee and never look back. They were dismissed. Passing above Crew, they understood the ancient imperial clan's capabilities. Were these reckless fellows willing to die? Gregor, go assist them. We'll fight to the death. Pushed away by Ianto's force. Emerging from seclusion, the ancient ancestor surveyed the Dragon Clan. Is everyone staying put, not causing trouble? Junior, Ianto, and Long Chi are missing, answered a numb Dragon Clansman. Bang. A blow to the abdomen sent the clan Josue flying backward. Enraged, Longzhu thundered, useless fool. You've doomed your two brothers. Pardon me, Junior. Chapter 290, The Dark Dragon Clan Reconnaissance Squad. At this moment, neither side had the time to stop each other. They both rushed back to their camps to bolster their forces and resist. In front of Byron, there were dwarves blocking her way. On the Dark Dragon Clan side, all the powerful figures were busy setting up formations and couldn't leave. They could only prevent the other side from causing trouble, acting as guardians before them. The ancient imperial clan, I will let you come but not return. May you all die. Domenico roared in anger, gathering all his strength and forcibly adding it to a massive explosive energy sphere. A dark black mass, an orange golden mass. Neither side was willing to yield. The immense power forced the people from Joshi sect and Edison Alliance to evacuate the area early. The invisible protective shield only worked for the Dark Dragon Clan, leaving others completely exposed. Although some members of the Dark Dragon Clan attempted to cause trouble during the evacuation, these attempts didn't last long. As soon as they tried to break through, they were stopped by the established protective wall and couldn't escape. Xianxia hid with America not far from the exit. After the earlier commotion, the remaining Dark Dragon Clan members started exploring everywhere, immediately engaging in intense pursuit upon discovering anyone not from their clan. At this point, they were moving back and forth near Xianxia and America. Any noise might reveal their location, so they had to wait patiently. At this moment, you should follow me out of this world. as if you've never appeared here. Frederick, your master is truly gone now. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Byron's soul dissipated, merging into the golden energy mass in visible microparticles. The burst of power affected the Dark Dragon Clan's formation, forcing everyone to stop. In the final moment, Domenico used his utmost strength to throw the huge black mass that had already fragmented and upgraded. Bang! An enormous explosion tore through the sky. Despite this, the golden energy mass remained unaffected, not exploding along with it. The Dark Dragon Clan attacked collectively at one spot, having moved away from Xianxia and America, focusing their combined efforts on a single area. Want to survive? Stop hiding. We must break this damn force shield to get out, everyone. The force shield contracted rapidly, visible to the naked eye, while the golden energy mass exploded, eradicating all the Dark Dragon Clan members trapped inside. Frederick emerged without any protection, and Xianxia stepped in to help him. The shield was compressed to an extremely small size until it finally vanished entirely. The once dense crowd of Dark Dragon Clan members had been obliterated by Byron alone, giving them no chance to fight back, disappearing in an instant. Even Glenn did not escape, perishing along with the rest. This battle clearly showed that Byron's true power was far greater than what he had displayed against the 10 sex elites. He hadn't used his full trick wouldn't overhear unless he already knew. Otherwise, it would remain between Xianxia and America. It seems they are over there. You can let me down to avoid misunderstandings later. This is just a few steps. Let's go straight over. Xianxia kept America on his back and walked towards the crowd as everyone watched. Some faces expressed anger, others found it heartwarming, while a few wished to punch Xianxia for getting close to their goddess America and carrying her. Elira. Young Xianxia. The dwarves quickly gathered around them. Attentive female disciples helped America off Xianxia's back and let her rest nearby. A Edison Alliance disciple approached Xianxia. We met before outside. Our ancestor instructed us to follow you after entering here. During this time, we collected many good items. How much should we give you? Xianxia was a little dazed. What was happening? If you collected these things yourselves, they belong to you. No need to give them to me. All right. He put the storage ring back on, adjusted his expression, and continued. This place might no longer be safe. To prevent issues like before, do we need to make some contingency plans? Let's adjust and set off immediately. The plans were settled, and Tatiana and the others came out from the crowd. Everyone gathered together and sat down. America was being attended to by her sect disciples, so there was no worry. Other sect members who had left earlier didn't return, nor had they planted spies among them. The surroundings were calm, and they prepared to set off after a brief rest. Determining the direction the major sects had left, they chose the opposite path. Now far from the battlefield, they found no abnormalities. On the way, Frederick couldn't help talking about the Dark Dragon Clan. The ones present weren't all of them. More were hidden, unnoticed. As you say, we must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, dealing with more Dark Dragon Clan members will be too troublesome. The dwarves remained indifferent. To him, protecting these specific individuals was important, but the timing of their departure wasn't crucial. Jonah thought for a moment. Before we set off, we should help Rhea and Jasmine solve their cultivation problems. Otherwise, this secret realm journey would have been in vain. Everyone agreed. Teams that had followed them from the explosion site took advantage of the distraction to mark someone among them. When heads emerged from the shadows at dusk, it revealed the Dark Dragon Clan yet again. Hashtag chapter 291. You dare to capture him? This time, the personnel who emerged were distinctly different from those who had appeared earlier. They were all ordinary members of the dragon race. Though few in number, they were all pure-blooded ancient dragons. They had taken action. The Dragon Clan members participating in the battle this time were not many, but among them were Driscoll and Domenico. They were both favored by the Dragon Clan. Although their deaths were accidents, the Dragon Clan had already ordered a close watch on them. Head of the family, we have marked symbols on them. Regardless of their intentions, we will know first. Very good. The person enveloped in the cloak nodded slightly. Immediately start large-scale renovations on Luoyang Mountain Range. No matter what they want to gain, it won't be that easy. After leaving, a small squad followed behind them while other squads quickly located disciples from other sects, keeping an eye on them. The rest were tasked with renovating the Luoyang Mountain Range. Looking at the vanished traces of the Jushi sect within the forest, the head of the family smiled. Rest assured, none of you can leave here alive. Once we find a way to use the power of the 5 elements mystic stones to leave, your outside world will be under our control. Xianxia flew through the sky, accompanied only by the Earl. Following their memory of the previously discovered location, they decided to come and try. It was said to be the white-blue flower, which could further enhance Rhea's and Jasmine's bodies. Moving together would attract too much attention, so the others followed Jushi sect and Edison Alliance. Quentin, I think Frederick wasn't lying. If they really are the Dragon Clan, then these people's strength was too weak. Byron's final blow was like a one-sided slaughter, the Earl thought, still tense from earlier events. Dragon Clan. Xianxia gazed at the starry sky. The true Dragon Clan is in the divine realm. These are merely pseudo-dragons, but their true bloodline is dragon. Why haven't they disappeared from this world? If it's just because of the Luoyang Mountain Range, that doesn't make sense. Luoyang Mountain Range. The Earl repeated, looking at the surroundings. Quentin, could it be because of the ancient Imperial clan? I doubt it. Xianxia paused, pondering. If they really wanted to leave, no one could trap them if the divine realm's beings intervened. These Dark Dragon Clan members are probably side branches, otherwise, they wouldn't be abandoned here. As for the reasons, we don't have the time to investigate more. Quentin, we're here. The place with the white-blue flowers is just ahead. We found it by chance earlier. There are 2 of them. The Earl looked at the herb garden full of flowers and plants. The 2 continued forward, stopping at the outer area to cautiously survey their surroundings. No one around. Let's hurry. They dashed through the grass, stopping by a small lake surrounded by lush plants. If not for their sharp eyes, they might not have noticed the treasure here. Xianxia rolled up his sleeves and probed the lake. Upon dipping his hand in, he felt a cool sensation spread over him. The coldness made him retract his hand quickly. The Earl was about to step forward, but Xianxia shook his head. Dazed, Xianxia inside the sack slowly woke up, finding himself bound but not panicking. He released spirit energy, only to be beaten by the captors. Stay still. Guard him closely. The elders specifically requested this one. Don't let him escape. Throw the sack out and beat him. As the sack was thrown, Xianxia summoned the Hansong Chuangjiji, tearing it apart. You were the ones who knocked me out. Attack. Bringing back the corpse works too. Dark Dragon Clan members yelled, launching weapons and martial techniques. At a critical moment, the Earl appeared, blocking them. You insignificant characters dared to capture my boss. Since you've crossed the line, I won't hold back. Regardless of your status, you must die. Just as the Earl prepared to attack, Xianxia using Hansong ghost steps flashed past him, swiftly defeating all Dark Dragon Clan members. Even their corpses vanished. Since they targeted me specifically, you didn't need to interfere. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel right. Better to resolve it sooner. Xianxia walked to the Earl, checking him over. What about the white-blue flowers? They're secured. The Earl showed him. They carry intense cold. It's best not to touch them easily, or, before he finished, Xianxia touched them. Thanks to the Guation pill, the white-blue flowers couldn't harm him. So Xianxia summoned his shield and rushed out with his weapon in hand. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're cultivators? Using special secret techniques, he forcibly boosted his physical strength. Although those around him were shocked, he was the top target of this hunt, and they wouldn't give up easily. Initially, they charged at him passionately, but once they closed in, they realized they weren't a match for him. A group surrounded Xianxia, yet it felt like he was the one surrounding them. This guy's strength doesn't match his level. Everyone, give it your all, don't hold back. Capturing him will elevate our status. After some time, the area below was littered with people who couldn't get up, some groaning in pain. If you dare come again, I'll beat you until your teeth are on the ground. Seeing that there was no one around, Xianxia took the Earl into a cave. The entrance was the only way in or out, ensuring no unexpected visitors. Some time passed, and the Earl had fully recovered. Xianxia sat on a rock, examining an expired weapon, something familiar yet forgotten by the Riker. Quentin, I have fully recovered. When should we set off to rejoin the team? Hearing the Riker's voice, Xianxia tossed the knife aside, stood up, glanced around, and patted him on the shoulder. These weapons seem to be made from rare materials. My current weapon forged from special stones can't suppress them. They noted positions. Xianxia said, once outside, observe the key figures' positions. Without them, we can easily break through. We understand, they replied. Suddenly, both emerged, sprinting away from the descendants of Adrian. Their coordination led to swiftly cutting down obstructors and breaking free. Stop them, shouted the dragon grandson, but they ran, leaving even without killing. Damn! The dragon grandson chased, but they always evaded capture. Xianxia and the Earl didn't want to waste effort. Go this way, no one there. With most forces diverted, some areas became unguarded, a perfect opportunity. Haven't the guts to run? The dragon grandson fumed, accelerating in vain. Why run when they could fight? As Dark Dragon Clan reinforcements gathered, Xianxia and the Earl decimated squads, spreading fear among patrols. Attack! The Earl roared, emerging from the crowd, stunning unprepared patrols. Damn it, block them. Despite reluctance, they charged, realizing these two weren't simple opponents. Previous survivors suggested unpredictable outcomes. No one dared gamble. You've killed so many of us. You won't leave Luo Acton Mountain. Camelot your own business. A swift slash from the duo sent pursuers reeling, but they kept charging. As they stayed ahead, pursuing proved futile. Other Dragon Clan members should be nearby too. Xianxia didn't want them all together. If he had to stay, he'd rather leave immediately. Hold on, we can leave soon. Jushi sect is ahead. They sensed Jushi sect nearby, though they didn't intend to stop. Rapid movement indicated pursuit. Quentin, they move fast. We might not catch up, especially with so many following. Conserve energy, let's move down. Following orders, they ran along the ground using trees as cover, evading many attacks. Everyone, concentrated attack. Attacks rained down, enveloping the forest in flames. Honor. Shield activated. Xianxia unleashed Hansong veteran javelin multiple times. Shani flying dragon soared skyward, striking fatal blows to the Dark Dragon Clan, toppling many due to underestimation. In one strike, several patrol teams were lost. No one dared approach further. Hashtag chapter 293. The simplest truth, restraint. Xianxia, should we just stay here and not move? Xianxia said smugly, they don't dare to come down. Why are you in such a hurry? Just wait, there's no need to rush. This sort of thing takes time. The mastermind behind them will eventually show up. Alright. Taking advantage of the lull, the Earl set up some formations around them. Should any danger arise, these formations would activate automatically, one for defense and another for attack, enough to buy them time. Rest assured, Xianxia, formations are all around us. If they dare to come, we'll give them a welcome drink first. Don't let such fine bait go to waste. Xianxia smiled slightly, noticing a stone block behind him suitable for sitting. He sat down and said, standing is bad for your health, let's sit down. The Earl sat down not far behind Xianxia, then idly watched the people outside as if watching a play. Xianxia was even more absurd, playing with his fingers. You really underestimate us. How outrageous. Several teams immediately charge down there and give them a lesson, then bring them back. Those people rushed forward, attacking with all their might. Unexpectedly, the formations surrounding the two were impenetrable. Their attacks had no effect at all. Some squads directly rushed in, but were immediately obliterated by the formation's counterattack upon landing. It was then that Xianxia realized the young man he had taken in could also set up formations. This made Xianxia look at him with new respect. Perhaps this little guy would indeed be able to help him when he became a deity. It looks like when we return, you'll be responsible for our defenses. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Though his profession was that of a forging god emperor, he sometimes read books out of boredom, hoping to someday use such knowledge on the battlefield. Thank you, Xianxia. Oh right, how long can this formation last? The Earl pretended to glance at the sky and said, Xianxia, 1 hour shouldn't be a problem. If it's against a deity, it should last 3 hours minimum. And it doesn't count strong attacks. Xianxia felt much more relaxed. Rest well. We still need to leave from here soon. Away from their hands. Are you afraid? The Earl shook his head. Following Xianxia means I mustn't be afraid. Besides, we're practically reborn deities. We fear nothing. Good. The two sat and watched the attacks. If those people didn't show up after a while, they'd leave without hesitation. Then, Xianxia reclined on a long stone slab in public, closed his eyes and said, Little guy, remember to alert me if the formation can't hold. I'm going to lie down a bit. They won't come out anyway, so just wait. The Earl sat attentively, putting his weapon aside and meditating, covering the surroundings with his divine senses. Cade, furious, pointed at their behavior. These guys seriously underestimate us. Everyone, attack with all your strength. They mustn't, retaining his former body and memories. It seemed being demoted from the divine realm wasn't that strict. The Earl kept his memory and physical state intact, unlike others who turned into pigs or butterflies. He started at the peak. What was meant to restrain deities for Xianxia was merely decoration. The Earl's good fortune led him to meet Xianxia so quickly, truly blessed. Best to call your strong ones over now, otherwise, you can't harm us unless there are hidden strong ones among you. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Dare to belittle us dragons? Brothers, stop running. Give this arrogant fellow a taste. Our dragon clan fears none. Under one person's instigation, the dragon clan stirred with fighting spirit, ready to devour the Earl. This time, they didn't panic but used their full martial skills. Realizing he wasn't a deity, the Earl slipped away, running back into the formation below. Do you think I'm really dumb? Just messing with you. Attack power returned. Xianxia, did the capable ones of the dragon clan come, or are they surrounding Jushi sect, demanding Frederick be handed over? Xianxia opened his eyes and looked skyward, saying solemnly, they are already here. Suddenly, 5 or 6 figures with distinctive auras flew in the air. A single burst of attack shattered 2 formations beside them. The Earl was incredulous. Want to deal with us? I can't tell if you're foolish or cunning. With 6 of us attacking together, what can you possibly do? Chuckled the patriarch of the dragon clan as he controlled the chains to start their assault. Chains suddenly shot out from the encirclement, catching everyone off guard. Xianxia and the Ilias fought back, trying to break free from this predicament. Since the true mastermind had appeared, they didn't need to waste more time on being trapped. Beast spear technique, single dragon decision. A dragon-shaped attack surged forward, but it was quickly neutralized by the fast-moving chains. Indeed, it was neutralized, more accurately, blocked. Moreover, the chain-formed encirclement suffered no damage. Both were stunned for a moment. The Ilias adjusted his stance, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting. But let's see if these chains can withstand my next move. The Ilias performed a series of spear techniques, gathering power around his body and spear. In an instant, he ignored various attacks and charged straight at the chain cage. His powerful strike hit the chain successfully, and Xianxia immediately covered him from other directions, creating a chance for success through teamwork. The Luciano's face turned grim. He could sense a surge of power about to break through. He urgently told his brothers, everyone, increase your strength. They're trying to break out. Give everything you've got. The chain attacks inside the cage grew denser, eventually filling up the confined space before stopping. Xianxia, despite defending, found his newly formed shields breaking almost instantly. Are you ready yet? He shouted at the Ilias. The Ilias, drenched in sweat, increased his attack strength and shouted back, Xianxia, give me just a bit more time. We'll succeed soon. Soon, with the rapid collapse of shields, Xianxia couldn't set up new ones fast enough, and the chains rushed towards him. Ilias, is it not enough? It's enough. The chains forming the cage cracked and split apart, allowing both Xianxia and the Ilias to break through. The chains behind them ceased their attack as they quickly approached the 6 dragon clan members. Phew. Try this. Xianxia relaxed, taking out a small object from his waist. In the next second, both of them threw it, turning away from the explosion range. The 6 dragon clan brothers defended, expecting a powerful explosion, only to be met with dense fog. Nothing else happened. Ha ha ha. Xianxia and the Ilias laughed heartily, realizing how much energy even a simple prank had cost them, despite causing no real harm. It still drained their spiritual energy. You too. The patriarch clenched his fists in anger. Let's kill them here together, take their treasures, and then focus on their families outside. He nodded, understanding the plan. Attacking from another direction with a variety of techniques, he knew many combat arts due to his past. Xianxia, let's coordinate our moves. Xianxia smiled. 2 against 6, huh? I like it. Let me draw their attention. You find the chance to injure or kill them. Got it. Using terrifying strength and perfect coordination, they became increasingly effective. While attacking, they also protected each other, displaying flawless teamwork. The Luciano clearly didn't want this. He shouted, everyone, separate them from each other. This damned synchronicity must have been cultivated since childhood. They must be brothers. Just grab anyone. Thinking further, he added, anyone can be captured. List both of them for arrest. Don't let either of them go. Ilias. Xianxia realized this wasn't working. Let's split up. No matter the loss of coordination, we'll push our best. Build synergy as we fight. Xianxia flew away first, giving the Ilias the chance to find his position. These damn people. The Ilias had his own method to maneuver. Although he lacked the shadow step, his known martial skills allowed him to escape the encirclement. They circled the 6 dragons, separating Xianxia and the Ilias again into a 2-against-3 scenario. The Ilias intensified his attacks, using all his strength. The 3 dragons gradually retreated, finding themselves near Xianxia. By this point, they were close enough for coordinated attacks. Chapter 295. Completely unfavorable situation. The battle continued unabated, and for the 2 individuals, Xianxia and his companion, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. At this moment, their weaknesses were clearly exposed to both sides. GFA Pertion. Xianxia gripped the Hansenshu Ji tightly, the force within the spear-like weapon surging forth. With a powerful stomp of his feet, he became a blur, almost flickering out of phase with reality as he dashed forward in quick bursts. Engaging in combat with the Adrian family head and 2 others, they had already clashed for many rounds. To outsiders, it appeared as though beams of light were colliding mid-air, creating a series of bangs. Each impact generated shockwaves that affected the surrounding area. This was the nature of battles between powerful individuals. Their collisions were relentless, a struggle between life and death. The G technique Xianxia was now employing was one he had only recently learned from the XuanHuan divine pill. Initially, he had merely tried to cultivate it, but found it surprisingly successful. He quickly adapted it for use in turn. Yes. As Jonah prepared to leave when everyone else did, he said, "If I had known, I would have gone with them. Right now, we're only encountering minor foes. The Dark Dragon clan says 2 people need to be killed on sight, and those stronger opponents are no longer here." Jonah nodded. "I think it must be them. Now that the Dark Dragon clan's strong ones are focused on them, we can breathe easier. But we don't know how they'll escape." America glanced aside, taking advantage of Jasmine's sleep to continue. "They must have a way. Later, keep an eye on Frederick. Don't let him wander off, or it'll cause trouble." "All right." "Not good. Frederick is missing." Sister Ria quietly approached, looking flustered and unsure. "I accidentally dozed off just a moment ago. When I woke up, he was gone. I asked the people near the entrance, but none saw him." "Oh no." America feared he had gone to look for Xianxia and the others. Jonah immediately said, "I'll go check. You stay here. Elira America, when Tatiana wakes up, make sure she doesn't act recklessly. I'll come back alone. Be careful." Exiting the cave, Jonah brandished his weapon fiercely as a brother from the Wuzuan alliance approached. "Leaving again?" Jonah nodded. "A child has gone missing. He's my good friend's student. If the Dark Dragon clan catches him, I won't have another chance to protect him." Regardless of whether Xianxia would blame him, losing track of the child was his responsibility. He couldn't blame anyone else for it. This was the mark of a true man. "I'll take 2 people with you." Jonah stopped him. "This is my responsibility. I appreciate your offer." But the eldest disciple of the Wuzuan alliance stood up. "Then I'll go with you without bringing others. There are plenty of strong ones here, so 1 less or 1 more doesn't matter." "That's troublesome." The 2 quietly left the cave, moving cautiously outside. They mentioned the direction of the 2 targets. "Let's head there directly." "Fine, most of this area is forested, so it won't take too long to reach. But we don't know if that boy went that way. Let's go anyway." They moved swiftly and stealthily through the forest. Sounds of battle echoed from afar, likely where Xianxia and the others were fighting. Following the sound should lead them straight to them. At this moment, Frederick had arrived at the battlefield where Xianxia was fighting. He hid in a pile of grass, gripping a long G forged from the 5-element stone, observing the situation. "My teachers are outnumbered 6-2. How unethical, Dark Dragon clan. I'll help them out soon. 2-on-1. I'm not afraid at all." Suddenly sensing someone nearby, he was about to spring into action, but was immediately pinned down by 2 hands. Then, Jonah and a senior brother from the Wuzuan alliance appeared beside him. "Going out now would be suicide. Running here alone is dangerous, do you understand? You're really bold, joining such high-level battles. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Frederick lay quietly. "I must help them. They're doing this for me. If I don't come, what if they lose because there are too many Dark Dragon clan members?" Jonah chuckled wryly. "You've seen their strength. Why worry?" "Shorty, cut him down." Xianxia roared, seizing control of the enemy, giving Shorty an opening. "Coming." The long spear in Shorty's hand moved nimbly, capitalizing on the opportunity to charge straight in. Swoosh. The sound of a spear piercing flesh rang out as one of the 6 brothers from the Adrian clan died. "Thought you could rampage? Now it's your turn." "Second brother." "Germain." The remaining 5 were furious. This was the 2nd greatest powerhouse of the Adrian clan, capable of slaying an entire city by himself. This damned restriction of Luoyang Mountains. It weakened our power so much. The family head was particularly enraged, burning his essence blood as he rushed over, kicking Shorty away and then striking Xianxia with a palm, catching him. "Xianxia." Those below also appeared on the shield. The Luciano couldn't believe it and immediately tightened his grip. Xianxia seemed to struggle for breath, but he didn't die. Instead, he fainted. Despite this, the cold beast halberd outside the shield continued spinning furiously, breaking through directly. Throwing Xianxia aside, the shield activated instantly, ignoring all defenses as it pierced through the Luciano's body. Then it flew back to catch Xianxia, who quickly regained consciousness and stood up. The Luciano landed not far from the ground, his body severely injured, spitting out a pool of blood. He laughed menacingly and stared at Xianxia with fierce eyes. Wiping away the blood from his mouth, he said, "Kid, you've got guts, but this pointless play must end." In the next second, he shot forward, and Xianxia met him with the halberd. Domain envelopment. As the Luciano approached, he unleashed his domain. Unlike Driscoll, he didn't hesitate. Under such circumstances, dodging was impossible for Xianxia. Engaging in combat within the perilous and unknown domain, nothing affected Xianxia's performance. "Your spear isn't made of ordinary materials, right? Being able to suppress my weapons even within the domain, causing me fear, only rare special stones could produce such a weapon. But can you defeat me?" Xianxia snorted coldly. "Just because you're from the Dark Dragon clan, So what? In the past, we could deal with your ancestors, and we still can now. No matter how strong you are, you're suppressed, and you can't rise against us. The intensity of their battle grew stronger. The domain trembled slightly before gradually dissipating and eventually shattering. Indeed, your weapon is forged from special stones. I have decided. I will use your death and your weapon to slaughter everything outside, including your family. Otherwise, this battle would be a loss for me, and I can't afford that. The dragons are a noble race. What are you? Just a fragile human. Do you think you can handle me? How naive. Their battle gradually turned into an evenly matched struggle. Both sides were nearly equal in realm, one side being the mysterious ancient Dark Dragon clan, the other being the reincarnated divine Amato with the rejuvenation god pill. There was no disparity in strength between them. They had to rely on wisdom to win. The battlefield transformed into a psychological game. Whichever side could be smarter or more astute might secure the ultimate victory. Humans haven't changed much about this world? Recalling how the continent outside was dominated by humans, Xianxia couldn't bear to hear them say they were weak. You're right. This low-actin mountain restricts your imagination. How could you understand us humans if you've never ventured outside? Be prepared for a shock when you do. 100 years ago, the strength of the dragon and demon clans was comparable. Now on the continent, they would need to combine forces to possibly contend with humans. Otherwise, after so many years, the demon clan remained in darkness. Most regions of the continent belonged to humans, who had cultivated many powerful individuals. Even if the dragon and demon clans joined forces, they couldn't easily shake the control of humans over the continent. Shiny casualties would ensue, requiring even more time to recover. Fine, I'll take the bet. The Luciano showed rare interest in this young boy. If you survive, meet me outside. Killing so many of my clan members and having ties with the ancient imperial clan, we won't let you off. Seeing the dwarves holding their own, Xianxia felt relieved yet angry. Why did Frederick come here now? The dragon clan members were formidable, and both sides were deadlocked for a long time. Everyone was injured and running low on stamina. After prolonged fighting, the two life realm experts could endure better than the dark dragon clan members. From the start, they had begun losing stamina, while the Riker was still spirited and willing to fight 300 rounds more. Taking advantage of a break, the Riker rushed toward Xianxia, furious at the red marks around the Lord's neck. How about a fight? If you stand after 3 rounds, we'll go with you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Xianxia couldn't understand how he had the confidence to defeat the Luciano Alliance, can leave without trouble and search for secrets undisturbed. Deal? Basing on what I know, this isn't simple. Let's pass, Xianxia rejected instantly, knowing much from his chats with Frederick. The Dark Dragon clan couldn't be trusted, and this situation clearly aimed to trap him. Xianxia wasn't foolish. Why not decide by life or death? The survivor leaves, the loser stays. Will your mighty dragon clan accept? Then let's begin, the patriarch responded. Everyone watched as Xianxia's power began to surge mysteriously. Chapter 297, The Great Counterattack. A mysterious force descended. Although the dragon clan sensed something, they could not identify it. Whatever secret techniques were affecting Xianxia's body, they wanted to seize and harness its power for their own prosperity. Sensing his current state, Xianxia knew that the returning origin divine pill in his chest was responsible. Since the beginning, it had provided far more than expected. According to the standards set by the divine pill emperor, a divine pill's effects would typically wear off long ago. However, this one continued to function. Since entering the Sunset Mountain range, the returning origin divine pill had been continuously providing him with the essence of heaven and earth. This puzzled Xianxia. Unless it was an extraordinary divine pill, nothing else would explain it. His body was now restored, yet the power within him continued to rise. I didn't want to leave home, but my father insisted I come along. Once we leave the Sunset Mountain range, I'll likely go back. Isn't that where you want to follow him? Suki asked in confusion. Alyssa shook her head. Honestly, following him is too dangerous. Home feels safer. Besides, before meeting Xianxia, I rarely left. After these past days, I miss home. As for Rhea, she did not wish to return. Staying at the brothel offered little meaning beyond entertaining guests. But with Xianxia, her life would be different and more exciting. That's great. Suki looked around and decided to share some cultivation resources with her. Don't worry, I have plenty. Our sect is large and beautiful. If you're willing, come visit. Thank you. Suddenly, someone rushed in urgently. Eavesdroppers at the cave entrance had heard discussions from the Dark Dragon clan about other sects suffering severe losses. Cinny, my suggestion is to wait here until Xianxia returns. Moving such a large group risks drawing attention. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Suddenly, another person rushed in with news. The Dark Dragon clan patrols were surrounding them and conducting a sweep. Time was running out. Hurry, prepare everyone. If necessary, we'll fight our way through. Alyssa agreed. A counterattack was their best option. As for Xianxia's whereabouts, they presumed he had been discovered, as he should have returned by now. Don't be afraid, little Nguyen. Big sister is here. Chapter 297. The Great Counterattack from Desolation. A mysterious force descended. Though the Dragon clan sensed something, they couldn't identify it. They suspected there might be other secret methods affecting Xianxia's body. These people still wanted to seize whatever it was. If this power could be used by them, how could their clan not flourish? Xianxia felt his current state and knew that the revival spirit pill in his chest had taken effect. From the very start, it had provided too much help already. In reality, according to the rules for creating spirit pills in the divine world, the effects of the Amato level pill should have run out long ago. But the spirit pill inside him wasn't behaving like that. Ever since entering the Sunset Mountain range, the revival spirit pill inside his body kept supplying him with spiritual energy. This left Xianxia puzzled. Unless it wasn't an ordinary spirit pill, then it would make sense. His body was now back to its normal state, yet the power continued to increase. Except for a lack of breakthrough signs, he felt something different, as if eating when he was already full. As long as I kill you here, there will no longer be a Xianxia in this world. I'll put all his valuable items to good use. Inside the cave, Suki seemed anxious, having already sent someone out to check. If any more Dragon Clan members were around, they would launch a direct attack. After entering the Sunset Mountain range this time, she hadn't managed to get what she sought. Being continuously pursued by the Dragon Clan made her unable to keep calm. In a moment, she stood at the cave entrance, looking out. Fewer Dragon Clan members remained outside. Only a few patrol squads were still exploring. With the current survivors in the cave, they were enough to deal with these patrols. These dragons really think highly of us, dispatching so many watchers. Looks like we need some bait if we want to leave through another route. Retreating to join Alyssa, Lean was playing with Lizette. Now only a few people at the cave entrance could be utilized. To leave safely, they needed bait, but Suki still wanted to ask others for advice. I plan to have everyone leave here. What's your opinion? Alyssa looked around and said, I think it's best not to go anywhere right now. Staying here and waiting isn't bad, is it? Suki sighed. This time out, I need to get something before returning. If this incident delays everything, my father will surely blame me. Alyssa smiled slightly. I didn't originally intend to leave home, but my father insisted I come along. After leaving the Sunset Mountain range, I'll return home. You don't plan to follow him? Suki asked, puzzled. Alyssa shook her head. Honestly, following him is too dangerous. Home feels better. Before, I rarely went out, and Xianxia was the first outsider I met. Deep down, she felt that Broken Peak needed fresh blood more. Although she had an elder cousin, after all this time, she wanted to return home. As for Sister Leyland, she disliked returning home. At the brothel, she was nothing, just a savannah welcoming guests. But staying with Xianxia promised a more exciting life. That sounds good. Suki glanced around, deciding to give her some cultivation resources. Don't worry, I still have plenty. Our sect is large and beautiful. If you wish, come visit sometime. Thank you. The situation inside the Sunset Mountain range had suddenly changed. Someone at the cave entrance heard a conversation from the Dark Dragon Clan about other sects facing dire straits, with few members remaining. Cinny, my suggestion is to wait here until Xianxia and the others return before taking action. Otherwise, such a large group being spotted would be troublesome. Okay, Zoe, I'll listen to you. Suddenly, someone rushed over, looking urgent, possibly due to problems with the Dark Dragon Clan. Elira, we're surrounded. For some reason, numerous Dark Dragon Clan patrols suddenly gathered around us. They are conducting a thorough search and will soon reach us. Suki thought for a moment and decided. Rally everyone for preparations? If necessary, we'll charge out and fight. Alyssa agreed. In this situation, counterattacking was the best choice. As for Xianxia and the others, who knew where they were, but it was clear they had been discovered. Otherwise, they would have returned by now. Sister Leyland quickly brought Lizette from their hiding place. Alyssa comforted them. Stay calm. As long as we aren't found, we still have a chance. After all, Xianxia promised to find cultivation methods for you. They nodded. Sometimes Alyssa envied them. Her father had talked to her before she left, preparing her for a longer stay, but he mentioned his worsening health and planned for her cousin to guard the city. Internal management naturally fell on Alyssa, forcing her to return. Seeing these two, Alyssa almost didn't want to go back. When the senior brother left, he entrusted everyone to me. No matter what happens, we will follow your lead. This Josue was temporarily chosen by the Xianxia Honor Alliance, and now reported to Suki. Prepare well. We will leave via other exits. New exit routes were being watched, and everyone prepared to depart. The patrol teams outside would soon find them, leaving little time. Soon, under organized Josueship, the team quickly mobilized, following orders to evacuate through the rear passage. As Josues, Suki and others couldn't leave yet, but others stayed behind willingly to protect them. The Xianxia Honor Alliance Josue followed them out, needing his skills elsewhere. Suki also dispatched people to monitor, as distrust required precautions. Bang! Explosions echoed from outside where they left, followed by the Dark Dragon Clan charging in. The guarding decided retreat for now. We shouldn't move further. Han Songling and her group emerged from the narrow rock crevice, their weapons still stained with blood. Moments earlier, several Dark Dragon Clan members had charged at them. Among those she had killed or injured, Han Songling protected herself and Jasmine despite not being cultivators anymore. Upon emerging, she immediately examined Jasmine's body carefully, ensuring no harm had befallen her before asking in a comforting tone, "Are you okay?" Jasmine shook her head. "Sister Han Songling, don't worry. I'm fine." "Good, let's go over then." Arriving at the main battlefield, they found Tatiana, whose body and face were covered in blood, but she was unharmed. When their eyes met, she was smiling, an expression that belied any concern. "Are you alright?" They both shook their heads and walked toward America. With damage inflicted on her sect members, America must have been in great distress for not adequately protecting everyone. It was ultimately her responsibility. "Now I don't know what to do either, Zoe. What should we do next?" In front of America lay numerous bodies in various postures. The dead included Dark Dragon Clan members, martial artists from Edison Alliance, and also Jushi sect disciples. Tatiana looked at her and said, "Now is not the time to wallow in self-reproach. At least the powerful ones are with Xianxia, and we only face minor forces here. You need to stay strong. The remaining followers are waiting for your instructions." Meanwhile, more people returned through the entrance to the exposed cave. The Jushi sect and Edison Alliance gathered together, while high-ranking disciples stood beside America. "This isn't the first time we've been attacked by the Dark Dragon Clan. There may be more when we exit. If anyone wishes to leave on their own, they can. If anyone wants to stay with us, there will be another battle ahead." Shani might not understand how severe our losses are this time in Luoyang Mountains. As for the other sects, their situations remained unknown. They might still be battling and seeking shelter to regain strength before deciding whether to venture out again. The strongest forces were still with Xianxia sect, followed by the Jushi sect. Of course, there were also Divine Jonadan Palace members who wouldn't have suffered too badly if they had stayed together. "Senior sister, we've lost contact with the other sects and can only hide here. Despite our sect being the second of the 10 great sects, we somehow got separated. A girl leaned against the wall, looking at another girl sitting on a stone slab, complaining non-stop since their separation. They wore matching uniforms, indicating they were indeed from the divine Xianxia Palace, the second greatest sect. The girl addressed as senior sister quickly replied without hesitation, "It would be better if a third sect could assist us. This situation could be an opportunity. Once fewer dragon clansmen remain, we can search for them." Senior sister, it said the Edison Alliance is already with them. They didn't suffer much during the earlier chaos and have retained many members. Joining them seems like a good plan. After deciding, the two sects set out together. Outside, they indeed encountered many Dark Dragon clan members, but they fought their way through bravely. America wanted to lead her group closer to Xianxia, while the divine Xianxia Palace sisters aimed to join them. If the two major sects combined, many casualties could be avoided. Besides, the Kyushu sect still had the most surviving members among all sects present. Even though the Kyushu sect had just endured a fierce battle and lost many lives, they remained the largest contingent. Fortunately, their paths converged. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon meet each other and collaborate. At this moment, the chief of the Dark Dragon Clan Patrol Squad could dispatch his forces freely wherever needed. He was recognizable by the single horn on his head, the other having been broken off in a battle a century ago. "Captain, two groups are approaching us, one entirely female, the other from the second-ranked sect. And they have more people." The one-horned captain sized up the situation and quickly issued orders. "All units listen. A small portion deal with the Kyushu sect. The majority must completely wipe out the divine Xianxia Palace. Execute immediately." The battle commenced swiftly due to the personnel allocation. Because of their numerical advantage, the Kyushu sect quickly dispatched the Dark Dragon clan members and even sent scouts to observe the other battlefield, unsure of where exactly Xianxia and his group were located. America could only make this arrangement. Hurry over to assist anyone in need. The situation was critical. Fewer surviving sect members meant a smaller chance of victory. At least with Xianxia present, the sect wasn't in immediate danger of annihilation. This time, the disciples from the major sects were few in number and mostly of similar strength, with only a few exceptions, which did little to change the overall dynamic. Reaching the other battlefield, America felt a wave of emotion seeing her dear friends from the divine Xianxia Palace. Their losses were significant. So many had come, yet now only half remained. One could only imagine what they had endured. "Toria," America exclaimed emotionally, ignoring her surroundings for a moment. "My dear friend Toria, let's go help them." Kyushu sect and Edison Alliance members quickly rejoined the fray. "Toria, it's me. My dear sister, you've finally come." Seeing so many survivors from the Kyushu sect, Toria felt her decision was correct. Meeting them in time prevented potential disaster. After considerable effort, the two sects successfully defeated the Dark Dragon clan. Some retreated due to insufficient strength. This marked a hopeful beginning, although the divine Xianxia Palace now had very few disciples left. "Is it just you all?" Toria nodded, unwilling to dwell on past sorrows caused by choosing the wrong side. Chapter 299. The Days of Seeking Fortunes. Upon reuniting, the sisters talked a lot, including what had happened and the experiences they had endured in the Luoyang Mountains over these past few days. During the first major battle, every sect suffered heavy losses. Then there was the incident with the Sword Sect betrayal. Reflecting on it now, one joint operation cost many lives from the divine Xianxia's palace, leaving only a few hundred members remaining. "If I had known you were here earlier, I should have brought my people directly. That Sword Sect, to abandon you all and flee on their own. They're truly not human," America angrily remarked, almost shouting but not causing too much of a commotion. Looking at the Kyushu sect group, who essentially represented everyone who had entered the Luoyang Mountains this time, it was clear that although they came to help extricate them from danger, their true purpose might not have been to seek out the divine Xianxia's palace. Graceland smiled bitterly and said, "Sects usually don't interact much. Regardless of whether they wanted to help or not, I trusted someone too easily this time. I didn't expect that after such a they're surrounded." America shook her head, correcting, "According to them, it's a huge trouble. Otherwise, they would have returned by now. Of course, he's a genius and shouldn't die easily under normal circumstances." Quite confident, Graceland called over a sister-in-arms and told her, "We'll join the Kyushu sect later. Tell everyone not to start any trouble." Graceland, the eldest sister after the divine Xianxia's palace, entered the Luoyang Mountains, had an elevated status. Surviving multiple incidents, the people around her protected her to an extraordinary extent. Once arrangements were made, time was of the essence. Delaying could mean death for some. Of course, this was just speculation. Talents emerging from sects were no ordinary individuals. If they fought to the death, they could take down many dark black dragons. Graceland and good friend America walked together, visibly getting along well. "How many fortunes did you find when you entered before?" A curious America stared at her, wondering if they received fewer items if the storage rings weren't given to them before their deaths. "Basically none." Graceland waved her hand, appearing helpless. "Don't worry. Once we rescue them, we can have them guide us to find more fortunes. Even if we encounter dark black dragons, there's nothing to fear." America's confidence stemmed from the fact that most powerful fighters were with Xianxia. Besides him, who else could have prompted the dark black dragons to retreat, taking all their strong warriors with them? At the beginning, our search for fortunes was one of the fastest among the major sections. But since those rings weren't removed during unexpected events, everything was taken by the dark black dragons. Her frustration mingled with helplessness. No matter how upset she was, she couldn't do much. The strongest talents from the divine Xianxia's palace and the top 10 sects refused to enter, believing sending these disciples would suffice. Then the unexpected happened, leading to the outbreak of dark black dragons, unlike the legitimate dragon clans. The days of seeking fortunes were blissful. Our sect gained some treasures that could boost cultivation, but I have an open mind yet. Following Xianxia's group, an incident occurred where he took on a disciple. Afterward, there were piles of random herbs which now filled her ring. That's normal, America thought. Unsure of what normal meant, America refrained from asking. Opportunities to seek fortunes could come later, but not now with ancient dark black dragons everywhere, their numbers grown after a century. Once the Josue of the dark black dragons gave the order, the entire Luoyang Mountains region would belong to them. What place would outsiders have then? Aside from leaving, there would be nothing else to do. Xianxia mentioned that these dark black dragons aimed to leave this place for the outside world. Any special weapons they carried, forged from unique stones, mustn't fall into their hands. Dragon clan that could pose a threat to her was nearby. Currently, a disciple of the sect stood beside her. He had been shocked by the words just spoken. In front of him was senior sister Yelena. Now that other sects have severed ties with them out of dissatisfaction, the extent of their losses isn't something she needs to manage. Human nature is like this. Was what you said earlier true? At this moment, Yelena stood watching the distant battlefield, where Xianxia was battling the Dark Dragon clan. No matter what happened, not a single person from their side would join in. Senior sister, every word I spoke is true. There really is someone named Xianxia in that battle, and he's quite formidable, having allied with the Jushi sect and Edison alliance. Now, he's fighting with the Dark Dragon clan. Truly, he doesn't know life from death. The disciple had previously been dispatched by Yelena to search for the continent's third-ranked sect, but unexpectedly heard this name there. All right, you can step down now. Xianxia, a name very familiar to her. They had once been Dao companions, until, if that person really is you, I won't let you leave here alive. For senior brother Ellis, I can do anything. Their relationship dated back several years. Back then, Yelena and Xianxia hadn't yet parted ways. His family took immense pride in the unique sword martial spirit within him, and even Yelena treated him well. It truly is heaven's blessing to our Lu family. After so many years of dormancy, it has appeared in my child. The so-called sword martial spirit was popular only in ancient times. While it may be trendy now, people's cultivation methods have changed. Even if cherished, awakening such an ancient martial spirit is far more significant. Over 10 years ago, someone similarly awakened an ancient martial spirit, later reaching peak cultivation, leading their clan to prosperity and fame, becoming a focus of attention and immortalized in history. Back then, the patriarch of the Lu family was still alive, nearing retirement, but because of the sword martial spirit in Xianxia, he continued as patriarch. The person next in line, Elder Dave, along with his son, the adoptive son Ellis, faced sudden changes. A savannah who had just come into their lives had already fallen for Ellis, angering everyone, especially Elder Dave's family, who could never forget those events. Due to the early passing of the Lu family patriarch a few years later, young Xianxia quickly rose to power. However, being seen as unintelligent, Ellis was soon favored by a major sect, and Yelena's feelings shifted. Senior brother XuanHuan, will you take me away? Can we both join the Divine Radiance sect? Yelena clung to Ellis's hand, eyes full of desperate pleading. By then, she had completely abandoned Xianxia, deemed a waste. And when Ellis returned from the sect, his strength increased terrifyingly. Driven by selfish desires, he mercilessly betrayed Xianxia. However, Ellis looked at her and said, if you can help me obtain Xianxia's sword martial spirit, you'll follow me, choose any cultivation resources in the sect freely, and this deal won't make you lose. Would you consider it? Facing greater benefits, Yelena admitted she was tempted. Later, under Ellis's arrangement, she grew closer to Xianxia, willing to do outrageous things, until the critical time arrived. One day, Ellis arrived earlier than usual, carrying a box obtained from the Divine Radiance sect, intended to facilitate the extraction of Xianxia's sword martial spirit. At this point, they were thoroughly complicit. Aim this at Xianxia's body for a long time, and it will separate his sword martial spirit. Once extracted, give it to me immediately. You'll become a Divine Radiance sect disciple and stay by my side. Ellis had promised all kinds of benefits, making choosing him seem incredibly attractive. In fact, Ellis had already gained the status of an honorary disciple in the Divine Radiance sect. Leaving the sect was naturally on the patriarch's instructions. Considering Xianxia foolish, keeping such a valuable item in his body was wasteful. Their official reason was for better utilization of the sword martial spirit. I understand. To achieve her goal, Yelena was willing to use any means. Without Xianxia, she felt it was for the best. Thus, in the following days, each night Yelena would place the object given by Ellis near Xianxia's bed. Unnoticed, Xianxia's sword martial spirit began to change. Yelena, I feel incredibly tired lately. Is something wrong with my body? Should we see a doctor? This was the first time Xianxia made such a request. Yelena, determined to achieve her goals, naturally refused, soothing him instead. This might be from overexertion recently. Let's wait and see. It's not a big issue, just rest properly. Xianxia listened. Each day, his condition worsened. Awakening each morning, he found his health deteriorating, sometimes falling asleep during activities. Yelena avoided telling him anything, simply offering vague explanations, never taking him to a doctor. Xianxia, never particularly bright, became increasingly worse. Even though he realized he needed medical attention, he lacked the strength. Each attempt to go alone resulted in him fainting halfway and waking up back in his room, told by Yelena that a mysterious person brought him back multiple times. Eventually, Xianxia's health declined drastically, like a serious illness. Choosing to stay indoors, the night his sword martial spirit was extracted, Yelena never reappeared. Despite his frantic searches, finding her was impossible, even taking out some fruit she had with her to eat casually. Meanwhile, the troublesome Dark Dragon clan members surrounding her were easily dealt with by her fellow disciples, leaving her without any tension or worry. Bang! Explosions echoed from Xianxia's direction, and someone flew out from the blast. It was clear that the Dark Dragon clan was in trouble while Xianxia and the Riker seemed to be in good condition. If not for so many of you, you'd already be dead just now. Do you still want to continue fighting? At this moment, Xianxia and the clan Josue of the Dragon clan seemed equally matched, but upon closer observation, the clan Josue appeared slightly weaker. The prolonged battle and the secret realm's power restrictions made it hard for him to match up against someone like Xianxia, who possessed the XuanHuan divine pill. It seems you don't understand the situation. Clan Josue, there are people approaching from over there. If you keep fighting, it won't be long before this place is taken over. Both turned to see a large group of cultivators heading towards Xianxia's direction, as if the recent battle hadn't caused significant casualties. I didn't expect more people to join forces with your sect. Sawyer, wait until our ancestor comes out of seclusion. Then we'll directly exterminate you all. The clan Josue spoke, and his clan members gathered around him. They were all exhausted from the prolonged battle, some with injuries that, though not fatal, tarnished the dragon clan's dignity. Waiting for you. Xianxia wasn't sure of the exact timing, but since Frederick was here, Byron must have told him something about it after all these years. He would ask him later. This place is disadvantageous for us to fight. Once we recover, we will return. Everyone, leave immediately and stay hidden for now. Gradually, the Dragon Clan members retreated. Even the squad that had planned to intercept America and others withdrew. The entire secret realm quickly became quiet as everyone regrouped. From afar, Yelena stood up from the ground, ready to act. Seeing Jushi Sect, Shen V Palace, and Edison Alliance members approach, she stopped her team. This time, I'll let you off. Hope next time you aren't so blatant about being with so many people. It makes it difficult for me to act. Curiously, Yelena didn't avoid them and instead led her team straight to the scene despite hiding for a long time. They needed to meet face to face. In the surprised gazes of everyone, America boldly approached Xianxia, checking for injuries and gently wiping his face. You're really something. We waited for you for a long time on the other side. Our sect lost some people due to the Dark Dragon Clan discovering us. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Xianxia scratched his head. All the strong ones were attracted here. Truly sorry, it won't happen again. Humph. She turned away angrily, saying, if you don't help me find what I need, don't speak to me like that. What I seek isn't ordinary. The level to challenge him yet? Thank you. Everyone took a moment to rest and regain strength before heading to the Sword Legacy site. Camelody and others joined Xianxia, while most followed Yelena. Behind them, the Riker chatted with Megan. Yelena dared not act rashly, as the Riker's strength was comparable to Xianxia's, possibly even stronger. Noticing the Savannah staring at him, the Riker wondered if she knew the great Xianxia. He discreetly contacted Xianxia. Sterling, Aaron who shook hands with you keeps staring at me. Should we be cautious? Yes, but don't attack. There are too many people here. I consider her an acquaintance. Some unpleasant things happened in the past, but it's not the right time. The true mastermind behind her remains to be seen. Understood. Thank you for trusting me, Sterling. I won't disappoint you. Suddenly, the Riker loudly addressed the group. The Sword Legacy site is a special place. If you practice swordsmanship but haven't reached a certain level, entering could be life-threatening. Non-sword practitioners are unaffected. Just be prepared mentally. Tenley approached and asked, what's inside? The Riker shook his head. I only passed by once and learned a bit. I don't know the specifics as I never entered due to the urgent situation at the time. Okay. Tenley walked over to Xianxia. Xianxia, do you know the specifics of the Sword Legacy site? It's part of the Sword Will. If one Sword Will isn't strong enough, it could be life-threatening. Such places aren't naturally formed but created by ancient powerhouses. Everyone listened intently, several disciples lowering their heads, fearing what awaited inside. #### Chapter 302. Reunion at this place. Outside the Sword Path ruins. At this moment, the combat had ceased to pose any danger. Ever since that battle ended, the Dark Dragon Clan had vanished without a trace and no longer appeared, not even to harass them. The people from Jushi Sect, Xianxia Sect, Divine Jonadin Palace, and Xianxia Veneration Alliance gathered together. Among them were also the independent cultivators like Xianxia's group. Truly, the ones who could decide the critical factors were still these independents. The entrance to the Sword Path ruins was right before them, with two giant stone swords implanted into the ground on either side, creating a grand and imposing scene. Just standing in front of it made one feel that this place was far more formidable than they had imagined. People with weak wills felt immense pressure, while those with strong wills sensed a noticeable change in their sword chi, as if it were being activated. As for Xianxia and the Riker, both felt relaxed. Even formidable figures like Yelena, America, and Allison showed signs of difficulty. Their expressions appeared strained, as if suppressed by a powerful force, unable to move. The Riker came forward and said, young Xianxia, should I go check ahead? Xianxia smiled and shook his head. No rush, let them see first. After all, they represent major continental sects. They wouldn't want others to steal the limelight in front of them. Everyone stay put, don't act until the last moment. Others looked puzzled. Behind them, Allison glanced at America and said to Xianxia, Cinny, your friend seems quite confident. This place looks so noble. It might be difficult for ordinary people to handle. Can they do it? America smiled. If you want to try, I won't stop you. But I must enter this place. As for how, I have no idea. Once inside, if you open the door for us, I only need one thing. Everything else can be yours. All right. Just as Allison stepped forward, the silent Yelena spoke up. There's an enchantment at the entrance to the Sword Path ruins. Be careful. Your Divine Jonadin Palace doesn't have many members left. It's best to keep some potential. Thank you for your concern. Although Allison wasn't the strongest of her generation, her strength was undeniably formidable. Instead of forcefully breaking through the enchantment, she chose a method involving force collisions, which typically didn't affect the internal attack mechanisms. Truly worthy of Allison. Her methods are far beyond our reach. Not only is her power strong yet gentle, but opening this enchantment will surely cause us countless troubles, someone remarked, eyes filled with admiration. Unfortunately, such a Savannah would never look favorably upon ordinary men, leaving them only to admire her unrequitedly. You're just stating the obvious. I heard that Allison's strength increased before coming to the Loya mountain range, and again after entering here. Do you think the disciples of the second largest sect on the continent are mediocre? Of course not. Yelena mused inwardly. This Allison is supposedly the second greatest prodigy disciple of the divine Jonadin Palace. Her strength is indeed extraordinary, and the palace lord intends to cultivate her into a personal disciple. If necessary, perhaps I should get closer to her. A few minutes later, Allison withdrew, looking helpless. This enchantment is too powerful. I can't break through alone. Perhaps we should try together. Sister Yelena, junior brother from the Xianxia Veneration Alliance, Cine, let's combine our efforts. Entering this place will benefit our swordsman disciples. What do you think? Everyone nodded in agreement, deciding to use a combined attack. America and Yelena naturally participated. Though the latter quickly explained, they've just been through a fierce battle, so let them rest first. If it doesn't work out, they can still help later. Despite this, Jonah and Tatiana also went to assist, showing that when top-tier experts acted, they couldn't stand idly by. The Riker whispered to Xianxia after they left. Xianxia, the owner of this sword path ruins, must have been a great expert. Its formation time hasn't exceeded a century, and its exterior isn't significant. Without enduring the test of time, the enchantments are incredibly powerful. Their efforts are futile. They really think we know nothing. Xianxia calmly asked, if it were you, how long would it take to solve this? The Riker thought for a moment. 3 hours, Xianxia. Given the current state, 3 hours is the minimum. The Riker grew interested and asked, how long would it take you, Xianxia? Xianxia replied indifferently, no time needed. Even with only my past memories, I'm confident I can break through quickly. It's just a small enchantment. Don't forget, when I was the Amato of sword cultivation, I mainly cultivated swords. Upon hearing this, the Riker felt inferior. In front of true experts, he had little to offer without Xianxia's guidance. To become a revered god Amato who defies the 8 wastes, there aren't many. I initially thought I followed the wrong person, but now it turns out I've reaped great benefits. The god Amatos of the heavens truly wield tremendous influence, not many in number. Just an old name, not worth mentioning. More importantly, despite being demoted to the mortal realm, you retain both consciousness and divine power, something usually unnoticed. Compliments accepted. Watching them, it seemed they were about to succeed but hadn't yet. The sword path ruins were too new, and the enchantments were exceptionally strong. Suddenly, mechanisms within the enchantment started to activate, signaling trouble. Xianxia focused, and the Riker rushed forward to shield everyone with a protective barrier. The combined force method didn't work. When they disconnected, the attack followed immediately. Had the Riker not blocked it in time, they might not have reacted quickly enough, making it dangerous. After everyone returned, the Riker came back to Xianxia and reported, no one was injured. Yelena commented, this place has a powerful enchantment. We can't break through. Even if there's something inside, it's too hard to open. I just discovered there's also an attack mechanism inside. If it weren't for them, we would have been hurt. Sorry, Cine, we can't break through. Allison echoed this sentiment, preparing to abandon the attempt. Do you have a way? America asked them. The Riker nodded. Of course, but we need to rest and recover before proceeding. Some people murmured. Blowing smoke. Even they couldn't do it. You few scattered cultivators trying to form connections. What recklessness. It's an enchantment. Do you understand? Bragging in front of everyone. It'll be troublesome if you can't follow through. Really hope to teach the arrogant kid a lesson. What show off? Xianxia ignored the comments. Sorry, I hope you don't take it to heart. We'll rest and then open it. Don't worry. Increasing numbers of skeptics waited to watch him fail, especially in front of sect prodigies. They expected a humiliating outcome. In the next moment, Xianxia walked up to the enchantment and released his aura. The enchantment shut down. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Xianxia modestly chuckled. This place recognizes family, hee. Chapter 303. The terrifying Sword Dao Ruins. Xianxia casually broke the seal, leaving those who had been struggling beside him embarrassed and angry. How could they believe this place would recognize kinship when their combined efforts had failed, and he succeeded so easily? I don't believe you for a second. Everyone was stunned, confused, and some even angered by Xianxia's actions, as if he were striking at their very souls by doing this in front of all those who had just failed. They felt it was an affront to suggest their major sects were inferior to him, a lone cultivator. Just now, I took advantage of the effort you all had already exerted and tried to break it, surprisingly succeeding, Xianxia explained with an awkward smile, then asked the dwarves to join him inside. Anyone who wants to enter, feel free. Those who don't want can do whatever they like. We won't think any less of them. Those who can't get in can wait outside. One by one, people from various sects began entering. No one would pass up the opportunity that the appearance of the Sword Dao ruins presented, especially for sword practitioners who viewed this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Let's go in. Except for the Divine Radiant sect and the Divine Jonadin Palace, the rest were old acquaintances. Xianxia wasn't worried about any unexpected incidents, even if Yelena was definitely not on his side. He still had to maintain the role in front of everyone else. Inside the Sword Dao ruins, there was a path leading straight to a platform opposite. On either side were towering cliffs, and falling down meant no way back up. Nobody knew what lay beneath, invisible from above. Everyone moved cautiously, many feeling it was not worth the effort to come here, only to be stuck walking carefully along this treacherous path. However, those with higher cultivation sensed something significant, believing that while nothing might be here, there must be treasures deeper inside. Xianxia, will there really be treasures inside? America, lacking any specific sensing ability, expressed her concern. We all put in a lot of effort to come here. It better not be for nothing. Xianxia paused for a moment before replying, I can't guarantee any heaven-defying treasures. America's elder brother preferred freedom and adventure, rarely staying in Jushi sect and often traveling the continent. While he was powerful and could foster good relations, America remained the primary point of contact. Thank you all. America looked at everyone and said, to be honest, my father sent me here mainly to find a high-grade fire attribute sword weapon. Xianxia immediately recalled the book he had read about Jushi sect's renowned self-created fire attribute martial arts, which naturally required a fire attribute weapon, likely crafted from special stones. Xianxia's realization was shared by others, especially Yelena, who understood these matters clearly as a divine radiant sect disciple closely associated with Ellis. It seems this Jushi sect will eventually belong to you. Just don't let me travel all the way here only to miss you. I might become the divine Jonadin Palace Shanister by then, Xianxia joked. You know my personality well enough, America laughed. Just as they were joking, roars echoed from below, the sound of beast attacks. Be careful everyone, Yelena yelled and signaled. Others should run ahead, while the remaining group fights together. We must prevent it from harming our fellow sect members. Xianxia and the Riker flew into the air, with the Riker confidently telling the others, we'll buy you time. This thing isn't alone. Handle the weaker ones yourselves while we take care of the strongest. Look after each other. With that, Xianxia and the Riker rushed down, wielding halberds without fear. Explosions erupted below as they engaged in combat. Soon, several strange beasts appeared around them. Though not as powerful as the main threat, they were still formidable, comparable to ordinary cultivators. Despite this, Yelena and the others managed to handle them efficiently. As top disciples, they weren't easily overpowered. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as Xianxia and the Riker were knocked out of the darkness. A huge black demonic beast charged at them. Xianxia and the Riker simultaneously used halberd techniques, attacking with perfect coordination. Quentin, this creature is extremely tough. We need to exert more effort to deal with it. What should we do? Xianxia looked at the others. Quickly leave this area. These beasts won't die easily. There's another attack wave coming. You need to move faster. Upon hearing this, the Hosuays immediately rallied their disciples to cross the bridge quickly. Once everyone was inside, the bat-like beasts stopped advancing, as if respecting some territorial boundary. Frustrated, they turned back to confront those left behind, or targeted Xianxia and the Riker directly, ignoring the others. Only these two needed to stay. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already led the way inside, preparing for any unforeseen events. America and Yelena were about to follow when America pulled her back. Sister Yelena, please help. Seeing the increasing number of beasts around Xianxia and the Riker, America pleaded. I'm helping you, Yelena replied. Okay. Despite past enmity with Xianxia, she couldn't ignore a future ally's request, a fact as solid as ironclad nails. Chapter 304, A Rare Thank You. Inside the Sword Dao ruins. With the addition of the two women, Xianxia and his team found it much easier to deal with demonic beasts. Shay and others had initially thought these two didn't want to leave, or perhaps even look down on them. Shani demon clans now believed they were provocatively returning and turned their attacks towards them. These two are running back again? We were just about to make our escape. Now we have to save them too, Xianxia noted during a battle as he noticed the duo preparing to rush over. The Riker was about to speak when Xianxia hastily stopped him. He instructed the others to hold back momentarily before rushing to assist. It's too dangerous here. Get ready and charge through. Upon hearing this, Yelena's mind was sharp enough to drag Shay away. She wanted to stay and help. Don't worry, that's Xianxia. To Yelena, the person in front of her wasn't the Xianxia she knew. The previous Xianxia wouldn't have dared to face her, fearing her very presence. How could someone who once threw him into a deep well gain his trust and acceptance? Now deciding to take Shay away was indeed because they couldn't provide any significant help here. Beyond waiting, what else could they do? Only by not causing trouble could they contribute. Xianxia, be careful. We'll wait for you there. Due to some delay, previously slain beasts had revived and were charging at the two. Ilias, run immediately. Don't engage, this isn't something we can handle right now. Even if we can kill them, it's not the time. And if we don't finish them off, we will be drained. After hearing the call, the Riker stayed behind to buy more time for Xianxia's escape, bursting with power from